That won't be necessary. We need a statement, not a manifesto.
Hello and welcome back to Unlimited Limited, the show where you and I work together to try to get better at limited environments like Draft and Sealed in Star Wars Unlimited. Today, you've probably seen the amount of time that this video is, and you know what that means. It is time for a full set review. Pre-release is going to be happening as of time of recording, 2 weekends from now, and as of time of release, probably next weekend. So this is the video where we're going to go through every single card in the set, and every leader, and possible strategies, and I'm just going to give my thoughts generally about each card in the set and its place in the limited environment. Not all cards are going to be created equal for limited, and that's what we're going to try to figure out. A couple things before we get started. These are, of course, my opinions, and more so, they're my opinions for specifically limited environments like Draft and Sealed. If I give your pet card that you're really excited to build a constructed deck around a really bad grade, that doesn't mean I think that card can't work in constructed, okay? Maybe it can, and maybe you've really cooked something up. That's just my opinion on the card in a limited environment. That's a very different game. For example, Data Vault. Good card in constructed, terrible in limited, you know? There are these cards, and then there's some vice versa as well. Good, so before we get started, I'm supposed to tell you that I have a Patreon. Really, there's like nothing on there. It's just kind of if you want to support the channel. I lied, there actually is something on there. If you want access to the draft simulator that I've been working on, then Patreon. It doesn't currently have Secrets of Power, but it probably will within the next week or so. It takes a little bit of time to get those added, but I will do it soon because I want to practice, and that's how I practice with my draft simulator, so good. All right, so let's get into the mechanics for Secrets of Power. I'm very excited for this set. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and I think a lot of these mechanics are very interesting. We're going to start with my least favorite of the mechanics. I don't think it's a bad mechanic. It's just, you know, it's not like super exciting like some of the other mechanics are, which are spy tokens. So spy tokens are 0/2 tokens that have the official type, and they have raid 2. So they are, 0/2 defenders and attack as 2/2s. And there's a lot of different cards that make them. So some of them are events, some of them are units, some of them are leaders. I think even a couple upgrades maybe make spy tokens. And they're kind of just thrown on there as like incidental addition to a card. And what you should be asking yourself whenever you're evaluating cards that make spy tokens is, how much would I value a spy token at? Would I pay 1 resource for this? And the answer is probably no, especially as we'll see. You can see there are straight up 1 cost 2/2s in this set, which is just kind of better than a spy token. So they're not worth 1 resource. Are they worth 0 resources? Like, are they better than Porg? Probably, yeah, they are. So they're somewhere between 0 and 1. I'm leaning closer to 0, but I'm trying to, if you have thoughts on sort of the exact value of a spy token, let me know. I'm leaning like about 1/3 of a resource right now, but I could be off on that. So happy to hear opinions. It is nice that it's another body that your opponent may have to deal with. And there's also some things in this set that care about how many units you have. I think there's a couple of cards that cause you to sacrifice units for some benefit. So definitely spy tokens really have their place here. There are a decent amount of go wide strategies, and spy tokens will really help towards that. So in some decks, I think they're going to be pretty close to useless. Not entirely, but yeah. And then in other decks, I think they're going to be very key to the game plan, which we will get more into when we talk about leaders. So Disclose, which I think is my favorite mechanic of the set. I think it's going to play really interesting. Disclose just says that you reveal cards from your hand whenever it prompts you to that share aspect costs with whatever the disclose aspects are. The cards in your hand that you reveal need to share aspect costs, need to add up to whatever aspect cost the disclosed card wants you to do. So for example, we have Charged with Murder here, and I won't read the full card, but it says you may disclose Vigilance. And that means that if you choose to do that, you reveal from your hand cards that have Vigilance and Vigilance. So in this case, unless you're running a double Vigilance card, you need to disclose 2 cards that have Vigilance aspects to them. Or in principle, you could disclose 1 card that has a double Vigilance aspect. Cyril Karn says you may disclose Aggression, Villainy. So any number of cards in your hand you reveal, so long as it adds up to at least that amount of those aspect icons. So it's going to be an interesting you're pretty much always going to disclose whenever you have the opportunity to. So you are showing your opponent some information in your hand. The interesting kind of thing is, what do you show your opponent if you even have a choice? Sometimes you'll just like kind of only have one way to disclose. But if you have a choice, which ones do you choose to show? And then whenever your opponent shows you cards from their hands, how do you sort of deal with that information? That's, I think, going to lead to some very interesting, potentially very high skill ceiling play patterns that I'm very excited for. It also kind of makes you do a bit of a mini game whenever you're deciding like what to have in your hand and what to resource. Like maybe there's a card in your hand that you really want to resource that's not going to do that much for you, but you have a bunch of disclosed stuff on the board. Like again, Cyril, that requires you to disclose aggression, villainy. And that is a non-zero disclose cost. That's going to be kind of difficult to do sometimes. And if you have like maybe an aggression card that's not doing much for you right now in your hand, you normally would resource it. Maybe you think twice about doing that, so you can continue to disclose the Cyril. So definitely some interesting things you can do there. I'm very excited for the disclose mechanic. We have plot as, I think, the last new mechanic. Plot is pretty easy to understand. It's when you deploy your leader, you can play plot cards from your resources while paying their cost, and then replace them with the top card of your deck. So, for example, Armor of Fortune is a 2-cost upgrade that gives +0/+3, and it has plot, so you resource it at some point in the early game, then you flip your leader, and before any other actions happen, you go into your resources, you grab Armor of Fortune, you pay 2, you put it on your leader, kind of like Smuggle, and then you replace that resource with the top card of your deck. So it's kind of an action cheat. You do still have to pay for it, so it's not a resource cheat, but it is an action cheat whenever you flip your leader. And some of them are going to be pretty good, and some of them are not, especially because flipping your leader, typically in not just Limited and Constructed too, but especially in Limited, is usually kind of the most important turn of the game. It's going to be a very explosive turn for you, and assuming your opponent flips on the same turn, also for your opponent. So getting any extra stuff you can here on the leader flip turn is going to be very important. And plot helps you do that. You can also play the plot card just from your hand like any other card, but virtually all of them are pretty understated for that. You usually want to be playing them as a plot card. Plot is strong whenever you are doing, when you're plotting the card, it is strong also because it doesn't cost a card from your hand, right? You're still playing the card and paying resources for it, but whatever cards you do that turn are still in your hand. You're not playing those. You're playing something from your resources and replacing it. So it's kind of sort of like drawing a card too when you plot. So definitely a strong mechanic. But yeah, the cards that have plot, you almost always want to be playing with plot. Like again, Armor of Fortune, that's a pretty sad upgrade to play for 2 resources from your hand, right? You want that from plot. Good. So capture returns also as a mechanic that I think we have not seen since Shadows. Don't quote me on that. So just as a recap, if you were not playing during Shadows, the way capture works is one of your units, typically, as we'll see in a second, captures one of your opponent's units. And what that means is your opponent's unit is put face down under your unit. And then when your unit leaves play, their unit goes back into play exhausted. So you can kind of think of it like Oblivion Ring if you're a Magic the Gathering veteran, where, it's kind of like it's kind of removal, but like if they're able to remove the unit of yours that is capturing, then they get it back. So a bit of a risky removal strategy, but we'll see how it goes. The reason I said a second ago that it's usually a unit that captures is because in this set we got Arrest, which your base captures a unit, so that's interesting. But good, so let's talk about the grading system I use for these cards. I've been using the same grading system since I started doing this. It's ripped from some similar shows that Magic the Gathering YouTubers do, specifically Limited Resources. That's the kind of one I stole from. So it's from A to F, the scale, and let's talk about what each grade means. So an A is a card that is completely just swings the game in your favor. If you're behind, it puts you ahead, it catches you up or maybe puts you ahead. If you're at parity, it way puts you ahead. And if you're ahead, it basically kind of just wins you the game. These cards are basically auto picks and kind of format warping if they're at lower rarities. and you sometimes will even play them out of aspect. So an example of an A card is Overwhelming Barrage from Spark the Rebellion. I think up until now that has been the only true A, although a couple of cards I think have gotten pretty close. Snoke from Shadows is maybe an A, and Grogu from Legends of the Force I think is also maybe an A, but these are both maybe also just high B pluses. It's hard to say. Anyway, Overwhelming Barrage, definitely an A. I don't think anybody would argue with that. And you would usually be happy to play this for 7. Usually not 9, but you would usually be happy to play this for 7 in any limited game for Spark the Rebellion. Not a lot of people got to draft Spark the Rebellion. I'm very lucky. I think I did 2 drafts of it, and it was fun. Maybe 3 drafts. It was fun. I wish I got to do more, but, product was difficult to find at the time. There are still Spark boxes around though, so hey, you know what? Maybe I'll get to one soon. So that is an A. An example of a B is Gunji from Legends of the Force. A B is just like a really solid card in your deck. Usually the best cards in your deck are Bs. Usually if you're lucky, you'll get a few. And they are, they're always kind of going to be very efficient units, or most removal sits in the B section. Some of the more efficient upgrades, anything that you can do that will kind of, again, if you're behind, bring you up a little bit, maybe not as much as an A, but a decent amount, or just kind of put you ahead. Gunji's a great example of that because in Legends of the Force, he was, most people would say, the best possible turn 1 play. So, it doesn't matter what your opponent was doing, you were going to have the more efficient unit. And then he was also fine later as well, but as a turn 1 play, Gunji was pretty incredible. So he sits at a B. Now, Cs are kind of, most of the cards in your deck will be Cs. They're not bad cards for sure. They make up most of your curve. Some units that are like reasonably efficient that kind of pass the stats vanilla test. Awakened Spectres from Legends of the Force, the 4-cost 4/5 is an example of a C. It's just fine. You pick them like reasonably late. Sometimes you pick them a little bit early in more unfortunate packs, in the draft setting, that is. But you can always count on getting like a decent amount of them. Graceful Purrgil was an example of a C. They're cards that, you're just expecting to play and be reasonably happy with. A D is a card that sometimes you just like kind of have to play, but you like really don't want to. These are cards that usually you end up with a couple of in a draft deck. They're your 29th and 30th card that like, oh, I wish I could cut this, or I wish I could substitute this for like basically any other card. There are some D units. They're usually units that are like kind of a little bit prohibitively expensive, or require a specific synergy piece like Captain Enoch here, that just doesn't really exist in Limited. Sometimes they're events that just like don't really do much, or again require a specific synergy that you can't reliably get in Limited. So as I've mentioned, the card I use as an example for a D is Captain Enoch. Like, it's a 3-cost 1/5. That's not good, right? This is worse stats than Gunji for more resources. But it's not like going to ruin your game if this is your turn 2 play. It's definitely you're probably gonna end up being behind your opponent at that point in the game, but you can absolutely still come back. And that contrasts then with an F. An F I give a very special designation to. It's very difficult to be a unit or even an event and be an F. Mostly that's reserved for leaders and bases. And the reason is because, in my mind, an F just like completely ruins your game plan. So if you are playing with an F, it just makes your deck like measurably worse in multiple different ways. So the example I've chosen here is Lake Country. You get 4 extra resources, and as a trade-off, you basically just have to axe half of your deck. In that half of your deck is going to be half of your deck is going to be resource penaltied, like you're going to have to pay +2 on like half of your deck. And maybe there are some constructed decks where that's good. There are no limited decks where that's good. It just can't happen, and I would highly recommend against playing any F in your deck. Another example you could argue would be like Anakin from Legends of the Force. Some people would argue Revan as well, but I actually think that those two played closer to like D minus, because sometimes you could kind of sort of make it work, but I definitely would hear someone out if they tried to sell me them as Fs, because I think that they're pretty close. But yeah, Lake Country, Data Vault, those two cards I think are like very quintessential Fs. Some people might have a rating scale where, like, if the card is just, like, unplayable, but, like, doesn't necessarily make your deck worse other than being an unplayable card that you always have to resource, then that should also be an F. And maybe that's true. I don't know. We'll see what happens as we mature this series a little bit more. But yes, that is an example of an F. All right. So now, without further explanation of my scale, let's actually get into the leaders and how they are performing, and how I'm expecting them to perform. So, the first leader we have, the way I'm going to do this, by the way, is I'm going to read the leader and all of its stuff. I'm going to read the leader and basically all of the text on it, and then I'm going to talk about what I think is good with the leader, what I think is bad with the leader, how I think the leader will do in the general metagame of things, and then I will give a little, I'll give my opinion on what color I think is, like, going to probably go best with the leader in some cases if I see any specific synergies. Good, so let's get into it. So Chancellor Palpatine, How Liberty Dies, is a Vigilance Villainy leader at special rarity. So this means you're going to get it in your pre-release kit. And then in the draft portion, you're not going to be able to pull it unless you pull a showcase, because it's only in the starter decks and the pre-release kits. Good, so you will be able to play Chancellor Palpatine if you want, but will you want to? I'm guessing no. That's foreshadowing. So Chancellor Palpatine, How Liberty Dies, Vigilance Villainy, Special Rarity. He's a Republic official, and on his front side, he has Action, Pay 1 and Exhaust, search the top 5 cards of your deck for a card with Plot, reveal it, and draw it. And then Epic Action, he flips on 7 into a 6/8 Republic official that says, when deployed, the next card you play using Plot this phase costs 3 less. Alright, so, addressing the elephant in the room right away. Chancellor Palpatine is a leader that flips on 7, and historically in Limited, those have not been great. Most of the best leaders in Limited usually flip on 5 or 6, sometimes 4 if you're hyper aggro, but basically never on 7, and that's just because oftentimes the game is kind of decided by then in Limited. Sometimes it's not, and then in that case, yeah, flipping your 7 cost leader is going to be pretty good because it's going to be a big stats beast. I mean, 6/8 here is not insignificant. But yeah, flipping on 7 is already kind of points against Chancellor Palpatine here. That doesn't necessarily take him completely out of the race. Let's look at the rest of it. So you can pay 1 and draw a Plot card from your deck, from the top 5. And top 5 in Limited is better than top 5 in Constructed because you only have 30 cards in your deck. So top 5 is 1/6 of your full deck, right? And of course, you're drawing 6 cards at the beginning, so it's actually, 1/5, but actually you're not doing this on turn 1, so it's like 1/4. It's a lot of your deck. It's a large proportion of your deck. And whenever we've seen draw leaders in the past, they've usually been like restricted in some way, the ability itself. And this one is in the sense that it has to be a Plot card, but you can just do this whenever. If you have like an extra resource, obviously once per turn, but if you just have an extra resource, you can just tap or exhaust Chancellor Palpatine and go looking for Plot cards and, getting a little bit of card advantage that way. And it is card advantage, don't get me wrong, because every turn, most of the time, you're going to be resourcing a card. And if you're getting a Plot card with Palpatine, you're going to be resourcing that card most likely. So whenever you draw the 2 at your next regroup phase, you're going to probably not have to resource either of those 2 cards. And it's like you're actually drawing 2 instead of like sort of drawing 2, but really only drawing 1 because you have to resource. So Chancellor Palpatine is very real card advantage, and if you can make things go late enough, you can definitely take advantage of that. How many Limited games have you had where, you're on turn 8 and you're both in top deck mode, and you have 1 card and your opponent has 1 card, and the game is just decided by who draws better, who draws their 7 drop or 8 drop sooner, right? Palpatine really helps you with that because he, gets these Plot cards out of your deck and resourced, and that means you don't have to resource your late game card early because you can just resource your Plot card. I personally have lost games in Constructed where I drew my Crate Dragons and I had to resource them, on turn 3 because I needed other cards at the time, and then in the ultra late game, don't have my Crate Dragon and I can't win that game. I've had that happen and in Constructed, and I've certainly had it happen in Limited as well, where mid-game you resource your late-game cards just because you have to. Palpatine kind of gets around that. So it sounds like I'm singing his praises, and it sounds like I'm going to give him an incredible grade, but the flipping on 7 really is just a problem. And then when deployed, the next card you play using Plot costs 3 less. That is pretty good. It'll make him have a pretty explosive flip turn, more than the other leaders, even if you have a Plot card with them, right? Because that's going to be your whole turn, right? You flip a Plot leader, you play a card with Plot, it's going to cost you 4 resources or whatever. Maybe if you're lucky, you play a 2-drop. But Palpatine, you flip him, you play some 5-cost Plot card, it actually only costs you 2, and then you have 5 resources left to do something with, right? I think that Palpatine is very good in... I think Palpatine has a lot going for him in the ultra late game, having these massive explosive turns with Plot. That all being said, he does still flip on 7. The ability doesn't really affect the board. A kind of similar card to this, I think this is better, but a similar card to this is the Kylo Ren from Legends of the Force. He flipped on 7, and when he flipped, you could get a pretty impactful turn with him because you get to play cards not out of your hand, similar to Palpatine here with Plot. And every turn you could exhaust him and draw a card. There's a lot of analogs here, and Kylo Ren just wasn't very good, just because flipping on 7, sure, even if you got, I'm not even going to say free because you had to pay for it, but like free in a card advantage sense, card from your discard and put it on Kylo Ren, like it still just didn't make up for the fact that your opponent had already been swinging for 2 turns with Talzin or a turn with Snoke. Right? It's just, it just really, or, 2 turns with Kenobi, right? Or 3 turns if they're playing like Cal or something, right? Yeah, it just never really got there, or very rarely got there. And I think Palpatine is probably a little bit better, although no Sentinel is rough. Flipping Palpatine, assuming you don't have like some Plot card that instantly deal with this, and there are some. In specific, he actually goes quite well with the Palpatine unit. Because that unit creates Sentinels and costs 3, so it costs 0 out of Plot with Chancellor Palpatine leader here. We'll get to that card though. Anyway, I've been rambling a lot about this card. I think it is better than people are going to expect, but still it flips on 7, and its front side really doesn't affect the board that much. So I'm giving it a D+. You'll play it sometimes, but not often. And the other leader they give you in the pre-release kit is a lot better, as we'll see. Okay, I should move my camera because I'm covering up this wonderful human being. Yeah, next we have Jabba the Hutt, wonderful human being, who is a Vigilance Villainy leader, Underworld Hutt at common. He has action, pay 1, and exhaust. A friendly damaged unit deals 1 damage to an enemy unit. If the friendly unit has 3 or more damage on it, it deals 2 damage instead. And then he has epic action. If you have 5 or more resources, you can deploy him into a 2/8. That says, when another friendly unit is dealt damage and survives, you may have that unit deal that much damage to an enemy unit. Use this ability only once. Jabba's a very interesting leader. There are a couple of cards in the set that synergize with him, namely the his shuttle. It's a 3/5 that deals 2 damage when it enters, so it automatically turns on his front side here. But just having a damaged unit is actually a pretty easy thing to do in general, right? Like there's most of the time units have higher defense than they do attack, right? So you'll be able to play your 2-drop, they'll play their 2-drop, you'll be able to attack into their 2-drop, and then if they don't kill it, you can use Jabba, so they have to, or maybe they have the initiative, so they do something first, either attack your base or your unit. And if they attack your unit, then you have a damaged unit. You can use Jabba. If they attack your base, then you can attack their unit without fear of getting it immediately destroyed. There's some interesting lines that you can do with Jabba here in the early game, and then in the late game, you're always going to have a damaged unit. Early game is when you maybe won't, but all those lines, it'll be pretty easy to have a damaged unit most of the time. And then in both the early and late games. That second clause, if the unit has 3 or more damage on it, it deals 2 instead. That will probably happen in the late game, semi-often, and in that case, you're just paying 1 to deal 2. You just get Daring Raid on a leader. That's pretty incredible, because Daring Raid usually costs you a card, and this one doesn't. Now on the flip, 2 attack on a 5-flip leader is rough, I will say, for sure. Especially in the world of X3s and X4s that we're seeing. There are some X2s, but They're a little bit rarer now, and that is tough. However, the ability on the back is very strong. It says when another friendly unit is dealt damage and survives, you may have that unit deal that much damage to an enemy unit. Use this ability only once each round. So if you're able to kind of control the conversation a little bit in terms of attacking with units, and again, the fact that most units have more health than attack is very beneficial for Jabba here. But yeah, if you're able to control that, basically every attack is going to feel like a 2-for-1, or I guess once per turn, but like that's good enough. If you get like 1 or 2 2-for-1s off of your leader, like, and then also whatever the leader himself is doing, like that's pretty incredible, right? This will, in my opinion, synergize quite well with aggression. Like as a color, I think Jabba aggression will be the go-to, and that's because of a lot of things that deal ping damage around. There's one card that pings like 4 things and wants to ping one of your units in addition to that. So that will help turn on his front side here. And then, of course, there is, if you like hold Jabba a turn and then you're able to flip and do Cinta for 6, you immediately get a 2-for-1. Not on Jabba, assuming you have another unit as well to do that with. Now, you usually don't want to hold your leader deploy that late, or like later than you have to. But, every now and then, a little bit of creativity is in order. Usually you're going to flip this on 5, though. But there's a lot of very good synergy with this in terms of ping damage all around on some of your own units, in terms of his ship, and then in some of your enemy units. The extra ping that Jabba does can sometimes just finish off an enemy unit. There aren't really shields in this set, so the ping doesn't really do anything that exciting there. But nevertheless, watch out for this. His real only downside is the fact that he has 2 attack on his flip, which is tough. Also not an official, and that is relevant for some cards, as we will see. Overall, I'm giving Jabba a B-. I think that he is going to be a very strong leader, and this might actually be an underrate. He might be closer to a B, but we'll see. Next, we have Lama Su. We modified their genetics, which is a Vigilance Villainy Kaminoan official at rare that has action, exhaust. Play an upgrade from your hand on a friendly non-vehicle unit. It costs 1 less. If you do, deal 1 damage to that unit. And then if you control 6 or more resources, you can deploy it. It is a 3/7 that says when this unit completes an attack and survives, you may play an upgrade from your discard pile on a friendly non-vehicle unit. It costs 1 less. All right, so it's a upgrade synergy leader. How good are the upgrade cards in this set? Well, there aren't actually that many. So in contrast to plot, where there are 29 plot cards, and then for Palpatine, there's 20 non-hero ones, 14 at common, uncommon, and 18 total at common and uncommon that include heroism. So a lot of plot cards, 29 total. How many upgrades are there? There's like, I think 14. And that's in the full set. And then there's 9 that are not heroisms. So there really aren't that many. It's not an upgrade set. And if you're playing Lama Su so you can play upgrades, it's usually not going to work out super great for you. If you're lucky, you'll get a couple. But even then, upgrades are risky to play, as we know, because if you put an upgrade on a unit and it gets immediately removed, then you just got 2-for-1. You lost a unit and an upgrade in exchange for a removal spell, and that's really not good. Then, of course, Lama Su does ping your own unit as well. That's probably not going to be super relevant, but it is still definitely an extra downside in most cases. Can I say anything nice about Lama Su? It has the official tag. Even the stats aren't that good. 3/7 is a good stat line on 5, like that's Talzin and Quinlan, but 3/7 on 6 is really not good. Yeah, there isn't really a ton of good reasons to play Lama Su. I would just generally highly advise against it. As a result, I'm giving Lama Su a D. And that might be generous. Next, we have Leia Organa of A Secret Bloodline. She's a Vigilance Heroism New Republic official at common. It has action, pay 1 and exhaust, disclose Vigilance, Command, Aggression, Cunning, or Heroism. If you do, give an experience token to a unit that does not share an aspect with the disclosed card. And then it has epic action and flips on 6 to a 4/7 that has on attack. You may disclose Vigilance, Command, Aggression, Cunning, or Heroism. If you do, give an experience token to a unit that doesn't share an aspect with the disclosed card. So she reminds me a little bit of 2 leaders from Legends of the Force. You can probably predict who they are, which is Obi-Wan and Snoke. Both of those leaders kind of have repeatable experience counter effects. Kenobi's makes you use the Force, I think, and Snoke's makes you pay 1 and only put it on a unit with the highest power among villainy units, so it's restricted. And then Kenobi's only lets you put it on units that don't already have experience counters. So they both have restrictions, and they were both, I would say, 2 of the 3 best leaders in draft last set. So experience counters are not irrelevant. Do not misunderstand that. Leia herself, she can give an experience token to herself, assuming she is able to disclose, a command, aggression, or cunning card that doesn't have the heroism aspect, which kind of, if you remember Snoke, he was also a 4/7 that flipped on 6, and then attacked and gave himself an experience counter most of the time and became a 5/8. That was a real force to be reckoned with, and it will be here too if you can do that. But the difference between Leia and Snoke is Snoke could always do that, or basically always do that. Leia can't. You need to have that sort of mono aspect card in your hand that is not heroism or vigilance. And that's only going to be, probably a few cards in your deck. A lot of the time they will have that heroism aspect or that vigilance aspect or both, right? Just by the nature of how the draft numbers pan out. So I'm giving some downsides for Leia here, but there's a lot of upside here. You'll basically always be able to find something to put experience counters on the front side, and you don't need to use the Force, and you don't need to only put it on one unit, right? You can spread it out if you want, which is usually what you want to be doing in games like this, right? So you don't just get like removal like 6 for 1. And you can do it every turn. All it costs is 1 resource, and sometimes you will just have an extra resource lying around in drafts. And you don't always draw your perfect curve. Sometimes you play 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop, 4-drop, right? And then you just have an extra resource that last turn. Okay, well, great. Use Leia. Getting some number of experience counters off of her is just going to be incredible. It's going to swing math a lot in terms of trades, and I do think that Leia is one of the stronger leaders in this set for that reason. So overall, I think that repeatable experience counter on a leader is very good. I'm going to give her a B. Next, we have Satine Kryze, standing on principles, who is a Vigilance, Heroism, Mandalorian official leader at Rare. That has action, exhaust, heal up to 2 damage from a unit. If you do, deal that much damage to your base. And then if you control 5 or more resources, deploy this leader. And she is a 0/8 with Restore 4. So definitely one of the most interesting leaders in the game, I think. Just the fact that she has 0 attack on her flip is very neat. Now, that doesn't mean she can be ignored, though, because Restore 4 is a huge amount. This will swing base math incredibly. So even though Satine won't be killing any of your opponent's units most of the time, they will still need to attack into her. So in addition to the Restore 4 you're getting, you're probably also getting at least 8 healed off of your base. So Satine is basically always going to be healing your base for like at least 12. And there is a trade-off for that. The trade-off is that you don't really get a leader in the same way that most other decks do. But, some decks are okay with just having a really chunky base and then just not having that much of a leader. She synergizes with her front half as well, because her front half is going to be making your units a little bit tankier and dealing a bit of damage to your base. But Satine can flip and just heal that damage right off. So... and as we saw from Rose in Jump to Lightspeed, healing your units can be really strong. And not only in like a, objective theory space, but also in your opponents might sometimes misplay, like I have many times against Rose. Sometimes I calculate my attacks on a turn, and then I attack into one of their units, and I'm getting ready to finish it off, and they go, oh, Rose, heal it for 2, and I'm like, oh, I forgot about that. So that is going to be something that happens here. Sometimes you just forget that your opponents can, or sometimes your opponents just forget that you can actually just heal that unit for 2, and then you get a very favorable trade there. Now, should you be going into a pre-release assuming that your opponents are going to misplay? Probably not, but every now and then it'll happen, and it'll feel really funny for you when it does. So there is some upside to this leader, and I know that this leader is not great, just to be clear, and we'll see that in a moment, but I think that people are going to underrate her a little bit. Now, again, I know she's not great. 0 attack is real tough, but again, she can't be ignored. She gets really tanky, and you can kind of get away with putting maybe a bit more top end into your deck if you have her as a leader, just because the game will go a tiny bit later because your base will be so chunky. But you better have an answer for your opponent's leader. I don't know what that answer is going to be, but you better have one, because oftentimes leaders go into each other, and that will not be happening here. So I don't know what it's going to be, but you should probably do that. Satine, I think, pairs okay with Command, because there is a decent amount of restore there as well, for officials too. And I think that the more restore you can put in Satine, the better that'll work towards your game plan of healing your units and putting damage on your base, because you'll just be restoring it, which will make your opponents want to trade into your units more, which, if you've built your deck so it skews in the late game, is beneficial for you, right? So Satine, I don't think she's great. I think she's probably like a D+, but I think that there is a space for her. Next, we have Colonel Yularen. This is Why We Plan, which is a command villainy Imperial official leader at common that has action, exhaust, attack with a unit. Then you may attack with another unit that costs less than it. It has epic action. If you control 5 or more resources, you may deploy him. He's a 4/6 that says when this unit completes an attack and survives, you may attack with another unit that costs 4 or less. Wow. So first of all, 5 costs, or a 5 flip leader that is a 4/6 is very good stats, right? 4 is a lot more attack than you often get on a 5 flip leader. We see 3/7 as like really pushed. Sometimes we see 3/6. Sometimes we see 3/5. My hero Chirrut from set 1. But 4/6 on 5 is amazing. On the front side, attack with a unit, then you may attack with another unit that costs less than it. That's going to get you initiative a lot, right? Because you're condensing an action or 2 actions into 1 action. You're not always going to be able to do it. Sometimes you have 2, 3 drops, and then you can't use that ability because nothing costs less than the other one. But oftentimes you just have you play your 2-drop, you play your 3-drop, and then on turn 3 you activate Colonel Yularen, attack with your 3-drop, attack with your 2-drop. Then your opponent does something, you play your 4-drop, your opponent does something else, you take initiative, and then you go into 5 with initiative, and that's the leader flip turn. There are a lot of cards in this set that care a lot about initiative. Some of them you'll be playing in this deck, especially if you play red, which is, I think, the aspect that will go best with Colonel Yularen. There are a decent amount of cards that care about having initiative. And then also, if your opponent decides to do something like play Cassian, it's going to be really hard for them to do that if you're playing Yularen, just because that card really, really wants initiative, and you are going to deny that most of the time. So I haven't even really talked about the backside yet, other than the 4/6 stats. It says when this unit completes an attack and survives, you may attack with another unit that costs 4 or less. So it's still action sheet. Even on the backside, you're probably going to be keeping initiative a lot of the time, just because you will always have one kind of extra action that you get to take, and that's usually enough to maintain initiative. So this is a really good aggro leader, and your opponent is kind of going to be on the back foot right from the beginning. The one downside I can really think of is that your opponent can kind of see it coming, and you'll pretty much never be activating this ability until turn 3 at the earliest. And your opponent can maybe play around it, and at that point it can feel a little bit worse. But overall, I think this leader is very strong and kind of demands an answer in terms of its ability to go fast and maintain initiative and close out games before your opponent even knows what hits them. So I think this is probably a B- leader, and I could even be underrating that. It's very good, and it has the official tag, which is very relevant. Next, we have Dryden Voss, I Never Ask Twice, who is a command villainy underworld leader at rare. This is, it has action, exhaust, and discard a card that costs 6 or more from your hand. And you get to play a unit that costs 5 or less from your hand, paying its cost, and it gains ambush for this phase. And then it flips on 7 into a 5/7 that has overwhelm, and you may discard a card, and you have an action. You can do this any number of times per turn. It doesn't exhaust. Discard a card from your hand. You may play a card, and it gains ambush for this phase. Yeah, so this is basically kind of like a repeatable ECL or timely intervention, and that shouldn't really be underestimated. That being said, I might be underestimating Dryden Voss a bit here, because the action is pretty prohibitive. You need to have a card that costs 6 or more in your hand, and most draft decks, you don't want more than a few of those, right? And the ones you do want, you kind of want to keep them for late game so you can win the game in that regard. But if you do that, you get a unit that costs 5 or less with Ambush, which is incredible, right? Ambush is the best keyword in Star Wars Unlimited Draft and Sealed, or Limited, and it's not even close. So this is very strong to give a card Ambush. How strong, though? Is it strong enough to go down having a leader that affects the board in another way and also go down a card every time? Sometimes you do just want timely intervention, and this gives you that whenever you want it, assuming you have a card in your hand that you can discard for this. But is that enough? Maybe. The problem is, if your opponent's able to stave off your initial attack, they're probably going to win the late game because you're pitching all of your good stuff into the bin, right? So unless you have cards that you can use to get those back, and there are a couple in the set, and if you build your deck in that way, that's super interesting, and we'll see if that works. That'd be really cool if it did. But you're pitching all your late game threats, and sure, you have a leader that flips on 7. In a way, that's a late game threat, but a 5/7 overwhelm, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think that's going to be the late game threat that you need. Your opponent has had their leader out for at least 1 turn, probably, and maybe 2 turns, and they're getting a bunch of value with that. And then you flip Dryden Voss. Sure, it's probably maybe a little bit bigger, but the value your opponent's been able to get by now, and then you're down your late game cards because you were ambushing stuff early, right? That's going to be a really tough scenario for you to be in. Now, I will say, if you are able to hold on to some late game cards when you flip him, you can give those high cost cards ambush on his flip side. You can discard a 1-drop or a 2-drop, and you can give your 8-drop, or I guess on his flip turn, you can give your 7-drop ambush. And that's probably, if you're able to do that, going to be pretty incredible, maybe just straight up win you the game, right? And that can't be underestimated. But ultimately, I'm not high on Dryden Voss. But there is definitely spike potential, so I'm tentatively giving him a C, but I can pretty much guarantee that this guy will be in my cards I was most wrong about, and I think he's going to go lower. I think he's probably a D+, but I've given him a C for now just because I have to respect the ambush keyword that's repeatable on this leader, but I think that the play patterns are just not healthy or conducive to a winning strategy most of the time. Next up, we have Bail Organa doing everything he can. He's a Command Heroism Republic official leader at Rare that says action, pay 1 and exhaust. If a friendly unit was defeated this phase, return a friendly resource to its owner's hand. If you do, put the top card of your deck into play as a resource. And then action, not epic action, notably, exhaust and discard 2 cards from your hand. If you control 4 or more resources, deploy this leader. And he deploys into a 3/3 that says when you play a card for your resources, heal 1 damage from your base. So Bale has a pretty specific strategy he wants to be doing. First of all, let me just say that a 4-cost leader, that is good, a 4-flip leader. You're going to be out almost guaranteed before your opponent, and you can start affecting the board. 3/3 stat line leaves a little bit to be desired. In Legends of the Force, Cal was a pretty good leader. He flipped on 4. He was a 3/4. And you kind of mess with your opponent's plan by exhausting stuff. But Bale being at 3/3, there are some 1-drops that trade into Bale. Or not 1-drops, there's some 2-drops that you play on turn 1 that trade into Bale, right? There's a 3/3 for 2 in this set. There's a few 3/2s, right? There's Chopper, who's a 4/1. Bale is just he's so squishy, and you have to discard 2 every time you want to deploy him. Now, sounds like I'm saying a bunch of bad stuff about him, and I kind of am. I don't think he's a great leader, but there are some. I think this is a well-designed card because it's very clear what it wants you to do. You're supposed to have a bunch of plot cards, specifically plot units, in your resources, and that's because you resource them early. You discard some cards to flip Bale, and then you're able to play those units from your discard. And then you gain some life off of that, and then Bale dies, and then the units defeated that you got off a plot, and then you can use his front ability to return a resource to your hand that's maybe something you need at that time, replace it with the top, and then you kind of continue that cycle. Because every time a unit dies, once per turn, you're kind of drawing a card out of your resources. It's a bit better than drawing a card because you get to choose which card you need, assuming it's in your resources. And all of this drawing out of your resources, it's, again, going to give you a decent amount of advantage, which you will sometimes spend on discarding 2 and flipping Bale, and then maybe getting another plot card out of your resources. So there's interesting lines here for sure. It's a very interesting card, and I think I really think this is a very well-designed card. I'm interested to see what happens with it in Constructed, if it's good enough for that, but I don't really think it's good enough in Limited. I think it's a little too cute, but I do like what they're trying to do here. I like the creativity. Unfortunately, I do think it is probably close to a D+. But if someone can pull it off, I hope they do, because it is very cool. Next, we have Mon Mothma forming a coalition. She is a Command Heroism Republic official leader at common that says, ignore the aspect penalties on non-villainy official units you play. She flips on 5 into a 3/7 that is a Republic official still that says, ignore the aspect penalties on non-villainy official units you play, and each other friendly official unit gets +0/+1. So I think Mon Mothma is incredible. Let's talk about downsides first, because there's one main one here, and it's the fact that you don't really have like a leader ability that can like affect the board as you go, right? You don't get to like ping anything or have a conditional card draw or any, or any like resource cheat or anything like that. You just don't have a leader ability. You're never going to be exhausting Mon Mothma on the front side because there's just nothing there, right? But that's kind of where the downside ends. I think Mon Mothma is an incredible leader. So first of all, flipping on 5 and being a 3/7. We've seen that before. Like I said, Quinlan, which was one of the best limited leaders and ended up being a great constructed leader, and Talzin, which arguably was the best limited leader in Legends of the Force, was a 3/7 as well. And Mon Mothma continues to carry that torch with that amazing stat line. Now, how good is this ability? Well, it's not good in the same way that a lot of other leader abilities are good. It doesn't directly affect the board, but what this will do is it will vastly increase the average card quality in your deck. So the fact that there are so many officials in this set means that if you have Mon Mothma as one of your leaders and you suspect that you might be building her, you can just take officials, because oftentimes like pack 2, let's say you're in Mon Mothma and you're playing blue, which is, just to be clear, I think one of the better colors for her to be playing, but let's say you're in Mon Mothma, you're playing blue, and then you're partway through pack 2 and there's like some crazy yellow heroism official that comes by. Most of the time you would be like, oh, I'm in an officials deck and this card would be insane, but I'm not going to pay the +2 resource penalty. It wouldn't be good then, right? Mon Mothma just says, yeah, okay, take that card, right? And you're probably going to be running like 5 or 6, maybe more cards in your deck that you would not otherwise be able to run. And that's 5 or 6 cards that are the 5 or 6 worst cards that would have been in your deck are now replaced with 5 or 6 that might be the best cards in your deck, right? Like the average card quality in your deck, if you're running Mon Mothma, is going to be genuinely incredible. I think that she is one of the best leaders in the set, maybe the best for draft. Sealed, it's a little bit tougher just because you don't really have any control over which officials you get. But even still in Sealed, like, if you're building a regular deck, you would have, say, a blue-green deck, and then you would have like 1 or 2 yellow officials that you're like, I wish I could run this, or red officials that you wish you could run. And Mon Mothma just says, yeah, throw them in. I do think she'll be a little better in draft than Sealed, just because you can curate your deck around officials. But no, she's incredible. I'm giving her a B, and I think that is maybe even low, just because the effect she'll have on the quality of your deck. It's probably not low. She's probably a B. But also, I should note that spies are officials as well, so all of your spies are going to be 0/3s that attack as 2/3s. And that's like a pretty small upgrade, but it's still an upgrade, and it's pretty significant, especially given the amount of cards in this set that make spies. There are a lot. Now, keep in mind, again, because I know that someone will forget about, they'll think Mon Mothma, I can play officials without penalty, and they'll put like villain officials in their deck. It says it right there, don't put villain officials in your deck. Well, I mean, you can, but you're going to be paying the aspect penalties on them. In fact, you'll be paying both aspect penalties. Like if you're playing Mon Mothma Blue and you played a red villainy official, you would have to pay for the red and the villainy, because they are villainy officials. So the text on Mon Mothma does not apply for them. So definitely incredible card, and she herself is an official, obviously, which has lots of synergy in this set. So definitely looking forward to Mon Mothma official piles, because those will be, I think, very fun. Anytime I get to play like a WooBird deck, I'm always excited, you know. So Mon Mothma, giving her a B, and genuinely, I think, one of the best leaders in the set. All right, let's go to Daedra Miro, not wasting time. She's an aggression villainy Imperial official leader at common, that has action, pay 1 and exhaust, choose an enemy unit. Its controller may deal 2 damage to it. If they don't, draw a card. She flips on 4 as an epic action into a 2/5 that says, while you have more cards in hand than an opponent, this unit gains Raid 2. Really quick, before we say anything, giving your opponent a choice is always bad. It's worse than it seems, and it already seems pretty bad. One of the cards, and I've known this for a while, but in Legends of the Force set review, I thought that Watto was going to be an incredible card. Now, Watto is good, don't get me wrong. Watto is very good in draft. That's the 1/6 that on attack your opponent chose whether you drew a card or got to put an experience counter somewhere. But yeah, that opponent choosing, it really did make things difficult for you, more than you anticipated anyway. Now, of course, both of these options on Daedra seem great, and the fact you can do it every turn unconditionally just for 1 resource is incredible, right? You just get to do this whenever, and you get to pick the unit too, so you'll probably know what your opponent's going to pick whenever you do the action, because of course they're always going to pick the option that's worse for you, or best for them, right? They're never going to, you're never going to target their 3/2 with this, and they're going to be like, yeah, okay, I can kill that, right? They're going to let you draw a card in that case. So you can kind of, in a sense, tailor whether you want to draw the card or not based on what unit you target, but you probably shouldn't be thinking about it like that. Just consider all of the options and think about which one works best for you. But nevertheless, both of those are quite good, and she will probably draw you cards, which of course synergizes with her flip side that says, while you have more cards in your hand than an opponent, this unit gains Raid 2. So she attacks with a 4/5, flipping on turn 4, which is, I think, probably the highest attacking 4-flip leader we have seen. Don't quote me on that, but and the flip will pretty much always be on. That Raid 2 ability, especially on the flip turn, just because you can pretty much always guarantee that your opponent will give you cards off of this action if you're targeting like an X2 of theirs, right? And if they don't give you a card off of that, then they just you just spent 1 and no cards from your leader to kill one of their units, which is obviously an incredible outcome for you, right? So it is in their best interest to give you the card and to turn on the backside here with and give her Raid 2, right? It's in your opponent's best interest to do that. And then that's in your best interest to start smacking base and, closing out the game before your opponent's 7 drops come down. No, I think she's quite good. I think that, and then of course she's an official, which has some synergy here. And I think that I've noticed that people kind of sleep a little bit on 4-cost leaders. They are usually statted significantly worse than 5-cost leaders, and of course 6-cost leaders. But the extra turn of value you get early while your opponents are still setting up in a limited game, you get one of the best cards in your deck while your opponents are dirtling around with random 2 and 3 costs, C-grade cards. Don't sleep on that. You can really snowball with that. And once Daedra ends up dying, going back to that side, you're probably going to end up drawing even more cards and killing smaller units with her. So, no, I think Daedra is a great unit and one that people will be sleeping on because of the 4-cost thing, or a great leader, sorry. So I'm giving her a B-. I was waffling between B- and C+ for her. I think that she could be in either camp, but I'm leaning towards B-. Next, we have Governor Price, Tyrant of Lothal. She's a aggression, villainy, imperial official leader at rare that has action, pay 1 and exhaust to ready a token unit. And then an epic action she flips on 6 into a 4/6 that says this unit gets +1/+0 for each friendly token unit. And then on attack, she creates a spy token. Each ready friendly token unit. I don't remember if I said ready. So the tokens do need to be ready. So Governor Price is interesting because on the front, ready a token unit basically just means ready a spy in the set. And I don't really think that's good for one. Best case scenario, it's Daring Raid, which is of course good when it's on a leader and you don't have to spend a card on it. But like, it's a little bit awkward because oftentimes your opponents are going spy tokens are very easy to control. They're 0/2s, so you can just like eat them with basically any unit you have and take no damage back. And so if your opponent's playing Governor Price, that's usually what you'll be doing. And then her front side will be completely useless. And so the back side, 4/6 on 6, that's not particularly good. That's actually, that's a very bad stat line. We saw a 4/6 for 5 earlier, I think, right? In Colonel Yularen. 4/6 for 6, definitely not great. Now, is she always going to be a 4/6? No, sometimes she will be a 5/6 or a 6/6, which is better for sure. But she has like kind of a weird sequencing problem because there are 17 non-heroism ways to make spies. Not all of them are good. And then of course, her front side makes them as well. Governor Price has a weird problem where she's quite weak against Sentinels. And that's because she wants to attack first, right? And oftentimes you want to clear out Sentinels with smaller units so that your leader can get in for a big swing or trade with a more important unit. But if your opponent has a Sentinel down and you have Price with, 2 spy tokens, so she's a 6/6, right? Yeah, you can probably take out that Sentinel with an attack from Price, but then you just have these dinky spies that your opponent's probably going to just trade into, right? Or not trade into, just completely eat. Or you could take out the Sentinel with all your spy tokens, maybe, but then they're not ready to. A, they're probably dead, but B, if they're not dead, if they're not dead, they're not readied anymore. So Price doesn't get the bonus, and she's back down to being a 4/6. I just don't really think that she's particularly impressive of a leader. I think that she maybe gets there if your opponent isn't really aware of like tokens being able to snowball, I guess. But even still, I just really don't see it. I think she's probably, I said C- here, but I think she's probably closer to a D+ if I'm honest. I just don't really see Price. The stat line's not good. The ability's not good. The backside ability is also not good, but maybe I will be wrong. The benefit is that she's an official. There's synergy. Wow. All right. This is probably going to be my most controversial one. So let's get into it. We have Cassian Andor Climb, which is a aggression heroism rebel leader at rare that says friendly units that have damaged an opponent's base this phase can't be attacked unless they have sentinels. So it kind of gives them hidden text. And then if you control 6 or more resources, deploy this leader into a 6/2 overwhelm. And it says while you have initiative, this unit isn't defeated by having no remaining HP and can't be defeated using enemy card abilities. So it's like a better version of Chirrut, because Chirrut still died to like Rival's Fall, for example. This wouldn't. Chirrut still died to Power of the Dark Side. This wouldn't. Of course, there's no Power of the Dark Side or Rival's Fall in this set. There's actually something kind of similar, though. Anyway, so this is a very interesting leader, and I think it's pretty polarizing. Most people I've seen say it's very good for limited. And I can see why, because if you're able to keep control of the initiative, this is an unkillable 6/2, and with overwhelm, so Sentinel doesn't stop him. And just like a couple of swings to base with Cassian, you're done. And so a plan, and 6 attack is going to probably be the highest attack thing on the field. So you're probably likely to win a race if you have Cassian down and can keep him alive. So sometimes you will just, I deploy Cassian, I attack with Cassian, I claim initiative. Next turn, I attack with Cassian. Maybe I claim initiative. Maybe I play another unit and then claim initiative, right? Like there's going to be a lot of lines where you're just like not taking actions and just claiming initiative when you have Cassian out so that you could just continue to do damage to base. But the problem is, your opponent can just take like one slightly less optimal turn and maybe forego one of their actions and just kill Cassian with like a 1-drop or like a 2-cost removal spell. Like, because oftentimes, or none of that, right? Like if you have a Sentinel down and your opponent deploys Cassian and they attack through your Sentinel, get a couple of damage into your base, your Sentinel dies, Cassian is now at -2 health or something like that. Great. They take initiative. You go to next turn. They immediately attack your base with Cassian. You play a unit. They attack your base with something else. Maybe you take initiative. Cassian instantly dies. Great. Sometimes it will look like your opponent has initiative and they don't right away attack with Cassian because they think they can maybe get extra value by doing something else first. And then you just take initiative and Cassian dies and they just kind of skipped their turn and lost their leader. There's lots of ways that you can deal with Cassian here. And maybe I'm forgetting something or like not considering some line where Cassian just can stay alive forever and just continually bash your base for 6. And in that case, yeah, sure. Great leader, incredible. But I think the front side, just giving your units hidden, is probably not going to be good enough. Yeah, sure. It means that one of your units, probably whatever your best unit is probably not going to be is going to survive an extra turn. But like if your opponent attacks your base and they have Cassian, yeah, you can't attack that unit. You just attack one of their other units. You control their board, and then next turn you attack whatever their biggest unit is if you have initiative, and if you don't, you get rid of one of their other units. Like, yeah, sure, they're getting damage into your base, but one thing we know about Limited is unless they can really get there on aggro, which maybe Cassian can, then controlling the board is usually much more important than hitting base. That's true in Limited and also in most of the time in Constructed as well. So he's definitely a very interesting leader, and I think it's possible that there are some decks that really do well with him. That new plot card that everybody's talking about, Syntha, is going to be incredible with him, right? Because you flip Cassian, you play Syntha, you immediately get in for 5, you take initiative, right? Like, there's going to be some pretty great turns there. But I'm describing a lot of upside with Cassian, but truly sometimes, like, almost half the time, you're going to be not even having the initiative going into turn 6 with Cassian. And yeah, maybe you make a greedy claim on the 5 resource turn, so you can do that, sure. But then, like, you know, your opponent gets, if the claim was greedy, that probably means you're not playing out all of your cards or not getting in and controlling the board or getting damage into base. And, you know, your opponent presumably is doing all of those things on 5. And yeah, maybe now your Cassian is a bit better because you go and do it with initiative. But again, there's a million ways that you just deal 2 damage to him and take initiative, right? It's going to, I think, make a lot of people feel bad on the day whenever they try to do it and it doesn't quite work. Just because I can see so many ways that it goes wrong. But some people are saying this is going to be the best leader for Limited, this set, and I'm not going to say that they're wrong. They might be right. Maybe I am being too doomer about this, but I really do think that 2 health on a 6 flip leader is not going to cut it, especially when the gimmick that keeps it alive is so finicky, right? Like you can't guarantee that you're going to have it depending on how the game is played out up until that point, the turn you flip Cassian. So, a very risky one, but I am excited to build it myself personally, and I'm really excited to see how other people build it as well. Maybe it will be incredible. Who knows? Anyway, I've waffled enough. I've given this card a C-, and maybe that is an overrate or an underrate. It's probably not an overrate, because there is still like pretty substantial upside with Cassian. He's a great aggro leader, for sure. Like, the fact that his opponent, or that you can't like interact with the units that he's already attacked your base with, means that he's going to be attacking your base a lot. And Cassian probably, yeah, is going to win the race. The way you build a Cassian deck, it's probably going to outrace every other deck, right? The problem is other decks aren't usually trying to race you. They're going to control the board. They're going to play Sentinels, and that's going to be a really big problem for you, unless you have some way to deal with that. So we'll see, but I'm not convinced at this very moment. Next we have Luthen Rail, Don't You Want to Fight for Real, who is an aggression, heroism, rebel at common leader that says when a friendly unit is defeated while attacking, you may exhaust this leader. If you do, deal 1 damage to a unit or base. Then he flips on 5 as an epic action into a 2/7 rebel that says when a friendly unit is defeated while attacking, you may deal 2 damage to unit or base. So ping leaders are always strong in Draft and Sealed, and often in Constructed too. This has kind of a similar problem to Jabba. Jabba was a 2/8. This is a 2/7. 2 attack leaders are a little tough. They don't really... oftentimes you're going to flip a leader and then it'll be able to like, eat like a medium-sized unit. Both Jabba and Luthen can't do that. They can maybe eat a very small unit. But that's not exactly where they shine. They shine with this incredible ping ability because it kind of secretly makes all of your units trade up. If you have a 2/2 and you attack their 2/3, normally that just sucks for you, right? But now you deal 2 and then you exhaust Luthen and you deal 1 damage to that, and now you've traded up. So it makes all of your smaller units trade up. It can make some of your units, especially overwhelm units, like really get into base, like get that extra 1 or 2 damage on the back. Luthen on the front is scary because it lets all of your units trade up. That's the main thing. And sometimes, if you even trade, you get an extra 1 in for base. That's not nothing. But Luthen on the back is like a 2-for-1 machine. It's not once per turn. You can just do this whenever. If you have a bunch of spies, Luthen is incredible because they're all attacking for 2 and then they die and then they deal 2 to just any unit or base, right? Like that's an insane amount of value. So all of your spies are effectively either attacking a unit for 4, but better than that though, because they can also, if they, in a pinch, if they need to, they can just attack the unit for 2 and also 2 to base or 2 to another unit, right? The spy synergy with Luthen is very well thought out and quite strong, but it's not even just spies. It doesn't stop there. It's anything. Any units. And in fact, it's actually Luthen himself. Luthen does see his own when defeated, or not when defeated, but he does see his own ability. If he attacks and he himself is defeated, yeah, you can still deal 2 to something. Luthen is an incredibly strong leader that is kind of primarily held back by that 2 attack stat line, which Aggro really would rather something that attacks a little bit more than that. So I've said C+ here, but I don't know. I think that's a mistake. I think this should say, I'm looking at my spreadsheet. Yeah, Luthen should be a B-. My mistake. So ignore that. That should say B-. I think Luthen is incredible. Next, we have Sly Moore, Cypher in the Dark, who is a cunning villainy leader at Common. She's a Force Imperial official. I always forget she's a Force user. She has action, pay 1 and exhaust. If there are 4 or more exhausted units in play, create a spy token. And then she flips on 5 as an epic action into a 3/6 that says on attack, you may deal 2 damage to an exhausted unit. All right, so on the front side, how often are there going to be 4 or more exhausted units in play? Not super often, like sometimes. If it is, it'll be like at the very end of the turn. You've already maybe played out your hand. Your opponent's maybe taken initiative. If you have an extra resource, cool, spy token, hell yeah, nice. But like, that's not going to happen super often. Maybe if you're lucky throughout the course of a game, you get 1, maybe 2 off of her, but I just don't think that's going to happen super often. Now, 3/6 for 5 is a respectable stat line. It's not 3/7. That is a pretty significant breakpoint, actually. But 3/6 is still quite good. I mean, Kenobi was a 3/6 in Legends, and that was one of the best limited leaders in that set. On attack, you may deal 2 damage to an exhausted unit is actually very good. It's a very strong flip ability. There are some cards in the set that will synergize with exhausting units that will like just exhaust units and stuff. And then, yeah, sure, Sly Moore attacks. If it attacks that unit, it attacks as a 5. If she attacks that unit, she attacks as a 5/6. If she attacks a base, she can maybe ping kill a unit. There's a lot of, especially if you play a Sentinel, your opponent has to exhaust one of their units to attack into it. Maybe they kill your Sentinel and their bigger unit has a couple of HP left. You just attack with Sly Moore, it dies. There's a lot of lines you can do and a lot of ways you can build your deck that really benefit Sly Moore's ability here. Namely, you want Sentinels, you want Spies. Well, you want Sentinels for her backside, you want Spies for the front. I will say that Sly Moore can snowball because the spy tokens that you create, whenever they're exhausted, count as exhausted units for her front ability. So if your opponent's playing Sly Moore and they play a bunch of spies, it probably is in your best interest to start dealing with some of those spies because otherwise she can just create more. It'll snowball kind of like Vader's ability, but a little bit differently. Vader from Jump to Lightspeed, that is. The one that makes TIE Fighters. Sorry, I was told that I should, when I mention cards that are not on the screen, I should actually say what they are. It's the one that makes TIE Fighters from Jump to Lightspeed. So, and that one can snowball. So this one can snowball in a similar way. And I think that it is interesting it'll be important to watch out for that. If you sit across from a Sly Moore and they start going wide, I think it is in your best interest to clean that up. But I just don't see it coming together all that often. I think it's probably like a C-. If you really get there, maybe it's like a C+ if you like get a ton of synergy. But I don't see the front side being great. And the back side, I think, is a little bit too... I've said C- here. I think I'm wrong. I think it's probably like a C. I just think there's so many ways where her back ability is really good. Like your opponent flips their leader and you flip Slimemoor and your opponent attacks either Slimemoor or something else, and then you attack that, and you can oftentimes kill their leader if they've attacked a unit with Slimemoor's on attack ability, and she will often stick around. I think there's too many lines where that's just good enough. So I think I'm giving her a C, even though I do think her front ability is oftentimes not actually going to come up. So ignore the C minus. She's probably closer to a C. I've updated my spreadsheet. Next up, we have C-3PO, Human Cyborg Relations, which is a cunning heroism rebel droid at common. It has action, pay 1 and exhaust. If you control an exhausted unit, exhaust a unit. And it says epic action, flips on 4 into a 1/6 rebel droid that says on attack, if you control another exhausted unit, you may exhaust the unit. So I've talked a lot about 2 attack being a liability on 5 flip leaders. I think 1 attack is more of a liability on 4 flip leaders. So when you have a leader that flips on 4, it usually is telling you that it wants you to be like kind of aggressive. And I don't think that's what C-3PO is telling me here, because 1 attack means that it doesn't really get to kill anything. Now, it's a little bit kind of like Cal from Legends of the Force, but Cal was a 3/4, which I think is usually going to be a better stat line than 1/6 on a leader. Cal could eat smaller units, and Cal could do stuff on his own, whereas C-3PO, you need to have another exhausted unit. So on the flip turn, you're going to probably attack with a unit first, then flip C-3PO, and then attack with C-3PO, and then by then, do they have any non-exhausted units? Like, not really. And then you go into the next turn, they probably have initiative because you flipped the leader on 4 and they probably didn't. They play a unit, and then you attack with another unit, and then they flip their leader. Actually, no, they wouldn't even do that. They would flip their leader first. You would attack with a unit. Their leader would attack and kill 3PO or something, and then you would attack with 3PO, and they probably have no units to exhaust, maybe 1. I don't know. I don't think that I'm particularly impressed by it, and that's kind of best case scenario what I'm describing. That being said, I'm trying to give 3PO the credit of the doubt here. Exhausting units is annoying, for sure. Like, Cal, I think, snuck under a lot of people's radars and ended up being kind of better than people expected. And I think C-3PO will do something similar. So I think I'm going to give him a D+. I don't think he's unplayable, but I really think that you should consider doing other things. Good. Next, we have Padme Amidala. What Do You Have to Hide? Who is a cunning heroism Naboo Republic official at special rarity. So once again, this is one that you will get for sure in your pre-release box, and you will not get at any drafts unless you pull a showcase. She's one of the starter deck leaders, or spotlight deck leaders. So if you want to play Padme at pre-release, you can do that. She says, when you reveal or discard 1 or more cards from your hand, you may exhaust this leader. If you do, deal 1 damage to a unit. And then epic action, if you control 6 or more resources, deploy this leader. She deploys into a 3/8 that says, when you reveal or discard 1 or more cards from your hand, you may deal 1 damage to a unit. So Padme, again, kind of pretty clearly tells you what she wants you to do. She wants you to use disclose mechanics. There are 26 disclose cards in the set that aren't in villainy, which is a lot. So I think this is going to be very strong, especially because when you're disclosing cards, you're already getting like extra stuff from that disclose. Like, disclose cards, when you play them without the disclose, are kind of undervalued, right? Like, you get less than you paid for. But when you do the disclose, you do get more than what you paid for. And obviously there's the downside of giving your opponent information, and then there's also the downside, like we talked about when talking about disclose. There's the downside of sometimes you just won't be able to do it, right? Sometimes you will have to had resource some of your disclose cards, and sometimes you just won't draw them, depending on how prohibitive the disclose cost is. Sometimes it is pretty bad, and sometimes it's not super bad. So, but nevertheless, if you're able to do it, it usually gets you a very high value card, and then Padme makes it even more high value. So I'd call it win more, but you don't even need to be ahead to do it. You just need to be able to do a disclose, which you can often do from behind. So, like, I think that Padme is going to be very strong, just because she makes your strongest cards in your deck, which will be kind of true if you get to pay the disclose. She'll make them even stronger. She's a ping leader, right? Now 3/8 for 6, that is a fine stat line. You know, that's completely respectable. And she has the same ability on the back. You can do it any number of times on the back, but you usually aren't going to be disclosing more than one thing a turn anyway. If you are, that's great. You get to ping 2 things. That's incredible. But no, I think Padme is going to be a very strong leader, especially if you build your deck correctly around disclosing stuff. If you don't get there on disclose stuff, there is also like when you discard cards from your hand. That doesn't happen too often. There are some pretty good discard cards in the set. So if your opponent's playing those, I guess you get like a bit of random synergy there. But it's mostly going to be the disclose part. So if you don't get there on the disclose cut stuff, is Padme good? No, not really. She's a 3/8 for 6, and that's just not going to be doing much. But if you get there on the disclose stuff, I think Padme is one of the strongest leaders in the set. But just as that risk, I am going to give her a B-, just because if you don't get there, it's tough. But if you're getting there, then she's probably close to a B. Next up, we have Sabe, Queen's Shadow, who is a Cunning Heroism Naboo leader at Rare that says, when a friendly unit deals combat damage to a base, you may exhaust this leader. If you do, look at the top 2 cards of the defending player's deck, discard one of those cards, and put the other back on top. She flips on 5 into a 3/6 as an epic action. That is a 3/6 Naboo with Raid 1, and when this unit deals combat damage to a base, look at the defending player's hand. You may discard a card from it. If you do, they draw a card. So Sabe, I think, I'll just say it now, is probably the best one of the... It's either her or Mon Mothma, the best card, best leader for Limited in this set. So right off the bat, I wrote in my notes for Sabe, stun lock your opponents out of their best draws. These kids don't know about Jace the Mind Sculptor. Like, people... The idea of like looking at the top card of your opponent's deck, looking at the top 2 cards, and just being like, oh, this card would like be a problem for me right now, and putting that on the bottom, they just don't get to draw it until like, discarding it. Sorry, my mistake. Looking at those 2 cards, picking one that you don't want to deal with right now, and just straight up putting it in their discard and putting the other on top. Now, A, you know their draw. B, you've gotten rid of whatever the card that would benefit them the most is, right? Especially if we're dealing with late game stuff here, because how many games are decided by like who's going to top deck their 7-drop first? If you have Sabe out, you get to look at your opponent's deck. Oh, you see a 7-drop and a 2-drop? 7-drop goes in the bin, enjoy your 2-drop, right? Now, the one downside of Sabe, well, there's 2, but there's one that kind of goes with that piece, where if you hit and you look at the top of your opponent's deck and they're 2 just absolute trash cards, you do have to discard one of them. You can't just make them draw both the trash cards. So there is that downside. It's not quite Jace in that regard. But it is still very strong. And then, sometimes you'll see 2 incredible cards and you'll be like, ah, darn, which of these is like more incredible? Let me discard that one. The other like slightly more nuanced issue with Sabe is that you want to be the beatdown deck because this disincentivizes attacking units. But the way when you first read this ability, it feels like you want to be like a go long control-y kind of deck, where like you make your opponent miss out all of their good draws, and especially late game make them miss out their big 6, 7, 8 drop threats, and maybe even mill them out, especially in Limited where you only have 30 cards, right? There's Sabe, it sounds like she wants to be a leader that just kind of stops your opponent, or stops your opponent from drawing their good cards, going ultra late, playing an 8-drop and winning the game. But when you actually read it a little bit closer, you see that she needs to be continually attacking base. The first version of Sabe that I just described is one that would want to be attacking units and just keeping the board clean. But the version of Sabe, when you actually read her, needs you to be attacking base. So will you be able to keep the board clean and then maybe just like keep randomly attacking base with like your 1/3 space unit and getting this ability? Yeah, maybe, I guess. Like that's something that you can do. And maybe that'll work, but yeah, it's definitely an interesting one. One other thing this does is it does give you good information. Like you're putting one card back on the top of their deck. You know what card that is. So, obviously in Star Wars Unlimited, there's always a chance they're going to resource that card. But nevertheless, it does give you pretty good information. And then whatever card, since you draw 2 a turn, whatever card is under that top card that you've seen is still a mystery to you. But still, knowing like what half of the cards your opponent is drawing, that's pretty good. And then stats on the back, 3, 6, or 5 is very respectable, especially considering she attacks as a 4/6 with a very strong ability. Because her backside's ability is Bazine Natal, which is a constructed playable card. That's the 1/3 that, yeah, when played, you look at your opponent's hand. You may discard a card. If you do, they draw a card. So whenever Sabe flips, you don't get to be looking at your opponent's top of their deck anymore. So there's a bit of risk there, for sure, because you're no longer controlling that. But I would say it's even better because now you get to see the cards in their hand. That gives you even more information, and you get to see the cards that you wouldn't have seen from their draws. And then you get to still take their best card in the same way that when you're looking at the top of their deck, you take their best card and put it away. You get to take their best card here. It doesn't quite have the Bazine Natal blowout potential where you play it on turn 1 with the initiative and you discard your opponent's only 2-drop. Like, that's tough, but yeah, so Sabe is interesting. I think it will, because of the 30-card limited decks, sometimes just go to mill because of her. And I do think that she will be probably... It's between her and Mon Mothma, and it's really close, but I think that her and Mon Mothma are going to be the strongest leaders in Limited. As a result, I've given her a B, and honestly, that could be an underrate. I think she's incredible on the front side. I think she's incredible on the back side, and I think that... Oh, and I didn't even mention, I think that she's probably also going to be best with red, just because, or with aggression, because aggression, there are a lot of ways for you to just kind of get in with lots of units, either through action cheating, a unit that may otherwise not make it in, or by overwhelm. There's a lot of different ways that you can deal combat damage to a base, and you don't actually need to survive. It's not like a when you complete an attack and survive. It's just deal combat damage to a base, you get the thing. So I think she'll be best with red, but of course that could be wrong. Anyway, Sabe, I'm giving her a B. She is an incredible leader, and I really hope I pull her a pre-release, even though she's a rare, because I would love to build this deck. This is the one I'm most excited to build, just because I think it'll be really fun. Nice. And then the last leader, massive contrast to Sabe, is DJ Need a Lift. He is a cunning underworld leader at rare that says action, exhaust, choose a friendly unit. If you do, play a unit from your hand. It costs 1 less. The chosen unit captures it. And then he flips on 6 as an epic action into a 4/6 underworld with Saboteur that says friendly units that are rescued enter readied. So this is very interesting because it's the first leader that we've seen, I believe, that does not have a heroism or villainy trait. He is just straight up cunning. And that's really cool because it means there's a lot of cool, interesting constructed applications for this. It means you can play like a yellow-blue deck and still play double cunning cards without an aspect penalty, you know, Cantina Bouncers and the card Cunning and other cards like that. That's really interesting. Unfortunately, in Limited, because of the limited nature of the cards you're going to be able to play, having as many aspects as you can is very important. And typically in Limited, you get 3, right? You get your base, you get your hero's first one, and you get a heroism or villainy. DG means you only get 2. There aren't really enough good double cunning payoffs in Limited in this set that's going to matter. It's going to just feel like you have cunning and vigilance or cunning and aggression or anything like that. And missing out on those aggression heroism or cunning heroism units, it's going to feel really bad. Or same with villainy, right? It's going to feel really bad. And so in the past, when we've seen these restrictive leaders in Limited, we've seen them have pretty strong abilities. An example being Revan from Secrets of Power, which was flip on 5, 3/6 with Restore, and it had a pretty good ability about giving experience counters to units, and had relevant tags and, you know, Sith with Malik and all that. But you had payoffs that you could do. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Revan was good, but in principle, there was like, it had a good ability. Does DJ have a good ability? Well, it lets you play units ahead of curve, which, as we've seen, is incredible, right? Arguably, the 2 best leaders in the game right now are Han 1 and Han 2, and both of them let you play units ahead of curve. So that's off to a good start. But you need to have a unit in play already to do that, and then that unit is going to capture your unit. So yes, you play it for cheaper, but you don't get it right away. You get it when the unit that you already have on the field dies. And that's just like a really big restriction. And then that unit that you've played, it's like 2 turns later when you finally actually get it, it comes in exhausted. Unless you have flipped DJ. in which case friendly units that are rescued enter readied. And that is strong, you know, having a unit get captured by his front ahead of curve, and then having that unit trade, getting that unit back, and it comes in readied. For sure, that can lead to some explosive turns, absolutely. But it's a lot of hoops to jump through. If your opponent is just able to like deal with DJ right away, or your opponent is able to deal with the if your opponent is like anticipating the DJ flip and able to deal with the unit that captured it, then yeah, sure, they get a unit that's like kind of ahead of curve, but it's probably not actually ahead of curve anymore because you probably didn't kill it the same turn. There's like one line that's kind of okay with DJ, and it's like on your 5 resource turn, you play a 6-drop with his ability captured after your opponent's already attacked out, and then on your 6 resource turn, you flip DJ, get value with that, and then it comes in readied, and then you still get to play a 6-drop. So that's like a lot of hoops. That's the best case scenario, and what have you done? You've played a 6-drop 1 turn ahead of curve. Great. Right? And as a result, you're missing an entire aspect, right? Like it's DJ is just not worth it. I should give DJ an F. I should, but I think that it's funny enough that I'm giving it a D-, and that is very, very unprofessional of me because DJ does deserve an F. This effect is not worth the downside. In limited, in constructed, maybe there's something you can do with this that could be cool, and I look forward to people brewing with it. I think the reason I say it's because it's funny, but I'm joking a little bit. I think the reason why I'm giving this a D- instead of an F is because there are a decent amount of capture cards in the format, and it's possible that if those cards are good and people are playing them a decent amount, then DJ will play kind of okay into those, because if he flips and then is able to rescue one, then it kind of actually snowballs. It's kind of an interesting line, right? You flip DJ, your opponent has 3 units, they've captured 3 of your units. You flip DJ, you attack DJ into one of those units, you get your other one rescued and readied, you attack into the other, you get that one rescued and readied, you attack into the other, you get that one rescued and readied. Now, obviously that's never going to happen, because if your opponent has 3 units, they're going to just kill DJ. You know, there's interesting snowball potentials that can happen here with DJ, and I think that just because capture is a reasonably prevalent mechanic in this set, I have to give him like a D- instead of an F. But this is your warning. Don't play DJ. He is, I think, is he the only leader I gave a D- to in this? He is, and he is the worst leader in the set for limited, so please don't play this card. But if you do, tag me in on Blue Sky because I want to see it, and post a screenshot of the list and how you did also. If you post a screenshot of the list and you don't include how you did, I'm going to assume you went 0-3, okay? So post how you did also. Anyway. So bases. That's it for the leaders. So just a recap, I guess. I think Mon Mothma and Sabe are the best leaders. I also think Leia is pretty good, Jabba's pretty good, Deidre's pretty good, Luthen's pretty good, and Padme's pretty good. I think DJ is the worst leader, and so is Lama Su. I think DJ is the worst leader, and Lama Su's pretty bad. And then a few other leaders are not great, like 3PO and Palpatine. Now, in terms of bases, a lot of sets so far have had like a rare base that does something, or a force base that we talk about. This set doesn't. This set just has back to the 30 life common bases. There's no bases in the rare slot. So you, once again, just as a reminder, you guys probably already know this, but you can treat these kind of like basic lands in Magic, where even if you don't open a green base in your pre-release or in sealed event or in a draft event, any kind of limited event, you can just have the green base. You can just ask someone at your pre-release, like, hey, can I borrow that? And they'll almost certainly say yes. And if not, then you can write green base on the back of a receipt and use that as your base and just write a big 30 in the corner. You're just allowed to have any color base here. That trading rule is not true in general. You can't just like trade any cards out of your sealed pool with someone else or draft pool with someone else. You're not allowed to do that. You'll get disqualified. It's cheating. But for bases, if they are common bases, which all of the bases in the set are, then you can do that. So you can just have a green base if you want. You'll probably open the color of base you want, or someone beside you will, and you can just swap around there. But yeah, so just keep that in mind. And yeah, there's nothing fancy to say about the bases here other than I like the art. I think it's very pretty, and I highly recommend that people take a second and sniff the flowers of the set. Look, I know we're all tournament spikes, okay? I know we're all tournament grinders, and we're spikes, and we're trying to win all these events, and we're trying to like grind and like win PQs and go to Galactic and all that stuff. But every now and then, It's nice. Just stop, pick up a card. Doesn't even need to be hyperspace, but it's cooler if it is. And just look at it and be like, wow, this artist did a really good job here, okay? Omer-John Siret really popped off with this one, or, Benjamin Paulus really popped off with this one, okay? I mentioned those two because I know they've seen some of my videos, so. The other artists are also do incredible work, and yeah, all of these spaces are beautiful, so. Take a second, smell the flowers, look at the art, okay? That's what Star Wars is all about at the end of the day. It's about beautiful art and sound design, okay? That's a terrible take, but nevertheless, look at the art. It's good. All right. So let's get into Space Unit. So in this set, in Legends of the Force, sometimes space units would just kind of run away with the game. They didn't even have to be good space units, but like the more attack, the better, because one player would just completely ignore space and have no way to interact with it. And then the other player would play like one space unit with 4 attack and get like 5 swings off with it and just close the game out like that. That would happen sometimes in Legends of the Force. And that will also happen sometimes here, because this is very much not a space-heavy set. This is a ground-heavy set. It's a little bit more space than Legends. I think Legends had 47 space units, and this set has 52, something like that. Let me fact-check myself there. Sorry, it's 37 versus 42. So this set has 42 space units. Legends have 37. So it's going to be pretty similar in that regard. But so don't let yourself get caught off guard by having like no space units, and then also just be careful if you go too heavy into space, because most of the good units are on the ground. So careful with all of that. That being said, let's get into some space units. We're going to start off with the Chancellor's Shuttle, Grim Harbinger. It's a 2-cost Vigilance Villainy space unit at special rarity. It is a 1/3 Republic vehicle transport. It has Restore 1, and when defeated, if you control Chancellor Palpatine as a leader or unit, you may give an experience token to a unit. So there is a Chancellor Palpatine unit, so you don't need to be playing, it's green, you don't need to be playing the leader for this, which is good, because the leader's not great. If you're not playing the leader, how good is this? It's a 1/3 for 2, that's not a good stat line, where you're getting a 1/4 for 1 in this set, as we'll see soon. It does have Restore 1, which is relevant, for sure, especially on an early unit. You can get a lot of extra life on your base with that. And then it has when defeated text that sometimes will matter. It's still a 2-drop. I think it's pretty fine. It's probably like a C+. If you get that Palpatine thing off, it's maybe like a little bit better, but it's probably between a C and a C+ as it stands. The problem is there is a decent amount of space units that have 3 attack for 2 in this set. I say decent amount. I think there's like 2 of them. But like if your opponent opens with that and this is your opener, that's going to really hurt. They're just going to eat this entirely and still have a space unit. So, but avoiding that, this is decent. Restore 1, just like, again, oftentimes your opponent will be ignoring space, and if that's the case, this isn't going to like close out any games for you, right? It's 1 attack on their base every turn. But the Restore 1 will, that is a swing. That is a real swing that your opponent has to really reckon with. And if they don't have any space units, it's going to be hard for them to do that. And I think that is something that will happen some of the time. You play this on 1, and your opponent just can't deal with it. Maybe it only gets in for 5 on your opponent's base, but it heals your base for 5 too. And, people add 10 extra cards to their deck for 3 extra life. So you know what? If you can get that for playing a 2-drop, then that is okay. So overall, I think this card is between like a C and a C+. I gave it a C+, but that might be a little bit too high. I guess we'll see that prevalence of those 3/2 space units, because if those are a lot, then this suffers a lot for sure. But also, yeah, the other Palpatine is in green, so if you're able to play a blue-green villain deck with Palpatine, this card does get a little bit better for sure, but yeah. Next, we have Kylo Ren's Command Shuttle, Icon of Authority. It's a 4-cost Vigilance Villainy space unit at Legendary. It has the traits First Order Vehicle Transport, and it's a 3/5. And it says each friendly ground unit with Sentinel gets +0/+2. So this card like seems really strong, and I think this card will be really strong and constructed. The Chirrut unit, the 3/5 that has like when you use the Force, if your opponent, it has Sentinel, and when you use the Force, your opponent, the attacking unit gets -2/-0. Like this makes that very sticky, but that card's not in this set, so we can't really evaluate it in like a limited sense with that card in mind. There is a lot of good Sentinels in Constructed too that this just does really well with. How many Sentinels are in this set? There's 10 of them. There's about 10 of them in this set. And not all of them are common or uncommon. So definitely this is going to feel like a bit of a whiff a lot of the time. How good is a 4-cost 3/5 space unit? It's not that good. It's probably like I don't know, maybe a C minus, at the lowest a D plus, but probably like a C minus. This card, with that extra text, the fact that maybe will come up sometimes, the fact that your opponent will expect it to come up sometimes, they'll attack into it maybe in a way that would otherwise be unoptimal, even if it's not actually going to matter, the Sentinel thing. I think this card gets bumped up to a C. In a set where there were like more or better Sentinels, especially on the ground and at common and uncommon, I think this could go a lot higher because that effect is strong. Expect to see this card a lot across the table from you if you are in, if you play Constructed. This will be a staple in a lot of the decks that want to grind and go a little bit slower. So C here, but honestly much higher in Constructed. But the show is not called Unlimited Constructed, is it? Okay, it's called Unlimited Limited. This is my show, and I'll be talking about Limited if I want. Next, we have Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser. It's a 7-cost Vigilance Villainy Space unit at Uncommon. It's a 6/7 Imperial Vehicle Capital Ship. It has, when played, you may disclose Vigilance Villainy, which is this the first disclose card we've seen? I think so. I talked about the mechanic, but I'll go over that again in a second. So you may disclose Vigilance Villainy. If you do exhaust an enemy unit, that unit can't ready while this unit's in play. So as a reminder, disclose is you reveal cards from your hand that include 2 vigilance aspects and a villainy aspect. So that could be 3 different cards. That could be 2 cards. Whatever number of cards you need in order to make this happen, you show your opponent. And then if you do that, you get this extra effect. So a 6-cost 6/7 space unit is, a 7-cost 6/7 space unit is fine. It's not great. But this, when played ability, is very real. And one thing I'm going to point out in a second makes it even better. But this is basically removal. You play this, and your opponent, it's going to be really hard for them to deal with this ship because, again, not a lot of stuff in space, and there's some removal in the set for sure. We'll get into it, but there's not a ton, which is pretty typical for limited formats. There's not a ton of removal, and usually they're going to want to, or they'll have spent it by now on something, or they might have just top decked it, and then that case sucks for you. But usually it's going to be pretty hard for your opponent to deal with this. It feels like capture in a way, right? Because if they do deal with this, sure, they get their unit back, but it's going to be really hard for them to do that. Now, why is this unit especially good? It's because it can hit leaders. It does not say non-leader, which is pretty incredible. This is leader removal, and it will feel like that a lot of the time, especially on those 6-flip leaders that are maybe a little stickier. Because the 5-flip leaders, usually by the time you're playing this, you will have either dealt with them or have a very clear plan to deal with them. But those 6-flip leaders can be pretty pesky, and this can just kind of just stop them. Especially the ones that have like on attack abilities, because then you've just like shut them out of having a leader in general, because they don't have their tap ability on the front, and now they don't have their on attack ability on the back. Like, this is underrated in terms of just dealing with leaders. I say underrated. People probably know this card's good, but I think this will be underrated. I don't think people will realize just how good it is. And then also, it's a great finisher. I mean, smacking for 6 in space every turn, this is going to dominate the space arena. Nobody's going to be able to deal with this in the space arena. And then also it'll have an impact on the ground arena. That's exactly what you need in a set like this. When I started talking about space units this set, I drew a parallel to Legends of the Force, and how if your opponent went into space and you just kind of completely ignored it, they could often run away with the game with 1 or 2 space units just attacking your base every turn. But with if you built your deck well in Legends of the Force, sometimes what you would have is you could go heavy into the ground, but you would also have ways to interact in space, whether that's with hard removal or whether that's with cards like Mace Windu, which is the 6/6 that you can use the Force to deal 4 to a unit, right? That way you're playing to the ground and also still dealing with space. This kind of does the opposite of that, because it plays to space and deals with the ground, which is exactly what you need to be doing if you're playing into space. You need to also have answers for the ground arena, because that's where most of the more powerful units are, and your opponent will run away with the game if you can't deal with the ground arena and only play into space. But this lets you do both of those things, play into space and deal with the ground arena on one card. Now, I do need to speak to one of this card's weaknesses, which is its disclose cost. Disclose Vigilance Villainy is not free. You cannot guarantee that you have that. Now, usually you'll be able to see this card coming a few turns away, and you can plan your resources accordingly and try to make sure that you have these cards. But sometimes you just won't draw them. That's a pretty hefty disclose cost. Sometimes you won't have those 2 vigilance elements aspects. Sometimes you won't have the villainy aspect, although you'll more likely have that one. But I think oftentimes you'll look down and you'll see a vigilance and a villainy aspect and really just not be able to do this effect. And if you can't do this effect, this is not a great card. It's fine. It's not very good. So you pretty much need to be doing this effect. So you need to be planning ahead, which makes this card kind of a bad top deck, which is weird for a 7-drop. Usually 7-drops are good top decks, and this is fine. I mean, it's better than drawing like a 2-drop for sure. But like the full potential of this card is held behind planning for it. Because again, usually when you're playing your 7-drops, you have no cards in hand or like 1 card in hand. Unless you've really planned for it. And there's lots of ways that you can do that. Again, with the plot mechanic that effectively draws you a card by just making it so you don't play a card out of your hand. That's one card that could be disclosed to this, right? The downside of disclose in the late game is not going to be giving your opponent information generally, right? It's going to be, because you're going to just be playing out the cards you have anyway. Your opponent, I guess, now can play around them, sure, but like, I really don't think that showing your opponent your hand whenever you're both in top deck mode is really a huge issue. It's a bit of a downside, but I don't think it's massive. The downside for this disclose is, are you going to have those cards in your hand? And I think that is going to come up a lot for a card like this that's such a late game card when you're just both in top deck mode. But if you are able to plan for it, then I think it is incredible. Weirdly, it synergizes kind of okay with the Palpatine leader, right? Because you are able to search the top 5 cards of your deck for a card with plot, which presumably will have at least one of those aspects on it. But don't play Palpatine just because of this card. But that's synergy. Anyway, I do think I've talked about this card a lot now, but I do think it is still very good. The upside is incredible. It's space removal, or it's ground removal that is in space, and a great finisher, and a great way to stop your opponent's finisher, and even your opponent's leader. Like, there's just so much upside to this card. The downside really just is that disclose cost at that point in the game is going to be rough. So I'm giving it a B-. Next, we have Coronet, Stately Vessel, which is a 5-cost Vigilance Heroism space unit at Uncommon. It's a 4/6 Mandalorian vehicle transport that has Restore 1, and each other friendly unit gains Restore 1. I think this is a must-kill in a set without much space, because you're playing this, you have 5 resources, your opponent is probably not going to be able to deal 6 damage in space at that point in the game. This is not Jump to Lightspeed. If this is Jump to Lightspeed, they would probably be able to just instantly deal with this. It would still be good, just to be clear, because they would have to throw their units at it. But here, it's going to be, they need to find a way to kill this unit, or they are not winning that game. The fact that you are able to just kind of ignore their units and just start going face with all of your units and closing out the game, because yeah, sure, they can go face too now because you're not controlling their board, but who's going to win the race? Your opponent or you, where every time you're swinging with your board, you're gaining 3, 4, maybe 5 life if you have some spies, right? Like, the fact that this card has Restore 1 and also gives everything else Restore 1, it doesn't need to attack to do that. It's not like Yaddle, right? And Yaddle is already incredible. It just does that. And I think that is going to make this card a terrifying force to be reckoned with in space. Again, in the same way that the last card, Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser, is a big space unit that deals with ground, this is also kind of a big space unit that deals with ground. Not in such a direct way, but it really slows down your opponent's ground in a way that lets you maybe get there a little bit better with the space units and the space arena, and your ground units too, right? Because the Restore 1 just lets you stay alive longer, lets you stop trading, forces your opponent to start trading in maybe ways that are unfavorable for them, because they start attacking into your units, and your units don't attack back into their units, they just go face, right? And then you get a few attacks in with your ground. Sure, maybe eventually your whole ground units all of your ground units get traded for all of your opponent's ground units, and the ground ends up being empty, but you've this whole time been swinging in space with a 4/6 with Restore 1, right? Like, yeah, this card is incredible. It's probably the best space unit in the set, and I think it easily gets a B+. Don't know why that says B. That should say B+. The downside, of course, which I haven't mentioned, this isn't really a downside in sealed. Kind of is sometimes, but is the double aspect. If you open this in a pack as like pick 1, it's obviously almost always going to be the best card in the pack, but it's not always going to be your first pick just because of the double color. Because even if it's the best card in the pack, you might end up in a spot where either blue or heroism or both are heavily contested, and you just have to, and it's very clear that like green villain red is the lane that is most open, and then okay, well, you have to say goodbye to that. But I think most of the time you're pick wanting this. It's an incredible card, B plus easily, and I think it's an absolute must kill, which is going to be hard to kill in a set like this without much space. Next we have the Jade Squadron Patrol, which is a 6-cost Vigilance Heroism space unit at common. It's a 6/6 resistance vehicle fighter, and it has Sentinel. A nice French vanilla. We've seen 6-cost 6/6 space units in the past. We've seen them with Restore, I think, and we've seen them with Overwhelm, and now we're seeing one with Sentinel. They have always historically performed a little bit better than people expect. Usually you want your 6 drops to be like very impactful and to have a real serious impact on the game, lest they just immediately get removed. And this doesn't have like an impactful enters. Like if your opponent is just holding up removal and you play this, like you're gonna feel sad about it for sure. But that often isn't the case, and in Limited, the easiest way to remove your opponent's units is to attack into them. And oftentimes, your opponent, again, I'm not going to say they're going to be ignoring space, but oftentimes your opponents might be just ignoring space. They're not going hard enough into space, and you're going to slam down Jade Squadron Patrol, and you're going to just win the game in 2 hits with it, because 6 damage is a lot. If your opponent is going into space, this is also good, because if they have a few small space units and they were hoping to win on like space aggro, this just says no, you can't do that anymore, right? Unless they're holding up removal, they're going to need to run probably all of their space units into this to kill it, and maybe if you're lucky, you get 1 attack off with it first. A bit of like calculus that sometimes has to go, not literal calculus, but a bit of like math that sometimes has to go into space unit or whatever the off arena is for that format. In JTL, maybe it would be ground, but in this case, would be like if you play the like a big space unit, your opponent has some little space units, are you kind of forced to attack into their space units before you start going into their base with it? That's going to cost you actions, that's going to cost you turns, that might actually end up costing you the unit. But with Jade Squadron Patrol, you don't actually have to make that decision. You can just always go into base with it because your opponents have to go into this. So they're either not going to, or they and just like stop attacking in the space arena, or they're going to go into this and lose their space units. And yeah, probably you lose Jade Squadron Patrol as well, but there's a good chance you get a hit in first. And if you don't get a hit in, worst case scenario, other than them just having removal, is you just like kind of 6 cost to remove their space arena. That seems okay, especially because if they are able to kill Jade Squadron Patrol at that point in the game, there's a good chance that it's not just one unit that did that. You probably at least 2 for 1 them, maybe 3 for 1 them. Now, of course, there's lots of ways to deal damage out of hand with some leaders, so that can help whittle down Jade Squadron Patrol as well. But really, don't sleep on this card. I have to sing its praises. Now, it's not going to get like a B because it is still a 6-drop, and it doesn't have like immediate impact, but it really is like kind of a very strong space play that you can make that is both a finisher and also will stem bleeding if your opponent is trying to aggro you down in space. In Secrets, this is Secrets of Power. In Legends of the Forest, there was Graceful Purrgil, which is a 5-cost 2/7 Sentinel in space, and that card people underrated a lot. It's not even close to having the same potential that this card does. Now this card costs 1 more, so you expect it to be a bit better. But that card it did one thing really well, which was stop your opponent from getting in space. And it did do that very well. It stopped a lot of the good space units. Usually it would block 2 or 3 hits. And that would be often enough for you to, do something on the ground. But this does that, like it stops your opponent, but also it's just a good finisher on itself. So definitely this card is going to be slept on. It's a common, you're going to be able to pick it up, and I highly recommend you do pick it up. Don't pick it up like early. You should probably be able to get these like a little later, like pick 5-ish. But don't leave these too late. They will go quickly. You won't be able to get these like pick 12 probably unless the lane is very open. That is the benefit, I guess, to the double aspect here is that, yeah, it is a little bit more restrictive. So you might be able to get them later if this is what you're in. But nevertheless, I do think this is quite a strong card. And don't sleep on it. It is great defensively and offensively and just completely stops the space arena, which is, as we know, the minor arena in this format. So overall, I'm giving it a C+. I think it's a very solid card, and I'm happy to have one or two of them in my deck. Next, we have Vigil, Securing the Future, which is a 7-cost Vigilance Heroism Space Unit at Legendary. It's a 5/9 resistance vehicle capital ship that says if damage would be dealt to another friendly unit, prevent one of that damage, and if damage would be dealt to this unit by another card, deal that much damage plus 1 instead, and it has plot. So just to be clear, you're probably not plotting this very often. It costs 7, so the only way you can plot this is to play a leader that flips on 7, or or deploy your leaders late, and you don't generally want to do that. So usually you're probably not plotting this, so it's going to be a 7-cost 5/9 space unit. How good is that? It's not at all. It's quite bad. But does it have other things going for it? Let's see. If damage would be dealt to this unit by another card, deal that much plus 1 instead. So that's downside. So that takes this unit from maybe taking 3 hits to kill it to taking 2 hits to kill it. That's a downside for sure. If damage would be dealt to another friendly unit, prevent one of the damage. That is pretty substantial upside. It basically gives your opponents, or not your opponents, your other units at least plus 1 health. Sometimes more, right? Because if your opponent was planning on swinging 2 small units into your 1 big unit, now your big unit has plus 2 health effectively, right? Because it stops 1 damage from each of those smaller units. So definitely, especially if you can get there with like sentinels and stuff, this can feel like a real thing. But I'm just skeptical of any 7-drop that doesn't like kind of have like an immediate like, oh, I need to answer this right now. And in a way this does if you are able to get there with like sentinel stuff, but I just don't think you'll be able to do that enough to justify this as your like top end 7-drop. It does swing in space for 5, but by turn 7 you kind of want to be doing a little bit more than that. And then the downside is real for sure. It means that you're probably not going to have this survive very long. If it is going to be a serious problem for your opponent, they'll probably be able to find a way to remove it. So definitely, I'm not super high on this card. That being said, like, I mean, it's still okay. Again, it means it doesn't just stop on defense. So like whenever you're attacking with your units, they also take less damage. And that's definitely real. It maybe means that some of your units get a little bit stickier and they're able to control the board a bit better. So it's fine. I don't hate this card, but generally I want my 7-drops to be doing a little bit more than this. It's still okay, and you'll play it if you're in that deck. It's probably between a C and a C+. I've said C+ here. I'm leaning a little bit more towards C now, but it's in that range. Next, we have Escape Pod, a 1-cost Vigilance Space Unit at Rare. It's a 0/3 vehicle transport that says when played, you may have this unit capture a friendly non-vehicle non-leader unit. So I'm probably not going to spend much time here. This card is terrible. It's dookie, bro. Okay, so you play a 1-cost 0/3. Great. Terrible already. When played, it can capture one of your own units? What? I was gonna say I'm not stupid. I am a little stupid, but I understand what you're supposed to do with this card. You're supposed to, have your unit go down to like 1 life or something like that and get a bunch of value. And then when it's on the brink of death, you use Escape Pod, capture it. You find some way to get rid of Escape Pod. You get the unit back full health. Amazing. The constructed application of this is you Escape Pod one of your big units right before you like Super Laser Blast, and then you get to just have a big unit on the field, because one of the downsides of Super Laser Blast is your opponent usually will have a unit down before you. This stops that. But these kind of like weird grandiose plays, I don't even know if that's good enough for Constructed. It's absolutely not good enough in Limited, right? Because in Constructed, at least you can like build around that. But no, this is never play this card. Again, the cutest thing you can do with it is basically give one of your units like hide it for a turn and then give it like plus a few health by like resetting its health from 1 to 3 or whatever. Yeah, don't play this card. I really want to give this card an F, but again, I'm going to give it a D minus because you can just resource it. Now, if there is any card that deserves an F, though, in this set, other than DJ, it is this. Next, we have Defense Fleet X-Wing. It is a 3-cost Vigilance Space Unit at common. It's a 1/4 New Republic vehicle fighter, and it has Sentinel. We have seen a very similar card to this before that I don't remember the name of right now. And it is, it's always been fine. You know, there's no way that a space unit that they play on turn 1 can get through this right away. And usually they'll trade. So like they play a 3/2, and then next turn you play this. They attack their 3/2 into this. You attack this into their base, probably get in for 1. Turn after that, they attack their 3/2 into it again. That's a bit of a risky game because if they have a way to ping, then you're cooked. But if they don't, then yeah, they've just traded. You've gotten 1 into base. Or if you're worried about the ping, they attack into this. You attack back into that. Done. It is okay for that, but it's a terrible attacker. And like I said, you're probably not going to go into space that often. Now, 4 Sentinel will slow down your opponent's space. It'll probably, in the mid-game, stop 1 attack, which can be something for sure. But I'm not particularly sold on this sort of effect. I just think that for 3, so if you play this on turn 2, that's probably really bad unless they play it exactly like a 2/2 or a 3/2 in space. Because you want to be playing like a good 3-drop, probably on the ground, but maybe in space. Like this doesn't apply any pressure. It's very reactive. So you play this, your opponent plays like a good 3-drop on the ground or a good 3-drop in space, and you don't feel particularly good. It's a very reactive play, and it's not even a particularly good reactive play. That being said, it is an early play, and it does stop your opponent from going a little too crazy early. So I think I have to give it a C, even though I really want to give it a C minus. Next, we have Bardotan Ornithopter. I thought Ornithopters were a Magic the Gathering thing. LOL, I am stupid. It is a 4-cost Vigilance Space Unit at common. It's a 3/4 Fringe Vehicle Transport. When played, you may disclose Vigilance. If you do, draw a card. So I always talk about how disclose is like not free. Also, why is my face in front of this one? Whoop, we're going to go over there again. Nice. I always talk about how disclose is not free, and it isn't most of the time. And it isn't even free here, but it's close enough to free that you can pretty much evaluate this as a 4-cost 3/4 draw card space unit, unless you've really done some wacky deck building and you're like basically mono green with like a splash of blue or something like that, in which case, yeah, maybe this is not the card for you, right? I mean, if you're just splashing blue, you're probably not playing cards like this anyway. How good is, again, if it just said 4-cost 3/4 draw card, that's fine, right? That's like an okay card. 4 costs for those stats is a little rough, but like, you know, you can be doing worse, and drawing a card like it replaces itself, that's nice. Now, for the other disclosed ones, the downside was often going to be that you just wouldn't have the card to disclose, and less so the information you're giving. I think this is actually an example of the opposite. I think the bigger downside here, again, barring any wacky deck building, is that, yeah, you are giving your opponent information about what you have. And you can maybe, if you're clever about it, or if you have the opportunity, you can mitigate that so it's not really a huge issue. You know, don't show them your removal spell if you want to bait them into putting equipment on something, for example, right? But it is still real, giving them information. And then, yeah, sometimes, I guess this is pretty rare, but sometimes you won't be able to disclose it at all. Like, you just won't have the vigilance, in which case 4-cost 3/4 vanilla is obviously, like, terrible. But I think usually, often enough, you're going to be able to draw a card. It's probably between a C and a C+. I've rounded up to C+, but, you know, it's probably closer to a C. It's good. It's fine. A card draw that is decent is pretty rare, especially in limited, so I'm happy to have this. Next, we have ISB Shuttle. It's a 3-cost Command Villainy Space Unit at common. It's a 3/2 Imperial Vehicle Transport that has, when played, if a friendly unit was defeated this phase, create a spy token. So this has like a pretty reasonable play pattern where you play a 2-drop and your opponent plays a 2-drop. And then depending on the 2-drop, you might be able to just trade it right away. Or if your opponent has the initiative and they attack into it, and then you trade it back, like if you both have a 2/4, or if you have the initiative, you attack them and they attack back, that will happen sometimes. And then you just get to play this, and you have a slightly understated space unit, but you also get a free ground unit. I think that will happen enough of the time that this card is pretty decent. Gives you 2 bodies for 3. They're both reasonable, I guess. Obviously, the Spy is not the best body, but it's fine. And then, yeah, this is a space unit, and much like, although in a much weaker way, the card we talked about earlier, this is a space unit that also plays to the ground, which is what you want to be doing, right? Because if you go too heavy into space and ignore the ground, your opponent's probably going to be able to run away with the game because there's just more ground units, more ground synergy, better ground units for the most part. So this plays to the ground, it helps mitigate that a little bit. I think this card is, just because of the play patterns that you will get often enough, I think it's probably like a C+ if you're able to consistently get that off. It's definitely lower if you're not. Like if you're just playing this as a 3-cost 3/2 most of the time, it's probably like a D+. You definitely need to get that Spy token. Just to be clear, I'm actually not super high on Spy tokens. I think there's some cool things you can do with them in terms of like strength, mechanical strength in the set. There's some cool things you can do with them, but I think people are going to slightly overvalue them for a little bit. But we'll see. I could be wrong about that. I don't, like I said, I think they're worth probably like a third of a resource, maybe. But we'll see. I could be super wrong about that. Maybe they're closer to a half of a resource. Anyway. Next we have First Light, Threatening Elegance, which is a 7-cost command villainy space unit at rare. It's a 5/7 underworld vehicle transport with ambush, and when this unit attacks and defeats a unit, you may draw a card, and it has plot. So I learned my lesson. There was a card, Eighth Brother, in the last set. It was a 5/7 ambush. It also had some other good stuff going for it, and I thought that card was good, but it ended up being great. And this is about as good as that. It's debatably a little bit worse. Yeah, so it comes out a turn later than Eighth Brother, which is a downside for sure, and it's space, and your opponent won't always have a space unit to ambush into in the way that Eighth Brother could basically always ambush into a ground unit. And Eighth Brother also had the Force tag, so it got you the Force, and it had an extra ability where when you play a unit, you can use the Force. If you do, it gets you can give a unit +2/+2 for the phase, which was very strong, and I underrated a lot. So this doesn't have any of that, but what it does have is card draw. If your opponent does have a space unit for this to ambush into, which I think they will most of the time, people aren't going to entirely ignore space. They usually can't afford to because, they just don't have enough ground playables. Even if they wanted to fully ignore space, it maybe wouldn't be doable. So they're going to have something to ambush into most of the time. This will usually kill that thing because 5 is a lot. And when it does that, you may draw a card. So it comes down, it kills something, it replaces itself. Incredible. And then usually it sticks around, and if you're lucky, it can replace itself again. Although, don't count on drawing 2 cards with this. Oftentimes, your opponent will have a way to deal with it pretty much right away, especially if you ambush into something of reasonable size and it sticks around with 2 or 1 HP on it. It does have plot, and when you can plot this, it will feel incredible. But I don't think you can expect to do that super often just because, it comes out on 7. So really the only way for you to plot this is to play one of those 7-cost leaders or deploy your leader late. And you don't really want to be deploying your leader late, even if it does mean, wow, I get to play my First Light out of my resources. Usually you don't want to be doing that. And even if you do decide you want to do that, it's not necessarily always wrong, but you have to be careful because you're definitely telegraphing to your opponent. Like if you're playing a 6-flip leader and you just take initiative instead of flipping, your opponent's going to know something's up. Your opponent's going to know that you have probably a big plot card and it's probably First Light if you're in villain, right? And, it might still be a good play, but your opponent can probably prepare for it, so it won't be quite as good as if you were able to just play it out of hand. So I would try to avoid plotting this. Obviously, sometimes you need to resource your 7-drop early game just so you can make it to that turn, right? That happens sometimes. And then, if you really want this, it would really help, then maybe you do have to flip your leader late. But I think usually you just try to play this for 7 and it's going to be good enough. It'll replace itself. It'll dominate the space arena. Definitely a very solid card. I'm giving it a B. Only reason it's not higher is just because it is quite expensive. Next, we have Primor Personnel Carrier, which is an 8-cost command villainy space unit at uncommon. It's a 6/6 vehicle transport with Overwhelm, and when played, give this unit an experience token for each ground unit you control. So I call this the basket, and it's because all of the eggs are in there, okay? There's so many eggs in that basket right now. In fact, I wish people would spread it out a little bit, but they're not. They're putting all of their eggs in one basket. This has keyword big, right? It's going to be obviously at least a 6/6. It's usually going to be probably like a 9/9 overwhelm. How good is a 9/9 overwhelm in space for 8? Honestly, like not really great. 8 costs need to kind of do something immediately. The 8 costs we've seen in the past are cards like Snoke. The good 8 costs we've seen in the past are cards like Snoke, which immediately changes base math, right? Your opponent probably just lost like half of their board and the other half no longer can actually, impart a meaningful amount of damage on your base. Yoda from the last set instantly heals your base for 5 and kills one of your opponent's units. And then it's a big body that's left around. Are there any other 8 cost units that like saw play in limited? I think Devastator in JTL maybe. That costs 8, right? Or does that cost 7? I think it costs 8. I don't know. Anyway, it comes down, it kills a bunch of stuff. It sticks around, it makes all your indirect damage better, right? Like they all have like impactful immediate things, so that even if they do just straight up get removed, which usually doesn't happen, they got a lot of value. And this does not. If you play this for 8 and then your opponent plays like a 3 or 4 cost removal spell, you're cooked. You're not winning that game. Unless you were already going to win the game. This feels very much like a win more card. It does have overwhelm, so it one of the big downsides of like big stats monsters are if you just put a sentinel in front of it. Like, okay, nice 8-drop. My like 2-drop 1/4 sentinel will stop it now, or 3-drop I guess. But this does have overwhelm, so that isn't as much of an issue, which definitely helps. And like I've said, removal is a little bit sparse, like usual, so this will sometimes be able to get swings in. And when it does, it will win the game. So even though this is not an 8-drop that I really like, it is big, and I have to give it props for that. I have to give it credit for that. It's big. It's a little bit win more because you already need to have a wide ground unit arena, a wide ground arena in order for it to get really big. Because I mean, we've seen a 6/6, it costs 6, right? This costs 8, so you want it to be at least like a 9/9. So yeah. Anyway, I've talked enough about this card. I think it's like a C-. It might be a little lower than that. I really think you want to avoid playing this card if you can. There's just better stuff you can be doing for 8. Next, we have Naboo Royal Starship, Fit for a Queen, which is a 4-cost command heroism space unit at rare. It's a 2/5 Naboo vehicle transport that says each friendly leader unit gets raid 2 and overwhelm, and it has plot. So this one is interesting because a 2/5 space unit for 4, that's probably like a D+. That's pretty bad, right? 2/5 is Gunju stats. Now Gunju's a ground unit, not a space unit, but he costs 2 in the same aspect combination, so that's not even an excuse. It's pretty bad. It's probably a D+, maybe even a little bit lower than that, maybe a D. But this is not just that. Each friendly leader unit gains raid 2 and overwhelm, means that your leader will be bigger than their leader on attack, and also get through for some chip, which is very relevant, especially with the plot keyword, because you play this out whenever you deploy your leader, and then it also kind of feels like it's drawing you a card, because once again, you don't have to play a card from your hand. In that case, it's giving your leader raid 2 and overwhelm. That's fine, right? It's still probably not going to trade into your opponent's leader. It might like eat one of your opponent's smaller things and get through for a little bit of extra base damage with the overwhelm, but it's not going to be amazing. Like in that case, it's probably like a C if you plot it out and then you hit it with like your leader and it helps there. Like it's still probably only just a C. So yeah, I think this is like 2 grades. It's like a D+ if you just, maybe even a D if you like don't get it on the leader, and then it's a C if you do. The big fail case for this too is like you draw it like later after your leader's already died. Then it's like, damn, I'm just resourcing this 4-cost 2/5 failure of a card, right? Yeah, I don't think so. But hey, maybe I'll be wrong. If plot ends up being stronger than I think it is, then I might be. Next, we have Diplomatic Envoy, which is a 2-cost command space unit at common. It is a 2/2 Republic vehicle transport that says when played, you may disclose command. If you do, the next unit you play this phase has ambush for this phase. So this one is interesting. So it's a 2-cost unit, but you don't really evaluate it like a typical 2-cost unit because you really don't want to play this on 1. First of all, because there's some 2/3 space units, or that can just eat it straight up, and that's really bad, obviously. And the second, because you're just completely squandering the 1 plate ability for a very mediocre unit that honestly costs 1. Like, we've already established that 1 cost is what gets you like a vanilla 2/2, right? So you're paying 2 for this. Now on turn 1, most of the time in draft, the 1 cost and the 2 cost are kind of indistinguishable because you're usually only playing 1 card anyway. But I digress. This card really shines on a later turn of the game. When you play this, you disclose something, and then your opponent knows what's coming. There's a chance you have to disclose the card you're giving ambush to, which is a little awkward, but that's okay. So it's behind the curve. It's like play a little bit behind curve for an ambush plus a 2/2. Like, it's probably fine. It kind of feels like you're paying 1 and a card for ambush. Because, like I said, this card, like a 2/2 would like kind of cost 1. So the ambush thing and the reveal, like you can kind of think of that as like a 1 cost that you're like getting that for. So it kind of feels like timely. How good is that in draft? Not great. This one does leave behind a 2/2, which is maybe a bit better, but you also have to play 2 behind curve instead of 1. It's a little close. How good is how relevant is this disclose cost? How easy is it to do? It's pretty easy. Just disclosing a single command card is like, you can, that's not the problem with this one. The problem with this one is, playing so far behind curve, I guess technically giving your opponent information, either about the card you're about to ambush or about a card that's going to be left in your hand after you ambush. Which is definitely a downside. So this is an interesting card, but underestimating ambush is the downfall of a lot of people who are trying to evaluate cards. So I'm going to try my best not to do that, and I am going to still give this a B- because ambush is just that strong, I think, if you're able to get this on a reasonable big unit, especially later in the game. You know, if it's like turn 9, you top deck this and like a 6-drop, you just no resource, play this, reveal your 6-drop, and then ambush in. Like, I'm into that. But don't like draft this and go, yes, I've drafted 2s, right? Like when you're looking at your curve during the draft portion or the deck building portion or whatever, and you're looking at how many 2s you have, don't think of this as a 2. Like, will you play it on turn 1 in a pinch if you absolutely have to and you've drawn nothing else? Like, probably, but you really should not evaluate this as a 2. You should try to hold this until late, or at least mid-game. Next up, we have Taylander's Shuttle, which is a 3-cost command space unit at uncommon. It's a 2/4 fringe vehicle transport that has on attack. If you have the initiative, create a spy token. So there's actually a decent amount of cards in this set that care about having the initiative, which is super interesting mechanically. From a personal point, I would actually be kind of interested to see cards that are the opposite, that care about you not having the initiative, because having the initiative is already, especially in the early game, kind of dependent on a dice roll. So it would be cool to see players that lose that dice roll still getting a little bit of benefit every now and then, instead of just giving it to players who already have an advantage by having the initiative. But I also understand that plays the dynamic later game. Typically, you want to be incentivized to claim initiative, and cards like this do that for you. So on attack, it's a 3-cost 2/4 that has on attack, you make a spy if you have the initiative. So how good is this if you don't have the initiative, if you don't win the dice roll? A 3-cost 2/4 is fine. It will eat most of your opponent's turn 1 space plays, and it will trade okay with some of your opponent's turn 2 space plays. It's probably still fine. It's probably a C if you don't ever really get the on attack. If you can consistently or even semi-consistently get the on attack, it just becomes incredible. It's probably a B, maybe a bit higher. It's just absolutely just the fact that you just get to keep attacking in space, which is an oft ignored arena in this set, right? And just keep building to your ground as well. That's going to be absolutely incredible. Every turn you attack, you just get a free 0/2 raid 2. Incredible. It's also, of course, they're also the spies. They're officials for synergies that matter there. And then there's some go wide stuff. I'm absolutely a big fan of this if you can get the on attack trigger off. Even as someone who doesn't think spies are going to be great, if you just get them for free off of this, that's crazy. So I'm going to split the difference, and I'm going to call this like a B minus. I think it will be amazing sometimes and mediocre other times, and sometimes it'll just be okay. So I think that's where I'm going to put it. Next, we have the Nubian Star Skiff, which is a 4-cost 4/4 space unit at common. It's a Naboo vehicle transport that says while you control an official unit, this unit gains Restore 2. We've seen kind of similar cards to this before. How good is a 4-cost 4/4 Restore 2? So, really quick, you will often have an official, and sometimes that official will be your leader. There's a decent amount of official leaders in this set. So, a common line of play will be you play this on 4 resource, flip your leader on 5, and then you just Restore 2 because your leader is probably or often going to be an official. So it will usually have Restore 2, and that Restore 2 will sometimes be very sticky in the form of you having a leader, or that is an official. So how good is a 4-cost 4/4 space unit if it just had no other text? That's pretty bad, right? That's probably like a C minus. What if it always had Restore 2? Probably between C plus and yeah, it's probably high C plus. So, and I think it's close enough to always having Restore 2 that it is still a C plus. So that's my grade for this. Your opponent is going to pretty much always going to like want to trade into it, like because Restore 2 is not insignificant. If you just get a couple of swings off with this, then you are going to be winning that base race pretty easily because 4 is also not insignificant. If you hit your opponent for 4, Restore 2, that's a 6 life swing. Like that's not insignificant at all. I think this card is definitely one to watch out for. It's going to be a staple in any green deck really. And if you are planning on not running this, make sure you have an answer for it. That goes with any good space unit. Next we have Consular's Cruiser, which is a 5-cost space unit, command space unit at common. It's a 4/5 Republic vehicle transport, and it has Sentinel. This card is, I'll just front load it. This card is like the definition of a C. Like it's fine. It slows your opponent's space down, but not like a ton like that 6/6. It attacks okay in space, but not a ton like that 6/6. Now it costs less than that, but you know, it doesn't. It provides a threat. Like your opponent can't entirely ignore this, but it's not as pressing. Where this will shine will be like the 6/6 Sentinel, slowing down your opponent's early space stuff, because 4 will still be enough to deal with that. I think this card is fine, and I think, yeah, like I said, it's pretty much the definition of a C. You'll play it, and you'll be like, yeah, okay, this is a card, it's fine. Next up is Crucible, Centuries of Wisdom, which is a 6-cost command space unit at uncommon. It's a 5/5 Jedi vehicle transport. This is when played / when defeated, give an experience token to each other friendly unit. So what's kind of nice about this unit, first of all, I think this unit is very good. It will often hit your leader because you flip on 5 and it usually doesn't die that turn, and then the first thing you do on 6 is play this. Or if you flip on 6, you just play Crucible right after. You give your leader experience, you give experience to someone else, and then if your opponent is playing into space, you can start dealing with their units, and then when defeated, another experience counter, maybe on your leader. That's pretty nice. The stats are admittedly slightly awkward. 6 cost for 5/5 is not great. But 5 is still decent. And in addition to the other benefit you get of experience counters being spread around, this is hitting your opponent's base for 5 every turn. So 5 plus whatever extra bonus you got from experience counters, this will accelerate the clock you have on their base. And then if you aren't able to attack their base, or if your opponent does decide to deal with it so that they don't lose to 5 damage in space every turn, you now get the one defeated. Boom, you get to put experience counters again on everything. And if you actually are able to put 2 experience counters on a couple of units at this, I think it's going to be really difficult for you to lose the game. So yeah, stats are a little bit awkward, but I think the effect of this card is very, very strong. It's probably between like a B minus and a B. I've set it to B minus here, but I'm totally open to the fact that could be wrong. The extra value you get off this card is just incredible. Like even if you get just a couple of experience, like think about it. If you have 2 units, you play this, that's 7/7 of stats for 6, and then it's defeated. Maybe you only have 1 unit now. It's still 8/8 of stats for 6, right? And some of those stats are fast stats, right? Because you're going to play this probably before you attack with your other units, so you can attack for more. So definitely a great unit. There's like a funny line where if you have 2 of them, you play 1, and then next turn you attack with it, and then you play the other, and then you get 3 triggers, right? Because the original one played, the one defeated, and the new one played. Yeah, funny, but Don't try to do that too often, but it is funny. Next, we have Vuntun Pala, droid control ship, which is a 9-cost command space unit at Legendary. It's a 7/7 Separatist vehicle capital ship. It says this unit costs 1 less to play for each friendly droid unit, and each friendly droid unit may be exhausted to pay costs as if it were a resource. So, first question you should be asking yourself, how many droids are in this set, especially common and uncommon? Well, there are 11 droids, and 10 of them are common and uncommon, and then also the leader, C-3PO, is a droid. So, not a ton, not a droid set. Probably not going to get there on the droid synergy. If you really try your best, you might maybe be able to play this for 7. I don't really see you playing it for any less than that. So 7 cost, 7/7 space unit. That's pretty fine, right? And then you can like convoke your droids kind of for to play other big units. But the problem is by the time you've played a 7 drop, you don't really need the extra resources, right? You're usually good on that front. Maybe one will come in handy every now and then, but like pretty much always you're just kind of good on that front. And yeah, 7/7 in space will finish the game pretty quickly. But like you probably can be doing better. And and what I've been describing here is best case scenario. You're usually not playing 7 for this. I'll be honest, you're usually paying 9 for this. And a 9 cost 7/7 space unit. 9 is what you pay for Crate Dragon, okay? We don't pay 9 for 7/7 space units with no other effect, right? We don't do that here on this channel. We're good limited players here. We don't do this. So try your best to avoid playing this card. Ultimately, it's just really inefficient. And even though, yeah, it will be like a clock, if you really get there and play it on 7, great. But it's probably between a D and a D+. It's probably closer to a D. I don't know why I gave it a D+. I don't know what I was thinking. It's probably a D. Next up, we have Enforcer Squadron, which is a 4-cost aggression villainy space unit at common. It's a 5/3 Republic vehicle fighter, and it has Hidden. Hidden's back. Cool. So this is if this is like kind of what the space aggro deck wants, and what you're doing with this is kind of banking on your opponent not playing into space at all. Because if your opponent has like that 3/2 that they can put into space, that costs 2, and it's now trading with your 4-drop. That's not what you wanted to happen. Now, of course, it can't right away because it is hidden. Like the Nightmare scenarios, you play this and they immediately just kill it, right? But hidden means that they can't do that. You probably are going to get an attack off with it, or at the very least, make your opponent waste an action next turn to deal with it. So that definitely is a downside. But that's pretty much the main downside, right? 3 or 5 attack for 4 in space in a set where space is not going to be the focus is going to really run away. I'm predicting that people will just kind of win with this card like out of nowhere because they'll play it on turn 3. Their opponent will have no answer until like turn 6, and then when they play that 6/6 Sentinel, sure, but then by then you've already done like 10, maybe 15 damage to their base, right? Like, I think that this card is going to run away with games in a way that people are not ready for. The way that I could be wrong about that is if, yeah, those early space units end up getting there. I am going to check something really quick. I have a small addendum to what I said here. I've been talking about a 3/2 space unit for the last little bit. That unit does not exist in this set. That was a unit from the last set. It was the N1 Starfighter. There are no 3/2 space units in this set that cost 2. I think there's a couple that cost 3. I'm going to fact check that too. Yeah, there's a couple that cost 3 that have 3 attack, but none that have 2. So this is safe from your opponent's turn 1 play, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's safe from your opponent's turn 2 plays, right? So just be careful with this unit. Be aware of what other people might be playing, especially if you're in a draft experience and you see someone kind of trying to take a bunch of space units early. This might not be the card for you, or it might be. Just don't expect to get it and get in for 1 million damage. Expect to get it and trade down for something. So definitely a little bit of a risky card, but ultimately I do think, like I said, this will run away with some games. As a result, I'm giving it a C+. I think that 5 damage on a 4 attack space or a 4 cost space unit is very good. Next, we have the Galleon Marauding Pirate Ship, which is a 7-cost aggression villainy space unit uncommon. It's a 6/6 underworld vehicle transport, and when played, you may disclose aggression, villainy. If you do, create 3 spy tokens. So there's a lot going on here. First of all, disclosing aggression, villainy is not free, especially at this point in the game. That's going to be very difficult to do, especially in aggression, which is, typically specializes in playing them and going sideways, right? And playing out your hand as much as you can. You're not going to have that very often. Now, of course, if you draw this a little bit earlier, you can kind of plan around that, right? If you're like, okay, I have the Galleon, I want to play it on curve, I want to be able to disclose it, because you do want to disclose this. 7 cost 6/6 vanilla is trash. So you do want to disclose this. So yeah, early game, you resource in a way, maybe slightly suboptimally, but so that you can keep a certain number of aggression and villainy cards in your hand. Then you can play the Galleon, disclose, and then you can finally play those cards. So how good would be a 7 cost 6/6 be if it, when played, just made you 3 spy tokens? I think that'd be really good. It's a solid space beater, and you're paying 7, which is a lot, but you're getting a very solid space beater, and you're getting 3 spies. And spies at that point in the game can definitely be the difference between that, that extra 2 or 4 damage you might get on your opponent's base could absolutely mean the difference. Or maybe finishing off one of their units that was a little bit too big for whatever your biggest unit was, right? There's a lot of ways that spy tokens can swing the game. And then also just having extra officials or extra units, depending on the leader and stuff like that, can matter. So definitely very good if you can do that. But that evaluation was, what if it always made 3 spies? So what we need to figure out here, because if it doesn't make 3 spies, it's terrible. And if it does make 3 spies, it's very good. What fraction of the time does it make 3 spies? Is it 50%? It's probably not. It's probably a little bit less than that. Depending on how you've built your deck, though, that's the thing. It really depends on how you built your deck. If you've built it around being able to do this, and you've made your plays leading up until now to being able to do this, then it's great. The problem is, it's not a great top deck late game. I mean, it's a fine top deck in that it's a 6/6 and that will close games out. But like, if you're top decking your 7 drop and it's this, and your opponent's top decking their 7 drop and it's like, something good, then you're going to feel pretty bad because you're in top deck mode. You do not have a way to disclose these cards. So the only way where this is good is if you draw it a little bit early, maybe mid game, and then you have a couple of turns to plan your disclose. Because yeah, for this one, the downside to disclose is not I'm giving my opponent information. The downside to disclose is, do I actually just have these cards that I can disclose? And the answer to that is sometimes just no, and then it's not good. But all of that makes this card kind of difficult to give like a single grade to. I'm going to give it a C because I think that if you get there, it's quite good, and if you don't, it's quite bad, and I think that it probably end up averaging out. But definitely you could give this 2 grades. If you wanted to, you could say this is like a D if you never get it, and like maybe a B or about if you always get it. So I don't know. It's an interesting one, and I look forward to seeing how it plays out and how often people can get these 3 spies off of it. Next we have Fulminatrix, Fleet Killer. It is an 8 cost aggression villainy space unit at rare. It's a 9/7 first order vehicle capital ship that says when played and on attack, you may deal 4 damage to a ground unit. So this is what an 8 cost unit should be. Move over, big ship from earlier, Praymore personal carrier. This is what an 8 drop ship should be. So it attacks for 9 in space, which is just going to close the game out in probably 1 hit, but like definitely 2 hits. And then if your opponent was like planning on closing it, because you're probably base racing at this point in the game, if your opponent has something on the ground that they were planning on finishing the game with, which they probably were doing that, extra 4 damage to whatever that thing is might just get it. Like that probably will clean up at least one, or no, not at least one. That will probably clean up 1 unit, and then maybe your ground forces can clean up the rest of them or do whatever. But this is, like I've said a few times now, this is a space unit that also plays to the ground, right? And then the fact you get to do it every time you attack as well, this is going to be incredible, right? I'm not looking forward to my opponent sneak attacking this in Boba Fett in Constructed, but yeah. What other decks would sneak attack this? I don't know. Probably just Boba. But no, this is a very good finisher. This is the kind of top end you want in your deck. It plays to the ground, plays to space, right? Because even if you absolutely have to use this to like run into a space unit, which you usually just want to be attacking base for 9, like 9 is a lot. But if you have to run into a space unit, it's probably going to survive another turn. Like not a lot of space units are going to be able to have 7 attack. Yeah, so Definitely a very, very strong top-end card that you want in your deck. It is still an 8-drop, so I can't like give it like a crazy grade, but it's probably like a B. This is a very strong card, and it will help you dominate both the space arena by being a 9/7 and the ground arena by pinging for 4 every turn, including the turn it comes down. So even if they just have removal for it, you don't get fully, you still kind of 2-for-1 your opponent a little bit because you've probably killed one of their ground units. So they've lost a ground unit and a removal spell. All you've lost is 1 card, and it's a good card, but it's still just 1. So you 2-for-1 most of the time with this at least, and usually more than that. The 2-for-1 is like worst case scenario where they just have the removal spell and the resources to use it. Good, yes. So Fulminatrix, it's a B. It's very good. Next we have Strike Force X-Wing. It is a 4-cost space unit. At common, it's Aggression Heroism. It's a 3/2 Rebel Vehicle Fighter. This is when played, you may deal 2 damage to a ready unit, and it has plot. This is an interesting one because 4 costs for 3/2 is obviously abysmal stats, right? That trades with 2 costs. There are 2 costs, 2 3s in this set. I checked. It's not like 3/2s where I was lying the whole time. How good would that be if it was just a 4-cost 3/2 that came down and it dealt 2 to a ready unit? It would be fine. I mean, that snipes a spy, I guess. It snipes some smaller units in the set. It even snipes some smaller space units, so this can dominate the space arena. Like, those are all reasonable applications for this. It has plot, which is a little weird. I'm sure there's a line that I'm not thinking of where the plot is, like, really good with this. But yeah, you flip your leader. You deal 2 to a ready unit. If they had the initiative, you're probably dealing 2 to their leader, or to a smaller unit, I guess. And if you don't have the initiative, if you don't have the initiative, you're probably dealing 2 to their leader, right? Because they flip the leader, then you plot this. And if you do have the initiative, and you flip your leader first, you're probably just going to deal with one of your opponent's smaller units. It's a little weird. I think that the stats are just like a little too bad. Like, if this is a 3/3, I think I'd actually kind of like it a lot. But the fact it trades down with so many of the like turn 1 plays in the format, like that's really unfortunate. The art's really cool though. I like the art a lot. So I think this card gets like a C. It's okay. It's fine. You don't want too many of these just because the stats really aren't there. Random pings are good for sure. You might be able to snipe a unit with this, but it's probably going to be a smaller unit. I'm not super sold. I could be wrong about this card, but I think it's pretty much the definition of a C. It might be a little bit closer to a C-, I'm thinking, but I could be wrong. I don't know. We'll see. Next we have Luthen's Hullcraft, Countermeasures Armed. It's a 5-cost Aggression Heroism space unit at rare. It's a 5/3 Rebel Vehicle Transport that says when defeated, you may choose an opponent and disclose Aggression, Heroism. If you do, that opponent discards 2 cards from their hand. So this is a really strong effect. It has pillage text basically on it. But if it was just like a 5-cost 5/3 that pillaged your opponent, that would be incredible. But there's some downsides here. First of all, 5-cost 5/3, tough stat line. We now know that no longer trades with 2 drops in the set, but it does trade with some 3 drops, and that's down 2 in resources. Now, of course, this does have a consolation prize of maybe pillaging your opponent, but that disclose is not free. Any of the like 2 resources, there's quite a few of these, and you're probably going to hear me say this a lot. I'll probably repeat myself a lot on this, but any of the like aspect, heroism, villainy disclose cards are really not free. This one is a little bit easier than some of the early ones just because it's a 5-drop instead of like a 7-drop. Because at this point in the game, you usually have more cards in your hand. So it's more likely you have the right aspects to do the disclose thing. But still, this is a lot and you won't always have it. And if you don't have it, this card is very bad. But like with a lot of these disclosed cards, if you do have it, the card is exceptional. So if you don't have it, again, this card's probably a D. If you do have it consistently, this card's probably a B. Also, so I know it's the hard part of the disclose here is not the information that you're giving your opponent, but that is still a real cost. I don't want to like seem like I'm hand waving that away because obviously the hard part here is having the cards. But that's not the only part. Like, giving it to your opponent, giving the information to your opponent is still really, can be awkward. But definitely the biggest downside is just, do you have them? And the answer to that will not always be yes. But if it is, it's probably close to a B. So once again, I'm going to split the difference, call it a C. But I think this card could easily have 2 grades, just like some of the other disclosed cards we've seen so far. Next, we have Contraband Starhopper. It's a 2-cost 2/3, or it's a 2-cost aggression space unit at common. It's a 2/3 underworld vehicle fighter, and that's it. No text. It's a vanilla. So it's a 2-cost 2/3 space unit. This is a card that I've been mentioning a lot, just like kind of in passing, like, oh, gotta watch out for the 2-cost 2/3. And I also said you gotta watch out for the 2-cost 3/2, but you actually don't. That card doesn't exist in this set. But you do have to watch out for this card. This card does exist. I checked. It's on the screen right now. Good. So this is a good 2-drop. This is like a solid turn 1 play. It's not like exciting, but it kills some of your opponent's possible turn 1 plays in space. Your opponent's usually going to be turn 1 playing on the ground, which is usually going to be better. But like still, I mean, getting something into space early means that you're going to just be attacking in space a bunch of times, and this will just remain uncontested for a while probably. So definitely, it's a very solid card. Nothing super exciting to write home about. It's probably like a C+, but definitely don't sleep on getting a couple of early space units down. They can definitely run away with games. Make sure you have an answer for your opponent playing this also. That's very important. Obviously, if they play it on like turn 6, who cares? But if they play it on like turn 1 or 2, you better watch out. Next up, we have Republic Orek Starfighter, which is a 3-cost aggression space unit at common. It's a 2/3 Republic vehicle fighter, and it has grit. So instead of a 2/3 vanilla for 2, we got a 2/3 grit for 3. Is grit worth 1? Kinda. So this one is a little bit weird. I don't think it's amazing, and that's just because there isn't really any great like curves into this. If your opponent plays a 2/3 on turn 1, and then you play this, your opponent is never attacking into this. They're just going to attack base, and then you're going to attack base, and they're going to attack base, and you're going to attack base. And you basically have a 2-drop, but you paid 3 for it. Like, because the dream is like, oh, but my opponent's going to have a 2/2, and then they're going to attack this, or I'm going to attack that. Yeah, more likely you're going to attack their 2/2, and then you'll be a 4/1 in space. That's incredible. And it's like, yeah, I guess if they're playing like a 2/2 in space, but that's like probably pretty not going to be happening super often on turn 1. If it is, this card's like probably good. I mean, 4 in space starting on turn like 4 is fine, but I don't think this card's going to be exceptional. That being said, it's still an early play. It's probably between a C- and a C. I've rounded it up to a C here, but I'm open to the fact that this could be a little bit lower. Next, we have Punishing One Takes No Prisoners, which is a 5-cost 3. One other thing I want to say about this card, actually, before we move on, is, like, even if you have a way to ping this, then it's just a 3/2. And 3/2 is something we get for 2. That's like a good 2-drop, but it's not a good 3-drop. And then, like, you ping it again, and it's a 4/1. And, like, that's a fine 2-drop. We'll see Chopper at some point, but it's not, like, a good 3-drop. And Attuned Fairnock as well was a 4/1. Like, I just don't really know what we're doing with this card. I just don't think it's statted well enough. I think C is too high of a grade, actually. It's probably lower than that. It's probably a C-. Yeah, I'm changing it in my spreadsheet. I think it's pretty much just a C-. Anyway, continuing. So next we have Punishing One Takes No Prisoners. It's a 5-cost aggression space unit at rare. It's a 3/5 underworld vehicle transport that has this unit gains raid 1 for each damaged enemy unit. And it has when played and on attack, you may deal 1 damage to a unit. So there you go. There's synergy for the grit one. This card is a interesting opportunity because it is a space unit that affects ground, but like not a lot. Dealing 1 on attack or on when played is not usually going to be enough. Sometimes it will be enough to finish something off, and that'll be really good if you can play this and kill an enemy ground unit. That'll be incredible. But like what this card is telling you it wants to do is play it and then ping a unit that you won't kill with it, because now it's going to be a bigger raid unit and it's going to be a bigger attacker. And like, I guess, and on attack you get to ping every time, so it gets bigger, and the damage you get from the ping adds onto the raid in real time. So like if it's a 3-5, right, with no raid, and then you attack and you ping one of their units, it's now attacking for 4 on that attack, I believe. Rules lawyers get in the comments if I'm wrong. So how much does this need to attack for in order for it to be good? So a 5-cost 3-5 that when played on attack deals 1 to something, and then no other text? No, I don't think so. A 5-cost 4-5 that does that. Okay. Sure. It's okay. 5-cost 5-5 that does that? Okay, now I'm interested. And then anything above that is incredible, right? So I think this card is probably like a C+, but it definitely could be higher than that. It could be B-, because if you are able to get like 3 or even 4 of your opponent's units damaged, if they have that many units somehow, if they have 4 units, you should watch out for other reasons. But, if they have 2 or 3 damage, like this attacking into base and continually pinging your opponent's stuff for 5 every turn can run away with games. Now, 5 is a big cost, but it could attack for big numbers. So I think it's probably like a C+. Next, we have Saw Gerrera's U-Wing, breaking the rules. It's a 6-cost aggression space unit at rare. It's a 4/8 rebel vehicle fighter. It has Saboteur. And when this unit completes an attack and survives, you may attack with another aggression unit. So 6-cost 4/8 is super interesting stats. There are a few units and leaders and other things that care about having the initiative. And this sort of card helps you get the initiative because it condenses your actions, right? You get to attack with, assuming you have another aggression unit, 2 units for the price of 1, because presumably you wanted to attack with that unit anyway. And Saw Gerrera's U-Wing says, yeah, okay, I'll take that one with me. Like, we'll attack at the same time, not literally, but close. And then that means that's 1 less action that comes out of your economy, and your opponent doesn't have that same luxury, so it's very likely that you're going to be done your actions before then, and you're going to be able to take initiative. And obviously for leaders like Cassian, that's imperative. But then there's other cards that we'll come to see as well that care very much about having the initiative. Now, a 6-cost 4/8 in space is interesting. It's going to be really hard to remove. The 8 HP is like a very awkward number for 6. Like that's going to be a tough thing for your opponent to deal with. The 4 attack is also, it's a little low for a 6-drop, but the effect that you get here will make it feel like it's hitting harder than that, just because you're also getting that other swing in, where your opponent may have been able to deal with that unit. You will probably have another aggression unit whenever you have this out, and it might be your leader. You can attack with your leader with this as well if it's an aggression leader. You will probably have another aggression unit, so you will probably be able to make this work most of the time. Sometimes you won't, and then it'll suck, kind of like a 4/8. It's like, okay. But when you can do it, it will feel good. Saboteur is also relevant because that big ship, the 6/6 Sentinel, will probably be a pretty common play, and this just kind of sneaks right through that. It forces that ship to be the aggressor onto your unit, and it trades with it, actually, because 6 and then 6 to kill this, and then they would take 8 back, right? The Saboteur here is actually very nice as a closer, because that there are a couple of Space Sentinels that this would just want to ignore and make sure it can get in for the most damage possible with these when it completes the attacks. This is like very clearly meant to go in an aggro deck, and Saboteur always performs better in aggro decks. Even though in this set there's, I think, there's like around 10 Sentinels, so that's not going to come up like all the time, but when it does, you're going to be glad that you have this Saboteur, because the Sentinels that I've seen so far are actually pretty decent, especially that 6/6. I like it a lot, and this will sneak right past that, so very good. I'm going to give this card a C+. I think it's a very solid aggro card that helps you keep the initiative. Next we have Screeching TIE Fighter, which is a 1-cost Cunning Villainy space unit at uncommon. It's a 2/1 Imperial vehicle fighter. It has on attack, you may choose a ground unit. If you do, it loses its keywords and can't gain them for this phase. So really this is a 1-cost 2/1. The keyword thing is probably not going to come up that often. If it ever comes up, that's cool, I guess, but it's usually not going to. How good is a 1-cost 2/1? It doesn't really... I mean, like, it's a 1-drop space unit, so you can play that on turn 1 and, get some damage if your opponent isn't doing anything in space, which is good. But, like, if your opponent is doing literally anything in space, this just loses to it. And don't think you're going to have the Dream Vader turn where you play 2 of these on turn 1. That's just not going to happen. If it does, you're probably going to do okay, but it's not going to happen, right? This card is, it's not great. I think it's probably like a C-. This C is a typo, this should say C-. It dies to too much stuff, but I can't give it that low of a grade just because it is an early play, and those, we need those, so... It's probably between a C- and a C, but I guess I should call it a C-. Next, we have Lurking Snub Fighter. It's a 3-cost Cunning Villainy Space Unit at common. It's a 2/3 Underworld Vehicle Fighter. It says when played, you may exhaust the unit, and it has plot. I think this card is actually very underrated. I think it's very strong. And the reason why I think that is actually weirdly because of the plot mechanic. You want to flip your leader later than your opponent here. And the reason is because you can exhaust leaders with this. So if your opponent flips their leader, then you flip your leader, which is a very standard line, leader flip into leader flip. Then before your opponent gets to attack with their leader or do anything, it's just exhausted now. And now you can just beat down their leader with yours and with any other units you may have. This is going to be a real catcher-upper if you don't have the initiative. And yeah, you will still not have the initiative because your opponent now has 1 less action probably to do and will probably get to take the initiative again. But I think that's a worthwhile trade. Now, a 3-cost 2/3 in space, that's fine, right? I mean, it's not great. We've seen the 3-cost 2/3 in space, and it wasn't good. But this definitely has a very real when-played ability, even if you aren't plotting it. So most of the plot cards, in order to be good, you have to plot them. I think this card is still fine if you don't plot it. It's obviously way better if you plot it, because it also counts as kind of drawing a card, right? Because you're not playing it from your hand. But yeah, if you can play this from plot and exhaust your opponent's... It doesn't even need to be their leader, but if it is, that's crazy. And if it's not, it's still quite good to just deny your opponent an attack with their best unit. Right? That's very good. And then your leader can clean things up if you're plotting with it. So, very good card. I think it's going to be slept on, and it's like a B-. Might even... No, it's probably B-. Next is Soulless One, Swift and Agile. It's a 3-cost Cunning Villainy Space Unit at uncommon. It's a 3/3. It says on attack, you may disclose Cunning Villainy. If you do, ready 2 resources. So, this is one of the times where I think that disclosing Cunning Villainy, it's not free, but it's a little bit easier whenever you're playing this card. And that's because you're doing it so early in the game. You're playing this on turn 2, ideally. And then your opponent, or then you have still a decent amount of cards in hand. And you're drawing more next turn because you can't attack with it till turn 3. And by then, you probably have all of those cards in your hand that you need in order to disclose and get the benefit here. And you can resource accordingly. How good is the benefit here to ready 2 resources? It's fine. It's not as good as people often immediately read it as, because people see this and they go, oh, if I have 4 resources, I can play a 6-drop. And then they think about it for a second. They're like, oh, no, I actually can't do that. What I can do is I can play a 2-drop and then a 4-drop, which is good for sure. Don't get me wrong. What this does is it makes your double spelling capacity better. It doesn't increase any sort of peak spiking unit or event or whatever that you're playing. But it's still quite good. The downside here, of course, is, this disclose. And then because of how restrictive the disclose cost is and the fact that this wants you to multi-spell, you probably are going to be showing your opponent what you're going to be doing that turn, and they can play around it, at least some of what you're doing, in a way that's pretty easy for them to telegraph. So it is an interesting unit, and I think that you will usually be able to disclose, at least early on. You do this every attack, so you will be able to... plan accordingly. If you get this off once, you'll probably be able to keep getting it off. But the downside of showing your opponent cards is very real, and then if in the late game you won't be able to do this. But also in the late game, you don't really need to do this, right? If you have 8 resources, you're probably just gonna play an 8-drop and pass, right? Or play out the rest of your hand. You don't really need 10 resources, right? So I think that you're going to be doing this a couple times in the early game, and that's maybe it. And that will be good when you do. Also, just a 3-cost 3/3 space unit. Obviously, that's not great on its own if it was vanilla, but it's fine. Those are very respectable stats. So I think all of that included, this card is a B-. It's got respectable stats, and then every now and then it has an ability that just gets you a pretty decent amount of value. All right, next we have Bravo Squadron Fighter, which is a 2-cost Cunning Heroism Space Unit at common. It's a 2/3 Naboo Vehicle Fighter, and it has Saboteur. This is the card that I thought was the 3-2 because it looks kind of similar to the one that is the 3-2 in the other set, which I should put on the screen when I'm editing this. But anyway, it's a 2-3. It's Saboteur. So this is like kind of similar to that other 2-3. It's like a little bit better because it has Saboteur, but it's not enough better that I think it's like a higher grade. It's still just like a C+, I think. The one like early Sentinel in space is that 1-4, and this is like good against that because you can just kind of straight up ignore it and you're winning that race. They're hitting your base every turn for 1 with that because they're probably not attacking into Bravo Squadron Fighter. Why would they do that, right? Because 2 attacks kills them and doesn't kill you. So they're probably just attacking base, but so are you with Saboteur, and you're winning that race. So I think this card is very good, and I think it's a very happy 2-drop in anyone's curve that's playing yellow heroism. So C+, it doesn't do anything like massively exciting other than just get in for a bunch of damage if your opponent's ignoring space. If your opponent's ignoring space, or if your opponent's only answer to space is like, I'm going to put in some 1-4 Sentinels, then this just completely rolls around that strategy. Next, we have Blue Ace Colorful Racer, which is a 4-cost Cunning Heroism Space Unit at rare. It's a 4/5 Resistance Vehicle Fighter. It has Ambush and On Attack, Ready and Exhausted Enemy Unit. So this is an interesting one because it's like a very well-statted card with Ambush, which immediately means something's up because they shouldn't be doing that, right? This passes the vanilla test. If this was just a 4-cost 4/5 in space, I would play that card, right? That's Awakened Spectres in space. That's like a C. I would happily play that card. But it has Ambush? That pushes it like crazy mode, right? Well, they put in a downside to be careful about that. So, On Attack, Ready and Exhausted Enemy Unit. But the thing is, you can ready the unit that you're attacking and probably killing with this, right? If you're playing this on curve, this is killing anything that it's ambushing into, probably, right? And I guess that's not necessarily true, but it's usually true. And you can just like go, okay, I ready that, and then you ambush into it and kill it, and now you have a 4/5 with a few damage marked on it, and you've killed one of their units. This is incredible. Even in a pinch, if you need to ready like one of their ground units or whatever, if there's the line where like if you think they're gonna take initiative, you can just wait for them to do that, and then you can ambush in, kill a space unit, ready a ground unit or something. I don't know, but I don't know why you wouldn't just ready the space unit then. I don't know. There's a lot of things you can do with this, and it's going to be really good a lot of the time. I guess in that case it would be like later in the game because it's on attack, so they have no space units. You're attacking the base every turn. You just wait till they take initiative, then you attack in, ready a ground unit. They can't attack with it. They've already taken initiative. So this card just has so many good lines, and like, yeah, technically there's like the awkward like, oh well, it will happen sometimes where you have to ready one of their units and that sucks, and then maybe you just don't ambush this in, and yeah. But in general, I think this card's incredible. I think it's like a B. The downside is real, but like not actually, is what my notes say. Next we have Lightmaker, I Have an Idea, which is a 5-cost Cunning Heroism Space Unit at Legendary. It's a 3/4 Rebel Vehicle Capital Ship. It has Raid 4, and when defeated, choose an arena, exhaust each enemy unit in that arena. So this is March on Row synergy out of Aspect. This card is held back by being a bad defender. Like 5-cost 3/4 stats is really rough. Now, of course, that's as a defender. As an attacker, it's a 7/4 for 5, which is obviously ridiculous. That's incredible. If you play this on curve, your opponent needs to deal with it, or they're going to lose the game in like 2 hits, probably. 3 tops. And this is early enough in the game where 2 or 3 hits is like a thing that you could conceivably do. And then even if they can immediately kill it, you have the bonus of, oh, I'm just going to exhaust whatever arena, usually the ground arena, of my opponents, and now, you know, they don't get to do anything there. And sure, they get initiative going into the next round, but I probably just got a bunch of extra base damage in, or controlled the board, or did whatever I needed to do. So this card, I think, is very, very strong. The downside, really, and this will happen sometimes, is you play it, your opponent does whatever they need to do in the ground already, and then they kill it, and then, yeah, great, you exhaust the ground arena, it does nothing. You basically just played a 5-cost 3/4, and in that case, it really sucks. And that does hold it back, and that happens sometimes, but I think that this card is still quite good, and I'd happy to play it, because I think it will just close out a lot of games for people ignoring space. It is probably like a B-. Next, we have Libertine under new ownership. It's a 4-cost Cunning space unit at rare. It's a 3/7 underworld vehicle transport that says this unit gets +1/+0 plus for each captured card it's guarding. And when played, choose an enemy unit and a non-leader friendly unit. The enemy unit captures the friendly unit. So right away, you should have some alarm bells going off. The fact that it's double cunning. And don't go, oh, I'll just play it in DJ. Don't say that to me right now, okay? Don't do that. So this has a decent stat line if we are treating it as a 4-drop. A 4-drop 3/7 space unit that I guess gets a little bit bigger is good, sure. The problem is when played, choose an enemy unit and a friendly unit. The enemy unit captures the friendly unit. So when you play it, you have to lose a friendly unit. What? That's a huge downside. It's not optional. You have to do this when you play it. So just to be clear, when you're playing this in limited also, it's going to cost 6. So you're paying 6 for a 3/7 in space, already not good. And then you're also losing a non-leader unit when you do. Why would you ever play this card? This card is legitimately just unplayable in draft. I'm sure it's a D-. I'm sure there's some crazy combo you can do where you play this and then you use the thing that lets you capture a bunch of units in one, and then now this, whoa boy, it's a 6/7 or something, and yeah, no, don't play this card. It's terrible. It's honestly, this is an F really, but I'm putting it at D-, but it's an F. Let's be honest. Next, we have A-Wing. It's a 1-cost Cunning space unit at common. It's a 1/2 vehicle fighter that has raid 1. This is, I like early plays. I like early aggressive plays. They're great. Problem with this early aggressive play is that it dies too easily to other early aggressive plays. There's so many ways that this is just a bad defender. There's a lot of 2/3s that just completely eat this for breakfast. Sometimes even a 2/2 will, depending on who has initiative. It's just really not what you want to be doing. That being said, I can't give it like a bad, I can't give it like a super bad grade because it is still like an early play and like a good curve filler for that early stuff. Because your opponent won't always be playing into space, but if your opponent's turn 1 play is a 2-drop space unit and you play this, that's not looking good for you. I think this card is probably like a C- at most. I would try to avoid this unless you are really trying to go in on that aggro plan. But even then, I don't know. Next, we have Emissaries Sheathipede. Yep, I said that word right. Which is a 2-cost Cunning space unit at common. It's a 2/4 Separatist vehicle transport. This is when defeated, each opponent may ready a resource. So a 2-cost 2/4 space unit is quite good. That is above rate stats. And so they had to give it a downside, and I get it. This downside is really not that significant. You can usually make it work so that it doesn't actually matter at all. So like if you have initiative and you go into a turn where you know your opponent's going to kill this with one of their units, you just like attack into that unit anyway. You trade them and then they don't get to ready anything. There are lots of times where just having +1 resource won't actually matter for your opponent because it doesn't actually like ramp them a resource. It just readies one when they've already used it. So oftentimes they'll plan their turn around, if they are playing 2 cards in one turn, around the exact amount of resources they need. Sometimes you will just ready it for them and they'll have already taken initiative, or they just won't have anything they can play. And yeah, sure, sometimes you will ready a resource for them that will matter. They'll play like a bigger unit or an event that they wouldn't have been able to normally double cast, right? But I don't think that'll happen often enough. I think this is usually just a 2-cost 2/4. But because of that downside, I will hedge a little bit. I'm going to give it a C+. I think that's probably about where it sits, though. A 2-cost 2/4, it's like fine. It's an okay attacker, right? If you can get it down early and just start donking base with it. Next, we have Zenwest Shadow Fighter, which is a 2-cost 2/2 space unit at common. It is Separatist vehicle fighter, and it has hidden. So this is one of those space units that I just don't think is good at all. It's eaten too easily, again, to the, what was the name of it? The Bravo Squadron Fighter, right? It just like dies to that, the 2/3. And just to be clear, I love the art on this card. This is one of my favorite arts of this set. This is beautiful. But yeah, I don't think the card is particularly good. It is still like a 2-drop, and it doesn't die the turn it comes down, I guess, because it is hidden. But like usually they don't, right? If you're both playing in space, you play 2-drop, they play 2-drop, like they're just gonna kill this next turn anyway. The hidden doesn't matter. I think this is probably similar to the A-Wing. This is probably like a C minus. I think I gave it a C officially, but I'm gonna change my grade. I think this is like a C minus. I just think it's eaten too easily, but it's still like fine. It's still a 2-drop, and sometimes you have to play 2-drops that are not great just to fill a curve. I'd rather have this than no 2-drops, that's for sure. Next we have Ebon Hawk, Cause and Effect, which is a 3-cost cunning space unit at rare. It's a 3/3 fringe vehicle transport that has on attack. You may disclose heroism and or villainy. If you disclose heroism, this unit gets +2/+0 for this attack. If you disclose villainy, give the defender -4/-0 for this attack. This card is incredible, obviously. The 3-cost 3/3 in space is already like, that's good, especially in the set where there's no 3/2 for 2. So this won't trade down at all in space. It'll trade at least equal. And then on attack, the fact that you you'll never get to do both of these things. If you do, obviously that's great. That would be very funny. It would be like the Anakin of space. No, if you get to disclose both of these, obviously that's incredible, but you're not going to be able to. If you disclose heroism, you're going to be treating this like an aggro unit, where you're going to be just going into base for 5 and just letting your opponents deal with this on their own time. Because like playing this on turn 2 and then swinging into base for 5 on turn 3, and then every subsequent turn, if they can't deal with it, will just win you the game straight up. Like if your opponent doesn't have a way to deal with Ebon Hawk, it's going to win you the game on like turn 5. It's going to be just absolutely bonkers. If you're in villainy, you're going to treat this probably more as like a bit of a control unit, right? If your opponent's playing units in space, you're going to be able to just swing into them and take no damage back. You're basically just going to be able to completely clean them up. If they play a unit that this can one-shot, then you're going to just basically just exhaust this unit and defeat an enemy. This just has Vanquish on a stick in that case. I guess it's probably closer to takedown, but nevertheless, very, very, very strong unit, and possibly the strongest space unit, or one of them. What was the other one? Coronet is also very strong. I'm not sure which one is stronger. They're both quite incredible. How free is the disclose costs here? I think pretty free. You'll often have either just a straight villainy, straight heroism, or one of those mixed ones. Like pretty regularly, especially early in the game where Ebon Hawk really shines. Ebon Hawk is also like a fine top deck. On like turn 6, 5 in space every turn in heroism is still good. In the late game, I think it's better in heroism than in villainy, just because you want to be pushing that damage as much as you can. But I think in most cases it's better in heroism, just because 5 to base on a 3-drop is ridiculous. But I think it's pretty free. Obviously, giving the downside here really is giving your opponent information. But it's and the thing is, usually most of your cards that have the heroism or villainy aspect are not just straight heroism or villainy. They're usually heroism and villainy, or villainy plus whatever color you're running, and those are also usually the best cards in your deck. So you're going to be showing your opponent kind of what your best cards are, which is definitely a little bit of a downside here that maybe people are sleeping on, but it's well worth it to basically just daring raid for free every turn onto your opponent's base. Like, that's just insane. Anyway, I'm giving this like a B+. This card is incredible, and yeah, probably tied for the best unit in space. I'm not sure which one is better. I'll let you know in a month or two. Next we have Hutt Cartel's Starfighter, which is a 3-cost villainy space unit at common. It's a 3/5 underworld vehicle fighter. This is one play to deal 2 damage to this unit. So it's basically a 3/3 because it's a 3/5 that just comes in with 2 damage on it. The synergy here is with Jabba the Hutt leader, right, that cares about you having damaged units. This card works very well with that. But really, this is just a 3-cost 3/3, really is what you can think of it as, and that's fine. I don't have like a ton to say about it. It eats the 2/3s okay, which is good. There are a couple of those that people play on turn 1, of course, as 2-drops, or some 1-drops that are 2 1s or 2 2s, or 1 2s that this just decimates, right? And the synergy with the Jabba leader, who I think is one of pretty good leader in the set is also going to be real. So I don't have a ton more to say about this card. It's a 3-cost 3/3 in space. That's like good, and then it has like all these like random synergies that you can like maybe get going. So I think it's probably like a C+. Next, we have Heroic Arc 170, which is a 4-cost Heroism Space Unit common. It's a 4/3 Republic vehicle fighter that says, when played, if you control a damaged unit, you may deal 2 damage to an enemy unit. So this is a little bit awkward. The stat line is rough. A 4-cost 4/3 is definitely tough. This dies to doesn't die to any turn 1 plays, but it does die to a lot of turn 2 plays in space. So it will trade down a lot of the time. You might maybe be able to snipe one of your opponent's units with it, but you need to have a damaged unit. There needs to be a very specific sequence ready for that to happen, or that happened. There needs to be a specific sequence that has happened in order for that to be the case sometimes whenever you play this. But if you can do that, it is pretty good. So if you played a 4-cost 4/3 just straight up as a vanilla, I would say that's like probably like a D. If you play a 4-cost 4/3 that like always pings 2, I don't know. It's probably like between a C+ and a B-. This card is probably like a low C. It synergizes with Hut Cartel Spacer, Hut Cartel Starfighter, because this is a damage unit, and then you control a damage unit, and they even curve into each other if you somehow have heroism and also villainy, which you cannot do in this set. So yeah, it's a funny card. It's a little bit awkward in the stats department, but I think it's still okay. Like I said, it's probably like a low C. All right, and the last space unit is a 2-cost space unit at common, no aspect. It's a 1/3 Republic vehicle transport that says, when played, name a card, then an opponent reveals their hand. For each copy of the named card in their hand, give an experience token to this unit. How do I evaluate this card? So, in Constructed, this card's not going to see play in Constructed probably. Revealing hand is like cool, but you probably have a reasonable idea if your opponent's playing like any deck that's like somewhat meta about like what kind of things they keep in their opening hand. But like even then, like let's say you're playing this into the deck that I play. I'm sorry, I'm a Han 2 blue player, Force blue. Even if someone's playing this into me, what kind of cards do I keep on turn 1? Ogdo Bogdo, Grogu, those are probably the 2 best ones. Yaddle, either Ezra or Marin, depending on the version of the deck you're running. Sometimes you play both. So like, let's say my opponent names like Grogu or Ogdo Bogdo, which I would keep in an opening hand into most decks. But like, what if I just didn't draw them? What if I don't have them, right? And that's assuming they have like good knowledge of my deck, which in Constructed you often will. Like, you know, if you sit across from a Han 2 Force blue player, they're playing Grogu and Ogdo Bogdo, right? But like, when you sit down at a limited table, you don't know what your opponent's playing. Like, you can have some ideas based on the color they're in. But the other thing is, and this is a skill issue, I'll say, for me and for whoever, especially at pre-release, you're not going to know what all of the cards in the set are, right? Like in Constructed, I know what it's in my opponent's deck. Like, not completely. Some people add spice to their deck list and whatever, but like I can generally have ideas about cards that are like for sure. Like if I sit across from a Boba Green, a deck that I've never played, I know that they're running Resupply. I know that they're running Ruthless Raider. I know that they're probably running Super Laser Tech. I know that they're probably running HK-47, right? Like there's all these cards that people just run, and yeah, maybe they have some sauce. Maybe some of them run Eighth Brother for a Ground Ambusher or something. I don't know, whatever. But like, I don't know why you would do that. They probably don't do that. Anyway, I digress. The point is, in Constructed, you know what your opponents are running most of the time, and this still probably wouldn't even hit that often because they just might not draw it. And then in Limited, there's that they just might not draw it, but also there's that added factor of you don't even know what's in your opponent's deck, right? You have no idea. Like, again, you can make some guesses, but especially at pre-release, you won't know because you don't really know all the cards in the set that well yet. Even if you watch an 8-hour video, or in my case, made an 8-hour video. Actually, it looks like it's going to be closer to 10 hours. About what those cards are. Like, I'm probably not going to remember. If I play this card in my opening hand, I'm going to really think it's like, oh shoot, can I even remember a single name of a card in this set, even though I just yapped about them for 8 hours? Like, probably not. I'm probably going to forget. I'm probably going to play this card, I'm going to look at my hand, and I'm going to be like, do they have any of these cards maybe? And then I'll name one of those. That's probably what I'm going to do. Because you have to name the card before they reveal their hand. But anyway, So if you ever hit with this, it's a 2-cost 2/4, and that's pretty good. We've talked about that. Not only that, it's actually a 2-cost 2/4 that you got a bunch of information from. You looked at your opponent's hand. Here's the funny line: if you hit with this twice, then it's a 2-cost 3/5, and you're winning that game. But that's never happening. You're usually going to hit 0, and then maybe sometimes if you're lucky, you'll hit 1. And then it's a 2/4. So how good is it if it's just a 2-cost 1/3 that does the Imperial Probe Droid thing? It's okay. It's not great. Sometimes it'll be a 2/4 that does the Imperial Probe Droid thing, and then it's good. I think overall this card ends up being a C. I'm not super impressed by it, but the information might actually end up being super handy. So maybe I'm underrating this. I don't know. And maybe some Rain Man will actually just lock in and figure out what their opponent has. And then this will be a 2/4, and wow, everyone will go, ooh. This does have a lot of potential to just grant you massive aura points, though. Like if you just know what your opponent has, if you just put them on it on turn 1 before they've given you any indication of what's in their deck. I guess in game 2 or game 3 you might know a bit more, but I think the real move is to slam this in game 1 on turn 1 and just guess. That's what I think the real move is. Good. So that actually brings us to the end of the space units. Our next section is events. And events in this format, I've noticed, there's a few strong ones for sure, but a lot of events in this format I've noticed are a little bit weak. And we'll see that in a bit. They're kind of a bit dirtily, a bit weak, and I think that in general, this is going to be a very unit-heavy format. Most limited formats are, but I've noticed that especially about this one. We'll see. Time will tell if I'm right about that, but I've front-loaded this enough. Let's get into it. So, first, we have Emergency Powers. It is a 1-cost Vigilance Villainy event at Rare. It's a law, and it says choose a non-leader unit and pay any number of resources. For each resource paid this way, give an experience token to the chosen unit. This card is super interesting. This is just a removal check, straight up. If removal is sparse, which it is, this card could be kind of insane. Now, this does say non-leader unit. If this could hit leaders, are you kidding me? Flip my leader on 6, play this and pay 5, and then give my leader +5/+5 forever. Absurd. But obviously you can't hit leaders, so this is just a removal check. Because whenever you put this on, if they have hard removal, you just got super 2-for-1, because you're not going to play this and give 1 experience to a unit. You're going to play this and use all of your resources. There's never, I personally can't think of a case where you're I only want to use 3 of my resources and then I want to save the other 2 to play a 2-drop. No, you're going to be playing all 5 of your resources in that case, and then put 4 1/1 counters on something, experience counters. And sometimes that'll win you the game, sometimes that'll lose you the game, because it'll just completely ruin your turn, right? There's not really much in between with this card. That's why it is a true removal check. And I think because removal is reasonably sparse, people will not always be prepared for this, and it will actually get there kind of sometimes. So I'm going to give it a C+, but I am interested to see how this card plays out. Imagine this on a space unit, because that's pretty sparse in this set. So if they don't have hard removal, they're not even going to be able to inefficiently trade units into it. They're just going to be able to lose in space. That's what they're going to be able to do. Next, we have 1 in a Million, which is a 1-cost Vigilance Heroism event at Rare. It's a Gambit. This card can't be played from your hand. Defeat a unit with power and remaining HP, both equal to the number of readied resources you control, and it has plot. This card is really funny, but absolutely not. So, you can't play this from your hand. So if you don't play this on the exact leader flip turn, you just never get to play this. I don't know if there's any cards that let you play stuff from your graveyard. I guess there's some stuff that let you play stuff from the top of your opponent's deck. So maybe there's some circumstance you play Obi-Wan and you hit them, and then you find 1 in a million off the top, and then, oh wow, you get to play it from there because it's not in your hand. But even then, it's probably not actually going to work. Obviously, if you get this going, if you get this, it's great. It can hit leaders. It's 1-cost leader removal, but you have to jump through so many hoops. Absolutely not. This will never work. And I know that technically this will sometimes work, but you should act as if this will never work, because this will never work. D- for sure. Next up, we have Scour the Archives, which is a 1-cost Vigilance event at common. It's a learned. I've been doing this for too long, man.
And yet I persist.
It says, search the top 8 cards of your deck for an upgrade, reveal it, and draw it. Put the other cards on the bottom of your deck in a random order. So this isn't an upgrade set. There are a couple of good upgrades, and this does let you find them really early in the game and before you flip your leader. If you're looking for like a plot upgrade, right? You can do that, and then next turn you can just resource that, and then you have it for plot. That's cool, I guess. But this is not an upgrade set. And they've printed a lot of upgrade synergy cards. They should stop doing that in this set because it's not an upgrade set. That being said, top 8 is a lot, especially in a 30-card deck. You will often find what you're looking for. So if you really are trying to do upgrades, then this will be fine. But no, I think this is like a D. Even though it's pretty efficient at what it does, I think it's a D. Next, we have the Eye of Aldani, which is a 1-cost vigilance event at rare. Is an innate trick. It says at the start of the next action phase for each enemy unit, its controller must pay 1 or exhaust that unit. This is super interesting. So we're getting into the stacks territory. If you don't know what that is, it's a term used in Magic for decks that make your opponent unable to play their decks. You call those stacks decks, kind of. It's a little more nuanced than that, but whatever. So this is kind of cool. I don't think it's a limited card, though. It's like too much giving your opponent a choice. You're paying 1 and a card. The paying a card is what really matters here. 1 is whatever. This costs 1, sure. But you're going down a card, and you're making your curve worse. And what you get in return is making your opponent's next turn's curve worse. Which can be good, but it gives your opponent just a lot of agency. Like, they know what they can afford to do. You're not always playing on curve, and maybe they're going into their 5 resource turn and they're only going to be able to play a 4-drop anyway. Okay, great. I'll pay 1 for my best unit, which is maybe my only unit. And then this card just did nothing because they were just going to play that 4-drop anyway, and now they also and now they can just pay the 1, and it doesn't matter if they did or didn't because they were going to end that turn with 1 readied resource anyway, right? Now, of course, this can sometimes screw over your opponent if they had like a really big turn planned with like on-curve units and they wanted to attack a bunch. Like, yeah, sure. But I think that that's just going to happen infrequently enough. This card is probably like a D. It's not unplayable, but I think you should try your best to not play it, I think. Next, we have Relief Request, which is a 2-cost event at Vigilance. It's a common. 2-cost of Vigilance event at common. That's what I meant to say. It's a law, and it says heal 3 damage from a unit. You may disclose Vigilance. If you do, heal 3 damage from another unit. So this is like definitely very efficient healing. You will be able to disclose Vigilance pretty often, but not always, right? The problem with cards like this, there's 2 problems with cards like this. The first one is they don't add to the board. Maybe they make your board a little stickier, but they don't add to the board. And the second problem with cards like this is they're really bad top decks later. Like, the best case scenario for this card is you heal your leader for 3, letting it stick around a little bit longer, and also healed some other big unit for 3 and let it stick around longer. Like, that's a good scenario when that happens, but I really don't think that's going to happen often enough for Relief Request to be good. It's interesting, and there is potential upside, so I am going to give it a D+, because I don't think it's, like, unplayable, and it is a very efficient healing for sure, but no, I just don't think it's good enough. The disclose part here is basically free in terms of actually having the card to disclose. In terms of giving your opponent information, it's never free, but it's not like a huge downside. You will do that if you can, which you usually will be able to. Next up, we have Knowledge and Defense, which is a 3-cost Vigilance upgrade at common. It is, or not upgrade, event, sorry, at common. These are all going to be events. It's a learned? I don't know. It says, give a unit -2/-2 for this phase, draw a card. I think this card's awesome. It kills Cassian for 3 and draws a card? No way. The Cassian leader dies for 3. No. Jokes aside, I do think this is like actually pretty solid. -2/-2 doesn't kill an insane amount of stuff just straight up. One reasonable line for this will be killing their 3/2 that they play on turn 1 and just drawing a card. That'll be cool. There are some 3/2s that they can play on turn 2. If you get to do that, that'll feel really nice. But beyond that, just like shrinking a unit and letting another unit attack into it and finish it off, and that unit would probably survive because -2 attack. Like, those are all pretty good. That's pretty good. And the fact that you get a card out of it, I'm really into that. I think this is a very solid. I mean, and also importantly, it's removal. And it's removal that allows you to go into space as well. So, like we've talked about, you need to be able to, if you want to ignore the space arena, which some decks you will want to do, you need to be able to deal with your opponent not ignoring space arena, and this will help you do that. So, -2, very real, very reasonable, and the extra card will be nice as well. This is in common. Expect to see this a lot. Be careful when putting +1/+1s on your X1 because they might decide to know knowledge and defense. I'm giving this a B-. Next, we have Charged with Murder, which is a 4-cost event at Vigilance. It's a law at Uncommon. It says you may disclose Vigilance. If you do, defeat a damaged non-leader unit. This is interesting because it's removal, so I want to like it, and it costs 4. Removal that costs 4 is good, but it feels like they tuned so many like knobs with this one. Like 4-cost removal, cool, good, I like it. But you have to disclose 2, or disclose Vigilance. It's like, you can usually do that. You might have to reveal, no, you will have to reveal 2 cards. You're never playing a double Vigilance card in Limited. You can usually do that. Okay, I guess, like, that's a little awkward. It's definitely not free, but often. And then it's like, it has to be a non-leader unit. And it's like, yeah, that seems fair. Oh, it has to be damaged also. And it's like, what? Like, I don't know. That just seems like so much for like, I feel like for that, it could have cost 3. Or it could have been, you don't have to disclose, or it could have been defeat any non-leader unit, or it could have been defeat damaged, but then any unit, like including leaders. Like, I feel like if you change any one of these things, this card becomes like good, but not busted. But as is, I just think it's like a little weak. Now, it's still removal, so I have to give credit where credit is due. It's probably still like a C+, but like, removal in Limited is usually supposed to be better than this, I think. And I just really think this is quite weak removal. There was a card in, I think, set 2 that had really cool art. What was it called? But it was removal, but it was like very bad removal that was clearly meant for Limited. And this is also that. It's very bad removal. That's clear. This is never getting played outside of Limited, right? But yeah, I don't know. Even in Limited, disclose Vigilance, really. Sometimes, and this card doesn't even have a mode if you can't disclose. Like, if you have this card in your hand, it's not like there's like a weaker version that because oftentimes with disclosed cards, you can like play it and you get like a really weak card or you get a really strong card depending on if you disclosed. This card, you just get like a mid card if you disclose and nothing if you don't. Like, I don't know. I just don't think this gets there, but it's probably still a C+. I mean, removal's removal. Next, we have Retaliation. It's a 5-cost Vigilance event at Common. It's a tactic, and it says, defeat a unit that dealt damage to a base this phase. This is slightly less restrictive removal. It's still kind of restrictive, though. One thing that I should mention is there are two words that are absent here, which is non-leader. This can defeat leaders. So remember all that stuff I've been saying about upgrades on leaders being safe? Haha. Better watch out for this common blue removal spell. I think this card is going to do numbers because people are going to really go all in on their leaders, like I am, because I'm probably not going to play around this. Well, I might play around this sometimes. Depends on what my opponent's doing. But this is a card that I think will really it might just win you the game sometimes, right? Your opponent flips their leader, they put a bunch of stuff on it, they attack your base, and sure, that's a downside. They have to hit your base first. That means your base is definitely taking damage. Your base takes 5, 6, whatever from their leader flip. Retaliation, leader's dead, upgrades are dead. They've wasted their turn other than dealing 6 to your base, and that's not nothing. But it's this. You're feeling pretty up if you've done this. This also, be careful if your opponent is in blue and you are putting upgrades on your leader. That might be fine, but it might be wise for you to use your leader for control purposes at this point. Destroy their units, whatever, and then maybe at some point after they've already used cards, or if you're pretty sure this is no longer in their hand for whatever reason, then you can start going base. But just be aware. You should. I said earlier kind of errantly that I'm not going to play around this card. I am going to play around this card. If my opponent's in blue, I'm going to be using my leader for control when I can. good, because it's just such a blowout otherwise. Anyway, I think this card is like a B-. It incentivizes your opponent to play in like weird patterns in order to save their leader. I will say this usually is used on leaders, but obviously doesn't need to be. It can be used on other units as well. But I think the most useful case for this will be on a leader. And 5 cost to remove a leader. That's just cheaper Rivals Fall, baby. Let's go. Next up, we have Hyperspace Disaster. Defeat all space units. I didn't read anything else about that card. I just got really excited. Hyperspace Disaster is a 7 cost Vigilance event at rare. It's a disaster, and it says defeat all space units. That's pretty cool. So this is also like a way that I can just ignore space even more. And not get punished. I can just go into ground. I can be running a Hyperspace Disaster. Boom. I don't have to worry about that. Obviously, if they get really aggressive in space, then maybe they are able to do irreparable damage to my base before the 7 resource turn. But I don't think that'll usually happen in this set. Yeah, I think this card is solid. Some matchups, I will admit, it'll just feel kind of dead, unfortunately, because they'll be ignoring space too, and you'll be ignoring space, and you draw this, and you just resource it because you're like, yeah, okay, whatever. Neither of us are doing space. But, you know, this is a very handy thing to have, and I think that this will be very good and constructed too. Very good and constructed. So just keep that in mind. If you are going into if you're going to try to do a space heavy thing in limited, just be aware that this card exists. And it can be in heroism or villainy, okay? It's a half super laser blast for cheaper and can be played in either heroism or villainy. So just be careful. I think it's really good. It is a weird thing to give a grade to because some matchups it'll just be kind of dead, but some matchups it'll be like the card that you want to draw. So I'm going to tentatively give it a B-, but I will admit that this card is very weird to grade. I do think it's good though. I think that you definitely want one in a blue deck. It's a rare, so you won't always have one, but if you can get one, I think you want it. Next we have Corporate Warmongering. It is a 4-cost command villainy event at uncommon. It's a plan, and it says give a friendly unit +3/+3 for this phase, give each other friendly unit +1/+1 for this phase. So this card is similar to cards we've seen in the past. I just think that what the dream for this is that you go really wide with spies, and now all your spies are 3/3s, and also you have another unit that's pumped up by +3/+3. And sure, if you can get that going on, it's great for sure. By all means, do that. But I just don't think that you're going to get that going on enough times for this to be good. It's like a reasonably efficient pump, but in like 90% of games, I would just rather play a 4-drop. I just don't think this is going to be great. I'm giving it a D+. But I will admit, there is that dream where you just have a million spies, and now you win the game kind of instantly. Good. Next up, we have I Am the Senate. Speaking of spies, we have I Am the Senate, which is a 6-cost command villainy event at special rarity. It's a law, and it says create 5 spy tokens. So for 6 resources, you get 5 spy tokens. Is that worth it? I'm leaning no, not really. We've seen a card like this in the past that was, I think, like 6 costs make like 7 TIE fighters or something like that. Don't quote me on that. It was something like that. But I just think that creating 5 spy tokens for 6 when you could be playing like a real unit is not going to be good enough. If the spy tokens are going to be a problem for your opponent, they're probably just going to kill them with their units for free, basically, because they're 0/2s. And if they're not going to be a problem for your opponents, they're just going to play their 6-drop, and they're going to just keep going base because you didn't play a 6-drop. I just don't see a world... Like, in principle, this is 6 costs for 10/10 stats if it gets truly ignored, and I see that. That's good. That is a good amount of stats, but that's across 5 actions, and then also assuming your opponent does nothing about it, and there's a million good things they can do about it, especially with the 6-drop that they just played, which is presumably better than 5 spy tokens, I think. I could be wrong about this. Again, I'm evaluating spies kind of not super highly, so I absolutely am open to the fact that I just could have a wrong evaluation here, but as is, I'm going to say this is a D+. But if spies end up being good, this could absolutely be good for sure. 5 spies is a lot of spies. I'll give it that. Hey, you know what? It goes well with corporate warmongering. Okay, you play that. Now you have 5 3/3s. That's 15 damage. And actually, one of them got +1 or +3/+3. So that's actually 17 damage. That's really good. Very good. Anyway, D+. I'm not sold. Next, we have Renewed Friendship. Return a unit from your discard pile to your hand. Create 2 spy tokens. Yeah, More spy tokens. Cool. So what does this really do? This draws you a card and it makes you 2 spy tokens for 4. It draws you... So is returning a unit from your discard pile drawing a card, or like equivalent in value to drawing a card? I think no. I think it's different. It's a little bit hard to evaluate if it's better or worse, because drawing a card, it can be anything. But this, you get like, you know it's going to be a unit, and you also, if you have multiple units, you get whichever unit is most valuable in that moment. And then you get 2 spies. 4 is a lot for that. And again, I think I would just usually rather play a 4-drop. And assuming you're doing this on curve. And if you're doing it late, this is actually maybe okay. This is fine late. Because in the late game, you guys are both top decking, you draw this, you go, oh, okay, I'm going to get my 7-drop back from my discard. And also get 2 spies to deal with whatever you're playing this turn. Or at the very least, stopping you from going into base as you deal with my spies. Cool. Like that, this is like a fine draw late, but I just don't, I think it's like not good early, and you're probably going to end up resourcing it. And yeah, I don't know. I see the vision, but I think overall it's probably only going to get there a few times. It's probably a C-. Next up, we have Dismantle the Conspiracy, which is a 6-cost command heroism tactic event, or event tactic at rare. It says, a friendly unit captures any number of enemy non-leader units with a total of 7 or less remaining HP. This is going to be a very annoying card to play against. It has Cad Bane text. You'll basically always be able to kill the unit your opponent uses this on, except for if they flip their leader and do it immediately. And one of the reasons I say that is because they're probably doing this while your leader is out in full force, and they can't hit leaders with this. So your leader's probably just going to be able to deal with whatever they throw out here. And if your leader can't deal with it, or if they put it on their leader and it becomes an issue, then yeah, this is pretty efficient. It's 6 cost, it's removal, but I just think that capture is that kind of a weak mechanic. And then again, if this is not on a leader and you just have removal for it, it's over, right? And if this is on a leader, as we've seen, there's still removal for it. It's just a little bit too risky for my liking. It's probably between a D+ and a C-. I've rounded down, but it could be a C-. We'll see how this goes. Yes, it's 6 costs for just Cad Bane text. Cad Bane is a good card, partially because of the capture mechanic, but partially also just because he's like, you know, he's a 7/7, and that's good. And he has like a downside on his on attack, sure, but like he's a 7/7 that like eats your opponent's units. Like that's fine, that's good. This just the eating your opponent's units without the 7/7. I guess you get it for 1 cheaper, but I don't think so. Next up, we have Budget Scheming, which is a 2-cost command event at common. It is a law, and it says, give an experience token to each of up to 3 official units. This is actually decent payoff for spy tokens. I'll say it. This is decent for spy tokens. Making all your spy tokens 1/3s mean they don't just die for free to your opponents attacking into them. They at least do 1 back, and that can sometimes be relevant. And then also making them all attack as 3/3s. I like that too. Now, obviously, you probably aren't going to be playing this and putting it on 3 spy tokens. You're probably going to be putting on other units, and maybe even if you're lucky, your leader, in which case this is actually pretty good. I'm not a huge fan generally of events that just like don't do anything to the board themselves and need other things, but I think this is efficient enough, and also the fact it can go on leaders, that I actually will play 1 copy of this in a lot of my green decks if I can. I think I'm going to give this a C. It's not like incredible by any means, and you're usually not playing it before like, I don't know, turn 4, but like it's pretty solid if you can get the 3. If you can only get 2, it's probably not good enough. You probably need to get all 3, I think. It's kind of statted in just that sweet spot. Next, we have Reconnaissance, which is a 2-cost command event at common. It's a plan. It says, if you control a ground unit and a space unit, draw 2 cards. The art looks like E.T., and I think that's really funny. But E.T. is going to voicemail in this one because this card is not particularly good. So how often are you going to control a ground unit? Very often. How often are you going to control a space unit? Sometimes. And then if you've jumped through both of those hoops, draw 2 cards. So spend 2, draw 2. How good would that be just by itself? That would actually be very good, because on turn 1, you could just do that, draw 2, and that's like kind of okay. Or like later you can add that to your turn, that's kind of okay. But the thing is, you can never play this on turn 1. It's going to be so awkward to play this at any point in the game, really. Sometimes you'll just be able to do it, and then it'll be cool, but I really just don't think that it's going to get there enough of the time. it's just so awkward, and especially if you're disclosing things and your opponent knows you have it, they can just go, oh, okay, well now I should probably prioritize the keeping the space arena clean, because they're not going to be able to keep the ground arena clean most of the time, right? But they will sometimes be able to keep the space arena clean, and yeah, I think that's just a little bit too awkward for me. And the payoff is okay, but not great. I mean, drawing 2. We got that on Ki-Adi-Mundi in the last set, which was an incredible unit, but it came with a 4/4 for 4. And that stat line is fine on its own. And the fact that it also just drew 2 cards and added to the board is good. This doesn't add to the board at all. And again, I'm very skeptical of anything that doesn't add to the board. Honestly, I almost want to even take back the comment I made a minute ago about playing it on turn 1 if you could. Like, I don't even know if, like, that would maybe be good. But just not adding to the board is such a liability. Anyway, I think this is like a D+. You can put it in your deck if you want, but it's not going to be exceptional. Next, we have Trade Route Taxation, which is a 2-cost command event at rare. It's a law. It says choose target opponent. If you control more units than that opponent, they can't play events this phase, and it has plot. This is a really interesting unit or event that might be good and constructed. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about it. I'm just going to say that it doesn't really affect the board. Sometimes it does nothing at all. You need to have more units than your opponent. So there you go, more spy token payoffs. And it has plots. You can just kind of play it like for free, sort of. It's like card free because it comes out of your resources. It's not resource free. And you can shut them down playing events. Most of your deck in Limited will be units, like at least 22, 23. And that's hopefully true of your opponent's deck as well if they're, building it pretty well. So shutting them down of units will sometimes just straight up do nothing. Sometimes you'll just play 2 resources for this and they go, okay, and then they play their 5-drop. And they were like, I was going to do that anyway. And then you're down 2 resources and a card in your deck, and yeah. I just think that if you play this with plot, it's not great, and if you play this not with plot, it's like pretty bad. The one situation really that you could use this in and it maybe be kind of good is if you know what's in your opponent's hand through like Disclose or something, and you know that they have a event that would be kind of annoying for you, and then you can play it and it's like okay if you have more units than them. There's just so many hoops you have to jump through to make this card even like a little bit good. I think it's like a D. I think that it's probably good and constructed though. I don't know what the deck would be, but I'm sure that someone's going to brew something with it. Next we have Charged with Corruption, which is a 3-cost command event law at uncommon. It says you may disclose command. If you do, a friendly unit captures a enemy non-leader unit. This is just Take Captive, but like a little worse. Was Take Captive too good? I don't think so. I don't even think in Limited Take Captive was like just okay. So this you need to disclose. So I will say, Take Captive, I believe, requires the unit to be in the same arena that you capture. This one doesn't. You can capture space units with ground units. And in this set, that actually will be kind of good. Because, like I've said, if you want to ignore the space arena, you need a way to interact with it from the ground arena. And this is something like that. So that is definitely an upside. But, like, Disclose command is not free. You will not always be able to do that. And then, like I said with one of the other cards I've mentioned so far, if you can't do that, this card just does nothing. It's just a dead card. It's not like a worse version of the card. It's just dead. And if you can do that, you're showing your opponent 2 cards in your hand, and you get to capture something for 3. Cool. Again, Take Captive exists. The only, like, I don't know. Maybe. But I'm just going to push this button, and it's going to show you what grade I'm giving it. It's a D for those who are listening and not watching. I like its removal. It pains me to give a removal a D because I think that removal inherently is so valuable and limited that it's so hard for it to go this low. And D is maybe too much. Maybe I'm being a little bit too mean to this card. It might be like a D+ or a C-. But I just really think this card sucks a lot. You know what? I'm being too mean. I've decided. I'm going to give this card a D+. I'm changing my spreadsheet, which you can find patreon.com, unlimited. But I just don't. Yeah, I like. It's just such a real downside. And then capture is just already not a particularly strong mechanic. Yeah, and Take Captive already was just okay, and this in almost every situation is worse than Take Captive. So I'm giving it a D+, and I think that it is unfortunate, but it is what it is. Next, we have Convene the Senate, which is a 3-cost command event at uncommon. It's a law that says search the top 8 cards of your deck for up to 2 official units, reveal them and draw them, and create a spy token. All right, now this I like. This is so. For events, I've talked about how I don't like them when they don't like affect the board, and this doesn't really affect the board. There's a term that is used somewhat in Magic and probably other card games too, called like dirtling, where like you're just kind of spinning your wheels. You're just kind of like drawing cards, and you're just like making random stuff and tokens and whatever, and you're not actually like really adding to the board in a way. You're just like setting something up that like maybe several turns from now will end up being pretty great, but like in the meantime you're just getting rolled. And so this is like a dirtle card. This is a card that's like setting up for something that's maybe going to be great, but I think it's actually good. I think this is like a good dirtle card, because you're not adding to the board. I mean, you're making a spy, but for 3 your opponent's playing a 3/4, right? You're not really adding to the board in a significant way, but you're searching like a third of your deck, a little more than a third of your deck probably at this point in the game, and for 2 official units. Like, so you're probably going to have options here, given how many officials are in this set and what proportion of your deck that you are searching through. You're pretty much always going to get 2. If you get 1, it's unfortunate, but sometimes you're going to get more than 2, and you have to choose 2, and that's going to be cool. And then, yeah, you get the spy as well. I think this is actually a good dirtle card. It will usually hit both. It does need to. If your deck is built right, it usually will. I'm giving it a C+. I like this card a lot. Next, we have With Thunderous Applause, which is a 3-cost command event plan at common. It says, give a unit +2/+2 for this phase, and you may disclose command. If you do, give another unit +2/+2 for this phase. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. We've seen cards like this. We saw in the last set 3-cost +4/+4, I think. Or was that 2 sets ago? There exists a card in this game, I believe, that is 3 costs for +4/+4. And this is better than that, ish, because it lets you split it up. Sometimes it's worse, because I think it says another. You can't give it, so you can't actually do +2/+2 and then +2/+2 on the same unit. You have to split it up. So it's situationally better. Having to disclose for it, that's like kind of a free disclose cost, but always giving your opponent information is bad. But anyway, that card that I was describing a minute ago from the previous set is not good, and this will also not be good. I'm giving it a D. Just doesn't add to the board. Next, we have Feryx Uprising, which is a 4-cost command event at common. It's a tactic. It says, deal damage to a unit equal to twice the number of units you control in its arena. I think this is like actually some decent removal. Obviously, you need to already have a bit of board presence. This does not catch you up from behind. It's really awkward, especially if you have an empty board in your draw and you need to remove a threat. You can't do it. But usually that won't happen. So this is a removal spell that is really bad from behind. It's good from parity, and it's excellent when you're ahead. Which is like kind of a little iffy, the fact that it's bad from behind, but I'll swallow my pride. This is a removal spell, and it is good. It can deal with leaders if you have a decent amount of spy tokens. Like if you have a few spies, you flip your leader, they flip their leader. You just Feryx Uprising. You just deal 6 at least to their leader. That's going to be good enough a lot of the time. No, I think Feryx Uprising is actually a good card. Its best use case is killing leaders, but also it kills other things as well, for sure. I'm giving it a B-. Again, it's a little awkward in the whole space thing, how I was talking about how you need to have ways on the ground to deal with space if you're planning on ignoring space. If you're planning on ignoring space, technically this can hit units in the space arena, but it won't if you're ignoring space, because you won't have any space units. So this is a little awkward in that sense, but that's okay. This set's mostly going to be fought on the ground, and this is good on the ground. Next, we have Let's Talk. It's a 9-cost event command at Legendary. It's a trick. It says, if a friendly unit left play this phase, this event costs 3 less to play, and each friendly unit captures an enemy non-leader unit in the same arena. So 9 costs need to be very good. Of course, this is often a 6 cost, but it does anti-synergize with itself a little bit, because if a unit of yours leaves play, then that's -1 unit that can capture your opponent's unit. You also want to have already dealt with their leader whenever you do this. Yeah, you want to have dealt with their leader before you do this, because it'll snowball if you haven't, because your leader will deal with one of your units, and then the unit that they rescue will deal with another one, and so on. Now, they can't do that right away because they don't enter readied, right? But still, it can cause kind of a jailbreak scenario. Another problem with this card is it's completely just dead if you're behind, like removal in the same way that the other card is. Like, if you're behind, you have maybe 1 unit, your opponent has 3, and you play this for, let's say, 6, generously. You capture 1 unit. Great. That's take captive that you just paid double, sometimes triple the cost for. You need to already be at parity or ahead and ideally have dealt with your opponent's leader. That's a lot of hoops to ask for. It is a powerful effect. I think it's probably between a C- and a C. I'm going to round it up to a C just to be safe here. But I do think you have to be careful with cards like this. I think you can usually make it a 6 cost, but again, you got to be worried about that anti-synergy because a unit needs to have left play this, a friendly unit needs to have left play this phase, which is one less unit for you to capture an opponent's unit with. All right, next we have Tempest Assault. It's a 4-cost aggression villainy event tactic at uncommon. It says, if you've dealt damage to an enemy base this phase, deal 2 damage to each enemy space unit. Well, this one is kind of interesting. It, in principle, is what I've been talking about, where you can just sort of deal with the opponent's space area in one fell swoop, and then you can still be playing mostly to the ground arena and hopefully overwhelming your opponent there. The problem is this 4 cost for deal 2, and it's conditional, really just isn't very good. It kills 6 space units this set, and all of them are 2 drops or less. There's also 1 3-drop that this kills. It doesn't kill enough stuff. I guess the dream case for this is your opponent plays a bunch of 1s and 2s in space that this just kills. And then you do this and you win that game, sure. But I think that because of how few space units are in this set, that's not going to be a thing that happens. I mean, think about Legends of the Force, right? How often was it that you got overwhelmed by a swarm of enemy space units? Yeah, every now and then you got beat by a space unit or maybe 2 space units. But this sort of anti-Vader, JTL Vader card is not actually going to be something that's very handy in this set. I think at most it's a D+, but honestly that's probably an overrate. It could very well be lower. In Constructed, this is Bombing Run for cheaper, kind of, with some hoops. It's kind of okay. Maybe it'll be anti-Vader tech if Vader is still a real deck in the Red Villain decks. Cool. Honestly, now that I think about it more, this card's probably closer to a D. I really just don't think it's ever going to get any value. At most, it'll be 4 cost kill 1 thing, but that thing needs to be really small. Yeah, I think it's closer to a D. This card is not good. You probably shouldn't play it. Next, we have Confidence in Victory, a 10-cost aggression villainy event gambit at Legendary. It says, play this only as your first action in the action phase. Okay, so, and then choose an arena. At the start of the regroup phase, if you are the only player who controls units in that arena, you win the game. All right, this card is very funny. I put in my notes, don't, and that's generally true. You shouldn't play this card. This card's not good. It's 10 cost, and your 10 cost cards need to pretty much just straight up win you the game. I'm trying to think of a 10 cost card historically that's been good in draft. The only one I can think of kind of is the Devastator from set 1, but even that wasn't exceptional in draft. I mean, it probably wins you the game, sure, in a way that this more than this does. The case where you would use this card would be if you've already done all of your actions, you've attacked into stuff, you've done whatever, you've cleared one arena, probably Space Arena in the set, right? And then your opponent takes initiative and you play this and win. But you can't even do that because you can only play this as your first action in the action phase. So you have to right away say, I am confident in my victory, which flavor win, that's what the card's called, right? And then your opponent has the whole turn to put units into the Space Arena or kill your unit in the Space Arena, because if you both have no units in the Space Arena, you do not have more units than them, so you don't win the game. It's just so easy for you to play this card for 10 and then your opponent just to say, no, and then you've just spent 10 resources on absolutely nothing. This card is basically unplayable. It's one of the same, it's sort of like the cards I was talking about earlier where it would be an F in any reasonable system, but in my system, which I very clearly need to reevaluate, this is a D-. Don't play this card, although it is very funny, and if Force Throw was still a card that you could play, it would be very funny to Force Throw your opponent and have them discard their Confidence in Victory for 10. Very cool. Or you would have it in your own decks, you could Force Throw yourself, discard Confidence in Victory, hit something for 10. That's even better than Crate Dragon. Wow, so cool. But yeah, no, I digress. Don't play this card, it's just not good. Next we have One Way Out. It is a 1-cost heroism aggression event at Rare. It's a gambit. It says attack with a unit. It gets +1/+0 and gains overwhelm for this attack. If it attacks a unit, the defender loses all abilities for this attack. This one's actually kind of interesting. It's an interesting combat trick in that it sometimes will allow your unit to trade up. It'll sometimes allow your unit to get in for a little bit of extra damage. Having your unit remove your opponent's unit's abilities will matter sometimes. Every now and then there's something like when this unit's attacked, you may disclose blah 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 if you do XYZ. Like, that's kind of funny. You have to choose which unit you're attacking first. So, like, it's not like you can be like, I want to turn this unit Sentinel off so I can attack base. You're not allowed to do that. Yeah, you turn the unit Sentinel off, but it's after you've already, like, attacked it, so it doesn't really matter. It's that part, like, won't come up a ton, but one cost for just, like, getting in a bit of extra damage for a potential trade up, or getting in for a little bit of extra base damage. I kind of like this card. It's, like, kind of a little bit win more, where it's, like, best when you're ahead, but it's still, like, an okay card. And in a pinch, it can be used to, like, trade up. It sounds like I'm gassing this card up. I don't think this card's, like, excellent, but I think, like, having one of these in your deck is, like, probably okay. I'm giving it a C-. One thing that this card can do, if you have the initiative, is it can make up for kind of a bad turn 1 play. Like, if you go into the game with initiative and you have a 2-2 as your turn 1 play and your opponent plays a 2-3, you probably just one way out and trade there. Because and that's obviously not what you want to do, but that is, like, a better situation than your opponent just killing your 2-3 or your 2-2 straight up with no, like, downside. Obviously, that's not, like, great, but that's something that you can do. Yeah, the card's okay. The best use cases for it are turning off your opponent's good when defeated abilities. You use this, you trade up. That unit's part of its value is in the when defeated. Now it doesn't have that anymore. So, yeah, you're going down a card, and you're kind of 2 for winning yourself a little bit. But it's more like 2 for 1.5ing because you're turning off your opponent's, like, when defeated ability, and maybe you've traded up in resources, so it can feel, like, pretty even sometimes. Again, I don't think it's, like, exceptional, but C- is probably right. Like, it's not bad. You would play a copy of this and be okay with it. Don't play too many of cards like this, because, again, cards like this need units to be good. So if you're just playing, like, a million of these and you don't have any units, your opponent can very easily just run circles around you, so be careful. Next is Oppression Breeds Rebellion. It is a 3-cost aggression heroism event uncommon. It's a plan. It says, if a friendly unit was defeated while attacking this phase, draw 3 cards. So this is a Dirtle card that absolutely could have a home, because it is very efficient dirtling. I think we've seen the cost for drawing 3 cards set to 5. Now, this has a restriction, for sure, but it's, like, a pretty easy restriction to do. If a friendly unit was defeated while attacking, that just means you've attacked into an opponent's unit, and that's oftentimes what you want to do in draft anyway, right? Usually controlling the board is better than just getting in for base damage. Usually, of course, not always, depends on a bunch of things. But I find that keeping control of the board, if it's between that and doing base damage, is usually right. So since you're often controlling the board anyway, just every now and then reloading for 3 is nice. This is an okay top deck late, assuming that you do have some board presence, because if you draw this and you have no units, that is kind of unfortunate. You just can't use it. But if you have, like, a 2-drop left over, you can just run that into one of their things and reload. And if you're in a top deck war, drawing 3 is, like, you're going to win that top deck war every time, right? Just because you're drawing so much more than your opponent. So this is, like, efficient enough. Once again, it's sort of like One Way Out, the last card we saw, where you don't really want too many of these because it needs units to be good. And if you just have a million of these, like, sort of Dirtle effects in your deck and no way to enable them, or just, like, have units in general, then it's going to be a really tough time for you. So this card's interesting. I don't think it's bad, but obviously don't play too many of cards that have this effect. I'm going to give it a C-. Next we have It's Not Over Yet, a 2-cost aggression innate uncommon. It's an event, I think I said that. It says, you may ready a unit that didn't attack or enter play this phase, create a spy token. This one is, I don't think, amazing. It's just too situational. Readying a unit that didn't attack or enter play this phase, I mean, think about, like, how whenever you're playing a game of Star Wars Unlimited, and every time a unit is exhausted, think about why that unit's exhausted. It's probably because it just attacked or entered play, right? Like, the situations where it's exhausted and not those things is not very common. There's cards like No Good to Me Dead, not in the set, obviously, right? And then there's, like, Perilous Position, not in the set. And this set does have a couple of cards that like exhaust units, and then yeah, sure, it's not over yet. We'll feel fine. It sort of feels like you just countered a effect or an event, and you get a little spy out of it. I guess that's okay. But I think that's just so situational, and oftentimes this will just be a dead card. Or I should be clear, it's never a dead card. It'll make a spy token. But a spy token is absolutely not worth 2 resources in a card. So I think this card is, at best, probably like a D. It'll have weird niche situations where it'll be good every now and then. Honestly, this is going to sound crazy, but I think sometimes I'll sideboard this in. If my opponent has like a ton of exhaust stuff, maybe I actually will. But I think that they would need to have a very critical mass of that. But if you can get both effects off, like, yeah, it's pretty efficient, sure. So that's why I'm giving it a D, because it does have its place. But that place, I think, will be so niche and so rare that you probably just don't main deck this ever. And you barely even sideboard it. Next, we have Pursue the Lead, a 2-cost aggression event plan at common. It says choose a player. That player discards a card from their hand. If it costs 3 or less, create a spy token. This one is force throw if it was bad, right? Like, it's 2 costs. Yeah, 2 costs make your opponent discard a card. How much is making your opponent discard a card worth? Clearly less than 1. Because for 1, you make them discard a card and get an insane benefit. Now, obviously, comparing a card to Force Throw, which is like arguably one of the best cards in the game, is like kind of insane. But still, I mean, like, clearly the developers, whenever they were developing that card, decided that 1 cost discard, make your opponent discard a card is not good enough. And I would agree with that. It's not good enough. That card would probably not see play much. But so because that wouldn't see play, then, you know, a 2 cost make your opponent discard would also not see play, right? And here we go. That's what it is. Now, if it costs 3 or less, create a spy token. Okay. So if we value on the high end, right, discarding a card is worth 1, then the spy token here is also worth 1. Would you pay 1 for a spy token? Like, no, probably not, right? A 1 will get you a 2/2 with a very minor upside. 1 will not give you a 0/2 with an upside, right? Like, that's not good enough, right? Sometimes 2/2. And then, of course, you don't always even get the spy token. Depending at the point of the game, they might just discard a 4-drop. Although I will say this is like kind of an awkward choice for your opponent, because usually whenever you get hit with discard spells, it's usually like a later point in the game, so you do want to discard like a low-cost card and not your 6-drop that you're about to play. And then, yeah, you give your opponent a spy token. Cool. Awesome. Who really cares, right? I just don't think this card's great. That being said, it is hand disruption, which can matter. It adds to the board a little bit. It's probably between a D+ and a C-. I think that this card is just really not very exceptional. It can be like fine in like a weird top deck situation where your opponent has a 2-drop in hand and you have the initiative and you play this and then you destroy theirs and you have a 0/2 raid 2, I guess. Like, yeah, whatever, sure. I don't know. It's probably just not playable. Honestly, C- seems high for it. That might be too high. Force throw if it was bad. Next, we have Aggressive Negotiations, a 3-cost aggression tactic at uncommon. It says attack with a unit. For this attack, it gets +1/+0 for each card in your hand. This is interesting. It's like, it'll feel like Surprise Strike for 3. I think it's like pretty reliable that you'll have 3 cards in your hand when you do this. And if you have more than that, it'll feel decent. 3 cost for dealing 4 damage. That's what Open Fire is to a unit, or that's what For a Cause I believe in, I think is what it's called, does to base often, right? Like, that's like the going rate. If you can get more than 4, it's going to feel really good. 3 costs for 5 damage or something is a very high rate. But, and I will say it does synergize. We've seen some draw card, pretty efficient draw cards, some of them in red, right? So, that could be cool for sure. But I think that that's just like too much of a dirtily combo to do in limited. I don't know where this has a place. There probably is some like make your hand really crazy and then just swing out for a lot. Maybe I play around with this in Hantu Blue because I'm drawing so many cards with like Kiadimundi, and then I can just swing into base for like surprise 9. Like, red getting Surprise Strike is kind of cool, but I don't know if it's going to have a place in limited. I think it'll be, I should rephrase that. I think it'll be okay. Like, it'll allow one of your units to trade up. It'll allow you to push that extra damage into base, But this gets like progressively worse as the game goes on too. And usually these surprise strike type effects are like at their strongest at the very end when they can just close out games. And in the late game, this will just feel like you're spending 3 to like deal 1 extra to a base, and that's just not going to be good. So it's definitely kind of an awkward card. But I think it's still between like a C- and a C, just because I know how strong Surprise Strike is, and this will feel like Surprise Strike sometimes, although, for one more, sorry. Next we have Let's Call It War, a 3-cost aggression event at common. It's a tactic that says deal 3 damage to a unit, then if you have the initiative, you may deal 2 damage to another unit in the same area. So 3 cost for deal 3 is fine, right? That's a good rate for removal. This is removal, and it's good. And then half of the time, or maybe a little bit more than half, because there are so many red cards that care about you having the initiative, which is good, it'll be a very strong card. If you can get both effects on this, it is very strong, because you're probably killing something, and then you're maybe also killing something else, or at the very least dealing some damage to it so that it can be traded, you can trade up. How good is it if you can just get 3 cost deal 3? I mean, it's fine. Open Fire is very good. I would play Open Fire in draft, and this is like a little bit worse than that. 3 and 4 can be a breaking point sometimes. 4 kills every 2 drop in the set, 3 does not, and that can matter for sure. But yeah, I think you'll get the other effect often enough that this is like pretty good. Notably, you can't put the 2 on the same unit. You have to spread it out. So even if you have the initiative, you can't do like 5 damage to 1 unit. The 2 damage also kills a spy, so like you could do 3 damage to some relevant card that they've played and kill it, and then you can also just kill a spy, which will feel fine. Obviously, the best case scenario for this is like killing 2 real cards, but sometimes just killing a spy is what this will do, and it will feel fine when you do that. You're still 2 for winning, kind of. So I think this card is like a B-. I mean, it's fine removal. I'm happy to play this in basically any red deck and multiple copies as well. This also notably deals with space units. So you definitely are going to want a bunch of these if you are dealing, or if you're trying to ignore space as much as you can, which I think is going to be a strategy that people will do, similar to Legends of the Force. Next, we have Unauthorized Investigation, a 3-cost aggression event plan at common. It says create a spy token, and you may disclose red if you do create another spy token. So, first of all, 3 costs for a spy token. How good is that? Not good, right? 3 costs for a spy token is very bad. Okay, 3 costs for 2 spy tokens. Ignore the disclose. How good is that? It's probably, like, okay. It's still not great, right? Because assuming you go into turn 2 with the initiative, you play this, you're able to make 2 spies. Your opponent probably just instantly kills one of them for free with their 2-drop. And then, yeah, sure, you have a 0-2, I guess, but your opponent now is going to play their 3-drop, which is a 3-4, presumably. I just don't think this has great play patterns. I guess it's officials. I guess it does work for the go wide strategy, so I have bumped up its grade a little bit. I gave it a D+, and I wanted to give it a lower grade, and I honestly, I'm thinking it should go a little bit lower, but there are just, like, all these, like, random incidental official synergies and synergies for having, like, a wide board, and I do like synergy pieces, and they are often stronger than they look in decks where their synergy matters. So I did bump this up a bit to a D+, but really I think that, the spy token, double spy token for 3 is just like probably not really good enough. And then of course it's not even always that. Now, I will say it's usually that, right? Disclosing a single aggression aspect, especially early in the game, is going to be free because, again, you look at your 6 cards when you draw them for the game. You put 2 down, you see this card in your hand, you probably make sure you still have another aggression card that you can disclose when you play this. Obviously, giving your opponent information is not good, but it is what it is. So you can pretty much bet on getting 2 spy tokens. Obviously, there is the also fail case where you draw this in the late game, you top deck this, you don't have any other aggression, then you play 3 resources. I guess that number doesn't matter if you're just top decking anyway, but you get 1 spy token. Great, congratulations. Yeah, no, I'm not very high on this card. I think D+ is an overrate, but there's just so much synergy with these spy tokens, and this is technically like a pretty efficient way to get them. So yeah, we'll see, but I don't know. Maybe in Price, right? I think she's the spy token synergy girl. Next, we have Charged with Treason, which is a 4-cost aggression event law at uncommon. It says you may disclose aggression. If you do, deal 5 damage to a unit. So how good is 4 cost to deal 5, just straight up? That's very good. That's like a great rate. Also can deal 5 to leaders. This will often just snipe your opponent's leader. Usually won't one-shot it, sometimes will. But, you know, this plus a small unit or this plus a hit from your leader will absolutely do it. And that will feel really good when that happens. Now, this is not that card. This card has you have to disclose aggression to do that. How free is that? Well, it means you have to disclose 2 cards, right? Because you're basically never going to play a double aggression card in limited. And how often do you have 2 aggression cards? Sometimes. This one's definitely not free. I think you can probably get it like 60% of the time. But having your if you're doing this on curve, that is. But having your removal like 40% of the time you just can't use it. That's like a really tough spot to be in. The double aggression is very much not free, and assuming you do get to do it, you're giving your opponent a lot of information. That's 2 cards in your hand, and that absolutely can make them, you know, that can be a very beneficial thing for them. But that part is not the hard part here. The hard part is just getting those aggression, and it's sort of the 4 cost is like a little bit awkward in that if you have it in your opening hand, you probably keep it. And you maybe try to make resource decisions based on being able to use it, but it's like late enough in the game. It's like on the verge of being late enough in the game, I guess, where it might be a little bit awkward for you to be resourcing in that way just so you can play Charged with Treason, and it may bite you later. It's just kind of a risky play. Sometimes, of course, you'll just have the aspects right by top decking or just by the cards that you've drawn that game, but yeah, it's just tough. And then in the ultra late game, like removal's usually pretty good in the ultra late game, because if your opponent has like one like nagging threat, either in ground or space, that's been swinging on you and you draw removal, it's just like, okay, now we're both into top decking mode, right? It can claw you from behind into parity, and it can bring you from parity ahead, right? But the problem is drawing this late game. I wish there was like a different way to pay for disclose in cards like this, because if you top deck this in the ultra late game, it's just kind of a dead card in your hand. And I'm going to be sometimes putting my opponent on having this. Like in those late game top deck battles, if my opponent, in Magic the Gathering, a very good strategy that you should often do is if you're in a top deck war with your opponent and you're drawing lands, or at any point in the game really, if you're drawing lands and there's no way you could use more lands, you'll just hold it in your hand, and then it becomes a battle of, oh, okay, wait, does my opponent think that I'm holding lands, or does my opponent think I'm holding real cards, and are they going to play differently because of that? And I've absolutely won games off of just holding lands in my hand, and my opponent makes a misplay thinking that I might have a counter spell, or I might have a removal spell, or something like that. And this is going to feel like that. That hasn't existed in Star Wars Unlimited really yet, because in Star Wars Unlimited in late game, it's basically always right to just, oh, I top deck this, I play this. I top deck this, I play this, right? There's no real value into holding something in your hand. And that's still true, but sometimes you will just have to hold this in your hand because you cannot disclose the red, right? It's not like you get a lesser version of this spell if you just play it without the disclose. You have to play the disclose to get any effect at all. So you'll just hold this in your hand, and your opponent will be like, wait, why are they not playing that? Is it because they only have 8 resources and they top decked like a 10 drop? Or is it one of those disclose cards maybe that they just can't play? And I'll usually put my opponent on one of the disclose cards that they just can't play, and then I'll be able to make decisions based on that. Yeah, so these cards are awkward for sure in the later game. Again, I think that you will usually be able to disclose this at the times in the game when it'll be relevant for you to play it, or at least it'll always be relevant, but at the times when it's at its best. But sometimes it just won't, and then that's really awkward. But it is removal still, so it's probably between like it's probably a C+. Like I want to give it higher than that because I love removal, but like man, this is just, it's asking a lot of you, and sometimes it'll just be nothing. It is removal sometimes, and sometimes it's just nothing. Next, whoa, spoilers. That's okay. You probably could have seen that one coming. We have Topple the Summit next, which is a 5-cost aggression event in... Wait, I said that already. A 5-cost aggression event plan at rare. It says, deal 3 damage to each damaged unit and plot. This card is a little bit too niche for me, I think, in draft. There's like talk about Kira playing this in Constructed, which will be really good because she flips damages a bunch of units, and then this comes down and damages them all more, and then probably just board wipes, and then you're left with Kira, who's like a 7-1 at that point. Yeah, that's pretty funny. But I think that in Limited, it's just a little bit too niche. So again, I should evaluate this in 2 different ways, but honestly, I don't really know if I need to. Like, it's just not great in either way, because usually if you know you have this either in your resources or in your hand and you think that you might want to play it, you can usually make it beneficial-ish for you to do it, like by the way you're attacking. When you flip your leader's not going to be damaged, so the plot comes down and it doesn't damage your leader, but maybe it wipes the board. That's like kind of a cute situation. But sometimes your opponent will have like maybe played their 5-drop ahead of time, and now that's undamaged, and you have to just accept the fact that this is not going to do any damage to that. So it's definitely, there are cases where it's good, for sure. If you've like thrown your 2-drops into their 4-drops just so they're damaged, your 2-drops die, then you flip your leader, play this, wipe their board. Like, that's definitely cute. And then you have a leader on an empty board. But like, your opponent still probably gets to respond to this, because they maybe, if you go into the leader flip turn with initiative and you've already done all of your trading math, you flip your leader, you play this, you wipe their board. Great. They flip their leader, they play something else, maybe out of plot, maybe not. Now you both have an undamaged leader and they have a unit going into the next turn. I'm just not that sold. Maybe if you're lucky, you've been able to keep one of your units undamaged, so you get to keep that. But like, that'll only happen sometimes. And then if they have the initiative, sure, they flip their leader, maybe they play something out of plot. You flip your leader, do this. Maybe you were possibly able to attack the thing they played out of plot, or attack their leader, and this does some damage there. But I just think that it's probably not going to be good enough. Like, obviously the dream scenario is if they do all their stuff first, flip their leader and whatever, and you attack into it in certain ways, and then you can do this, wipe the board, you have an undamaged leader and nothing else. And they have nothing at all. Like, that's like the best case scenario, but I just really don't see that happening too often. But I could be wrong about this card. I'm going to give it a D+ tentatively, but this is a card that I absolutely might be revisiting in my cards I'm wrong about. This could be an underrate, for sure. There might be specific lines, or it might be easier than I'm anticipating to get that sort of dream scenario. So we will see. Next, we have Fully Armed and Operational. It's a 1-cost Cunning Villainy event trick at rare. It says, if an opponent attacked your base during their previous action this phase, play a unit from your hand and give it ambush for this phase, and it has plot. Why do I kind of like this card? So your opponent is going to be attacking your base like semi-often, and then in that case, this is just what's it called? Timely Intervention. And Timely Intervention is like, okay. Now, this is a little bit better than Timely Intervention too, because it has plot. So the problem with Timely Intervention, which I guess has Smuggle, so fair enough, but the problem with playing a card like Timely Intervention from your hand is, yes, you're giving a unit ambush, you're making it a lot better, and that's great, but you're going down 2 cards, and you're having to play behind curve. But the real big issue, in my experience, is you're going down 2 cards. You know, this could have just been a 3-drop that you played, right? But no, it's a do-nothing on its own card. It's a card that you have to tack onto another card in order for it to be good. And yeah, that like 2-card combo is good, but is it better than just having 2 units? Like, maybe not always. So this kind of gets around that. And to be fair, Timely gets around that by having plot, or not plot, Smuggle. But this gets around it by having plot. If you flip your leader and then you're able to plot this out immediately, then that's going to feel really good, because not only have you not gone down a card in hand, which is the big downside for cards like this usually, but also you still have most of your resources. You know, if your leader flips on 5, you can still ambush a 4-drop. Like, that'll still feel pretty good. I think this is going to be a very strong card to ambush, either into your opponent's leader or into one of your opponent's smaller units. Now, obviously, your opponent can play around this by not attacking your base, and it's true, they won't always be attacking your base on your leader's flip turn. Sometimes it'll be better for them to be controlling board. Sometimes how games just go this way. Sometimes they won't really have a board, and neither will you, and you'll just kind of be staring at each other, and you flip your leader and they flip their leader, and then you can't use this, and that's fine. Hopefully you have another plot card. This is good if you're able to plot it, and if you're not able to plot it, it's still fine. Like, Timely is a fine card in draft. It's probably like a C, maybe a C+. But I think this card, just because it has plot, is a B-. There was a card in Legends of the Force, I think called Xian Flurry. Don't quote me on that. Basically, you played a Force unit, gave it ambush, and then it took 2 less, I think, from attacks. And I think that cost 1. And that card, I think, was really good. Now, the take 2 less from attacks mattered a lot. But this is this having plot is nice. And as we know, ambush is the best keyword. So sometimes this will just feel like removal, which is nice. So 1 cost removal, I'm in. Now, it's not 1 cost removal. Don't think of it like that. But it is good. So B- for fully armed and operational. Next, we have Arrest, which is a 2-cost Cunning Villainy event law at Rare that says your base captures an enemy non-leader unit at the start of the regroup phase. Its owner rescues it. So I don't know if this is like good, but it's certainly funny. Your base capturing unit is very cool. It's kind of a little bit of an upside over a unit capturing a unit because... But it's not like that much of an upside because if your base captures a unit, there's no way they're getting that back until the end of the turn. Unless they destroy your base, I guess. But that's probably not happening. Whereas if your unit captures a unit, they are still probably getting it back eventually. But in principle, if they really want it back, they can get it back sooner than end of turn. Now, usually that's not going to matter a ton. It's not that exciting. But this is just a nice way to say you don't have your unit for a turn. That's definitely like a real thing this card can do. I do think capture is a weak mechanic because while yes, it does affect the board for 1 turn, it goes right back to not affecting the board at all the next turn. So you're playing this for like a very temporary benefit. And that sometimes is good for sure. Don't get me wrong. There's absolutely times where they just like have some big thing in the way or they put a bunch of upgrades on something and then yes, Arrest punishes them for sure. But usually, like, just saying, having basically one of their units, like, phase out for a turn, using Magic terminology, is not good enough to spend an entire card on. Overall, I think... And then, of course, this has the downside of they do get it back right away, whereas sometimes, if you're able to capture a unit of theirs with a unit, sometimes that actually can stay much longer and feel like multiple turns of removal rather than just 1. It's sort of like an upside-downside thing. Sometimes it's 0 turns of removal if you put it on a unit. Sometimes it's multiple turns of removal if you put it on a unit. This is always 1 turn of removal. So still, I think it's a little bit too temporary for my liking. It's probably still like a C- though. I mean, removal's removal, and sometimes you can do this and get into a little bit of nonsense with it. Next is No One Ever Knew, which is a 2-cost Cunning Villainy trick at Uncommon. It says for each friendly official unit, exhaust an enemy unit. So there's lots of officials in this set, and it is kind of a win more card. If you have way more units than your opponent, this obviously is a lot better. But I will say, this actually is still okay if you're a bit behind. It's not great, don't get me wrong, but I think in terms of win more cards, this one is a little bit less win more. Win less. No, it's not win less. It's still an okay card. You know what I mean. There's a lot of official units, and and spies, of course, as well. So sometimes this will just feel like 2 cost exhaust all enemy units, and that's really efficient, right? Just like it's not time walking your opponent necessarily. It's not completely making them skip their turn, but it's making them skip a pretty crucial part of their turn, which is to, attack and possibly get some damage in base, possibly control the board in a way that benefits them. And now you get to attack their base and trade and control the board in a way that benefits you. And that is a huge upside, right? This card definitely is going to be slept on because, yeah, it doesn't really affect the board for like a long period of time in the same way that Arrest doesn't, right? Arrest removes a unit for 1 turn. This also removes a unit for 1 turn. But the chance of this removing a lot of units for 1 turn is very high. Also, it can hit leaders as well. So this can be a way to stop your opponent from having a crazy leader flip turn, right? They flip their leader, maybe they plot something out. You just do this, and then you exhaust their leader and probably all of their other units, assuming you have your leader out, which is probably an official. I think this card is actually it's a bit of a dirtle card, but it's not really a dirtle card. You know what? I retract that. It's not a dirtle card. It's an interesting one, and it's one that I could go either way on. I think I'm going to tentatively give it a C, because I think that cards like this generally are not good, but this is like a very, very efficient version of this card. And, notably, hits space units. So if you're just playing the ground with a bunch of ground officials, you play this out, you can exhaust their space unit for the turn. That's pretty nice. Next up, we have Faith in Your Friends, a 2-cost Cunning Heroism Gambit at Uncommon. It's an event. that says search the top 3 cards of your deck for a card and draw it. Then you may disclose, you ready for this? Cunning, 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 heroism, heroism. If you do, create 2 spy tokens. This might be like the least free disclose cost in the set. It's just not happening. Like you're just not going to do this. Now, I will say, you do get to resolve the first part of this card first. So you get to look at the top 3, take a card, and put it in your hand. You don't even have to show your opponent. And then, if you might be able to disclose now, because you've actually gotten to look at the top 3 of your deck, right? Maybe you got a card that has Cunning Heroism. That's 2 of the 5 aspects now down. I just don't think this is great. The like funniest case for this card, and don't mistake this as me calling this a good case, because it's not, but is that you play it on turn 1, where you already know all the stuff that's in your hand. You go get a card, maybe the last piece you need to disclose. You show your opponent your entire hand, because if you are ever able to get the disclose cost off, just to be clear, that's what this is. This is showing your opponent your entire hand. Like, obviously, technically, you could do this by showing them 3 cards, but usually no. Usually you're going to be showing your opponent at least 4 cards here. It's very, very not free. The disclose cost of just the information, the chance you're never going to get to do this. So really I should evaluate this in 2 ways. I'm going to say it's either, so what if the card just said search for the top 3, take a card? That card for 2? Absolutely not. I don't think that card's good. Maybe for 1, but not for 2. Okay, search the top 3, draw a card, make 2 spies. That's a good card. That's a very good card, actually. I like that card a lot. I would be happy with that card. I think this is usually the first one. So if it's just the first one, it's probably like a D. And if it's the second one, it's probably like a C plus B minus. But I think that it's usually the first one, so I'm going to give this card a D plus. The benefit on this card is it does replace itself, which is cool, I guess. And it's better than just drawing a card, right? Searching top 3 is good, especially in limited when that's just 10% of your deck. Yeah. Overall, though, this card being very funny is cool. I'm giving it a D+. I don't know why there's a C on the screen right now. That is a typo in my spreadsheet, too. Weird. Okay. Typos in my spreadsheet become typos on PowerPoint. That's how it goes. I've updated it. You can find the spreadsheet on patreon.com/unlimitedlimited. Support your local 10-hour video creator. I have no idea how long this video is going to be. My guess is about 10. Who knows? Next, we have 1-cost event cunning. Oh my gosh, we have accelerate our plans. A 1-cost cunning event plan at common. It says exhaust a friendly unit. If you do attack with another unit, it gets +3/+0 for this attack. So this is surprise strike for 1, but you have to have 2 units and exhaust one of them. This, I wrote in my notes, this is removal. This is not removal. This is like, it's kind of removal. So what this is a way for you to use your spy tokens in order to get in for a bit of extra damage fast. So it'll either allow a unit to trade way up, because this will allow your 2 drops to trade into their 5 or 6 drops, right? Sometimes. And that's very good. And if you can do that, actually that's exceptional. If you're able to trade a 2-drop for a 6-drop with this, great, amazing card. It also allows you to get into base for a little bit extra, but that's actually not really like a full case of this, or the full story here, because like let's say you are exhausting a spy to make this, or to use this card. That's 2 damage away from the base, and then you're using this to do 3. So really, you're spending 1 to action condense a little bit and deal 1 to base, right? Because you're going -2 + 3, which was 1. Yeah, it's a little awkward in that regard if you're attacking base. The best use case for this card is when you have initiative and they have a big scary threat that you don't want to attack something. So you do accelerate our plans, run your 2-drop into it, it dies, you exhaust a spy token, whatever. Then it feels like maybe kind of like removal that kind of, made you pay a little bit more in terms of paying an actual unit and kind of a use of a spy token. That's the best case for this card, though. Overall, I think it's very efficient. It's probably between like a C. It's probably about a C if I had to guess. I'll be honest. It's definitely it's okay. It is a real downside, and I think that most yellow decks will be okay with running one of these just for those high upsides of maybe you can snipe a leader, right, with like your 3-drop. That would be cool. But yeah, just be careful about cards like this. Don't run too many of them. Next, we have Catch Unawares, a 2-cost cunning event tactic at common. It says attack with a unit. The defender gets -4/-0 for this attack. This is removal. This is actually removal, unlike the surprise drag one. So -4, -0 is pretty much guaranteed that your unit is not going to die. So basically what this says is you spend a card and 2 resources, you exhaust a unit, you destroy an enemy unit. Now, it's not always going to be that good because sometimes your unit will not be able to finish off theirs in one hit. And in that case, this card actually feels really bad because they're still going to get a hit off with their unit with its full attack, and they'll be able to do whatever is best for them with that unit in that attack. Sure, it'll now have less HP, so maybe it won't be able to survive where it could have before, for sure. That's definitely a real thing. This is just like, it's a little bit, it's not quite removal, but sometimes, or it's not quite removal always, but sometimes it will feel like that, right? Where you're able to just attack with a unit, their unit dies, maybe even a leader, right? Like you can attack into a leader with this, the leader gets -4, -0. That's enough to make a lot of leaders just be 0 attack for that attack. And yeah, for 2, that's like decent. This is kind of like reverse surprise strike in a way, you know? The card is like fine. In terms of, it's like weak removal, but I am still going to classify it kind of as removal here. And because it's removal, I think I have to kind of give it a C+. It is weird removal, and it's a little bit weaker than a lot of removal, but nevertheless, let's give it a try here at this grade. Next, we have Charged with Espionage, a 2-cost cunning event law at uncommon. It says you may disclose Cunning. If you do, look at an opponent's hand and discard a card from it. This is just Spark of the Rebellion, but it requires you to show your opponent what's in your hand. So it's definitely weaker than Spark of Rebellion. How free is this? Usually cards like this, you play them like sometime around the mid-game. And around the mid-game, again, assuming you've had this in your hand for a while, you usually will have been able to build up your hand so that it can do this. But not always. In the late game, obviously this is a terrible top deck, but Spark of the Rebellion is usually not a great top deck in the late game in top deck wars unless you have the initiative, I guess, because then you can just go, oh, Spark of the Rebellion, I take the card that you were about to play, we just go to our next top deck, it gives you a freebie. But this is not that, because in the late game you draw this, you're not going to be able to disclose it. It's going to be like the card that I was talking about earlier, where you're going to hold it in your hand. It'll be like a basic land, and your opponent will be like, oh, what are they cooking back there? But really, you just have an unplayable card. Yeah, I think this card is definitely a sizable step down from Spark of the Rebellion, which it should be, to be clear. It's only cunning. It's not, I think Spark of the Rebellion is cunning heroism. So because of the double aspect cost, it's allowed to be stronger than this. That makes sense from a game design perspective. But this is a step down from that, understandably, but that does make it a little bit tricky to do in limited. I don't think it's bad for sure, and being able to like play this on your 4 resource turn in addition to like a 2-drop and then like spiking your opponent's like bomb that they were planning on playing in a turn or 2 is going to feel pretty good. I'm going to give it like a C- overall though. You're probably fine with 1 copy of this, but don't go too crazy with it. Next, we have Implicate, a 2-cost cunning event trick at rare. It says choose a unit. For this phase, it gains Sentinel, and when this unit is attacked, create a spy token. So in my notes for this one, I wrote, you might get 1 spy token out of this if you're lucky. Often you'll get 0 and just heal a couple from base. And I think that's true here. It's very rare that you're going to put this in one of your units and your opponent will go, okay, I guess I just have to give them 3 spy tokens. Like oftentimes your opponent will just be like, okay, I'm going to play this a little differently. Probably not going to attack this unit. Or if I am going to attack this unit, I'm going to make sure I can kill them in like 1 hit. So yeah, they get 1 spy token out of it, sure. Or I'm going to just play out my units and take initiative, and then I'll be able to just do it next turn. And in that case, yeah, you've healed a bit from your base, and that's actually pretty okay, I think both modes of this are fine. Mode 1 being you get a bunch of spy tokens, and mode 2 being you heal some from your base. Those are both like fine. There is like mode 3 kind of, I guess, where your opponent's just like, okay, and they run their huge thing into it, and then you get 1 spy token. And I wouldn't even say you healed from your base because they were probably going to, at some point, attack into it anyway. That's kind of a failure mode, but I think that's going to be the rarest mode of the 3. So I think this card is fine, actually. Even though I'm not super high on spy tokens, just being able to sentinel something for a turn can absolutely sway things. And while I'm not high on spy tokens, I do recognize that they do have a decent amount of synergy. So getting a couple and going a bit wider might be handy. And hey, this protects your spy tokens for the turn as well, right? Because if they have to throw multiple things at it, then you're getting more spy tokens, but you still have this sentinel thing that you've created. So yeah, I think it's fine. It's probably between like a C- and a C. I don't really want to play too many of these, but like 1 copy is probably okay. Next, we have Krea's Whispers, a 2-cost cunning event, Force Learned at common. It says draw 3 cards, put a card from your deck on top of your deck. Put a card from your hand on top of your deck, and another card from your hand on the bottom of your deck. So you go like the way this works is you go 0 in terms of like delta cards, and the change of cards in your hand actually is not anything, because you play a card, so that's -1. You draw 3, that's +3, so you're at +2. You put a card on top, -1. You put a card on bottom, -1. That ends up being 0 if you follow the math there. So this goes completely card neutral. And to be clear, a card going card neutral is actually good, because most cards go card negative, right? You play a card and that's -1 card in your hand. But whenever you talk about a card replacing itself, that's a card that like draws you a card or gets you a card in some other way, right? Those are card neutral, and those are usually very good, right? So this is a card neutral card. Let's see if it's good or not. It is a Dirtle card, for sure, absolutely. What this does is it lets you have a very good card selection. So while the number of cards in your hand doesn't change, the average quality of cards in your hand does. So this says, okay, cool, I have 4 cards in my hand. Let's say their average is 6 out of 10. I play this. Now the 4 cards in my hand, their average is 7.5 out of 10. And that can be good, absolutely. Digging your deck for 3 cards for 2 resources is quite good. And also, one of those cards in your hand, you're going to get to redraw next turn anyway, which sometimes is a benefit and sometimes is a drawback. And then one of them that maybe is the D that your deck had to run, unfortunately, the 30th card that just like you just had to put in. Great, now that's on the bottom of your deck. You don't have to worry about that. It's like pretty efficient at what it does. It's a Dirtle card for sure, but I do kind of like it. I think that increasing the quality of cards in your hand is going to be pretty massive. You don't really want to play this on turn 1, but I think like on turn 3 or something like that, especially right before you flip your leader, being able to, the turn before you flip your leader, if you're like really looking for your plot card, being able to like play this and then going, okay, I need to find my plot card for my leader thing, dig for 3, there's a reasonable chance you'll find it there, and then now you have it either on the top of your deck or in your hand, so you draw it next turn and resource it, and then you can do it. This does help you get towards that, and then also, if you do that, say on the 4 resource turn, you can still play a 2-drop, or on the 5 resource turn, you can still play a 3-drop. I think this card is pretty solid, even though it's a bit of a Dirtle card. Again, don't play too many of these, but this is one that I'm actually pretty happy to run 1 copy of. I think it's like a C. It's probably on the higher end of C. I think Implicate is like on the low end of C, and this is probably on the high end of C. But not quite C+. Important. Next up is Beguile. Next up is Beguile, which is a 3-cost cunning event trick at common. It says, look at an opponent's hand, then choose a non-leader unit that opponent controls that costs 6 or less and return it to its owner's hand. So it's like kind of Waylay, but like gives you a little bit of information. But the drawback, obviously, is that you can only hit units 6 or less. So you can't hit like their big things and waylay those. Waylaying like Krennic, for example, would be crazy, right? So how good would just straight up waylay be in draft? I mean, we've seen it before, and it's good. It's good. It's removal. It punishes your opponent for putting a bunch of equipment on a non-leader. It can help slow down your opponent's tempo like a lot. The reason why this is better than cards that just like, for example, exhaust or capture an enemy unit for a turn is because in those cases, yeah, sure, they're like out of that unit for the turn in the same way they are with Beguile. But in those cases, they just get it back for free. In this case, they have to pay for it again. So whatever unit they played costs twice as much now, right? Or more than that if they've been putting equipment on it. Now they're really out a bunch of tempo. Sometimes it will be the case where you really wish you could return their 7-drop and you just can't. And definitely that will come up sometimes. But like, how many cards in your average limited deck have a ton of cards that cost 7 or more? And the answer is like none. Like, how many cards do you put in a limited deck that cost 7 or more? Like maximum 3, probably less, right? I think that this will hit basically everything. And then also you get to look at your opponent's hand. That matters because it might, and you get to do that before you choose which card to bounce back. So that might influence which card you put back, If it looks like they are, let's say they have 5 open resources, and you look at their hand and you see, oh, cool, they have a 5-drop that they're probably going to play this turn anyway. So then you just bounce their 5-drop back. But, oh, okay, they actually don't have any 5-drops that they're going to play this turn. If I play the 5-drop, it has like a good one played. Maybe I don't return. I don't know. That's probably not a great example. That was kind of off the dome, so, grain of salt. But you can imagine lots of scenarios where knowing what's in their hand would influence what you bounce back. So especially if there's if there's official synergies that they were about to take advantage of, maybe you prioritize bouncing an official back, right? There's a lot of fun stuff you can do there. And then just having information about what's in your opponent's hand is also handy. This goes in the same deck as a Grindan, which is cool. Having information about what's in your opponent's deck, very good. Or in your opponent's hand is very good. And then, of course, just getting a Waylay doesn't hurt there, too. I think this card is very solid. I'm going to give it a C+. I'm happy to run, honestly, multiple copies of this card in my deck. Not too many, but, I would run 2 of this, for sure. Next, we have Bog Down a Procedure, a 3-cost event, Cunning event law at common. It says exhaust a unit, and you may disclose Cunning. If you do, exhaust another unit. So this is not great, in my opinion. So we actually just saw a card called, I think, No One Ever Knew. No One Ever Knew is back here somewhere. Where for each official unit, friendly official unit, you exhaust an enemy unit for 2. So this probably is going to exhaust you at least 2, probably more for 2. And this one is going to exhaust at most 2 for 3. And sometimes 1. Usually 2, though. You usually will get to exhaust 2. Now, again, that one has a more restrictive casting cost, right? It's in Yellow Villainy. This one's just straight up Cunning. It's again, that card's allowed to be stronger than this card just because the more restricting casting cost makes sense from a game design perspective. I would have done the same thing, but this is quite a bit weaker. So 3 costs, just straight up exhaust unit. How good is that? I think that's very bad, right? That would probably be like a D. 3 costs, exhaust 2 units, just straight up. Forget about the disclose. How good is that? Probably a C. It's probably better than people think it is. Just getting to exhaust your opponent's leader, for example, might be kind of nice to do, and one other unit as well. Sure, that can really mess with your opponent's tempo. It can really bog them down in the procedure of things, flavor win, love that. But sometimes you're not even going to be able to exhaust 2 units. Usually you will. How often are you going to have another Cunning card in your hand? Probably 80% of the time, maybe around that. But sometimes it's just going to be exhaust a unit for 3, and that's terrible, right? That's really bad. Now, again, exhausting 2 units, probably a C, and I will say you'll probably be doing that most of the time. So I am going to just give this a C-. I think that maybe you put one of these in your deck and you feel okay about it. And I think people will actually underrate this card. I think people will think never play this, but it's not never play it. It's just you probably can find better stuff to do. But in a pinch, this is fine. It's not great. I'm just not a big fan. Anytime there's removal that's very temporary and doesn't make your opponent pay for it again, like the Waylay-esque card we just saw, the one that returns it to their hand, I don't know. I'm just never a big fan of that card sort of effect in Limited. Next up, we have the Wrong Ride. It is a 3-cost Cunning and Disaster at Uncommon. It says, it's an event. It says, exhaust 2 enemy resources, and it has plot. This one is really interesting. I think this card actually might see some constructed play. And the reason is because if you go into the flip turn with initiative, which you will really try hard to do if you have this as a plot card, and you're worried about your opponent having a big explosive plot turn, especially if you're going into game 2 or game 3 and you've already seen that turn, then this is probably going to be really kind of crazy. Because if you, again, have initiative, you flip your leader, you play this out, you're paying 3 resources to exhaust 2 of their resources, yes, for sure, and that's not great. That's tough that you're paying 3 and they're only paying 2. I'll admit, but that could really mess with their play, right? If they were planning to flip their leader and have some really big plot card come out, like a Syntha or some other really good plot card, then now they just can't do that, right? Now that being said, if you don't have the initiative and you're this card's gonna be dead. Right? Because your opponent flips their leader and they play their plot card, you flip your leader, they've already used their resources. I guess maybe if they played a smaller plot card and were hoping to play a 2-drop, you can do this and deny them that 2-drop. but then you're playing 3 resources to deny them a 2-drop instead of playing 3 resources to play a 3-drop, which would be better in almost every circumstance. Yeah, so I think if you have the initiative, this card can be fine. It's probably like a C if you have the initiative and you can plot it, but if you don't have the initiative, this card is like really bad. Overall, I think it probably ends up being like a, probably ends up being like a D, maybe a D+. I think that's what I'm going to give it. Ignore the C+ or the C-. That was a very early iteration of this that I must have forgot to change, and it is updated in my spreadsheet that you can find at patreon.com/unlimitedlimited. Wow. Good. So yeah, I think this card is fine if you're able to do the exact thing that it wants to do, and like really bad in every other circumstance. And then if you're just playing it for 3, I don't know about that one. I guess the other like funny thing you can do with this card is like on turn 2, if your opponent, so you play 2-drop, your opponent, if you have the, again, you need the initiative always for this card to be good, really. But yeah, you play 2-drop, they play 2-drop, you have no 3-drop in your hand. Oh no, what do? You take initiative, you wrong ride, now they don't get to play their 3-drop, and you go right to 4. I guess, sure. But like, no. You've gone down a card for that, and then also you're just forfeiting initiative. That's like funny, but like, no, don't do that. That's not a good line. Too dirtily, I think. Or not dirtily, sorry. Too inefficient, I think. But it is funny, and every now and then it will absolutely spike a game, for sure. Just by denying your opponent their like big plot play that they've been working towards. Next, we have Undercover Operation, which is a 3-cost cunning event tactic at uncommon. It says, ready a unit that was played this phase. If it costs 3 or less, create a spy token. So this is like a slightly better version of the card we saw a while ago where it like readied a unit that didn't attack or enter play this phase. Because half of the time-ish, whenever your units are not, when they're exhausted, it's because they entered play that phase. Very cool. What's like funny about this kind of is if you do this on an ambush unit, then the ambush unit gets to attack twice that phase, because even though they already attacked that phase, they also entered play, and this does not have a restriction about whether they've attacked or not, just whether they've entered play. So if you play an ambush unit, or if you play like, I don't know if there's any units that entered ready. Oh, there is! Corellian Hounds! If you play Corellian Hounds, enters ready, attack, play this, ready it again, attack. That's a 8-cost 10 damage combo that requires your opponent to have no ground units. I don't know. It's probably not actually good enough, but nevertheless, it's funny. If it costs 3 or less, create a spy token. That's probably not going to come up too often because, like, the thing is, you can't just play this on turn 2 and ready something unless you're playing a Porg, I guess, which I don't think exists in the set. I don't think there's any 0-cost creatures or units, sorry. So, like, I guess the, like, dream scenario for this is, like, on a 6-resource turn, you play a 3-cost unit and then ready it. Is that better than just playing, like, a 5 or 6 drop? No, I don't think so. I think this is too dirtily, and if you get a spy out of it, that's still not particularly exciting to me. This card's probably a D+. I know this is going to say C- again. That's, like, from an earlier version of this. I just don't see it happening much. Because it's not like you can just use it doesn't just say, if it just said ready a unit, if it costs 3 or less, make a spy, that would be really good. It might be too good, actually. So I get why they did was played this phase, but that restriction does make it a little bit tough, just because played this phase inherently really means that you've spent resources, and then you might not, if you were playing on curve, you won't be able to do this, and if you weren't playing on curve, then that has another problem, right? Yeah, I think it's like a D+. Next, we have When Has Become Now. It's a 1-cost villain event trick at uncommon. It says, play a card with plot from your resources. So one of the big upsides of plot is that it doesn't cost you a card in hand, and now it does, and also costs +1 resource. So this does, in a lot of ways, get rid of the big upside of plot. And it actually makes them even worse, because now they cost +1. They still, so I've been talking a lot about plot cards being good when they come out of your resources and bad when they come out of your hand. And when they come out of your hand, they cost some amount, and they're usually pretty inefficient. And this makes it actually a little bit worse, because now it's coming out of your hand, kind of. But now it costs even more. It's even less efficient now, because it costs 1. Now, I will say there is still a tiny upside of this just allows you to resource plot cards early without ever like worrying about like maybe you can still play them later if you draw When It's Become Now, even if you don't get to play them off of your leader, either because they're too expensive for your given leader's flip or because your leader already played a different plot card. This gives you like a little bit of access in the later game if you top deck this and you have a decent amount of like okay plot cards in your resources that you resourced early on that you really wish you could have now. Like, yeah, I guess, but it's still like pretty inefficient. It's a little dirtily. I think like maybe you can have one of these in your deck max, but like probably try to avoid it. And that, to me, that means this card is a C-. I like the art though. It's cool art. Next up, we have Contempt for Culture, which is a 2-cost villain event innate at common. It says deal 2 damage to a non-vehicle unit and create a spy token. Now, this is fine. This is removal, and it unconditionally gives you a spy token. We've seen 2 costs make a spy token and do nothing else, and those cards are really bad. This just gives you 2 damage as well. Now, non-vehicle unit does matter, for sure. You can't just use this for space reach, because space units typically are vehicles. I don't know if there's any Purrgil in the set. I don't think so. Or any Flying Leia in the set. Also don't think so. So 2 costs tend to be vehicles. Or not 2 costs, sorry. Space units tend to be vehicles. But like we've said a lot of times, this set will mostly take place on the ground and will mostly take place with not vehicles, although there are some. So that restriction does matter, but it's still okay. 2 costs for 2 damage is reasonably efficient. I think that is an okay rate. I believe we've seen 2 costs for 3 damage, but there's been restrictions on that. Here we are 2 costs for 2 damage with a restriction, but also a pretty big upside of getting a spy token. The fact this is also just straight villainy means this goes in like half of the decks that you'll play. So in draft, don't expect this card to go late because everybody's going to be taking it who's like considering a villain deck. It's very good. It's very efficient. 2 doesn't kill a lot of stuff, admittedly, but it absolutely can help finish off. And then even if it doesn't kill, leaving behind a spy token, very nice, a lot of synergy. This is a very efficient card, and the fact that it's just villain is very strong. So I'm giving it a B-. I think that I will be taking multiple of these in draft if I can get them, and I will be playing multiple of them. Next, we have Evil is Everywhere, which is a 3-cost villain event disaster at rare. It says defeat a unit with cost equal to or less than the number of villain aspect icons among friendly units. This is definitely removal. I'm not convinced, but maybe I'll be sold on it at some point. How many villain aspect units do you have throughout a game usually? Well, usually the best cards in your deck, assuming you're playing a villain deck, because obviously you will be if you play this, the best cards in your deck are usually villain plus whatever other aspect you're playing. Those are usually the best cards in your deck because they're the most restrictive casting costs, but that restriction doesn't matter to you, so therefore they're allowed to be a little bit stronger. So you usually try to have a decent amount of like X villain decks, or X villain cards in your deck, where X is one of the 2 aspects you're playing. So that you are incentivized to have a decent amount of those, but like how many do you realistically have at any given time? I will say this is very notable, although probably will not ever come up. Somehow it's both of those things. This can hit leaders. So if you do somehow have like 6 villain units down and your opponent plays their, or even 5 villain units down and your opponent plays their 5 flip leader, you can just Rival's Fall it for 3. That's pretty incredible. But I will also say, if you have 5 villain units down, you're probably just going to win that game. This is a super interesting card in Constructed because it basically is Rival's Fall for 3 in like Vader, because you're going to have a million TIE Fighter tokens, who if I recall correctly do all have the villain aspect. So that is pretty cool, but we're here talking about limited, so let's talk about limited. I think best case scenario, this is going to say 3 cost destroy a 2-drop a lot of the time. And we've seen that before, Crushing Blow in Legends of the Force, and it was pretty good. It was actually better than most people thought it was, myself included. But that is also because a very strong play in Legends of the Force was play a 2-drop, put a lightsaber on it, and that because the removal was so sparse. So being able to destroy it with that was with Crushing Blow was pretty imperative in a lot of matchups. I don't know if we're going to have that sort of thing happen in this set. I don't think we are at this point in time, but of course I could be wrong, and if we are, this card gets a lot better. But I do think this is usually going to be 3 cost kill a 2-drop. Sometimes it'll be 3 cost kill a 3-drop too, and that'll be kind of nice, but usually not. I will say, when you flip your leader, that will count as a villain aspect towards this, so that matters for sure. But yeah, I think this card is pretty good. I think it's probably between a C. It's probably a C plus. It's probably a C plus. Ignore the C there. I'm updating my spreadsheet as we speak. It's definitely a weird card though, and I could absolutely be wrong in both directions on this. Next up, we have Restore Freedom, which is a 2-cost Heroism event gambit at rare. It says play a unit from your hand. It costs 1 less for each Heroism aspect icon among friendly units. So I guess there's the villain icon payoff and the hero icon payoff. So this one is interesting because you need to have 3 Heroism units for this to go even positive, right? Like, let's say you play this and you have no Heroism units. Okay, so you play a unit from your hand. Awesome. And it costs 2 more, basically, because you played this. All right, now you have 1 Heroism unit. Okay, well, it costs 1 more. Okay, now you have 0, or you have 2 Heroism units. Okay, so it costs, it's discounted by 2, but you pay 2 for this, so it's a total net of 0, but you've gone down 2 cards for no reason. Okay, you have 3 Heroism units. Okay, well, now, this costs 1 less, but it costs you 2 cards. And it's just like, at what point is this actually good, right? Like, if you have like 4 Heroism units, is it worth it? Like maybe, probably at that point. If you have 5, it for sure is, if you have 5 Heroism units, you play Restore Freedom, and then you get to play your like 8 drop for what, 6 or something. Like that's nice for sure. I guess for 5, right? Yeah. But like, I don't know. I just think this is too situational, and I don't think it's ever really going to come up. I am giving it a D for the spike potential, but honestly, I should be giving this a D-. This is kind of the quintessential example of a D-. It's just a card that's never going to happen because it needs to be just such a perfect situation, and then even then, you're going down 2 cards for like maybe a tiny bit of resource cheat, and we know resource cheat is good. Han 1 and Han 2 are arguably the best leaders in the game right now, but this is pretty bad resource cheat in draft. Maybe there's a way to do it in constructed. I'm not so sure. Cool. So we'll give this a tentative D for now, but this might be an overrate. Probably not an underrate though. Next up, we have Grassroots Resistance, which I believe is the last card to review. So very excited about that. I've been having a blast so far though. So let's keep at it. Grassroots Resistance is a 4-cost Heroism event tactic at common. It says deal 3 damage to a unit and heal 3 damage from your base. So we got Lightning Helix in Star Wars Unlimited. That's cool. Lightning Helix for 4. So Lightning Helix is a card in Magic. It costs 2, and it basically has this effect. You deal 3 to something, and you heal 3. Now, this is definitely not as good as Lightning Helix, because costing 4 is a lot. But I think this will still be quite good. This will be a card that can deal with space for you while you are ignoring space for the most part. Again, any card that can do that, like I've been talking about, is really nice because you can just kind of build onto the ground. Your opponent maybe has like 1 space unit that they're hoping to win with just because they played it on turn 1 or turn 2 and they're hoping you ignore space. And then you can just Grassroots Resistance, kill it, and heal a little bit from your base that the space unit has probably been doing, right? That's a very efficient thing to do. I think this card is good. In a set where the removal really seems not very good, removal that doesn't really ask anything of you like this is very nice. The deal 3, heal 3 will often kill a unit of theirs, and change base math in your favor, which will be really nice. How often is it where like they're, an attack or 2 from finishing off? Okay, well now it's great because now you kill one of their units, so now they're more attacks from finishing off, or more actions, and then you also heal 3 from your base, so now that unit that is still attacking you, you've basically undone one of its attacks, right? That's can absolutely make the game. So I think this card is like actually pretty okay late, and it's also quite good early. I'm a big fan of this card. I think it's a solid removal. I will say the fact that it is only 3 is a tiny bit of a downside. It doesn't kill a huge amount of stuff greater than like 3 or 4 resources, so it's probably going to be like a B- just because it, you can't just like slam this in response to your opponent's 6-drop. That won't really do anything for you. I guess it can finish it off if you swing your leader into it or something, but overall, I think this belongs in the B- category. Happy to have a few of these in my deck. All right, before we get into ground units, I just wanted to say something. If you made it to this point in the video, okay, if you ever see me at like a tournament or anything like that, and you like notice, you recognize me, then I want you to come up to me and just be like, oh my gosh, are you Ben from Unlimited Limited? And I want you to sign a card in my deck, okay? Because I think it would be really funny if someone made it to this point in the video and came and did that. And if that's you, you've made it to this point in the video, then you deserve to have your name on a card in whatever deck I'm playing that day, okay? So please come and do that. Just be like, oh, I got to that point in the video where you told us to do this. And then I'll be like, yeah, okay. And you can just sign a card in my deck. And I think that'd be really cool. Take your pick even. Go for it. As long as it's not anything too expensive. Just kidding. You can sign my Crate Dragons. That would be awesome, actually. Okay. Anyway, let's get into it. Ground units, the biggest section of the set. First ground unit we're going to be looking at is Zam Wessel, Inconspicuous Assassin, which is a 2-cost Vigilance Villainy ground unit at uncommon. It's a 1/5 Underworld Bounty Hunter that says while this unit is upgraded, she gains grit. So she is a 2-drop, which is good. And her stats are like fine. Like 1/5 is pretty decent. But the synergies are really not here with her. This is not an upgrade set. That being said, there are like some experience counters that are pretty easy to get. So if you can synergize her with those, she might be good. You know, a 2/6 with grit is pretty nice, especially if you get that experience counter kind of incidentally and don't have to like spend a whole card on it or whatever, maybe off of a leader. I don't know if there's any villainy leaders that do experience counters. There must be. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. But yeah, so I think that, yeah, she's like understated for sure. And she's probably, you won't always be able to get an upgrade on her. But if you do, she's good. But yeah, the awkward stats, I think she's just probably between like a C- and a C. I think I'm going to give her a C overall. This should say C. Ignore that. Ignore the minus sign there. I'm going to... Yeah. Good. Next, we have Treyas Acolyte, a 2-cost ground unit, Vigilance Villainy. It's a 2/4 for Sith, and that's it. It's vanilla. So this unit is quite strong. We've seen basically this unit before in Adigalia in the last set. I guess Yaddle is a better version of this unit, so is Adigalia technically. Yeah, a 2-cost 2/4 we've seen time and time again is just a very solid 2-drop. It trades pretty nicely into a decent amount of 2-drops. It's even trades into some 3-drops. There's a few 3-cost 3/2s. And this just completely just obliterates your opponent if that was their plan for turn 2. Force Tag, Sith Tag, these would have been awesome last set. Force Tag especially, but this set, the Force Tag is not important. In the last set, whenever we were evaluating cards like this, we would really like add or subtract almost like, you know, a half letter grade if they had or did not have the Force Tag, just because getting on and staying on the Force was so important throughout that set. So even though this does have that tag, it really is, it's not useful in this set. There's no synergies at all, so it's not going to come into play for that. Even though this is probably important for Constructed in some capacity to like fill out force curves in Villainy. I don't know. The deck that I play is a Hero Force deck, so I'm not sure, but I've heard people talking about Treya coming out in this set as like a force curve filler, so in Villainy, so maybe. But yeah, this is a show about Limited, and I've talked about Constructed too much, so yeah, 2-cost 2/4 in Limited. It trades really nicely into, again, a lot of 2-drops, 3-drops. It's just going to be a very solid early play. And then if you can get like experience counters on it, like it does hold them pretty well as well. You know, a 3/5 is a very, very solid unit, as we'll see quite soon. So I think Treyas Acolyte is a B-. It's a common, so you're going to see a decent amount of them. I probably wouldn't first pick this if possible, but like I think you want to pick them up pretty early if you have an idea that you're going to be in Villain and maybe in Blue, right? Like this is a very solid card. Next, we have Death Trooper. This is a reprint. It's a 3-cost Vigilance Villainy ground unit at common. It's a 3/3 Imperial Trooper that has, when played, deal 2 damage to a friendly ground unit and 2 damage to an enemy ground unit. So this is a reprint. We've seen this card before, and as people who have seen this card before know, this when played is not a May. You have to do 2 damage to a friendly ground unit, and if you don't have another friendly ground unit, it has to target Death Trooper. So you'll always have a target for it. There's no like, oh, I'll do as much as it can and I don't have anything to do, so therefore I just get to ping my opponent for 2 and not take 2 myself. If you don't have any other units, has to hit itself. So it's like a 3/1 for 3 that hits something else sometimes, but it's a bit better than that because you can spread out the damage that it does to your own units. But if you evaluate this as a 3-cost 3/1 that like pings something for 2, that's like a usually going to be a correct evaluation. Sometimes, yeah, you will put it on another unit, but oftentimes you put Death Trooper's 2 damage on himself. So is that good? A 3-cost 3/1 that comes down and hits something for 2? I think so, yeah. Because oftentimes what you'll do is you'll play a 2-drop and your opponent will play a 2-drop, and then next turn you'll attack into their 2-drop, or if they have initiative, they'll attack into your 2-drop, and then you just play Death Trooper, 2 on Death Trooper, kill the 2-drop, you still have 2 units. And they'll only have 1, they'll have whatever they play on 3. So I think Death Trooper is quite solid. Is it something that you're going to want to pick up super early? No. But it is definitely a card that you should consider as part of your blue villain curves. I'm going to give it a C+. It also does synergize with Jabba, who cares about your own units taking damage and being damaged. So definitely look out for that. It's a common, so whenever you get Jabba as a leader, and I think Jabba as a leader is also common, so this is a thing that you will see quite regularly in pre-release and draft. Next, we have Nute Gunray, Escaping Justice, a 3-cost Villainy Vigilance ground unit at rare. It's a 3/4 Separatist official. It has grit, and when played and on attack, you may give a friendly official unit Sentinel for this phase. So this is a very interesting unit because it's well statted. There are a lot of officials. There's 48 in the set. 30 of them are non-heroism. And there's 7 playable Sentinel 2-drops. So you will oftentimes have a Sentinel for the when played part, if that's what you want to do. It is a May, so if you don't want your opponent to be, forced to attack your 2-drop, then you probably don't do it. But you usually do want to force your opponent to do that, just because if it's the best play for them to do, it doesn't matter if it has Sentinel or not, right? Because they're going to do it anyway, unless it was hidden. So if you're giving it Sentinel, then you're taking away options, and that's generally good because, again, there's sort of a tree diagram here. If them attacking your 2-drop was the best play, it doesn't matter if it has Sentinel or not, they're going to do it anyway. But if them attacking your base was the best play, then giving your 2-drop Sentinel means that they have to make a worse play. So unless you're planning on your opponent misplaying, you probably should always give this to your 2-drop. And it does say another, so it can't give it to itself. But yeah. So a 3/4 is a solid stat line for 3. That's already a playable card, and it has this fancy ability about the Sentinel thing. And then I would say more importantly, it has grit, which I think is very strong because a play pattern that you'll often see with Nute Gunray is you'll play it, your opponent will, or you'll Sentinel your 2, your opponent maybe will trade into it, maybe not. Next turn, you use Nute Gunray to attack into whatever their smaller unit is and probably kill it, and then Nute Gunray survives as a 6/1, and they have to just use another resource to kill it, and they probably will be able to do that, unless, of course, you still have that unit that you've now given Sentinel to. That will happen sometimes, right? You still have that unit left over, you attack into their smaller unit with Nute Gunray. Now Nute Gunray is a 5/2 or a 6/1 and a real threat. And they can't even kill it because it's behind a Sentinel that they now also have to attack into. So, and then if they realize that Nute Gunray is a threat and don't want that to happen, they can attack into him, I guess, or attack into your Sentinel, or the would-be Sentinel. But if they attack into Nute Gunray, that's actually fine for you because there's a very low chance they're going to be able to kill 4 if you play, or hit him for 4 if you play this on curve. A very low chance. And then that means, again, that you're unlocking the grit ability. So they were going to run something into him. Maybe that thing will die. Now you attack base for 6, and they have to use their other thing to kill your 6/1, and that pretty much guarantees that it'll kill their 6 cost, or it'll kill the unit that attacked into Nute as well. So there's a lot of lines here, and basically all of them are very positive for the Nute Gunray player. The things that I would just say remember is, yeah, you're always wanting to pretty much put the Sentinel on your 2-drop if you play this on turn 2. And you are pretty much going to be the highest attacking thing on the board in most opening few turns, right? So I think Nute Gunray is quite strong. It's probably between a B- and a B. There are ways that you can kind of get around him with there's some ping on some leaders, which can help because he attacks into your 2-drop and yeah, wow, he's a 6/1 and your leader just exhausts and pings him, right? That can happen sometimes with some leaders. So he's not a bomb, but he's very good. And honestly, I think a B- is kind of an underrate for Nute Gunray. He might be closer to a B. So Next up, we have Sly Moore, Witness to Power, which is a 4-cost Vigilance Villainy ground unit at uncommon. It's a 2/6 Republic official that has when played. For this phase, each enemy unit gets -2/-0 while it's attacking a base, and it has plot. So a 4-cost 2/6 is very much not a good stat line. Now, this is an official, which is good. So is Nute Gunray. But this is a plot card, and what we know about plot cards is that they are often understated and make up for it with their plot ability, which is, an action cheating ability. It kind of sort of soft draws you a card. It is a strong ability for sure. That being said, I don't think that is quite good enough to make up for Sly Moore's pretty weak performance. So what Sly Moore is good into is an aggro deck, because in an aggro deck, you flip your leader, you get to play Sly Moore, you basically make it so your opponent can't finish out the game because their units now are attacking for like 1 instead of 3. And that means that your bigger leader, because you're not in an aggro deck, presumably can clean things up. I think that's sort of the ideal situation for Sly Moore. And that will happen sometimes, but it won't happen enough, I don't think, for this card to be good. That being said, so what I've described is the plot-like line, but there doesn't necessarily, you don't need to play this plot, right? You can just play this for 4 and slow down aggro that way, which is fine for sure. But the body it leaves behind, just being a 2/6, I think is really tough. So just for the stats, I think I have to demote Sly Moore to a C, unfortunately. I still think she's fine, and if you play her out of plot, it will basically force your opponent to deal with your board instead of your base. And for some decks, that is pretty debilitating, that just want to race you. Sly Moore will kind of sometimes feel like she's gaining your base like 8 life, and that's going to be pretty incredible when that happens. So she definitely has high upside, but keep an eye out for those low stats. That is definitely a problem. Next, we have Cad Bane, Impressed Now, which is a 5-cost Vigilance Villainy ground unit at special. Sorry, my camera was in the way. I couldn't see the rarity. At special rarity, so you won't see this too often, but you might every now and then. It's a 4/5 Underworld Bounty Hunter that says, when played, you may defeat a unit with 2 or less remaining HP, and it has plot. So Cad Bane is removal. It's sort of like Takedown on a stick. Of course, it's not. The removal's not as strong as Takedown, but Takedown does not come with a 4/5, and kind of soft draw you a card. So Cad Bane is one of those cards, and there's a lot of them, one of those plot cards that makes your leader flip feel very explosive, because now you're flipping a leader, you're getting a 4/5, you're drawing a card kind of, and you're dealing with a pretty small unit all in one action. Like that's an insane amount of value. You're getting 2 units, removing one of theirs. That's I'm scared to say this, but it's kind of like a 3-for-1, right? You're using one of your actions, and as a result, you're dealing with one of your opponent's threats, getting a leader unit, and getting Cad Bane. That's 3 things that you're getting for one action. And you're kind of drawing a card. We'll call it a 3.5-for-1. You probably shouldn't evaluate Cad Bane like that. But nevertheless, what I'm trying to illustrate here is just the insane amount of variety that Cad Bane gets you if you play him with plot. If you don't play him with plot, he's fine still. He's not bad. He's still removal. You can usually make sure you have like a unit that has 2 or less remaining HP. That's usually not super hard to do, and will kind of just often sometimes happen naturally in draft. Notably, this does not say leader. So on flip, if they don't have the initiative, this just instantly kills Cassian, which is very funny. But don't expect that to usually happen. But nevertheless, this does not say leader, so sometimes you'll be able to just use, your opponent flips their leader, you attack into it, it has 2 remaining HP, it attacks into base or something, you flip your leader, you get Cad Bane, you snipe their leader. That's like an incredible line. That can happen sometimes, for sure. So keep an eye out for Cad Bane, obviously strongest when you plot him, but honestly still just fine when you don't. Like 5-cost 4/5 is not a great stat line, but it's not like terrible, especially when you get all this other benefit. And a 5-cost 4/5 that you get from plot is like, that's like almost fine, right? Like, it's not, obviously that's like pretty behind right on stats. The like premium 5-cost stat line is 6/6, which you get with Poe and Old Daka, or 5/6 is like a little more typical, right? But like 4/5, yeah, that's behind, but it's not like drastically behind, and just the extra value that this card's going to get you is pretty incredible. I think Cad Bane is very strong. I am impressed now, as a matter of fact, and I think he is a B for Bane. Next, we have Darth Sion, Lord of Pain, a 5-cost Vigilance Villainy ground unit at Legendary. It's a 5/5/4 Sith. When played, give an experience token to this unit for each enemy unit that was defeated this phase, and when defeated, if this unit had 7 or more power, return him to his owner's hand. Flavor Win in the lore. He was like so angry that like the dark side is keeping him alive. That's probably a bastardization of what actually happened, but he was always in pain, and that pain sort of drove him to stay alive. And Flavor Win that, and he's juiced up enough from defeating enemy units, which is how he gets the experience counters, then he can't die. He just goes back to your hand when he dies. So, strong card, for sure, if you get that effect off. If you get that effect off, Darth Sion feels absolutely bonkers. If you just play him as a 5-cost 5/5, he feels fine, right? We just talked about Cad Bane being a 4/5. That's not great, and how the premium stat line for a 5-cost is 6/6. So, Darth Sion is behind that, just like as by himself. But I think it's going to be pretty easy to get at least one experience counter on him. So I think Darth Sion will usually feel like a 5-cost 6/6. And then, of course, if you can get another experience counter on him, either through the when played or just through some other incidental means, he's going to feel very, very, very strong. And yeah, if you just have him as a 7/7, it's just ridiculous. Now, I will say there are a few cards in this set that gives a card like minus something. Those do work on Cad Bane. So if he's a 7/7 and then your opponent uses a card that gives him like -2/-2 till end of turn, and then they kill him, he does not go back to your hand because his power was 5 when he died. So just be careful about that. But I think that won't happen too often, and oftentimes you will be able to do Darth Sion in a way where you can get him back to your hand. I will say the 5 slot I've noticed so far is like pretty competitive. There are a decent amount of like strong 5-cost units this set, so we'll see if Darth Sion makes the cut. But I find it hard to believe that you would cut Darth Sion in a deck. It's more, do I believe that people will take him pretty highly? And I think the answer is maybe. So we'll see. Yeah, if you're in the colors to play Darth Sion, you absolutely do that. Does he draw you into those colors? Not really, not like super strongly, but maybe a little bit. Definitely a strong unit, and he can't really be ignored because if you are allowed to set up and get experience counters on him, then it's just going to feel ridiculous. So I think Darth Sion is probably like a B-. He does suffer a little bit from just being kind of like keyword big, and he's not even like that big. I think he's going to be a little bit clunky and awkward at times. If he had like Sentinel or something like that, I think he would be a lot better. That might be too good. But like some other keyword that made him a bit more threatening than just kind of being a stats beast that like sometimes recurs himself. I'll be honest, I'm not exactly sure what I was thinking. I think this card is better than I indicated here. It's probably like a B. There's just so many situations, especially with all these little spy tokens around, where you're able to get a couple of kills on your opponent's units and then play Darth Sion, and then it's just a 7/7, and this when defeated ability is just going to be on by default a lot of the time the first time you play it. Maybe not the second time, but I mean one card that's a 7/7 and then a 5/5 later, that's pretty good. Editing Ben out. And again, I say stats beast in the same way that Old Daka or Poe is a stats beast, but Old Daka and Poe both also have very strong abilities, and Darth Sion kind of does sometimes, but it's much clunkier than theirs. Anyway, I think B- is fair for Darth Sion. Next, we have Dogmatic Shock Squad, which is a 6-cost Vigilance Villainy ground unit at common. It's a 4/6 Republic clone trooper, has Sentinel and Plot. So, pretty simple unit here. Just a French vanilla. It's just got some keywords on it. So how good is a 6-cost 4/6 Sentinel? That's like really not that good, right? But of course, this has Plot. And one of the most important things when you're flipping your leader is, can you protect your leader? Because oftentimes you'll want to put equipment or like experience counters, or just get like some hits in, or try to get some value from the backside, and your opponent obviously wants to stop that. And this helps you keep your leader alive if you play it with Plot, because you play your leader out, this comes out too, Sentinel, now your leader kind of has 6 extra HP, sort of, and that is, of course, very, very nice. Definitely, I think this card is only really good if you can Plot it. If you can't, like if your leader deploys before 6, you probably try not to run this card. I think this is 2 grades. I think it's a D plus if you can't plot it or you like don't reliably plot it. And it's probably a C if you can get the plot off pretty consistently. Just be careful because playing a 6-cost 4/6 Sentinel is a really tough spot to be in. But if you can do it for free from your resources and then use it to protect your leader, that's going to be good enough. And it'll probably be a C. It still won't be amazing, but it'll be pretty decent. All right, now we have Populous Advisor, a 1-cost Vigilance Heroism Grand Unit at Uncommon. It's a 1/4 New Republic official, and it has, when an enemy unit deals combat damage to your base, this unit gains Sentinel for this phase. I think this card's actually not bad. Now, obviously, I'm skeptical of 1-cost cards in Draft, because the benefit of 1-cost cards in Constructed, there's a couple. One of them is that you can just, like, on turn 1, sometimes play 2 1-cost cards, and in, like, an aggro deck like Vader or Cad or something like that, that's really quite strong. But in Draft, you're usually only playing 1, and then in that case, you may as well have played a 2-cost card, and because it costs 2, it's allowed to be stronger than the 1-cost card, so 1-drops are usually not my cup of tea in Limited, although sometimes you play some of them and you just kind of treat them like they're 2-drops, right? And this is one of those cases. Would this be an absolute, like, failure of a 2-drop? Like, not really. It wouldn't be good. And yeah, it sometimes the 1 does come up. It doesn't come up on turn 1 super often, but when it might come up is like on like turn 4, you top deck this and something and you're able to double spell, whereas you wouldn't if this cost 2. And that definitely is an upside, but usually you think of this on turn 1 as like a 2-drop as part of your curve. But anyways, because you're usually not playing 2 1-drops on turn 1 in Limited. So it's a 1/4, which obviously isn't great, but it is okay. There's some like 2/2s that this kind of trades okay into. The fact it gains Sentinel and like slows down the bleeding of your base a little bit is nice into aggro decks. I think this card is fine. It's probably kind of just like a C. It is an official, so it has some synergy there, I suppose, but I don't see this card being any higher than C, and honestly, it might be being a little bit generous. All right, next we have Cassian Andor Lay Low, which is a 2-cost Vigilance Heroism Grand Unit at Legendary. It's a 2/2 Fringe that says while this unit is defending, the attacker gets -2/-0, and if an enemy card ability would deal damage to this unit, prevent 2 of that damage. So this card is super interesting. I think people are going to do something cool with this in Constructed. I'm not exactly sure what that thing is yet, but it, in principle, nullifies pings. Like if your opponent is playing Cad Bane, right? You can just always say, I choose Cassian, and then take 0 damage to Cad's ping. So that's going to be interesting there. But the problem really, yeah, the unit is like kind of invincible to pings, and it's pretty hard to remove with units. But like, it's still just a 2/2. Like, what's it really doing for you? I guess the idea maybe is that people are going to like put a bunch of equipment on it, but there's not a ton of equipment in this set, and then even then it still gets like hard removed. So I don't really know. I'm sure there's something you could do with this card, but in the Limited context, where this card shines is the fact that you're going to play it on turn 1, your opponent plays their 2-drop, and they're never going to be able to attack Cassian with that 2-drop because the chance of it having more than 2 attack are pretty low. There's a couple that do, but even then, they have to attack multiple times. Unless their turn 1 play is exactly Chopper, then I guess they can just straight up kill Cassian with it, but like, the thing is, so let's say they play a 2/3 on turn 1, which will be a pretty common line. They either choose, okay, can I attack, like, do I attack Cassian? Obviously not, because I would just be doing 0 to him and he would be doing 2 back to me. I'm just going to attack base, and they do that, and then you attack base with Cassian, because Cassian doesn't get the benefit if he's attacking, so he's not going to try to trade into their 2/3. And then they're going to attack base, and then you're going to attack base, and basically all you've done here is just, like, trade a little bit of damage on base with your opponent's damage on base, and you've kind of gone even. And that's like kind of best case scenario, because again, yeah, if they do play that 3/3, or they play, again, Chopper, probably, we're not going to play around Chopper, but there's a couple of 3 attack units, and I just don't see Cassian doing that well. And then again, on turn 2, they just play a like 3-drop with 4 attack, or with 3 attack, that also gets some other value, and Cassian just goes like not that impressive. That being said, he's like a 2-drop that's like can be kind of annoying, especially if you get some upgrades on him. So I think he's probably like a C, and I am very interested to see how he plays in Constructed. I hope somebody's able to brew something cool with him, because it's a very cool effect. Next, we have Populous Champion, which is a 3-cost Vigilance Heroism ground unit at common. It's a 3/5 New Republic official with no other text. It's a vanilla. So it's a 3-cost 3/5. This is a stat line we've seen before, namely with Ezra in the last set. Now, Ezra also had some other incidental synergy. The Force mattered a lot, and then the fact that he put experience counters on Spectres and Creatures. Spectres didn't really matter, but Creatures definitely did. And this is a worse version of Ezra. But Ezra was a very, very strong card. So a worse version of a very, very strong card is still a strong card, and Populous Champion is a strong card. It trades very well into basically every good 2-drop, into some 3-drops even. It will just eat them. Obviously it has the official tag, which is, there's some synergy there as well. I don't have like a ton to say about him, but if Ezra was that good and this card is like almost as good as Ezra, this card I'm expecting to be very strong. I'm going to give it a B-, and I think that's where it starts. I'm not going to say this card is like first pickable in draft because it's probably not, but like I think if I first picked a really strong blue heroism card and then I saw this pick 2, I would like seriously consider this pick 2. And then just like, force that. But that is obviously quite risky, but I think you do pick these quite highly in draft, and they're common, so you'll see them, because no one's going to pick these that highly again unless they are trying to force this. So you'll see these go a while, so don't sleep on forcing blue-white. Okay, you should sleep on forcing blue-white. Don't do that, but it could happen. Next, we have Chandrilan Sponsor, a 2-cost Vigilance Heroism ground unit at common. It's a 2/5 official with Restore 2. This is a very interesting unit. It's a 2/3 for 2, which is, of course, a reasonable stat line on a 2-drop. That's like what I would expect. That passes the vanilla test. I know that we have 3 3s for 2 now, but those are still very premium, and I don't think that I would consider them like the standard yet. So I think this is still like the standard. You could argue that it's on the low end of the standard, but I don't even think that's necessarily true. I also say we have 2-cost 3/3s now, but I guess we've always had 2-cost 3/3s with Battlefield Marine. But anyway, I digress. This has Restore 2. If your opponent can't immediately kill this, again, if they play a 3/3 on turn 1, then that's really unfortunate, because they're just going to kill this and keep it, for sure. That does happen sometimes. But if they're playing anything else on turn 1, and you just play this down, that's ridiculous. They have to kill this. They have to. And what's cool about this unit is that like it's good late game too. Like Restore 2 is not insignificant, and if they like just try to race this, it's not gonna work. It's a 4 life base swing every swing, which is like unraceable. Even the like highest attack 2-drop is Chopper, right? And even that, it goes even with this. Now that would be weird if your opponent played Chopper and you played this, and then they went base, you went base, they went base, you went base. That's probably not how the game's gonna go. But what I'm trying to say is this swing is ridiculous. Restore 2 on this, if this was Restore 1, I would still think it was good, but Restore 2, no, this is one of the best 2-drops. This is absolutely bonkers. I think I'm going to give this card a B. I hope I'm not overrating it. The reason why I think this is, like, deserves this grade is because it's a great turn 1 play, obviously, but I do genuinely think it's good later, too. Because you're going to play it, and yeah, it's not going to like threaten an insane amount of damage to your opponent's base if you played on like turn 6. But what it will do is make your opponent probably attack it with one of their bigger units, and that will slow down base damage. Like, I'm not expecting this to stick around in the later game, but I am expecting it to eat up one of your opponent's attacks at the very least. So the problem is with a lot of 2-drops is you'll play it, it'll be good on turn 1, but then if you play it on like turn 6, your opponent's just going to ignore it. And this on like turn 6 cannot be ignored. So I think this card is incredible. I think it's like a B, but obviously, yeah, you do want to play it on turn 1 if you can. And it's an official, so there's synergy there as well. So Mazel Tov. Next, we have Senator Chuchi, Voice for the Voiceless, a 3-cost Vigilance Heroism Grand Unit Uncommon. It's a 2/5 Republic official. It has Restore 1, and on attack, give another friendly official unit Restore 2 for this phase. So blue-white clearly is the Restore colors here. Restore does stack as well, so if you give Chandrilan Sponsor, which is a common, by the way, Restore 2 with Senator Chuchi, that does have Restore 4. So just keep that in mind because it's an official. So that is a line that will happen sometimes because this is a common. Anyway, so now Senator Chuchi reminds me a little bit of Yoda from Spark the Rebellion and somewhat of Yaddle from Legends of the Force. It's more Yoda-esque in that it is a 3-drop with like reasonably sticky stats. And it's Yaddle-esque in the fact that it spreads out the restore. It's an official, so it has that synergy as well, which is nice. No, this is, again, very similar to Chandralin's sponsor. This is a 3-drop that is good on turn 2. It's best on turn 2, but it's also, like, good later, right? Like, if I play this on turn 6 or something, or turn 5, right, it's obviously not quite as good as if I played it on turn 2, but you're still going to be giving, like, your leader restore 2, or, you know, a pretty big unit restore 2. And I'm not expecting to get many swings off with Senator Chuchi, because if you do, you're effectively restoring 3 from your base, and then also dealing 2 to something. But again, I'm expecting Senator Chuchi to eat at least 1, maybe even 2. Like 5 is a lot of HP, maybe even 2 hits from the opponent before, from your opponent's units. And that really is a very big advantage. Obviously, again, like if it was 3 costs, exhaust 2 of your opponent's units, like that's like maybe okay, I don't know. But this is basically that in the later game, but also in the early game, like just a ridiculously value unit. So I think Senator Chuchi is incredible. I would easily first pick her. And I think that she's probably one of the best units in the set. I think she's probably a B+. It's just so efficient. Like 2-5 for 3 is like actually just kind of fine stats, right? That's Gunji stats. Now you've got Gunji for 2, for sure. Like if this is just a 2-5 for 3, that wouldn't be very good. But like a 2-5 for 3 with restore 1, and I'm already like kind of interested. The fact that this like spreads it out also, like insane. Yeah, highly recommend picking this card wherever you can. And this is the kind of card that will push me into blue-white. I think it's incredible. Next we have Galen Erso, You'll Never Win, which is a 4-cost Vigilance Heroism ground unit at rare. It's a 3-5 Imperial that has, when played, name a card. While this unit's in play, each non-leader card an opponent owns with that name, including those non-play, lose all abilities and can't gain abilities. And it has plot. So this is one of my favorite like kinds of cards. I love the cards that like kind of make you make a meta call or make you take a little bit of a gamble on what's in your opponent's hand, or have a little bit of knowledge on the format of like, okay, what cards could my opponent maybe have, maybe not necessarily in their hand, but if they did or if they drew it would like hurt me the most here, and then name those. And you can usually tell how good of a job you did by like if your opponent starts attacking Galen Erso right away, right? Because if you name something that's not in their deck, they're going to be like, oh boy, congrats, you played a 3-5, nice. But if you played like something key to their game plan, they're going to, you know, have pretty high priority of killing this guy. So a 4-cost 3-5 is like fine. That's not like abysmal stats. It's not great. We've seen 4-cost 4-5s, like Awaken the Specters, and I think a couple in this set that are fine. And just like as vanillas, and they're okay. They're like C's. So a 3-5 is definitely a significant downgrade from that. But the when played does matter for sure, especially if after the first couple of weeks, because the problem with this is at pre-release you're going to play this and you're going to be like, okay, I need to name the removal in this format, and then you think, okay, wait, what's the removal in this format? Is there Vanquish? Is that in this format? No. Takedown? No. Fell the Dragon? No. Rivals Fall? No. Ah, darn, I don't actually remember. I guess I'll just name, and then you just like look in your hand and you name a card in your hand, and then you realize that there's no way that your opponent could have that card because you're in a different color than them. And yeah, I don't know. I'm getting into the weeds a little bit, but this is going to be a little rough at pre-release just because nobody knows enough of the cards. I know that's going to happen to me if I play this. I'm going to play it and I'm going to go, oh shoot, didn't I just like make a long video about this and I don't know the cards in my own video? Whoops, my mistake. So Galen is going to be a little rough at the very beginning, just again for game knowledge reasons, but as the format goes on, I think he will become stronger. The plot mechanic is interesting. I don't really know why you need this to have plot. I guess it's like good counter for really good plot cards of theirs. Like if you're worried about Syntha, for example, you can just name, you flip your leader, play out Galen, name Syntha. Now they can't do the thing. Like, I guess. But then yeah, I don't know. I can't really think of any reason why you would like really want to plot this usually. Obviously, like if you can plot it, you want to just because plotting is inherently good. Like you're basically saving yourself from playing a card. You're able to resource better earlier in the game, right? Like that is good. But like most plot cards, it's like, oh, there's a very clear reason why you would want to plot this. And this one, I can't quite figure it out. But maybe there's something that I'm forgetting on that. So please let me know in the comments if I'm like missing something with this. But because I can't figure it out right now. But nevertheless, I think Galen is reasonably good. Just getting a 3/5 out of your resources on your flip is nice. Sometimes every now and then you donk one of your opponent's very important cards, especially in game 2 and game 3 if you're playing in a best of 3 format, right? Because then you have a bit more knowledge about what's in their deck. So I think that Galen Erso probably is like a C+. He is not an official, so keep that in mind, even though he looks like he could be. Next we have Captain Rex into the Firefight, which is a 6-cost Vigilance Heroism ground unit at rare. It is a 7/7 Republic clone trooper, and has when played and when this unit completes an attack, give this unit and an enemy unit Sentinel for this phase. So a 6-cost 7/7 is something we've seen before. We saw that with Vader in JTL, which I was lucky enough to open at pre-release. And Vader also had piloting, but sometimes you would just play him as a 7/7, and that is pretty good. Like a 6-cost 7/7 is very real. And Rex is even better than that because he gives himself Sentinel. So it's a 6-cost 7/7 that your opponent, especially if they're in like aggro, cannot ignore, right? Because the fear of playing like a big stats monster is your opponent just says, okay, and then just swing on your base and win the game, right? And Rex says, no, you can't do that. Now, Rex has like this minor downside here of like giving your opponent's unit Sentinel for this phase, but at the time of you playing Rex, you're gonna be having the biggest unit on the field anyway, right? There's no way that your opponent's gonna have something bigger than a 7/7 at this point in the game. So yeah, you give like one of their 2/2s Sentinel, or you give one of their spy tokens Sentinel, and then you just get to clean that up with one of your units, which you were going to probably do anyway at some point, and now you have a 7/7 Sentinel that your opponent just can't get through. And then every turn that like repeats. This basically just stops the ground arena, makes your opponent's attack into Rex, and Rex can continually attack into base at this point. It's 7 to base starting on the 6 resource turn. I guess he enters exhausted, but starting on the 7 resource turn, like you're gonna close the game out real quick. I think Rex is a very, very strong top end for these blue heroism decks. I think he's probably like a B+. I think he's one of the stronger units in the set for sure. Also notably, this can give space units Sentinel. So if you're doing the strategy where you kind of ignore space, then Rex doesn't even really have that downside. You can just give their space unit Sentinel. Oh boy, I wasn't attacking up there anyway, right? Like now you still have to attack into Rex, but I don't have to attack into any of your guys, right? So very strong card. Highly recommend you pick this up if you are considering blue heroism. Next we have Bo-Katan Kryze alone, 9-cost Vigilance Heroism ground unit at rare. It's an 8/8 Mandalorian that has when played, give each enemy unit -3/-3 for this phase, and when an enemy unit is defeated, give an experience token to a friendly unit. Alright, so this is what a 9-drop could be. Take note, Mythosaur, okay? Or, wait, was Mythosaur one of the good ones? No, Mythosaur was one of the bad. Zillabeast was okay. Yeah, anyway. I'm getting too into it. But when you're playing a 9-cost unit in draft, you really need to justify it. Like, again, I think Zillabeast was okay. Crate Dragon you could make an argument for, but like, it's a tough spot to be playing 9-drops in draft. You really need to justify it as your top end because sometimes you're just not going to get there. You need to have the deck that can get there, who can gum up the board and stall to play your big 9-drop. And then your 9-drop also needs to just be good, right? Now, Bo-Katan Kryze is good. This, when played, changes base math substantially. It probably nukes most of your opponent's board, and then also leaves behind an 8/8, and then you usually probably want to spread out experience tokens, but it depends. You can put all the experience tokens on Bo-Katan Kryze if you want. You usually want to spread them out, all your eggs in one basket and such. If your opponent just has removal, that's unfortunate. But even if your opponent has removal, it's still like fine. because you just probably wiped their whole board, or at the very least changed base math pretty substantially. A similar card to this was in set 2 was Snoke, the one that gives all of your enemy units -2/-2. I think that's all enemy non-leader units. Don't quote me on that. But this includes leaders, regardless of what Snoke does. This does include leaders. So while most leaders are going to be dead by turn 9 if the game is still going on, notably this does include leaders. So definitely very strong, because what Snoke did, right, is even if your opponent like was about to win, oh, boom, I play Snoke. Now all of like half of your units are dead, and the other half are now attacking for like 1 instead of like 3. And what this does is, oh, you play Bo-Katan. Oh, now most of your units are dead, and like the few remaining are now like 1/1s that can be easily eaten by my own units, right? It's definitely a very strong card. It'll be the biggest thing on the field because even if an 8/8 isn't the biggest thing on the field somehow, this is not always going to be an 8/8. If you need it to be a 9/9 or a 10/10, it probably will be. But again, I do suggest spreading things out. Having like a soft one-sided board wipe, like a one-sided board sweeper, I guess, like tacked onto like your big endgame threat that just like stops aggro from happening. I think this is quite good. So I've been singing a lot of Bo-Katan's praises here, and I like it. It's a great finisher. But I do have to talk about the elephant in the room, and yeah, of course, the fact that it's like a 9-drop. You sometimes just don't get the 9. You need to have built your deck with the idea that you're going to play Bo-Katan Kryze. Because if you don't, you're probably not going to get to 9. You need to stall the game out as much as you can. So keep that in mind if you have this in your deck, and if you do that, you will be rewarded, because this card will just win you the game basically every time it hits the field. Overall, I think all of that brings Bo-Katan to like a B-. Definitely be very careful putting this in your deck, but if you do and you have a plan, you will win games. Next we have Donnie Pilgrim, which is a 1-cost Vigilance ground unit at common. It's a 1/3 fringe that has when played and when defeated, heal 1 damage from your base. Alright, so after that 9-drop, we're now dealing with a 1-drop that I've just spoiled the grade on. Whoops, that's okay. This is the Yassification of SB Crumb. It is an okay card. 1 cost for 1/3 is like about the stats we'd expect. I think this set has a 1 cost 1/4. There's a couple of 1 cost 1/4s that exist in the game, but 1/3 is like a bit more typical. This doesn't trade that nicely into most things. It's probably between like a D+ and a C-. I guess in a pinch in the late game, this gains you 2 life, but like 2 life spread across 2 turns, like, I don't know. I'm not very high on this card. I think you'd much rather just play a 2-cost 2/3 vanilla over it. I think you can play this card and it won't like be terrible, but it's really just not great. It's probably like a C-, maybe a D+, but I've rounded it up to be generous here. Next we have Lobot Cloud City Coordinator, which is a 2-cost Vigilance ground unit at uncommon. It's a 0/4 fringe. It has Sentinel and Grit. So this is one that I think is better than people realize. Like, this is maybe kind of real. There's a lot of good play patterns with this. The funniest possible line is you playing Lobot on turn 1 and your opponent playing Lobot on turn 1, because then you just have a bunch of 0/4s that both have Sentinel, and yeah. But no, I do think Lobot is real. The play patterns are interesting. It reminds me a little bit of Lothwolf from Legends of the Force, which was actually okay, especially in like a Kanan deck. I don't know if there's like a deck that Lobot specifically wants to go in the same way, but I think it will feel like Lothwolf a lot of the time. Your opponent will have to attack into it, and that pretty much guarantees, just based on how actions work in this game, right, that you're going to get to attack with Lobot. And then when you do, you have probably one opportunity. You either can attack base, you can probably kill whatever unit you want, and those are your 2 options, I guess. And I would probably go with attack base, because your opponent's going to have to attack on a Lobot again and probably lose a unit. It punishes your opponent for having like 3/2s, and some kind of even 2/3s. I think Lobot is reasonable. Now, obviously, it's not great, but this does do a good job of gumming up the board and stalling to play Bo-Katan Kryze. This will go in the same deck, so keep that in mind, but that probably shouldn't be your game plan. Anyway, Lobot's not like a bomb or anything. It's not like ridiculous, but I think the play patterns are better than people are expecting. I'm usually not high on like 2-drops that can't attack, but Lobot like basically can, because your opponent's pretty much forced to attack into him, and then he just is turned on, like he's brought online anyway. So I think Lobot's like a C+. That might be an overrate, though. We'll see how things pan out. But I believe right now, in this very moment, I believe that Lobot is a real card. Next, we have Lost Jedi. It's a 2-cost Vigilance ground unit at common. It is a 1/3 Force Jedi, and it has grit. We're getting a decent amount of French vanillas in this set, and I like that. So Lost Jedi does have like interesting play lines in the same way that Lobot does. The difference is that you can kind of just ignore Lost Jedi in a way you can't ignore Lobot, because Lobot has Sentinel. Lost Jedi, yeah, he's a 1/3. He'll like get in for some chip damage here and there, but like it's gonna take you so many actions, because if your opponent's ignoring Lost Jedi, then yeah, I guess you can either keep attacking base, but I guarantee you're losing that race because your opponent has played something with more than one attack, or you can attack into one of your opponent's units, and Lost Jedi will probably live, and your opponent's unit will probably also live, and now you have like a 3/1, and then you can choose to finish off that unit or kill a bigger unit. Like, there are interesting lines here. Like, you play 2-drop, your opponent plays 2-drop, you attack their 2-drop, they play a 3-drop. Next turn, you attack their 3-drop and kill it with Lost Jedi if it had 3 attack. But I don't know, like, those lines do exist, but I don't think they're common enough or exciting enough that Lost Jedi is like... I think I've been saying Lobot this whole time. I've been talking about Lost Jedi, though. Anyway, I think they're interesting enough that Lost Jedi is like not unplayable, but I really am not impressed with his stats here. But hey, he goes in Grand Inquisitor, right? Anyway, I think Lost Jedi is like a C. That might be an overrate. The patterns, while they're there, they're like very slow and clunky and pretty much guarantee that you're not going to keep the initiative. And if you're not keeping the initiative, that's pretty bad in this set. There's a lot of cards that care about that. Next we have Senate Warden, which is a 2-cost ground unit at common in Vigilance. It's a 2/2 Republic Trooper that has, when defeated, you may disclose Vigilance. If you do, give an experience token to a unit. This is interesting. The problem really, like, it's a 2 and it gives you an experience counter, which is good, but it gets eaten by all but 8 2-drops in this set. So 50% of the time, you're not going to have the initiative, right? And your opponent's going to play a 2/3, and you're going to play this. And then you're going to pass. And then they're going to, before you can play your 3-drop, they're going to just kill Senate Warden. That'll happen sometimes. And then when that happens, and your opponent plays a 2/3 on turn 1, you're going to be like, oh no, do I play the only 2-drop in my hand, Senate Warden, or do I just take initiative? Because, like, this is useless right now, and I don't know what the answer to that is, and that's not a position you want to be in, so be careful with this card. Obviously, cards that give experience counters can be good, especially if you can find a way to get them on leaders, but like, they need to be statted a little bit better than this. I'm not particularly impressed by Senate Warden. Again, there's only 8 cards that are 2-drops out of the 31 2-drops that don't eat this card. The other ones all do, and that's really tough. I think this gets like a C- from me. That might be a bit generous even. I'm not very high on this card. Next we have Wilro Hood on the run. It's a 3-cost Vigilance ground unit uncommon. It's a 2/5 fringe unit that says while this unit has exactly 1 friendly upgrade on it, that upgrade can't be defeated or returned to hand by enemy card abilities. So basically it's a vanilla 3-cost 2/5. He's the Ice Cream Man from Return of the Jedi, or Empire Strikes Back on Cloud City. That's so exciting. Cool. No, he's just a 2/5. This thing is never going to come up. I say never. That's not strictly true. There are some upgrade removal things in this set, but there's not also a lot of upgrades. But there are some, and then there's experience counters. So, like, yeah, I guess sometimes you'll have an experience counter on Wilro Hood and your opponent will try to defeat it and they can't. Sure. But, like, no, that's not actually going to happen enough times that it matters for this card. So, yeah, you can evaluate this as a 3-cost 2/5. And that's not great, but it's fine. You know, what if Gunji costs 3? I guess. It's probably like a C. That might be a bit of an overrate, but it's probably like a C. Next, we have Rotunda Senate Guards. It's a 4-cost Vigilance ground unit at common. It's a 4/5 Republic Trooper, and it says while this unit is damaged, it gains, or undamaged, sorry, it gains Sentinel. I think this is a great common. This is an exceptional turn 3 play that will almost always just eat your opponent's turn 2 play. And then, yeah, it doesn't have Sentinel anymore, but you're probably okay with that because you still have like a 4/2, for example, that can now attack and kill something else. So this is usually going to deal with 2 of your opponent's threats, and it's just like a very efficient sentinel that like forces your opponent to just kind of waste some of their resources, basically. I don't mean resources in terms of like, lands. I mean resources is in like total like things they can do, right? I think this card is great. I'm giving it a C+, but that like might even be an underrated. It might be closer to a B-. Like I genuinely think this is a very, very strong common. And the fact that it's just mono blue means that it will be picked up pretty high, I think, in draft. But you guys are here for pre-release, so I don't know if we talk too much about draft. Next, we have Congress of Malastare, which is a 5-cost vigilance ground unit at common. It's a 5/5 Republic official that says the first upgrade you play each phase costs 1 less. So like I've said, there's like not a lot of upgrades in this set. If you build your deck around it, you maybe get like 2 procs max if you're lucky. But really you don't get this very often. I guess the line that you go for is there's a couple of upgrades with plot, as we'll see. So you like play this out and then you flip your 6-flip leader and you get a discount on some of the plot upgrades. I don't think that's particularly exciting though. There might be a deck in Constructed where this is good, I don't know. Like discounting resource cheating is always strong, but this is just such niche resource cheating, and you do need to get a couple off in order for it to actually feel good, right? If you just get like 1 discount off, that's probably not going to feel amazing. It'll probably be fine. It's a 5-cost 5/5. That's pretty much all it is all the time. Every now and then it'll get you like a discount if you're lucky. If you really build your deck around it, maybe 2. I don't think it's particularly exciting, but the stats are fine. They kind of pass the sniff test. So I think it gets like a C from me, but this is not what you want to be doing in your 5 slot for the most part. But it is what you will be doing in your 5 slot sometimes because it is a common and it's not that great. So it'll come really late in the draft. Next, we have Nala Se, Chief Medical Scientist. It is a 5-cost Vigilance ground unit at uncommon. It's a 4/7 Kaminoan that has on attack. You may disclose Vigilance. If you do, heal up to 4 damage from among other units. So what's good about Nala Se is that, there's a couple good things. You can heal that 4 kind of distributed however you want, whether that's 1/1/1/1, 1/1/2, 3/1, just 4 on a single unit. Like, you can just do it however you want. And it's every time you attack too. So this is like a very strong card. Now there's the downside of you play this and then your opponent kills it and you don't get to attack, and then sure. But like Dice to Doomblade isn't really a compelling argument for why a card isn't good, right? It does die to hard removal, sure, but like everything does. But it doesn't even really die to like soft removal, like damage removal, or if you just get attacked into. Like 7 is a lot. Like a 4/7 for 5 is a very, very strong stat line. And then notably, this cannot heal itself on attack. It's like Crazy Diamond from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Part 4. Diamond is unbreakable. But I don't think that's like a massive downside. This can hit leaders. So you have your leader flipped out, you take some damage on it, you attack with Nala Se, you heal your leader for 4. It's basically immortal. Your opponent basically must kill Nala Se before you're able to act. They're able to start chipping down on your leader. Genuinely, I think Nala Se is like approaching a bomb. It's probably, so the problem is that Disclose is not free. This Disclose is not free, like the double Vigilance. That is the downside here. But again, much like these like mid-game kind of tough Disclose costs that we've seen in the past, you can usually like plan for them to come, right? If you draw this in your opening hand or on like turn 2, which will happen a significant amount of the time if it's in your deck because there's 30 card limited decks that we're playing, right? You can like plan around having this out on 5 and having cards in your hand to Disclose if you built your deck reasonably, right? Because sometimes, yeah, sure, you do need to disclose that Vigilance card that you really needed for this Disclose, or you do need to resource it. Sorry, I think I said Disclose. You do need to resource the card that you're planning to use for Disclose, but just like having that information, knowing Nala Se is in your deck or having it in your hand means that you can make those decisions in a much more informed manner. But if you are able to get this off on attack, it's just so nasty. Again, you're usually going to be targeting your leader with this, but in a pinch, you can target other things. No. Nalase is an incredible card. She's probably between like a B and a B+. I'm leaning towards B+ right now, though. This says B-, but it should not say B-. This should say B+. Nalase is an incredible card, and it's just mono blue as well. It's not even blue hero or blue villain, so you're going to want this card in every deck, pretty much, that runs blue. Next, we have Alderaanian Envoys, which is a 6-cost Vigilance ground unit at common. It's a 3/7 Republic official, and it has Restore 3. More of these French vanilla cards. I personally am a big fan of them. This is an interesting unit because on the attacks, it's a life swing of 6, and that is quite strong. But it's not unheard of for a 6-drop. I mean, we've seen 6-cost 7/7s now, right, with like Rex and Vader. This is a 6-cost that swings life by 6. Now, the fact that it like splits it up between damage to your opponent's base and also restore to your base maybe matters, and maybe it's better in some circumstances because of that. It has the official tag, which is relevant, and it's hard to kill. Like 7 is big, even on a 6-drop, for sure. But like, yeah, the 3 is a little bit awkward. You usually want your 6-drop to have a little bit more impact on like board state than this. But the Restore 3 does kind of give it soft Sentinel. Like, your opponents are going to want to kill this, because if they don't, it's going to be really difficult for them to win any base race. As a result, I think this one's a little bit hard to evaluate, just because I think that like if it was a 6-cost 6/7, that would be like fine. Is it better than that, or is it worse than that? It's probably a little bit better than that, but honestly, I'm not convinced that much. So anyway, I've sort of waffled a lot on this card. I think it's between like a C+ a C and a C-. I've rounded it up to a C here, but I'm talking myself down a little bit. But I won't change it. I think it's close enough. This is just like, it's just like a little bit too much. I think if they made it like 5 costs and maybe like slightly reduced the HP, it would be better. But yeah, I don't know. This is an interesting one, and this might be an overrate. I don't think this is an underrate, though. I think this is about the card ceiling is a C. Next, we have Umbran Mobile Cannon. This is a very interesting card. It's a 6-cost Vigilance ground unit at uncommon. In Vigilance, it's a 7/3 Fringe Vehicle Walker that says the first time this unit would take damage each phase, prevent that damage. This is a walking 2-for-1 machine. This genuinely seems insane, and every time I see it, I feel like I'm misreading the card, and maybe I'm like missing something about it. Like, am I reading this wrong? Like, tell me in the chat if I'm reading this wrong, because this seems like just like a 2-for-1 machine, like at least, right? You play this down, and your opponent just like attacks into it, because they have to, because otherwise it's like they're not winning this race. 7 on 6 is like on a 6 resource card is a lot, and this just is going to be able to just like one-shot their leader and take no damage back. It's going to be able to one-shot like most of their units and take no damage back. And if you like draw this in a late game top deck race where like the game has gone like you're both playing your units, you're both attacking into each other's units, like then you're just going to win the game, because unless your opponent has removal, they're not going to be able to just like, get past this thing. And yes, 7 to base every turn is insane. There is some downside for sure. A 7 cost that doesn't immediately impact the board can be risky, because yeah, what if your opponent just runs a spy into it and then a 3/3? You've just like lost a 7-drop for a 6-drop for a 2-drop and a spy token. That's definitely tough. The 3 does hold it back for sure. I won't sugarcoat that, but I think on enough board states, this is just a must kill and also a 2-for-1 that it is good enough. It's probably between like a B- and a B. I'm going to round it up to a B, but this is one that I could be super wrong about, so I'm looking forward to seeing how this plays out. Next, we have Lando Calrissian, Trust Me. It's a 7-cost Vigilance ground unit at Legendary. It's a 6/8 Fringe official with grit, and when played, you may choose an enemy unit and a friendly non-leader unit. If you do, heal 6 from your base, and the enemy unit captures the friendly unit. So it's a 7-cost 6/8 with grit, which is a very strong stat line, especially with grit, because you're basically never getting this killed in one hit, right? And if you hit this for 6, it now hits you back for 12, right? Like, that's insane. And it also slows down base math a lot. Healing your base for 6 is great. I mean, we've seen Redemption. That card was constructed playable, maybe still is in some decks. maybe out of the sideboard, depends. So it does have a downside where if you do want to get the heal to your base, you do have to give your opponent like a capture, but you get to choose it. So presumably what you're doing is you're choosing a strong unit that's already attacked and maybe has some damage on it of yours, and like a spy token of your opponent's. And then you're just going to kill your spy token, get your strong unit back, and now it has its HP reset, right? There's a lot of ways where this can benefit you, but it is still you losing a unit temporarily, which shouldn't be discounted. That is a real threat or a real risk sometimes with a card like this. So just be careful. Going down a unit is always a scary thing to do, but the fact that it's healing 6 from your base and then being for sure the biggest thing on the board, this is a very strong finisher. It is basically always worth it in order to heal the 6. You'll sometimes be waffling about, oh, should I do it or no? Like, am I okay with that? 6 is a lot. You should usually be doing it. And then if you also, like, there'll be some circumstances where you just don't care about a unit that you have, like you have a spy token that's like being stuck behind something anyway. You're just like, okay, you can have the spy token, and I don't care about getting it back. I just wanted to heal 6. Great. Overall, I think he's between a C+ and a B-. I think I want to give him a B-. Ignore that. Very, very, very interesting card, though. The dynamic of giving your opponent a capture in order to heal. Very interesting. And then, yeah, of course, the grit just being ridiculous. That's a lot. 6 attack, 8 life with grit is a lot. That's just going to hit very hard. All right, we're into green now with Corrupt Politician, which is a 1-cost command villainy ground unit at special rarity. It is a 2/2 Republic official that says while you control more units than an opponent, this unit gains Sentinel. Also, Lando's an official, I forgot to mention. So this is fine. I mean, it's like, it's a 1-cost 2/2 that trades up to some 2-drops, but I don't really consider that trading up, because if you're playing this on turn 1 and nothing else, then it's basically a 2-drop. You're basically playing a 2-cost 2/2 that sometimes has Sentinel. I'm not super excited about this. Turn 1, play 2 of these bad boys and you're cooking for sure, but it's special rarity, right? So you're probably not going to have that. This is like maybe okay later. It does feel a little bit win more, or at the very least paying off spy tokens. But yeah, like sometimes just a little Sentinel can help. Even though I think the ceiling is pretty low, it's probably like a C. That might be an overrate though, I'll be honest, but we'll try it at a C and see how it goes. Next we have Imperial Dark Trooper, which is a 2-cost ground unit, command villainy at common. It's a 3/3 Imperial Droid Trooper, and that's it. It's a vanilla. So this is that fabled 2-cost 3/3 that I've been talking about for the duration of this whole video, basically. Yeah, we've seen this before on Battlefield Marine. So now Villainy is getting a Battlefield Marine, so about time on that. This is very strong. It eats a lot of common 2-drop plays. There's a lot of 2/3s. There's some 1/3s. There's some 2/2s. This will just completely, if you play this on turn 1 and all your opponent can do is play a 2/3, you're probably just going to win that game, right? That's like incredible. Just an insane amount of value that you get. Also, the character's cool. I think the art is awesome. That's beside the point mechanically, but still something that's worth taking a peek at. Yeah, there isn't really a ton to say about this card. It's great early. It's like still okay late. It's not, obviously you don't want to play this on like turn 6, but like getting this out on turn 1 is just bonkers. Not much to say about this card. It's probably like a B-, just that it's just going to be such a blowout if you're able to play this and your opponent is not going to play something with 3 attack, right? It's just insane. Next, we have Major Partagaz, Healthcare Provider. It's a 2-cost command villainy ground unit at rare. It's a 0/6 Imperial Official with Overwhelm, and when another friendly official unit attacks, this unit gets +2/+2 for this phase. Also Imperial Dark Trooper, the 3/3 for 2, is a common, so keep that in mind. So Major Partagaz is interesting. A 2-cost 0/6 with Overwhelm makes you think, what are they cooking here? And then it kind of tells you what it's cooking. Where you want to be doing Major Partagaz things is in a deck that either has a lot of officials or has a lot of ways of making spies, because remember, those are officials. Every time a spy attacks, it's basically 4 damage if you have Major Partagaz in the field rather than 2. The Overwhelm matters a lot as well. the +2 health does actually matter, because if you're charging him up, right, basically by like attacking with these officials, then you don't want your opponent to just be able to attack him while he's a 2/8 if you're planning on making him a 6/12, right? Definitely be careful about Major Partagaz. He is very high potential. There's a lot of officials in the set. Leaders are officials. Spy tokens are officials. Be very careful. He is very strong. You do have to be a little bit careful when you're playing him, though, because I will say the downside, of course, is that if you play this on turn 1, you're not going to have like a way to do anything cool on turn 2, right? Because you're going to be playing your 3-drop. Major Partagaz attacks for 0. You're just going to be taking the initiative. And maybe that's good, because then on turn 3, you get to attack with your previous turn play that hopefully is an official, and then Major Partagaz is a 2/8. Cool, right? Yeah, he's okay. I think that people are going to sleep on him a little bit. He's probably like a B- if you get there on the official stuff. Next, we have Chancellor Palpatine, I Am the Senate, which is a 3-cost command villainy ground unit at rare. It's a 2/2 Republic official that has, when played, if you control a leader unit, create 2 spy tokens and give those tokens Sentinel for this phase. And he has plot. So, much like other plot cards, he's quite strong if you plot him and less strong if you don't. The spy tokens having Sentinel is awkward because typically one of the benefits of a unit having Sentinel is that it forces your opponents to attack into it and maybe take some damage or even lose some units when they do so. But for spy tokens, they're 0/2s, right? So all they do really as Sentinels, if your opponent does want to attack into them, is slow that opponent down for a turn, right? And that is good if you play this with plot, because it means that those units are not attacking your leader, or their leader is not attacking your leader, right? And your leader kind of operates with a little bit of impunity with what it does for that first turn, because it knows it's probably not going to get attacked here. So if you get this with plot and you get the when played with a leader ability or leader unit, it's probably like a B-. But if you don't, there's kind of 3 levels to this card. There's the best level where you plot it, and then that's good. That's probably a B-. There's a level where you don't plot it, but you do have a leader unit, in which case it's probably, I would say, like a C-, because if you're not plotting it, that means that this is not the turn that you flipped your leader. This is like a later turn probably, and I guess you get to protect your leader for another turn. C- is maybe a bit too low. It might be a C if you just like play it the turn after your leader flips or something, like you top decked it. And then there's the situation you just don't have a leader unit, either before or after, before your leader's deployed or after your leader's died, in which case he's like pretty close to an F. He's just a 3-cost 2/2 at that point. That is abysmal. But I'm not even going to consider that as an option. It's probably between a C and a B-, depending on whether you have the leader. I think C- is too low. But yeah, so C for if you have the leader but you didn't plot it, and B- for if you have the leader and you did plot it. So Palpatine is quite solid. Good. Next we have Mas Amedda, Accomplice to Power, a 4-cost command villainy ground unit at uncommon. It's a 3/4 Republic official that says when played, give an experience token to each of up to 2 other official units, and it has plot. So again, plot is going to be carrying a lot of this because a lot of the leaders are officials. So you flip your leader, you play this out with plot, experience on your leader, experience on another official that you probably are going to have. It can't target itself, it does say other official units. And you can't put 2 experience on your leader. You have to spread it out to 2 units if you have 2 units. If you do only have one unit, you can put just 1 on your leader, and then the other one just goes into the void, right? So great if you play him on, if you're able to plot him, because obviously experience counters on leaders are super, super strong. Leaders are hard to remove, and experience counters will mean that maybe leaders with lower stats can trade up to higher stat leaders, or maybe it means that your leader is able to get a couple of extra trades in on units, or maybe it means your leader is able to get into base for a little bit of extra damage, right? These are all great applications, and you will know which one is best in your given board state and game state, and Mas Amedda enables that. Now, if you are just playing him as a 4-cost 3/4, then I think you're probably going to be able to get usually at least 1 experience, sometimes 2. Definitely a lot weaker if you're not plotting it. I think if you're plotting it, it's like a B-, and if you're just playing him out, I'm assuming if you're just playing him out, you're not putting it on your leader because you're probably playing it before you deploy your leader, or maybe after your leader has died, but the chances of you not having it on plot and then having it for the like one other turn that your leader is alive is like pretty low. So I don't think that's going to happen too often. But I think it's like a B- if you're able to flip this with plot and put it on your leader. Might even go a little bit higher than that. And like a C, maybe a C+, it's close. It's between those two if you don't play with plot and don't put them on your leader, but are able to distribute at least one experience token. If you just play this on an empty board and don't distribute any experience tokens, then that's tough, but just don't do that. Next, we have Vice Admiral Rampart on schedule, who's a 4-cost command villainy ground unit at rare. It's a 3/6 Imperial official that has on attack. You may disclose command villainy. If you do, give an experience token to each of up to 2 other units. So this is kind of a little bit similar to Masamida, except it doesn't have the downside of being of having to be official units, which is not a huge downside in the set because a lot of the units are officials, but it's definitely a downside, and replaces that with a downside that's kind of twofold. The first one being that it is on attack, not when played, and the disclose. Now, I like to talk about each disclose cost and whether it's free or not. And this one is not free. And the reason why, this is one of them that's twofold. The first one is, at this point in the game, you like often will have these cards or these aspect icons in your hand, but not always. Sometimes you just won't be able to do this. And then when you do have it, you're probably going to be revealing your opponent like your entire hand or most of your hand. It's going to be a little bit awkward to do that because your opponent's going to know a lot more, and both of those are downsides. The fact that your opponent will know more, and then sometimes you're just not able to do this. This is on attack, so it's repeatable. If you get this off more than once, it just becomes like actually just ridiculous. But don't get this mistaken. You're probably not going to be able to do this more than once because 5 is when a lot of leaders flip. And your opponent is going to see this as a must-kill threat because it is, especially if you've demonstrated that you can disclose the first time, your opponent's going to go, oh, okay, I need to deal with this. And a 3/6 is very good stats for 4, don't get me wrong. That is a solid statted unit, but your opponent will still probably have ways to deal with this. They will need to dump a decent amount of resources into it, and that will feel really good when they do. Yeah, this is very strong, and if somehow you are able to like put this behind a sentinel and keep getting attacks off with it, like 2 attacks or 3 attacks, then you're just gonna win that game because you're gonna be juicing up your leader, you're gonna be juicing up with your other units, whatever sentinel this is hiding behind. That's just ridiculous. This card has a lot of potential, and even on its weaker side, it's still quite strong. I'm giving it a B. Next, we have Cruel Commandos, a 5-cost command villainy ground unit at common. It's a 5/5 Republic clone trooper that has Sentinel and Overwhelm. Another French vanilla, love to see it. This comes down on your 5 resource turn to protect your leader if you're not plotting anything. Quite strong. We've seen a similar card before, and it was pretty solid in draft. Just having like 5 attack for 5 is pretty good as a beater. Overwhelm won't matter like a ton, but the Sentinel will matter a lot. Your opponent will probably have to throw a couple of units into this, or like a big attack from their leader and then like one smaller unit. There's a lot of different ways that your opponent can deal with this, but it will always feel bad for them. Like 5 attack means that whatever they're hitting into this is either dying or almost dying, right? Like this is a very strong Sentinel, and it's at a reasonable price point. So I like this card. I will be running it in my command villainy decks, mostly to protect my leader, and especially if I don't get any good plots. I'm giving it a C+. Next, we have Deidre Miro with verifiable data, or data. Data is American, data's Canadian, right? Sounds right. It's a 6-cost command villainy ground unit at uncommon. It's a 5/5 Imperial officer with ambush, and on attack, create a spy token. So this is understated for sure, 6-cost 5/5, but ambush is very good, and this gets repeat value. So how often are you going to be able to attack twice with this? I think you're not almost always, you're always going to be able to get virtually one spy token from this, right? You bring this down, you ambush into like a semi-small thing, you get a spy token. Your opponent is then going to immediately kill Deidre Miro with whatever else they have, and you're not going to get a second spy token. If somehow they are not able to do that, either because they have to be killing something else, or because you have a Sentinel, or because that was their only unit that you ambush into, you're going to win this game because every attack you're doing 5 basically to base, and then 7, and then 9, and then 11, and that's game over, right? Like you're obviously that's like a massive oversimplification of what would actually happen, but this ramps its own damage with these spy tokens. Don't underestimate ambushers. Very, very strong. This is similar in a way. This is a very weird comparison, but to Eighth Brother from Legends of the Force. It was a 6-cost 5/7 ambush that when you played a unit, you could use the Force if you do give another unit +2/+2 for the phase. So it could like every now and then generate +2 extra attack. And look, Deidre Miro does that too through creating a spy token. Now her stats are worse. 5/5 is worse than 5/7. And Eighth Brother, one of the best things about him was that he was able to just eat something small, and then very rarely you could just like kill him with something else. You usually had to throw 2 things at him. Whereas Deidre, you will be able to just throw 1 thing at. So that definitely makes her worse. But she's still quite strong. And then, hey, has that official synergy. So Deidre is a very strong card, probably between a B- and a B. Probably a B. I don't know why I give it a B-. I need to stop underestimating ambush. It's a good mechanic. Anyway. Next, we have Director Krennic, I Lose Nothing But Time, which is a 9-cost command villainy ground unit at Legendary. It is an 8/10 Imperial Official with Sentinel, and when this unit is attacked, discard a card from your deck. If it's a unit, you may return it to your hand. We all know this card kind of sucks. Earlier, I was talking about what 9-cost units need to do for you when I was talking about Bo-Katan Kryze, and I said Bo-Katan was a good 9-drop because she immediately came down, she comes down and immediately has an effect on the board, right? She kills most of your opponent's units just straight up and then shrinks a bunch of the other ones so that the base math changes and they're easier to clean up with your units. Krennic comes down and does kind of have sort of an impact on the board in that he's a big sentinel, so your opponent has to go, okay, I need to rethink my play. But the problem is, if your opponent has removal, you just played a 9-drop for nothing. Whereas if you play Bo-Katan Kryze and your opponent has removal, then that still sucks. Don't get me wrong. That's not what you want to have happen. But like you've still kind of just wiped their board, right? And and whatever units they have left, they're much smaller and can be dealt with easily, right? Like if they just like hit Director Krennic with a kill spell, it's over. You're probably losing that game because you just spent 9 resources and yeah, you get nothing to show for it. Now, if your opponent is forced to start, if they don't have that removal spell and they're forced to attack it, it's fine. I mean, at 8/10, that's beefy. And when it's attacked, it will sometimes draw you a card. I'm surprised this doesn't just draw you the card when it's attacked. I don't think it would be too good if it did. I will say most of your deck will be units. Probably at least 23 of your cards in your deck will be units. And so this usually will draw you a card, but like sometimes it won't. Sometimes you'll mill the top card. It'll be your removal spell or it'll be some random equipment that you kind of had to put in your deck. And then, okay, cool. Well, sucks. Now, of course, your opponent's going to be attacking Krennic multiple times if they do attack Krennic at all, because they're going to want to get rid of him to continue to finish off the game. But so you'll get multiple procs, but still. Also, this is an interesting note, is that Director Krennic actually does kind of have some downside with his second ability too, because you're playing 30-card decks unlimited. By the time you're playing a 9-drop, how many cards have you drawn? Let's see, you draw 6 cards at the beginning, that brings you to 24. Then you go to 2 resources. By the time you're at 9 resources, you've done 7 more draw steps, right? Because you start on 2 resources. So you've drawn 14 more cards. So that's 20 of your cards. No, yeah, 7 more draw steps. So you're at 20 cards at the absolute like most, right? Maybe less if you've drawn cards in some other way, or milled cards in some other way. And now every time they attack Krennic, you're going down 1 card. And if they just attack Krennic with like 5 spy tokens, then yeah, you've just loaded up your hand for sure. But in a couple of turns, you're probably just gonna die to mill. It's now. usually you might be able to come back from that if they just gave you like 5 units into your hand, but still, it's an interesting thing to think about because I just don't think Director Krennic is good. I think truly it will happen often enough that you play a 9-drop and it just gets removed instantly, and then you're sad that this card is probably like a D. It's not an F. It does stop the board if they don't have a removal spell, and you're able to get a couple of card draw off it. That's nice for sure. And then also let your units that are hiding underneath Krennic just get in for a bunch of base damage. But then, I mean, also, like, what if they just have space, right? Like, I don't know. I'm not high on Director Krennic. I think if you're going to play a 9-drop, Bo-Katan Kryze is much better. Obviously, different aspects, but still. Next up, we have C-3PO, Human-Cyborg Relations. Oh, I will say, actually, one more comment, though. This art goes incredibly hard. This is so cool. And I just looked at who did it, Omer-Chan Sirit. I could have predicted that. Yeah, no, he makes really nice art. And this one is no exception. This is beautiful. So props for that. It's unfortunate that it had to go on a card that is not great. Why do they always pick the coolest arts to go on the most mid cards? Anyway, that brings us to C-3PO. Anything I Might Do. It was a 1-cost command heroism ground unit at uncommon. It's a 1/3 Republic droid with action, exhaust, and return this unit to its owner's hand to give the unit +2/+2 for this phase. This is an upside. That is a real upside for sure. You play this on turn 1, then turn 2, if your opponent doesn't kill it, you play a 3-drop, and then on turn 3, you return this to your hand and make your 3-drop bigger. I don't know. The benefit, I guess, of playing C-3PO is if your opponent does decide to attack into it and they can't one-shot it, you don't need to have a target for the give a unit +2/+2 for this phase on your side. Oh, wait, that's interesting. I just kind of realized this right now. This does not say give a unit you control, and you must do as much as you can, and it does not say may. So if there's no units on the field other than C-3PO, you can return them to your hand and not buff a unit, but if you don't have the units and your opponent does, and you return this to your hand, you do have to give their units +2/+2. That's funny. Probably won't come up too often. And if it does, it'll probably be an exhausted unit anyway, so it won't really matter. But it is funny. Keep that in mind. Don't accidentally buff your opponent's stuff unless you're planning to Fel the Dragon it, I guess. But anyway, this is an okay card. It's probably between like a C- and a C. The lines aren't super exciting with it. And like I've said a few times in this review so far, I'm just not a big fan of 1-drops. They just like have inherent weaknesses in this game because you start on 2 resources. The only time they're really good is if you're able to play 2 of them on turn 1, or if you're able to play them as like a tack on to some other unit later in the game. I'm not that excited about it. I think it's between a C- and a C. I've said C here, but I'm kind of talking myself down to C-. I'm going to edit my spreadsheet for the Patreon. By the way, if you want my spreadsheet, okay, it's on the Patreon. Drop a sub, okay? If you want my spreadsheet, I have little notes about most of the cards, almost all of them, and little grades and build-arounds. It's a very ugly spreadsheet, but it does have a lot of data in it. Data or data? We already talked about this. Doesn't matter. Go next. We have Mina Bonteri next, which is a 2-cost command heroism ground unit at uncommon. Sorry, Mina Bonteri, Stop This War. That's the subtitle. She's a 2/4 separatist official with Restore 1, and when defeated, you may disclose command heroism. If you do, draw a card. So 2-cost 2/4 Restore 1 is Yaddle stats, and this is an official also, which has synergy in the same way that Yaddle is Force and has synergy, although I think the Force synergy is probably a bit better, but I digress. A 2-cost 2/4, already a great stat line. Official is the synergy tag this set, that's great. Restore 1 is very relevant. And when defeated, it has like the Yoda text. This is like it's similar to that other unit I was talking about in that it's like kind of halfway between Yaddle and Yoda. Now, how free is the Yoda text on this card? Not super free. At the point when you have Mina Bonteri, it's pretty likely that you will be able to, and you will choose to do it most of the time. But giving your opponent that much information that early in the game, like revealing probably 2 cards, maybe 3 from your hand, definitely is a tough situation to be in. But it might not matter depending on your opponent and depending on the cards you have to show. But nevertheless, you probably do it anyway, and at least the card you draw is still secret information. This card is awesome. It's incredible. Again, there's a lot of 2/3s into this format that do like trade with this kind of, but like you can make them trade on your terms, right? Because you play this, they play their 2/3. They attack into this, and then they maybe want you to attack back into that, but you can just attack base. Or if they attack base, you can attack base, and you're going to win that race. Like, it's just, it always gives you the opportunity to attack their base, and does not as much give them the opportunity to attack yours. So I think Mina Monteri is great. If you can get any official synergy or any experience counters on her, that's also incredible. And then, yeah, just getting you a card at the end most of the time, that's nice. And then, yeah, also because you're going to be playing this on turn 1, when you draw your initial 6, you can make your resources planning to disclose to Mina Monteri as well. So just keep all that stuff in mind about disclose. I think she's great. I'm giving her a B. She's also an uncommon, so you'll see her a decent amount, unlike Yaddle, who was a rare. Next, we have Theed Security, which is a 2-cost command heroism ground unit at common. It's a 2/3 Naboo trooper that has, when played, if an opponent controls an upgrade, give an experience token to a unit. So this is solid synergy against shielded 2-drops, which there are a couple of, Crafty Smuggler and Secretive Sage. Those are not in this set, though. In fact, there are no shielded units, or no shielded 2-drops in this set. It's a good 2-drop. You're never hitting the dream in limited. There's not really like a line where your opponent plays something and you play this and you do get the experience token. I can't think of anything that just comes down with an upgrade on as a 2-drop. There's no shielded, and there's nothing that like comes in with an experience counter as far as I know. So it's probably not happening, but later in the game, playing a 2-cost 3/4, which will happen like pretty often. I mean, there's a decent amount of experience counters in this set. Is nice. It's probably, it's just a 2-cost 2/3 most of the time that you'll play on turn 1 pretty happily, which I would think makes it just a C+. Next, we have Ahsoka Tano. I learned it from you. She's a 3-cost command heroism ground unit at special. She's a 2/5 Force Jedi Republic that says when this unit completes an attack and survives, you may disclose command heroism. If you do, attack with another unit. So I think this disclose cost is like kind of a little bit free. Sometimes, yeah, you will have to disclose 2 cards, like a command neutral and then like an aggression heroism if you're in red-green. But I think that while it's not free, giving your opponent that information, I think it's like mostly free that you will be able to do that. Again, planning with your opening hand, what cards you resource. You're playing this early enough that you usually can make those decisions about resource cards and make sure that Ahsoka Tano comes online when she needs to. How strong is attacking with another unit? You're gonna like play this, and then on turn 3, I'll attack with it, and also your turn 1 play. Like, I guess what it does is it gets you the initiative. Is sort of the best thing you can do with this early. And that is good, don't get me wrong, especially because there are cards in the set that specifically care about you having the initiative. I think she's quite solid. She's well statted, and action cheating is always good, and she can help you get the initiative. I think she's probably like a B-. I say well statted. She has Gunji stats for 3, which is, I guess, well statted, kinda. I don't know. Next up is Beloved Orator. This is a 3-cost command heroism ground unit at common. It's a 2/3 New Republic official that says when played, create a spy token. We'll see how spies play out. I'm not super impressed by this right now. Like, I'm gonna give it an okay grade because there are a decent amount of 2/3s in this set, and coming down a turn late as a 2/3 is still like maybe kind of okay. Especially because it comes down with a spy token. It makes 2 bodies, and there's some cards that just care about going wide here, and the fact that this is 2 officials does matter as well. It's still kind of an awkward stat line, 3-cost 2/3, but I don't think this is a complete disaster. I am going to extend an olive branch to people who think spies are going to be good. I'm going to give this a C+, even though in my heart of hearts I want to give this a C. And we'll see how it plays out. If spies are good, it probably will be a C+, and if they're not, then yeah, I think I will be correct about it being a C. But it's in that range here. I think this is like fine curve filler for your green hero decks, but definitely look for that official and spy synergy and go wide synergy. Good. Next, we have Captain Typho, All Necessary Precautions. He's a 4-cost command heroism ground unit at special. He's a 4/5 Naboo Republic trooper. He has Sentinel, and when this unit is attacked, you may disclose command heroism. If you do, heal 1 from your base. So straight up a 4-cost 4/5 Sentinel. I was talking about a card like that a while ago. I don't remember which one. But it was, I gave it a solid grade. I think that's really good. That one is conditional Sentinel. I think that one was a 4-cost 4/5 that only has Sentinel when it's undamaged. This just always has Sentinel. And I think that makes it really quite strong. 4-cost 4/5 means that your opponent is pretty much going to just be stopped in their tracks, right? If we think about Sentinels in the past that have been very good, right? Think about Chirrut from Legends of the Force. Chirrut was a 3/5 Sentinel, and he had other stuff going on for him, like that -2/-0 was very relevant. But like, just like slamming down a Sentinel on turn 3, like that was very good. Now, again, Legends of the Force had other weird things going for it, like the Force mechanic that, you know, your opponent wanted to attack. So with Chirrut in the way, that made that awkward. So that was more of a big deal than it would be in another set. But nevertheless, like that extra point of attack is very nice. The fact that you probably will get to heal like 2 from your base is very nice. Once again, this sort of disclosed cost at this point in the game is not free, but it will be easy to do. The decision will just be, do I want to show this to my opponent? And the answer to that, actually, for this one, for most of them, it's almost always yes. For this one, there are some arguments. Well, I mean, healing 1 from your base is good, but like sometimes the cards that you have in your hand will maybe be worth more than you to 1 life. The secretive nature of them. That's up for you to decide, though. Play around with that, see how that goes. I personally will probably pretty much always be disclosing when I can, unless I'm like really about to cook up some ridiculous play. I think Captain Typho, just because, again, he eats their 2-drop, he eats their 3-drop, and probably still sticks around. Maybe not, but, you know, that's a 2 for 1. And then he maybe even gets in for 4. I think Captain Typho is very strong. This is a great stat line. This is a great ability to have on the stat line. He's probably a B. Ignore the B-. I think he's probably a B. I'm updating my spreadsheet. Next, we have Druselian Commandos, who 5-cost command heroism ground unit at common. It's a 4/5 ambush and plot. A 4/5 rebel trooper with ambush and plot. So don't underestimate ambush, obviously. This is a solid stat line. We've seen 5-cost 5/4 ambush before, and that's been solid. 5-cost 4/5 ambush is about as good. And this has plot also, which makes it even better. Because this now, again, is basically in the same way that something earlier was, is kind of like 3.5 things for 1, right? Like, you flip your leader. That costs you an action. Then you immediately play out Druselian Commandos and replace that with the top card of your deck. So you've kind of drawn a card, sort of, by not having to go down cards in your hand. And then you're attacking with Druselian Commandos and killing probably a small unit and keeping Druselian Commandos. So now, for the action of flipping a leader, you've gotten your leader, you've gotten Druselian Commandos, you've destroyed one of your opponent's units, and you've like sort of kind of drawn a card. So that's like 3.5 for 1. Obviously, don't evaluate this entirely like that. This is not as good as a like true 3.5 for 1, but it's still quite strong. This is very good. Obviously, you want to plot it, and if you do, it's incredible. But even if you don't, it's good. I would play this card in a deck, even if I knew I had some clairvoyant knowledge that I was never going to get the plot off. I would still have this card in my deck. I think it's like a B, and it's a common. You're going to see a lot of this card. And it won't kill most leaders is kind of a small problem with, well, if it killed leaders, that would be ridiculous. But like, if your opponent flips their leader and then you flip yours and Druselian Commandos, you're not going to be attacking into their leader. You're going to be attacking into some other small unit probably, unless you want to attack into their leader and then finish it up with your leader. That might happen sometimes. Yeah, you know what? I guess that line is like reasonable too. But just to be aware that they get an action between those two. It doesn't also have synth text on it. That would be insane. All right, next we have Queen Amidala championing her people. Queen Amidala is a 5-cost command heroism ground unit at Legendary. She's a 5/3 Naboo official that has, when played, create 2 spy tokens, and if damage would be dealt to this unit, you may defeat another friendly unit that shares a trait with this unit. If you do, prevent that damage. So Queen Amidala is one of the spy token payoffs. She's effectively invincible so long as you have spy tokens. At the very least, she's invincible to damage removal, which is most of the removal in the set. Obviously, like, hard removal still gets her. But when played, she just kind of gives herself, like, 2 shield tokens that can also attack for 2. That is insane, because she's an official, and spy tokens are officials. So then not only that, but those shield tokens get replenished if you play other officials or other spy tokens, which you can usually just get incidentally and in like semi-large numbers with individual cards, right? Like Queen Amidala is not invincible, but she can kind of feel that way sometimes. And meanwhile, she'll just be like probably just slamming into your opponent's base for 5 or like controlling your opponent's board. If you really go for it, you can like, swing in with your spy tokens into base for 2, and then whenever they're exhausted, you can just sacrifice that spy token when they run something into Queen Amidala, which they would never do, by the way, just to be clear. They're never going to run things into Queen Amidala because they can just attack your spy tokens, which is what you'll do anyway, right? And then that way they don't take 5 back. But like playing Queen Amidala and like forcing your opponent to just like start attacking your spy tokens and your other smaller units is like really, really good whenever you can just start controlling their board by throwing spy tokens at them. I think Queen Amidala is a genuine, like pretty close to a bomb. I think she's a B+, going to be kind of the best card in your deck. And she has the official tag as well, which matters. And since the official tag is so big in this format, you're going to have a lot of fodder to throw into Queen Amidala if you need to. It's not just spy tokens. She also has a Naboo tag, and there are a decent amount of Naboo in this format as well. So don't forget that you can also sacrifice Naboo units in order to keep Queen Amidala safe and alive. But keep that in mind. Anyway, Queen Amidala, incredible card, B+, I would say. Next, we have Renowned Dignitaries, which are 6-cost command heroism ground units at uncommon. They're 5/6 New Republic official. They have Overwhelm, and when played, heal 2 damage from your base for each friendly official unit. So this is actually, I think, a really interesting card. This probably heals like between 4 and 6 most of the time, right? Like, because it counts itself. This is an official unit, so when you play it onto an empty board, it's healing 2 from your base, which is solid, but you're usually not going to. If you just have like a couple of spy tokens, this just kind of just heals your base to full, right? If you have like 3 spy tokens in another unit, and then you play this, and your opponent's just kind of been ignoring your spy tokens because they're trying to race you, you've just healed your base for 10. Like, this is an insane amount of healing. I don't think people realize just how much healing this is. Now, how good is the body? 6-cost, 5/6 Overwhelm. That's fine. It's an official, which is cool. That's synergy. The body is like fine, and the fact that it has just such a potent when played ability that really can just swing base math, definitely very relevant card. It's probably like a B-. And again, relevant tag, official. Next up, we have Mon Mothma, Clinging to Hope. She's a 7-cost command heroism ground unit at rare. She's a 5/8 rebel official. She has Restore 3, and when played, you may attack with any number of other units one at a time, even if those units are exhausted, and they can't attack bases for these attacks. I think this is maybe a bomb, as in maybe gets into the A category. This card is like genuinely ridiculous. So 7-cost 5/8, those are fine stats. It has the official tag, which is relevant. It has Restore 3, which makes it kind of a must kill. And then when played, you kind of just get to like wipe your opponent's board in a way. Because how games often go on turn 7, right, is you're like both kind of maybe trying to get into your opponent's base, maybe doing a bit of trading if their units are a little bit too scary and you think they're going to win the base war. But you play this down, you've already attacked with some of your units either into base or trading into your opponent's stuff. You now just like get to re-attack with those, not into base, but into units. And you get to just like clear out their units, probably almost all of them. And now you're left with a 5/8 that not only is going to be continuing to chip into your opponent's base, but also going to start healing the damage that your opponent's been doing to your base. This is going to be the scariest thing on the field, just like by itself, without any other units. And it will make sure that condition happens pretty often with its when played ability of just clearing up all the other units, basically. Sure, you're probably going to lose a lot of your units too, but that's totally okay when you now have a 5/8 Restore 3. It doesn't matter if the board is empty. This is going to make you win the game. It's not even just ground units. This works to space too. The one thing is she can't target herself, so she can't also go in as a 5/8 Restore 3 immediately, but that would maybe be a little bit too insane. Green Heroism always gets these crazy 7 drops, Kelleran back, U-Wing reinforcement, and here's Mon Mothma. Is she as crazy as those two for like constructed purposes? I doubt it, but like, yeah, you never know. People brood crazier things. No, I think Mon Mothma is incredible, and I think I might actually maybe give her an A minus, which is the highest grade I've ever given on this show. I think she is genuinely maybe in that category, but a safe grade would be a B plus. I don't think she's anything below that. She is what you want as your top end. This just wins you the game. This just changes base math entirely in your favor. And 7 is not that much. Like, something like Bo-Katan Cries also changes base math entirely in your favor, but it costs 9, right? This costs 7. That's like a very reasonable amount to get to in Limited. Notably, also, you can attack with your leader with this. You attack with your leader, it's exhausted. You play Mon Mothma, you attack with your leader again. One other downside I should mention is most of the, and this isn't even really a downside, this card's just all upside, but most of the cards we've seen that let you attack with exhausted units, they can't attack base. Mon Mothma also lets you attack with units that are not exhausted, but if you do choose to do that, and it's sometimes right to do so, you cannot attack bases with those attacks. So even if the units are ready, they can't attack bases with the Mon Mothma when played. But that'll sometimes be right, just so you can action cheat and then just take the initiative right away and clear the board and then have something nice. But just keep that in mind, don't attack with those units if you want to attack their base with it that turn. Just be careful about that. But anyway, yeah, this card is ridiculous. It borders on an A minus for me, I think. And maybe it's solidly an A minus. We'll see how it goes. Yeah. Next, we have Chancellor Valorum, Civil Servant. He's a 5-cost command ground unit at rare. He's a 3/7 Republic official that says when this unit completes an attack, you may disclose command. If you do, put the top card of your deck into play as a resource. Who is this for? I don't really know because, and I'm talking about constructed too, because the double command decks, what are they? There's like Rex, I guess. Rex doesn't want this. There's Palp Green. I guess, but like, do you really want to be ramping this late in Palp Green? Like maybe, but probably not. And the stats are just not good at all. And then you also have to disclose like a lot of that's probably 3 cards. Sometimes in those double green decks it'll be 2 cards, but it's probably 3 cards. And then all of that to ramp one time. I don't know who this is for. This card, the only reason this card doesn't get an F is because you can just resource it. Again, I maybe should modify this, but on my scale, it's really hard for just like a card to get an F unless it can like really mess with your entire game plan. So leaders and bases are pretty much the only things eligible to get an F in my scale because you can just resource this. But like if I were to adjust my scale in any way, this would be in this set the first card I would give an F2 that did not currently get one. It's just unplayable. It's like for 7 every time. And then by then, are you ramping? No, you're playing a 7-cost 3/7 that does nothing. Yeah, no, you should never play this card. It's basically an F. But I'm being honest with my scale that I may change for the next set because I want to give this card an F so bad. Don't play this card. Funny how this was like right after the best card. Now we have this. Funny how that works. Anyway. Next, we have Senator's Aid, a 1-cost ground unit in command at common. She is a 0/3 Republic official that says, well, you have the initiative. This unit gets +2/+0. So this is an interesting one because it's a little hard to evaluate. There's like so I have a funny line that you can do with it. But first, I'll just say, if you like win the coin flip, this is like, it's basically just another 2-cost 2/3, which is like, what have we called those so far? We've called them C pluses. That's fine, right? I know it's 1 cost, but it's basically 2 costs, right? If you play this on turn 1, which is the best time to do it, it's you're not going to be playing like a second one. You're going to just be passing the turn anyway. So assuming you won the coin flip, yeah, sure, it's a 2/3, great. It's like a C plus. But if you haven't won the coin flip, this is like a really tough spot to be in because you play this, or your opponent plays like a 2/3, you play this, they take the initiative, this is still a 0/3, tough. So I'm giving this a C minus, but I want to propose something to you. Don't play this card, but then if you lose game 1, sideboard it in for game 2, and then if you win that game, sideboard it back out for game 3. I think that's a funny line, and I think someone should try that. And I know it's probably not good, but it might be good. It's like almost good. So give it a try. Let me know how it goes. I think that'll be really funny. But yeah, you need to win the dice roll at the beginning of the game for this card to be playable at all, unfortunately. I'm going to give it a C minus, but that's maybe generous. Although, yeah, probably generous. Next, we have GNK Power Droid, Gonk Power Droid. It's a 2-cost command ground unit at common. It's a 1/3 droid that has on attack. The next unit you play this phase costs 1 less. So this is your Llanowar Elves of the set. It does suck if your opponent plays the 2-cost 3/3, but otherwise it's actually kind of solid. Whenever I'm evaluating 2-drops in the set, I often think about like how are they into the 2/3, because that's like going to be probably the most common stat line for 2-drops in the set. And this is not great into the 2/3, right? Because like assuming you're just like running them into each other, this will do 2 damage to the 2/3 before it dies, and it will, and the 2/3 will live. But this one does have a very relevant on attack ability, because it will get the on attack ability most of the time, again, unless your opponent's playing like that 3/3. It will get to attack here. And when it does, you get to play a 4-drop on turn 2. And that is maybe going to swing the game, especially if it's one of those 4-drops with like Sentinel or something, because now you can swing with it again on the next phase probably and get a 5-drop on turn 3. And these are all things that make the GNK Power Droid kind of a must kill. The wisdom in Magic for all of my Magic old heads out there is you always bolt the bird, right? Which is to say you always... if your opponent plays a creature that lets them ramp and play cards ahead of time, like resources ahead of time, then you should use a card in your hand to destroy that card as your play. Cast Lightning Bolt on Birds of Paradise, right? And I think that goes... That is true with Star Wars too. If you have the opportunity to do so, you probably should bolt the bird. And that's why I think GNK Power Droid is kind of a must kill. But it's still, the stats do make it a little bit awkward. These stats are not great. But just getting the possibility of playing ahead of curve, I really do kind of like. Obviously, also Disaster, your opponent plays the 3/3, which I've mentioned. That's just, I can't help you there. That you shouldn't be playing this in that case. Side it out. No. But I think this card has enough upside that I'm comfortable giving it a C+. Next, we have Jar Jar Binks, Misa Propose, a 2-cost command ground unit at uncommon. It's a 2/1 Naboo Republic Gungan official. That's a lot of traits. That has, when played, you may give another friendly unit +2/+2 for this phase, and it has plot. So this is, I think the line is that sometimes you're supposed to be able to one-shot your opponent's leader with this plus plot, right? You play out your leader, you plot this, you make your leader bigger, and then whenever you attack your opponent's leader, you can like one-shot it, maybe? I think is the line that they're going for here. That will work with some leaders, but like not a lot of them. It works in the Sabe mirror match, I guess. Like there's a couple other ones where it does work, but it's definitely an interesting one. I think that if you're able to play it with plot, I think like other plot cards, I'm going to give it kind of 2 grades. If you're able to play it with plot, it's probably like okay. It's probably like a C+, because it does let your leader do any like fancy trade stuff. Or if there is no way for your leader to like get benefit from that +2/+2 on that turn, there's probably another unit you have that will get benefit from that. Maybe your leader, there's no benefit to giving it extra power here because it was already going to be able to kill the biggest thing on the field anyway. But like maybe you give your 2-drop or something like that a little bit of extra stats so it can trade up to something, right? Like it doesn't need to go in your leader, but like on the leader flip turn is nice. The +2/+2 is like what we call fast stats, in that you can use them right away. They're not exhausted. So there's always going to be like somewhere you can put with that. So even the fail case of this card is probably like a C-. I'm not super excited about it, but it's definitely, there's potential with it for sure. Anything that buffs your leader and kind of does it for free, right, with plot is something that I'm immediately somewhat interested in. Next, we have Orn Free Ta, Political Power Broker. Now that's a glup shitto, which is a 2-cost command ground unit at rare. It's a 0/4 Republic Twilight official. This unit gets +1/+0 for each law card in your discard pile. It has, when played, search the top 10 cards of your deck for a law card, reveal it, and draw it. So first thing you should be asking yourself, how many law cards are in this set? There are 14 of them. Which is like a decent amount. I'm thinking no. What this card does for you is it draws you a card, right? When played, it draws you a law card if you've built your deck to have a decent amount of law cards in it. Getting +1/+0 for each law card in your discard is like not going to happen. At most, you're gonna maybe, if you're lucky while this thing is still on the field, you get like 1, and then oh great, you have a 2-cost 1/4 that you had to jump through like a million hoops for. That did draw you a card, admittedly, but no, I think that the fact that it draws you a card keeps it out of the total terrible range. And top 10 cards of your deck, by the way, it is better than drawing you a card, because top 10 is in limited, that's a third of your total deck size, right? You're going to find the card you're looking for a lot of the time, especially if you have multiple copies of it. So 10 is a lot. You'll be able to find the perfect card more often than just drawing a card, right? But still, it's not really what you're looking for. It's probably like a D+, and the only reason that it's not lower is because, that is a lot of search. Next, we have Darrow Command, a 3-cost command ground unit at common. He's a 3/4 Imperial Clone Trooper that has Overwhelm. So 3 cost, 3/4 trample. There's not actually a lot to say about this card. It's just solid, right? 3/4 is a good stat line. It trades into most 2-drops really well. Even the 3/3 2-drop, which is kind of the 2-drop to beat this set. This just eats that. Happy to do so. There's obviously the 2/3s in this set. This is just a well-statted unit. The Overwhelm's not going to come up that often. Maybe if you're lucky, it gets 1 extra damage into base for you, but usually it's just a solid statted card. Not a lot more to talk about. It's good. I'm giving it a C+. Next we have Kino Loy, You Answer to Me, 3-cost command ground unit at uncommon. He's a 1/5 fringe that says this unit gets +1/+0 for each other exhausted friendly unit. So this one is interesting and kind of a little bit difficult to evaluate. In my notes, I've called it worse Gunji because I don't think it's usually going to be more than a 2/5 at a point in a game that matters. Sure, maybe ultra late game, 6 actions into a turn, it'll be a 3/5, great. But I think that usually this is just going to be a 2/5 and for 3, and that's maybe okay, especially because it does have the threat of becoming bigger. I don't hate Kino Loy, and I think that it'll be okay, but I don't think that you should take this super highly, and it's sometimes just going to be a 1/5, which is very unfortunate also. Because if you play this on 2 and you've played a 2-drop on 1, then you attack with your 2-drop and they're going to be well, I don't want Kino Loy to be that big, so I'm just going to kill the 2-drop, and they just trade. Great. And then they play their 3-drop, right? Great. Now they have a 3-drop that's maybe something real, maybe their 3-drop is Darrow Commando, right? And then you have a 1/5. That's going to suck for you, right? Now, the one benefit that I should say that this card does have is when you play a new unit, that unit comes in exhausted. So when you play a new unit, that will just immediately buff Kino Loy, and maybe that makes him just good enough. That's why I'm saying he's pretty much going to be Gunji a lot of the time. But now, he does get big with spy tokens, I guess, so keep that in mind, sure. But yeah, I think he's a C. Next, we have Raxian Assembly, a 5-cost command ground unit at common. It's a 6/5 Separatist official, and that's it. It's a vanilla, so it's a 5-cost 6/5. This is good stats for the cost. It's an official. There's some synergy there. 6 cost on 5 resources is actually pretty decent. If your opponent isn't prepared for this, you can just a couple of swings into base of this will be pretty difficult for them to come back from. So definitely don't underestimate this card. It is a very fine card. It's a solid mid to top end finisher type card that just will turn sideways a couple of times and make your opponent stressed out. So it's probably a C. Next we have Naboo Security Force, which is a 6-cost command ground unit at common. It's a 5/7 Naboo trooper that has 1 played and 1 defeated. You may disclose command. If you do, give a friendly unit Sentinel for this phase. It's okay. So 6 cost 5/7 that comes down. This Sentinel this disclosed cost is kind of a little bit free in terms of having it, and also kind of the information part at this point in the game. You probably only have 1 card in your hand anyway, and your opponent probably only has 1 or 2 cards, and they're probably just going to play their cards out anyway, regardless of what you have in your hand, right? It's not really going to impact them that much. Obviously, you'll know when it will, and then you'll adjust your decision making accordingly, but this thing that comes down and just makes a 5/7 Sentinel, basically, that's pretty nice. And then next turn, if they attack into it at all here, next turn you can just throw this into one of their big things, it dies, and you give something else Sentinel that's big, and maybe you protect your leader, or maybe you give your leader Sentinel and protect everything else. You'll know what's best for you in that situation, and both of those there are ways where both of those could be good, right? It's also Naboo for Queen Amidala. Very cool. But I digress. This is just decent stats for the cost, and it can target itself, which is notable. So this will slow your opponent down in their tracks, and I think it can protect your leader and protect some other units. It's probably between a C and a C+. I don't know why I gave it a C+. I think it's probably closer to a C. I'm going to adjust my spreadsheet, but it's solid. Next, we have Shadowcrawler, a 7-cost command ground unit at common. It is a 6/7 fringe vehicle walker, and it has ambush. And that is it. I wrote in my notes, now we're talking. So 7 cost is a lot for sure. So you want your 7-cost units to be impactful, and this is, because this basically comes down and deletes something, right? 6 damage immediately onto something, whether that's a leader or a big unit. It's going to be enough most of the time. And it's also 7 toughness is enough, 7 HP is enough that it will stick around most of the time. So you are going to play this, deal with something, and then be left with a very real threat that can close games out pretty quickly. I think this is very solid top end, and it's a common. This will see play in basically the top of every green deck. I think it's very strong. I'm giving it a B. Nothing else really to say about this. Just remember that ambush is the best keyword in this game for limited. If you need to know why, this video is already going to be long enough. I don't want to talk about it here, but there's other videos on my channel about, I think, beginner and intermediate draft strategies that maybe talk about why ambush is so good. So check those out. And then if you're tired of my voice after this, I don't blame you. There are other channels as well that talk about why ambush is so good. So if you don't already understand why ambush is so good, you really should look into that, because ambush is very, very good. And somehow still undervalued, even by me. I don't understand how, but it is. Next, we have Imperial Occupier, which is a 2-cost ground, we're into aggression units. Nice. Imperial Occupier is a 2-cost aggression villainy ground unit at common. It's a 2/2 Imperial Trooper that has, when defeated, create a spy token. So 2-cost 2/2s in this set are rough, right? It is a 2, so that's good. But it dies to so many things. Like I said earlier, I'm kind of evaluating a lot of these against 2/3s because there's a decent amount of those here. And it just dies to that. And then, it makes a spy, but then that spy just also dies to the 2-drop, sometimes, depending on how the initiative priorities go. If you have the initiative going into the turn after this, you just attack your 2/3 into their spy, I guess, kill it. So sure, maybe they've restored 2 to their base in a weird way by not having that unit attack base, but I don't know. I just think it's a kind of a bit of a liability to play a 2/2 in this format on turn 1. That being said, the spy is relevant, and sometimes the way the initiative works out, you will be able to attack that spy and finish off their 2/3, avenging Imperial Occupier. So I'm going to give this a C, but I think you should try to be keeping your 2-drops as 2/3s. Next, we have Cyril Karn. Where is he? Who's a 2-cost aggression villainy ground unit at rare. He's a 2/3 official. This says on attack, you may disclose aggression villainy. If you do, choose a unit and deal 2 damage to that unit unless their controller discards a card from their hand. So this is a very, very strong card. So this is, again, a 2-cost 2/3, so already passes the stats test for me, right? It does well into other 2-cost 2/3s. He's an official, so synergy there. And then the disclosed cost of aggression villainy at this point in the game, in terms of giving your opponent information, it's not free. That is a real cost. But in terms of actually doing it, probably pretty okay, because when you draw your 6, you see Cyril Karn there, you're like, that's a really good turn 1 play. I need to make sure I can do that disclosed thing, though, so you resource accordingly, and then you still get to draw 2 more cards off the top of your deck before you actually attack with him, and then you can resource those accordingly, and it's quite likely you're going to be able to do the disclosed thing, and you will want to do it most of the time, right? Because his on attack just sometimes straight up kills their 2-drop, or at the very least, it can let him trade up into a 3-drop, or maybe they just discard a card from their hand. That's okay. Obviously, giving your opponent a choice is rough. We've talked about this. They're going to choose what's best for them. If they don't want their 2-drop to get one-shot by Cyril's on-attack ability, then they will discard a card. And if they don't really care that happens, then they will let it happen. Whatever one they choose, you have to assume is best for them, given what's in their hand and what they know that you maybe don't. nevertheless, both of these options are quite strong. And the disclose is if you can get it off once, you probably can continually get it off by resourcing the right cards. So I think Cyril is a very strong 2-drop and one of the best turn 1 plays you can do in the format, and especially in red villainy. So the disclose really is not free. Like, the fact that you have to give your opponent that much information, you're probably revealing 2, maybe 3 cards, but you will be able to do it most of the time on turn 2 when you're attacking with him. So keep that in mind, and I think Cyril Karn is very strong. And then he has the official tag, of course. I'm giving him a B. Next we have Hunting Assassin Droid, a 3-cost aggression villainy ground unit at common. It's a 3/4 underworld droid bounty hunter. It has, while an enemy unit is damaged, this unit gains raid 2. So this is like a pretty efficient unit. Just being a 3-cost 3/4, we've talked about that before. That's very solid. The tags aren't massively relevant in this set. There's fringe droid synergy with that big ship, but generally the tags aren't super relevant here. But just a 3-cost 3/4, that's like solid stats, right? And then sometimes it's attacking as a 5/4. In fact, usually I would say it's attacking as a 5/4. The play patterns for this are going to be very much like your 2-drop, and they're kind of forced to trade their 2-drop into your 2-drop, because otherwise it's very easy for you to get a damaged unit and start attacking for 5 on turn 3 with this, and that's quite incredible. In fact, there are some leaders where that just straight up, is able to deal with them on flip if you're not careful. So I think this is a very strong red villainy card. That being said, it can be dealt with. It can be played around. Your opponent, sometimes the right play for them anyway will be just to control the board and to get rid of their damaged units to trade into your damaged units, like even without hunting Assassin Droid. So sometimes it will make your opponents make plays around it, but sometimes they'll just be making the plays that they were going to be making anyway. All in all, sometimes this really goes very good. And really well for you, again, if it makes your opponent make weird plays in order to trade their units away, because there's not a lot of healing in the set, right? That's not usually like a mechanic that we see. So in order for them to take a damaged unit and not have a damaged unit anymore, they're going to have to kill their own unit. And that's usually the opposite of what you want to be doing in draft, right? So I think it's quite a strong contender here for the 2 slot in these. It's very aggressive and it plays well in some of the leaders too. Like Deidre Miro, for example, has that effect where you exhaust her and your opponent chooses to damage a unit or to give you a card. And if they give you a card, that benefits Deidre's flip, right? So something like this will go very well into the Deidre leader, right? Because either they're giving you a 5/4 that you paid 3 for, or they're giving you another card, which makes Deidre even stronger. So very strong card. It's probably between a C+ and a B-. It says C+ here, but I think I'm actually kind of more on B- with this card. I'm going to update my spreadsheet. Next we have Muckcracker Crab Droid, a 3-cost aggression villainy ground unit at uncommon. It's a 4/3 separatist droid that says while this unit is ready, it can't be attacked. So this one is actually super interesting. I think it's a little bit of a sleeper and people won't realize how annoying it will be, because oftentimes these units that kind of have restrictions on when they can be attacked, a surefire way that your opponent can deal with them, and this is usually not efficient, but it's usually something they can do, is take initiative maybe a little bit earlier than they were planning to, and then as their first action on the next phase, they can just deal with it before you're able to do whatever nonsense, whether that's like give something Sentinel or whatever. But this is, it plays around that. If your opponent wants to deal with this and they just take initiative and they intend to deal with it as the first action of their next turn, they can't really do that, right? Because now this is ready too, right? Now, of course, if they had like removal or whatever, sure. But the fact that this just basically can never be attacked unless you really want it to be means that you're pretty much guaranteed to get in for at least 4 with this, sometimes more. I will say, whenever you play it, it is exhausted. It's not ready. So as soon as you play it, if your opponent can deal with it, they probably will. So for example, if they played the 3/3 on turn 1, that's going to be pretty unfortunate. You play this, they just attack into it. Sure, I mean, they trade, they lose their 3/3 as well, but they spent 2 resources for that, and you spent 3 for this, and then they can still play their 3-drop, right? So that's obviously going to benefit them if they have that. But I think most of the time, this is going to get some attacks in and be very annoying for your opponent to deal with. And then, 4 attack on a 3-cost unit is also just like a very high stat. That's going to be something that can erase a lot of what your opponent is doing. I think it's probably like a B- just for the annoying factor and for the fact that it pushes damage so well. Next, we have Arhinda Price on the Road to Power, a 4-cost aggression villainy ground unit at rare. She's a 4/4 Imperial that has, when defeated, you may defeat another friendly unit. If you do, deal 4 damage to each enemy base. This is an interesting one. It's a little bit difficult to evaluate because, like, it's kind of a finisher, I guess, but it's not really anything beyond that unless you have a lot of spy tokens. Because it's not a repeatable effect, and yeah, sure, one turn maybe you get to hit for a decent amount. It's never going to be 8 because when you attack base, base doesn't hit back, right? So when you attack base, it's not going to kill Price. You need to attack into a unit to get that, and then you can deal 4 to base if you sacrifice another unit. I guess that's fine. It gives it sort of like Overwhelm, but like a little bit better. But only sometimes and only when it dies, and only when you're willing to lose another unit that you've hopefully already attacked with, but you won't always have. I don't know. I can see why this unit is appealing. If your opponent throws down a big Sentinel late game, but they only have a couple life left on their base, then this card will feel like the nuts, right? You just play it, you attack into the Sentinel, it dies, boom, 4 to base, you win, right? But that's not going to be something that happens super often. This is very much intended, I think, for effects like, I think it's called Heroic Sacrifice, where you can swing into base for 6 and then sack a unit to do 10 with 1 action. Like, I guess that's cool. And then if the unit you sacrifice was K2SO, that's like 13 for 1 action. That's pretty cool. But no, I don't think in Limited this card is going to be particularly exciting. It's probably like a C-. I don't know why I wrote C+ here. I think I was thinking like, oh, if you have a lot of spy tokens, then you're going to always get the 4. But like, is that really, I guess that's like kind of true, but no, I think that you should evaluate this card as like a C-. The only reason it's not lower, because I do think this effect is like not particularly strong, is because the 4-cost 4/4 is like fine. That passes the sniff test some of the time, right? That's okay. So it's probably like a C-. Next we have Dryden Voss. I get all worked up, which is a 4-cost aggression villainy ground unit at legendary. It's a 2/5 underworld that has on attack. You may double this unit's power for this attack. If you do, this unit doesn't ready during the next regroup phase. Shout out to all my chaotic fans, okay? We're dealing with underworlders now. That's super exciting. There's going to be like one person that knows what I'm talking about. That's okay. So Dryden Voss is a 4-cost 2/5, and that is obviously not good. That's Gunji stats, and Gunji you get that for 2. Paying twice as much for it? No. Now, it is not just that, right? It does have this on-attack ability where you can double its power. Okay, great. Then it's a 4-cost 4/5. It's an Awakened Spectres. Is an Awakened Spectres fine? Yeah, sure. Then this card would be like a C. But if you do double its power, then you don't ready it. So you can only do that every other turn. So it's sometimes every other turn. It's either Gunji for 4 every turn, or it's Awakened Spectres every other turn. Why? Absolutely not, right? Now, I'll give this credit where it's due. If you're able to get upgrades on this and keep them on, it is good, right? If you get 2 experience counters on this, then it just attacks as Awakened Spectres. That's like tankier normally. And then if you need it, you can just attack for 8. It goes well with some of the other equipment that aren't just experience counters in this. For example, there's we haven't gotten to it yet, but there's a plot upgrade that gives +3/+0. And you don't need to attach that to your leader. Obviously, that's the sort of point of plot upgrades, but there's nothing that says you need to put it on your leader. So you could play Dryden Voss, flip your leader for 5, and then deploy or play out of the plot the +3/+0 on Dryden Voss. Then he's a 5/5, and you can attack for 10 with him right away. I guess that's like something, right? Now, I think in general, though, he's just not good at all. And people will... I have a prediction about this card. There's some sauce you can do with it in Constructed. And people are kind of broadly aware of that, I think. But people at pre-release will put this card in their deck for like 1 game at the beginning. And they'll play it because they're like, oh my goodness, double power? That's like crazy. And then they'll put it in their deck, and then they'll play 1 round with it and realize, oh, this card actually kind of sucks. And then they'll cut it from their deck. Or maybe they'll really try hard to make it work in game 2, and then they'll cut it from their deck when they realize that it is very difficult to do that. This card's between like a D and a D-. I'm rounding it up because double is definitely relevant if you can get its power high enough. But yeah, in general, you probably shouldn't be playing this card. I will say it does combo in like a funny way with any cards that ready units, which I think there are a couple of in this set. So like you attack with it, you double its power, you hopefully get more than 4 damage out of that, because otherwise that's just Awakened Specters. And then you ready it, and then you do it again, right? So if you're able to attack for like 8, for example, then you could do that twice for 16, and that's pretty good. But don't count on this card. I think it's between a D- and a D, and I'm only rounding up because I think it's funny. Next we have Mirage Sintel, The Weak Deserve to Kneel, a 5-cost aggression villainy ground unit at rare. She's a 3/7 separatist official that has, while a friendly unit is attacking a damaged unit, the attacker gains Overwhelm, and when played you may deal 3 damage to an undamaged unit. So 5 cost for 3/7, those are not great stats, but they're like okay, it's fine. The abilities here are pretty good. So when played, you may deal 3 damage to an undamaged unit. Helps her first ability synergize, right? Because you can deal that damage to a big undamaged unit, including a leader, by the way. This can do leaders. And then now whenever a friendly unit is attacking that unit, they get overwhelmed, you get a little bit extra damage into base. That's what her when played ability, that's like what the card is telling you it wants to do. Another mode for this card is just deal 3 damage to a undamaged small unit and just straight up kill it. Yeah, sure, then her overwhelm isn't automatically turned on by her when played ability, but I mean, you did just like play a 5-cost 3/7 that like killed a small unit, and that's totally fine also. Those are both completely respectable modes for Mirage, and I think that, I don't know which one you'll be doing more. I'm leaning towards killing the small thing more often, but I could be completely wrong about that, depending on how you build your deck and what your game plan is. Giving all of your units, including her, Overwhelm while attacking damaged units definitely means that no extra damage goes to waste, right? It's in limited on equal curve. Typically, things are going to have higher HP than attack. So, if you're trading equal curve for curve, you will pretty much always or never be able to kill a unit on its first attack anyway. So the second attack, giving Overwhelm, you're not wasting any damage at all, because all of that damage is going into damaging that unit, and then whatever remainder is going into running through it. Obviously, if you're trading like down in curves, if you're attacking your 6-drop into their 2-drop, then yeah, you probably are one-shotting it, not getting into Overwhelm damage. But most of the time you're going to be getting that Overwhelm damage. I think this card is pretty solid. And then, yeah, the mode of just dinging 3 wherever you want. This also, I will say, Mace Windu in Legends of the Force was quite strong in draft because it allowed you to kind of ignore space a little bit more, because you could just throw the 4 damage from Mace Windu up into space and then still play to the ground in a very efficient way. This is not quite as good, but it lets you do something pretty similar, where if your opponent is sort of donking you in space and has been since turn 1 with their 2/3 or whatever, then this just lets you go, never mind, and still play to the ground. And that is definitely going to have its place too. So I'm a big fan of these cards that let you play into the set's primary arena, so in this case ground, that still also helps you deal with the set's secondary arena, in this case space. So definitely a big fan of Mirage, and I will be putting her into all of my red villainy decks, but she's a rare, so maybe not all of them, but I'll try. So I think she's like a B-. Next we have Hondo Onaka, You Better Hurry, 6-cost aggression villainy ground unit at uncommon. He's a 6/5 underworld that says each other friendly unit gains rate 1, and he has plot. So with these plot cards, it's kind of the same thing. There's a grade where if you're able to plot it, and there's a grade where if you're not able to plot it. And obviously if you're able to plot it, it's a lot better. Now, unlike a lot of the other plot cards, this doesn't have like immediate effect on the board. Like there's Cinta, which we'll come across soon, that just as soon as you plot it, lets you attack. All of the plot equipment or the plot events have things that kind of just happen right away that help your leader's flip turn. This really doesn't, in a way. I guess it gives your leader raid 1, and that sometimes will help a little bit, but really this is just like a semi-efficient unit that comes at the same turn as your leader so that it can help you have like a pretty overwhelming turn. And it does do that, right? Flipping your leader and also just getting a 6/5 and likely keeping the initiative because you kind of action cheated out this 6 cost, that's pretty good. And then, yeah, it gives your other units raid 1, which maybe lets them trade slightly more efficiently or get in a little bit more for base. I think Hondo's pretty good if you're able to plot him out. He's probably like a C+. He dies to some cheaper units, which is tough, but his effect is good enough. He's probably a C+ if you can plot it out. And if you're just slamming him on 6 out of your hand, he's probably like a C or C-. C- is maybe a bit too harsh. He's probably closer to a C, but yeah, I think Hondo's fine, and I'll be happy to play him in red villainy deck that I have, but I will absolutely be trying to plot him. Next, we have the Elite Squad, Neutralizing Insurgents, which is an 8-cost aggression villainy ground unit at rare. It's a 6/8 Imperial Trooper. It has grit, and when played and when damage is dealt to this unit, you may deal 2 damage to another unique unit. This is a very interesting card. It's okay, I think, but I also think for 8 you can do better. The other 6/8 with grit we've seen in this set is Lando, but Lando comes down a turn earlier, which is 7, and Lando has an immediate impact on the board, which is to heal 6 from your base, right? Like, those both put Lando quite a bit above the Elite Squad, in my opinion. Is the Elite Squad bad? No, I don't think so. I mean, 6/8 grit is a great stat line, right? Because 6 is already a lot, and he's going to usually be hitting for more than 6, because 8 means that it's going to take multiple hits for your opponent to deal with it in almost every circumstance. And then when played, you're able to just, like, ping something small, probably not kill something, usually unique units. It's probably not, like, unique units is a big enough restriction that you're not always just going to be able to deal 2 and kill something, but, like, it's not such a big restriction that you're not going to have any targets for it. It also is a May, so if your opponent doesn't have any other unique units and you do have other unique units, you don't have to ping your own unit, which is good. When damage is dealt to this unit is going to happen a little bit, but not a ton, right? Like, your opponent is disincentivized from attacking this because it's a 6/8 with grit. If they put too much into this, you're going to be attacking their base for like 12 with this thing, right? Like, you don't really want to attack this, or your opponent doesn't really want to attack this when you play it. But in a pinch, maybe it's already, because the play line that you would do into a big grit unit would be you let the grit unit attack, deal 6 wherever it wants to, usually base, and then you throw a few of your small units at it, and then it doesn't get to take advantage of that grit because it's already attacked this turn, and by the time it would be able to ready, you've already killed it, right? And it doesn't matter if it has 10 attack because 6 attack would already kill the unit that you're attacking into it anyway. So that's the typical play pattern for destroying a grit unit with units, in my experience. That, or just like attack with a small thing and a big thing and count it. I guess you would usually do the order of a big thing and then a small thing, because the big thing is more likely to survive 6, but less likely to survive 8 or 9. And the Elite Squad does disincentivize that, right? Because every time that you throw something into it, that he's distributing to, and it's not once per turn, as many times as you hit him somewhere on the field, which is definitely going to make this difficult to remove. So I've been comparing this to Lando a decent amount, and there's another reason why it's worse than Lando, and that's because Lando gets a lot of its value right away. This gets a tiny amount of value right away, dealing 2 damage to another unique unit, but Lando heals your base for 6, and then if your opponent just has removal for Lando, tough, but you've already healed your base for 6. If your opponent just has removal for the Elite Squad, you maybe got to do 2 damage, right? It's not great. It's okay. I think I've talked about this card enough. It's like a fine finisher. Obviously, if you top deck it late, it's going to feel okay in a top deck war. But, like, it's still just an 8-drop that doesn't get you immediate value. And if your opponent's just, like, holding on to removal, then it's going to feel really bad. It's probably like a C. It's a fine top deck late game. But I think that you should try to avoid... you should try to find a better 8-drop if you can. And there are better 8-drops in this set. I have time for one more. Next up is Rebellious Functionary, a 1-cost aggression heroism unit, ground unit at common. It's a 2/2 rebel official with hidden. So 1-cost 2/2 with hidden is pretty much, it's an official as well, which is a relevant tag in this set. Like, that is good stats for the cost, for sure. That's great stats for the cost. And maybe in a hyper aggro deck, this is fine. But, like, weirdly, I think that the best line for this is less playing it on turn 1 and more playing it, like, on turn 2 with a 2-drop or on turn 3 with a 3-drop. Like, it's just an okay, like, addendum to the end of your play. The reason why I don't think this is great on turn 1, and I think it's pretty obvious at this point why I'm thinking this, is because I'm comparing a lot of 1-drops, or potential turn 1 plays, with the existence of the 2-cost 2/3s, often with upside in this set, which is, I think, in my opinion, going to be the benchmark for a turn 1 play in this set. There are some that are better, of course. There are 2/4s, and there are some that are worse, like these 2/2s. But, and this plays really poorly into one of those 2/3s, because if you have initiative, you're not going to attack another 2/3 most of the time. You're going to get 2 into base, and then you just lose your turn 1 play. And that's fine, I guess. It means you played Daring Raid for your turn 1. That's not great. But if your opponent has the initiative, then you're just playing this and it's instantly dying. And yeah, sure, your opponent's 2-drop didn't attack your base that turn, I guess. You've saved 2 damage on your base, but is that really worth just like skipping your entire turn 1 play? Is that worth the time walk, right? Probably not. That being said, this having hidden does matter, because if you do play it on a turn where your opponent is already going to be attacking into other stuff, you play this down, and maybe they do want to deal with this with their 2/3, but now they can't because it is hidden. But the thing is, and this is like more downside to this card, if you're doing the thing I'm suggesting, where on like turn 2 you play this and a 2-drop, you're never going to have the initiative that turn. So unless your 2-drop is particularly scary, your opponent's still just going to on turn 3 attack into this and just eat it with their probably turn 1 play, maybe turn 2 play. And it's just, I just don't see it really. It's fine. It's a curve filler. You play it if you have to, but I think you try to avoid these if possible. Just to be clear, I would rather play this over no 1-drop. Like if over turn 1 play. Like if my deck has like a ton of 5-drops in it and I'm really looking for 1-drops and I have the option, 1 or 2-drops, like turn 1 plays, and I have the option of putting in another okay 5-drop or putting this in, I'm putting this in every time, right? Like having a curve is just important enough that this card is just fine on its own for that. But in terms of the like turn 1 metagame, I think this is on the weaker end. As a result, I'm giving it a C. I think it's okay, but I think the fact that it's okay just comes from the fact that you need turn 1 plays in this game. All right, next we have Chopper War Hero. So this is the one that I've been alluding to for a while now, the fact that it's a 2-cost 4/1. That's pretty exciting, but I'll get into the actual card. So it's a 2-cost aggression heroism ground unit at legendary. It's a 4/1 rebel droid specter. I feel crazy just saying that. And it has, when this unit deals combat damage to a base, each player discards a card from their hand. So I have been saying exciting things about this 4/1. Elephant in the room, it's not the first 4/1 that we've had. Attuned Fairnock, I think it was called. It was a 4/1 hidden, I think, from Legends of the Force. So this is not the first 4/1, and I will also say, elephant in the room, Attuned Fairnock did not perform particularly well. It was okay. You could do some funny stuff in it with Kanan, and with giving it shields and stuff like that, so that was cool, but nevertheless, Chopper does have a very cool ability. It is a hard card to evaluate, but it does win every race, so your opponent kind of has to deal with it. If you start with the initiative, then it's kind of free 4 to base plus getting the discard off, or if they play like a particularly scary 2-drop, you can throw Chopper at it, sure, I guess. How good is this effect? Well, first of all, it's symmetrical, right? So you also have to discard a card. So ideally what you kind of want to do with Chopper is play out your hand so you have no cards, and then get value into base, 4 to base every attack, right? And the fact that you played out your hand means that you probably have a pretty wide board, so you're going pretty aggro, and every time you attack with Chopper, your opponent is losing a card in their hand, which is a pretty valuable resource. So that's kind of the ideal situation with Chopper. How often is that going to happen? Basically not at all, right? If your opponent senses that that's what you're going for, they can pretty easily just deal with Chopper. I mean, he has 1 HP. There are pings in this format, not as many as in Legends of the Force. That was another reason why Attuned Fairnock wasn't particularly great in Legends of the Force. You had leaders like Mother Talzin, you had leaders like Kit Fisto, you had leaders at pre-release like Maul that could just straight up deal with it. Chopper, there are still some, but there's less for sure. So if your opponent wants to deal with it, they probably do have to just throw a unit at it, which definitely is not free, but it will be pretty easy for them to do. One thing that I think will probably sometimes happen is your opponent might be okay with the fact that there's like a symmetrical discard depending on their game plan. They might also try to do that. So like if you have cards in hand and they've played out all of their cards, now every time you attack their base with Chopper, it's not a May. Each player discards a card from their hand. They have no cards, you do. Now you're discarding a card every turn to attack with Chopper. And there was a card that did that in Legends of the Force called Battle Fury, and while that's good, and I don't know, like Kylo from set 2, that's not typically what we want to be doing in draft in these sets. So Chopper's an interesting one to evaluate. I did not learn my lesson with Attuned Fairnock, and I am going to give Chopper a B-, just because I think this extra value, if you put Chopper in your deck and you've planned around dumping your hand, then Chopper might actually be good, especially if some of the cards in your hand are Sentinels to protect Chopper. This might be an overrate. I would not be surprised if in my cards I got most wrong in this set, I ended up talking about Chopper and giving him like a C or even a C minus. But I think that as it stands, he's fine. And I mean, worst case scenario, like he trades with your opponent's 2-3 or even your opponent's 2-4, and he wins races. So I think that he'll be better than Attuned Fair Knock. Primarily, actually, just because there is less ping in this format than there was in JTL on leaders, or JTL, sorry, Legends of the Forest on leaders. So that's why I think Chopper deserves this rank, but definitely I'm open to the fact that I could be wrong. This is a difficult card to evaluate, but I'm looking forward to trying him out. He is a legendary, so probably won't get to see him that much, but hopefully at least once I get to give him a try. Next we have Karis Nemec, Freedom is a Pure Idea, which is a 2-cost aggression heroism ground unit at rare. It's a 3/2 rebel that has hidden, and when defeated, you may disclose aggression heroism. If you do, create a spy token and ready it. This is a very solid 2-drop. So a 2-cost 3/2 passes my like little test with the 2/3. Does it deal with that? And the answer is yes. Obviously, it's like a trade. But you're actually kind of okay with trading Karis Nemec, because if you trade with your opponent's like vanilla 2/3, you probably get a spy token out of it. How relevant is the hidden? Not super relevant, because ideally you're playing this on turn 1, and then hidden doesn't matter anyway, because your opponent was not going to be attacking this. If you play this later in the game, which you will sometimes do, I mean, 3 attack on a 2-cost unit, that's like pretty good. That's pretty solid. This is like a real threat that can sometimes trade up. And if it trades even, it kind of trades up, right? Because you're getting a spy out of it, and they probably are not getting something of that value. How free is this disclose cost? At this point in the game, it's basically guaranteed free if you've built your deck in any reasonable sort of way. If you have, because this is probably a lot of the time disclose 1 card. Sometimes you'll be disclosing 2 cards, right? If you have like a mono aggression and then like a hero command card or something if you're playing red-green. But usually you can finagle a way to disclose 1 card with this, if that's important to you, right? Because this is at its best on turn 1. So when you draw your 6 at the beginning of the game, you see Karis in that 6, you're going to resource in such a way probably that you can just reveal either only 1 card, or if you don't think that's going to be particularly important, because we don't really know yet in Limited if giving information is actually going to matter a ton. I feel like it will matter a bit, but I think it's going to be worth it every time pretty much to get a spy token that's readied, by the way. So usually what this means is it's just straight up 2 to base. Every now and then, very rarely, this will be, I get to really hurt your turn 2 play, sometimes even straight up kill it, right? Like, you play Karis, they play their 2-drop, next turn, you attack Karis into their 2-drop, trade, they play a 3-drop that has 2 HP, then you just get to throw your spy at it, and then you're just going to instantly win that game, basically. Now, that's kind of the nuts scenario, and there aren't a ton of 3-drops that meet that criteria, but it'll happen sometimes, and even when it doesn't, sometimes just putting 2 damage onto their 3-drop means that now yours can take it out and not die reciprocally. Sometimes, though, it'll just, and I think usually, just to be clear, it will usually just be, okay, I'm just going to attack your base for 2. Perfect. Now, your opponent's next turn, they can just deal with the spy token, I guess, but that's them not attacking your 3-drop. I think if you get Karis on turn 1, that is a incredibly good turn 1 play. One of the best possible turn 1 plays in red aggro decks, heroism aggro decks. It's a very easy disclose. It's a strong 2-drop. And then if you draw it late, it's not great, but like it's fine. There are worse things you can draw late. The hidden means you're going to get a swing in, probably to base, and 3 damage can matter at the end of the day a lot in those top deck wars. So I'm giving Karis a B. It's insane early, and it's like okay late, I guess, in terms of 2-drops. Next is Cadal Conyx for our survival, a 3-cost aggression heroism ground unit at uncommon. It's a 3/2 resistance unit that has, when played, you may defeat all non-unique upgrades on a unit, and it has plot. Okay, so like all plot cards, this is worth talking about in 2 contexts. This is not an upgrade set, but there is a decent amount of experience counters. So usually what this does is it comes down and it defeats all the experience counters on a unit. Usually that'll be 1, maybe if you're lucky that, or if your opponent has been lucky up until now, that will be 2. This is not usually something you want to play on turn 2. Like I was just talking about, this is one example of a really bad 2-drop to play if your opponent is playing Karis Nemec, right? Because the spy token just instantly kills this. So it's not usually what you want to play on 2. It's not like an absolute fail if you play this on turn 2. Like 3-2 is okay, I guess, but it's really not good. It's probably like a D plus, maybe a D. But if you play this when you're plotting and you destroy one of your opponent's upgrades, especially some of the upgrades that come out with plot, if you don't have the initiative going into the flip turn and you and your opponent have the same flip turn, there's a real chance that they flip their leader, they plot out an equipment, they put it on their leader, and that's going to be a real issue for you. But then you flip your leader, play out Cadel, and then that gets rid of their upgrade and still leaves you with a 3-2. That will happen sometimes. That'll feel pretty good when it does. That is pretty high value. You know, you're basically going 1-for-1 on the plays that your opponent makes that turn, but at the end of the exchange you have a 3-2 and they have nothing. That's solid. I think Cadel is very good if you can do that. Cadel also can sometimes be an okay late game top deck. If you are going against an opponent who has like a decent equipment or a decent upgrade, and that's what's like letting them control the board, just slamming Cadel down and destroying that upgrade, which will sometimes destroy that unit, right? If the upgrade's giving them plus 3 HP and they have 2 HP left, playing Cadel will just destroy them straight up. But like, I think it's usually just going to be okay, and the fact that it's a 3-cost 3-2 is a little rough. I think it's like a C- probably if you just play it out of your hand at any point in the game, and probably a C+ if you play it with plot. Obviously, if you have this in your plot or in your resources for the leader flip, you probably also want to have something else in your resources for that leader flip, because if your opponent doesn't have any upgrades, I guess this is fine, right? It's like a 3-2 that kind of draws you a card and action sheets once, like, sure. But I every time I'm talking about plot as kind of drawing a card, it's because it's kind of drawing a card, right? It means you don't have to go down a card in hand, which is sort of analogous. If your opponent doesn't have an upgrade on anything and you go to your flip turn, it will be nice to have something else available in plot. You know, if you're trying to set up some like percentage of your deck that's plot cards, make sure it includes stuff other than Cadel Conics, right? Because you want to always have an option for a valuable plot, and Cadel is not a valuable plot if your opponent doesn't have any upgrades to defeat. Ideally, when you're defeating an upgrade, it's like a whole card, you know, and there's not that many of those, as we'll see, but there's a decent amount. But sometimes it'll be just experience counters, and that's fine too. Next we have Valiant Commando, a 3-cost aggression heroism ground unit uncommon. It's a 3/3 rebel trooper that has, when this unit deals combat damage to a base, you may defeat this unit. If you do, deal 2 damage to that base. So this is actually kind of very similar to that card we saw earlier. Who was that? I think Arinda Price, where if it's the 4/4, where if it dies, you can sacrifice another unit, and if you do, it deals 4 to base. This does that, but better, in my opinion, and the reason why I say that is because with Arinda Price, as I mentioned, if you're going for like the hyper aggro plan, you're probably attacking their base with her, and that doesn't kill it, right? They actually have to take an action to kill it, and depending on how the base math works, they might just not do that. Whereas with Valiant Commando, you can always be on the aggressive. You can attack base, and if you think Valiant Commando is not going to live to next turn to continue attacking base, you can just go, okay, I'm actually going to hit base for 6 this turn. And yeah, sure, that means that you're probably losing a little bit of tempo because your opponent no longer needs to attack Valiant Commando. But 6 to base on a 3-drop is very, very nice. Obviously, that kills the 3-drop for sure, and that's a downside. But a 3-cost 3/3 already kind of passes the sniff test, and then just having that like extra reach, I kind of actually like this card. There's obviously the kind of scary scenario where there are some 2-drops that trade into this, like the 3/3, right? But I think this is like good most of the time, and that extra reach is going to be very handy. And it is a real threat in the late game. Like if you play this, your opponent might just have to throw one of their really big things at your 3-drop, right? Because if you're able to get to next turn, 6 to base, that's like something that a 6-drop can do, right? And it's being done by this 3-drop. I'm very high on this card. I think it's probably like a C+. This says C. I'm saying it's a C+. I'm going to update my spreadsheet. I don't know why I put C there. I think this card is very respectable and can be a very real threat. Yeah, again, the stats are just fine. Next, we have Kazuda Xiono, I'm Not a Spy, a 4-cost aggression heroism ground unit at uncommon. It's a 2/5 resistance unit with raid 2, and while you control fewer resources than an opponent, this unit gets +2/+0. So Kazuda is a very interesting card. there are some really interesting lines here. So first of all, how good is a 4-cost 2/6? Just straight up. That's not very good, right? But this attacks as a 4-cost 4/6. That is very respectable. A 4/6 for 4, very nice. And then sometimes this defends as a 4/6 as well and attacks as a 6/6. And that time will come up more often if you're playing cards like Kazuda Xiono as your actual game plan, right? Because if you're in the aggro deck, your curve probably tops out a lot sooner than your opponents, because the whole point of an aggro deck is finish the game before they can play their 9 drops or 8 drops. And as a result, you don't need 9 drops and 8 drops because that's not part of your game plan, right? And then if they're able to resolve those 8 and 9 drops, they probably win. So you close the game out before then. So that means you can stop resourcing at a certain point, usually sooner than your opponents. Can you stop resourcing on 4? No, probably not. Almost certainly not, unless you've cooked up some crazy hyper aggro list in Limited, which is a very hard thing to do. But you can stop resourcing maybe on 5 and pretty likely on 6. There's a real chance that you can just stop resourcing then. And then Kazuda attacks as a 6/6 for 4, and that's really good. Definitely the second line of text will not always come up. And at least for the first couple turns, assuming you play this on curve, you should treat this like it's a 4/6 or a 2/6 on defense. But in a pinch, you absolutely can just not resource and get in for that extra damage. That absolutely can work. But I think Kazuda has enough options for you that he actually is a very good card. And having options is good because, he's a 2/6 that attacks as a 4/6 when you need him. And then if you really need it, he can be a 4/6 that attacks as a 6/6. So overall, I think Kazuda is a very strong card here. I'm going to give him a B-. Next, we have Inner Rim Coalition, which is a 6-cost aggression heroism ground unit at common. It's a 6/5 Republic official that has, when defeated, you may ready a unit that costs 5 or less. This card's super interesting. It is very telegraphed, right? So first of all, 6-cost 6/5 is like fine stats. That's okay. That starts attacking your opponent's base pretty hard. They are going to need to deal with that. They'll usually be able to deal with that with like a combination of one hit from their leader and like something else, or maybe if their leader is bigger, just straight up their leader. But it is like a very significant threat, and your opponent will want to kill this. So it is important that you understand that they will be trying to kill it like as the first thing in the turn so you don't get any extra value, or they're going to kill whatever unit that you might be able to ready with this. But if they do that, you can play another unit from hand, and assuming it costs 5 or less, you can just, when they defeat this, ready that and get in. Also importantly, this can ready leaders if the leader flips on 5 or less, which will be very relevant, especially with all of the leader equipment in the set. I think this might actually be a little, I think I might be underrating this card a bit. I'll spoil it ahead of time. I'm giving this a C+, but I think that might be sometimes a bit of an underrate if you can build your deck in the right way. Like if you have the plot leader equipment, and you have a leader that flips on 5, you can get in for some serious damage, and then, a couple turns later, get in with 6 with Inner Rim Coalition, and then, or maybe kill their biggest thing with Inner Rim Coalition, and then you get to ready your leader again. Just make sure whenever you're playing this card that you're really thinking about your lines and your sequencing, because that's very important. And usually at pre-release, people are chill about like, oh, can I take that back? Yeah, okay, sure. But like, they won't always be. And especially, in more high stakes draft events that you might be going to, like a limited PQ perhaps, which if you ever go to one of those, okay, find me and sign one of the cards in my limited deck, please. I think it would be so funny, because if you're getting to this point in the video, then that means you're like a true psycho about limited, okay? And I want people like that to sign cards in my deck, so please do that. Anyway, just come up and be like, wait, what's the thing they say in Andor? I have friends everywhere, or something like that. Yeah, and say that to me, and then I'll just give you a card in my deck and you sign it. Don't break it though, because then it'll be a marked card, and I will get DQ'd, and I don't want that. And maybe you want that, but I don't want that. Anyway, I digress. Do that. As I was saying, be very wary of your lines with this card. Be very wary of your sequencing, because it is very important. The last thing you want is to immediately attack with this 6/5, and then your opponent is just like, oh, okay, I kill it, and then you don't get to do the when defeated thing, because then it's just a 6-cost 6/5, which isn't great. Of course, Sometimes that actually will be right just because getting in for 6 is a lot, but you're going to hope that you have a leader that can get in for almost 6 anyway, so that whenever Inner Rim Coalition dies and probably takes something with it, your leader can then attack again. Or again, if you're playing a 6-flip leader, then another unit can attack again. But oftentimes you'll be readying your leader with this. Anyway, I think he's very strong, and if you build around him, he's probably better than a C+, but I'm going to give him a C+. Next, we have Alexander Callus with New Purpose, a 7-cost aggression heroism ground unit at rare. It's a 6/6 Rebel Spectre that says when you have the initiative, each other friendly unique unit gains raid 2, and when played, deal 2 damage to each of up to 3 ground units. So here's another initiative important card. And what's cool about this card in like a curve sense is it comes right after some leader's flip turn. You know, flipping on 6 is a pretty typical thing. And if you have plot cards and your opponent doesn't, there's a very good chance you're going to have the initiative going into turn 7, and then your leader's also going to have raid 2 in addition to whatever you've plotted out, which might be an equipment on the leader, it might be another unit, and that unit might also be unique. You know, if it's like Syntha, for example, it very well could be unique, and now it also has raid 2. This card also, there's the downside of if you play like a 7-drop and your opponent immediately kills it, you get nothing, but in this case, you get a lot. You probably get to kill a small unit and maybe really hurt a big unit. And then there's also cards in the set that care a lot about damaged units, and this lets you do that. You can hit your own stuff if you want. There are some cards that care about that. But usually you're going to be hitting your opponent's stuff. And it does say up to 3. So if your opponent only has 2 units, you don't need to donk the third 2 damage into your own. So this is good. It comes down, probably kills one thing, damages at least one other thing. It is only ground units, so you don't get that space reach that's so important. But that's okay, because when this comes down, it's going to feel very scary. This is like a slightly worse version of the Sun, I think, from Legends of the Force. And the reason why I say I think the Sun is better is because having the Force by the time you have the Sun out was pretty much free. And if you didn't, then the Sun attacking would give it to you. And the Sun also gave +2/+0 just straight up, so it even defended a little bit better, and all of your other units did. And the Sun, I think, hit every unit, whereas Alexander Callus only hits unique units. So while I think the Sun is better, the Sun is pretty darn close to a bomb in Limited, so I think Callus is going to do pretty well. And then also that extra 2 damage to stuff, the Sun did not have that. Also, the Sun is a 6/8, I believe, which basically was an 8/8 a lot of the time. Good. So I do still think Alexander Callus is very good. He's going to come down. He's going to, again, if you've built your deck in the right way where you have a decent amount of plot stuff, you're probably going to have the initiative, and your opponents are going to feel the wrath of Callus here very much. And they might actually be forced to take the initiative sooner than they otherwise would, which gives you an immense amount of value, even though you're losing the raid too. So I think Callus is good. You probably will have 1 turn with him for the initiative, because also when you play him, destroying your opponent's units means that they have less units to attack with, less actions to take, and therefore are more likely to get the initiative. But for that turn, it's going to feel really strong. Also, Alexander Callus, if spy tokens end up being really good, is incredible, because this just comes down and kills 3 of their spy tokens. And if you're playing against a deck with spy tokens, this will pretty much just instantly win you the game. So definitely keep an eye out for Alexander Callus. He's very strong. I'm giving him a B. Ignore that B-. He is a B. Next up, we have Chairman Papanoida, Undaunted Diplomat. He's a 3-cost aggression ground unit at rare. He's a 2/6 Republic official that has when a player draws 1 or more cards during the action phase, you may disclose aggression. If you do, create a spy token. All right, so 3-cost 2/6, that's good stats. And this ability is not amazing. It has the official tag. When a player draws 1 or more cards during the action phase, does not happen very often in Limited. And then even when it does, disclosing red is tough. And I actually started giving this a real grade based on all of these conditions that I'm naming now. And then I looked at the aspect cost, and I saw that it was aggression, and I immediately stopped what I was doing and gave it the D- that it deserves. So you're always playing this for 5. How good is a 5-cost 2/6? Absolutely not. With an ability that basically never happens. And even when it does, even when this ability happens, and you have the red to disclose, which will not be free on turn, especially after turn 5 when you're actually playing this card, you get a spy token that isn't even readied. No, absolutely not. This unit is terrible. Don't play this unit. It's basically an F. I'm giving it a D-, and I shouldn't be, because same thing as said for a previous unit, I think Chancellor Valorum. if an F existed, that I could give a unit in your deck that you can't just resource, or that you can just resource, then I would give this an F. Don't play this card. And I honestly, cards like this make me rethink my grading scale to allow cards like this to exist as Fs. But for the purpose of my current scale, it's a D-. Next, we have Reckless Rebel, which is a 1-cost 2/1 Saboteur in... Oh, I said that in the wrong order. Reckless Rebel is a 1-cost aggression ground unit at common that is a 2/1 Rebel Twi'lek that has Saboteur. So a French vanilla. I think this is kind of the same idea as a lot of what I've been talking about with 1-drops. It really fails the 2/1 test. And this one actually fails another test too, a 1/3 test. There are a couple of 1/3s for 2 in this set, like that Gonk droid that ramps. And this fails that test too. Saboteur is an interesting keyword for sure, but there aren't really a lot of shields, if any, in this format. I actually can't think of any off the top of my head, although I'm sure I'm missing a couple. Surely they didn't just not do shields. So really this gets through Sentinels, I guess, but this is just going to get eaten by your opponent's 2-drop like 80% of the time, and it's just not gonna be good. That being said, again, for the same reason I've said about all of these other 1-drops that are bad, is that, yeah, filling your curve with early plays is very important. So you should be keeping an eye on this card, even if you really don't want to, and even if you really should be playing other turn 1 plays instead. So I'm going to give it a C- just because it is still a 1-drop that has stats that might maybe be relevant in some specific turn 1 sequences. But yeah, really try to avoid playing this card, I think. Next, we have Crosshair, Filled with Doubt, who's a 2-cost aggression ground unit at uncommon. It's a 2/3 Imperial Clone Trooper that has on attack, you may deal 1 damage to another friendly unit. If you do, deal 2 damage to the defending player's base. So this is a 2-cost 2/3, which is what we've been talking about. That that passes the sniff test. I'm very happy with that sort of stat line here. This is a great aggro unit, but obviously dealing 1 damage to another friendly unit can feel like a big downside. It really depends on what other units you have. If you're able to do a deck that has like a lot of spy tokens that are definitely going to die in 1 hit anyway, then turning them into a 0/1 instead of a 0/2 is like probably pretty fine in most matchups, right? I'm trying to caution people away from playing 1-power units, and sure, there's some ping, but if you're not in like decks against those, if your opponent doesn't have those ping leaders, then like making your spies 0/1s instead of 0/2s is probably okay. And then in that case, he attacks as a 2-cost 4/3, and that's quite incredible. That's like a 2-cost for 4 damage, right? That's what Chopper does. That's what Eternal Fairnock did. But Crosshair does it a little bit better just because he can survive some 2-drops attacking him, right? He can survive the 2/3s and the 1/3s and the 2/2s, right? So definitely, I think Crosshair is a very solid 2-drop. This extra reach will feel very good in an aggro deck that can get there on random things that it's okay for you to ping, which a lot of aggro decks do, right? Most of the time, if you're building like a strictly aggro deck, your units are pretty weak on their own and will die in 1 hit anyway. So like making them have 1 less HP usually won't matter a ton. And if it does, it's a May. You don't need to do this. And he can't target himself. That's important. So you can't put 1 on Crosshair, although you usually wouldn't want to do that anyway. There's too many like 2/2s or 2/3s. Yeah, so definitely I think Crosshair is solid. Just giving you that option to get that extra base damage can really run away with games. I'm giving him a B-. Next, we have Outer Rim Constable. This is a 2-cost aggression ground unit at common. It's a 3/1 fringe official that has, when played, you may defeat an upgrade. So this, once again, not an upgrade set. Usually what you will be hitting is experience counters. Sometimes you will be hitting your opponent's plotted equipment that they might put in their leader. And then, yeah, it's pretty good. But the 3/1 stat line is always been a little bit awkward. It just kind of dies with too much stuff. There is ping in this format, not as much as Legends of the Force, but there is some ping in this format. However, this does pass the sniff test in terms of how it does into a 2/3, right? This trades into a 2/3, and that is good. It makes it a lot better than the 2/2 stat line in this format, in my opinion. And then the when played, maybe sometimes you get an effect off. It's also an official. There's synergy there. But yeah, usually this is just going to feel like a 2-cost 3/1, and that's not great, but it's fine. With a very incidental upside on the when played, it's probably like a C. Just because it's a 2-drop, it might be like a C+, but honestly, this is like a pretty C 2-drop, I think. It's fine. You'll put it in your deck. Next, we have Warrior of Clan Ordo, which is a 2-cost aggression ground unit at common. It's a 3/3 Mandalorian. This is on attack. You may disclose red. If you don't, deal 2 damage to your base. So here's another 2-cost 3/3, and it's at common. So be careful about these. This is why I'm kind of warning you to be careful about playing like 2/2s. And in this case, be careful about playing 2/3s. But I think you can still play 2/3s safely most of the time. But obviously, if your opponent has this or the Sith, that's a 2-cost 3/3. It's a Sith, right? It's not Traeus Acolyte. Oh no, it's the Dark Trooper, right? I think so. That sounds right. Anyway, the 2-cost 3/3. Here's another 2-cost 3/3. This one has a downside. Why does this one have a downside and not the other one? It's because the other one, I believe, is command villainy, whereas this one is just aggression. So it's easier to play. You can put this in light side and dark side decks. Because of the less restrictive cost, they have to make it a little bit weaker. I totally get that. But how much weaker is this? You may disclose red. That's pretty much free. If you don't, deal 2 damage to your base. So sometimes, if you're okay with giving information, and if you have this aspect in your hand, which you will, this is a pretty free disclose cost in terms of actually having it in your hand, then it's just a 2-cost 3/3. If you really don't want to reveal information, or you just can't, usually it'll be the former if you're choosing that route, then your base takes 2. But I think usually you are just going to reveal a red, and then it feels just like a 2-cost 3/3 that maybe gives your opponent a tiny amount of information. But I think that that's going to be okay most of the time. This is still an incredibly satted 2, and it eats so many of the other 2s in the format, like these 2/3s, and sticks around. Yeah, I think that this is a premium, and it's going to be one of the better turn 1 plays that you can make, despite the downside. I think it's a B-. It just trades so well into so much stuff. And yeah, you can usually do this disclose cost. Next, we have Academy Disciplinarian, which is a 3-cost aggression ground unit at common. It's a 3/4 Imperial official that has, when played, you may deal 1 damage to a friendly unit with 2 or less power and ready it. So this kind of does the Grand Inquisitor thing. Maybe this will go in Grand Inquisitor. I think this card is great. It is 3-cost 3/4, which passes the sniff test. It trades with basically every 2-drop in the set. I say trades with eats basically every 2-drop in the set, with the exception of, I guess, Chopper, and then I think there's like a couple of 1/4s, or there's the 0/4 Sentinel, sure. But when played, you maybe sometimes, depending on how the turn 1 went, or the turn 2 went before you play this, you get to attack again with your 2-drop. That's incredible. That means you can attack their base with your 2-drop, and then they can either attack your 2-drop with theirs, or they can go base, and then you play this, and then you attack their base again. But no, the fact that like you could conceivably, if they're playing a 3-drop with 2 HP, and those do exist in the format, ready your 2-drop and then attack into that after also attacking base. Or after also attacking their 2-drop, if that's what works better for you in this circumstance. Like, there's just so much that this can do. And then it can ready leaders if they're low attack. This readies C-3PO. But more importantly, it readies Jabba, who I think is a 2/8. It doesn't say non-leader. This card is ridiculous. It does synergize well with Jabba, because Jabba cares about your own units taking damage, and then this makes your units take damage. It also gives them another benefit. So you do quite well with this unit on Jabba, but this unit is just good other places too. I think it's great early, and it's honestly even like playable late. Like, this can ready a spy token if in a pinch. Like, this can just do everything, and it's just well statted. I'm giving it a B+. It's definitely like on the low end of B+. It's not a bomb, but I think that this card does reach into the B+ range. And this could be a card I'm wrong about, because this is a very high grade, but I believe in this card. Next, we have Coruscant Undercity Police. Excited we finally got him. It's a 4-cost aggression ground unit at common. It is a 5/4 Republic Trooper, and that's it. It's vanilla. So Coruscant Underworld Police is a unit in a game that I used to play called Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes. Don't play Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes, but I used to. And sometimes still do. It's a problem. And there was like a meme in the community about how he was like the best unit in the game, despite the fact that he was like obviously really bad. And they made a card of him, so that's really exciting. And unlike in Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes, this card's Coruscant Undercity Police is actually not bad. This is a fine unit. They finally made Cup, and he's okay. So a 4-cost 5/4 passes the sniff test. 5 attack is a lot on a 4-drop. I'm thinking of Awakened Spectres right now, the 4/5 from the last set for 4, and it was solid. And this is I'm not going to say it's better because sometimes this trades down in a way that Awakened Spectres probably does not. But also this can trade up in a way that Awakened Spectres sometimes cannot. So it's kind of interesting trade-off there. In the end, I think it's probably ends up being about as good as Awakened Spectres, which was like a C. So I think this card is like a C. But definitely you should not ignore this. And if your opponent plays this on curve, you do want to have a way to deal with it because 5 every turn is a lot. Next is Ziton Maj, Black Sun Bully, who is a 4-cost aggression ground unit at rare. He's a 4/5 underworld unit that says when you take the initiative, deal 2 damage to a base. So I'm going to have a judge, or I should have judges verify this, but my understanding of this is that if you already have the initiative and you take it, that still does trigger this. Judges, get in the comments if I'm wrong about that. But I think that these aggression decks have a reasonable amount of action cheating and will sometimes just be able to keep the initiative, especially in a deck that really plays around doing that, like your Cassian deck, which you kind of just need to have ways to do that. You need to build your deck in a way where you can take the initiative every turn, and this helps you do that. 2 damage to a base is very relevant. Now, let's say you can't do that for whatever reason. It's a 4-cost 4/5. We've talked about that. That's like a C. It's like fine. It passes the sniff test. It's Awakened Spectres. It's Coruscant Undercity Police, kinda. But this extra ability, getting a little bit extra damage in every now and then is nice. Especially if you have the initiative going into turn 4, which will be, 50% of the time, and then you play Ziton Maj and you do that as your last action of the turn and you take initiative after that. Boom, happens right away. 2 damage to base. This card is like, it's kind of a must kill, but it's a must kill that you can kind of take a bit of time on. I think it's probably like a C+, but it is still solid and it's fine late game too, even as a top deck. Because you play it, you take the initiative, you're already getting value right away. Sometimes you'll be able to just do lethal by taking initiative, which is funny. So that will be cool. This also could be an underrate, I will say. This card might do a bit better than this. Next we have AAT Incinerator, which is a 5-cost aggression ground unit at uncommon. It's a 3/6 Imperial Vehicle tank that has, when played, deal 1 damage to each of up to 4 other ground units. If no friendly units were damaged by this ability, deal 2 damage to your base. So ideally what this card wants you to do is 3 damage up to enemy units, 1/1/1, and then 1 damage to your unit, and that way your base doesn't take the 2. It does say 4 other ground units, so it cannot damage itself. You need to hit something else. It could be a leader, it can be a spy token, it can be whatever, as long as it's yours. Even if you do have to take 2 to base, I guess that's fine, because it means you dealt 4 damage to your opponent's stuff. Either that or you played this on an empty board, or your side being empty, which is definitely a risk. But I think AAT Incinerator is an interesting card, but there really aren't shields in this set. And sure, pinging opponents' units for 1 can sometimes be the difference, but I don't think it's an insane amount of value here. It is a little bit better than my initial gut reaction. And the reason I say that is because I've played against cards like IG 2000 and the tank that's was really good in Django that deals 1 to everything, and then gets bonus based on how many damage units there are. I've played against those cards and they always perform a little bit better than as I read them, because oftentimes when you're doing combat math and you're deciding your attacks, you'll leave some of your units with 1 HP because the only life point that matters is the last, right? If your opponent, the only way they can kill your 3/5 is by doing 4 damage to it with open fire. It doesn't matter if it has 1 HP or if it has 4 HP. That's the same thing, right? But these cards like this really make you worry about things like that. I've started playing my constructed deck differently into decks like Boba that I know are running cards like that, because I've been burned too many times by it, and I think that will happen here. Sometimes people will make their attacks having 1 HP left and think that's okay, and then they will get in a little bit of trouble with it because this just kind of ends up dealing with them too efficiently. I think most people are not as stubborn as me and will only get blown up by it once instead of multiple times in my case. But nevertheless, I do think this card is better than my original gut reaction of it was. But it's still probably just okay. 5 cost for 3/6 in stats is definitely a little bit rough. It's not the worst thing ever, but it's okay. It's probably a C. You can do better on your 5 turn flip, or on your 5 turn, especially if it's your leader flip turn with a plot card. But it's okay. There will be times when it's really good, and then there will be times where it's not so good. Next up, we have Corellian Hounds, which is a 5-cost aggression ground unit at common. It's a 5/5 creature that has, if an opponent controls no ground units, this unit enters play ready. So this is the like Tyranitar of the set, kind of. But the problem is, I think it's worse than Tyranitar. Obviously, if you can slam this into an empty board, it's ridiculous. It just goes into face for 5, probably, right? And that's crazy. Just right away the turn you play it. Are you kidding me? That's insane. That makes it feel like you played this on the 4 resource turn, kind of. The problem is that a lot of leaders flip on 5, so even if the board was previously empty, if you don't have initiative, then your opponent's first action might be flipping their leader, and now Corellian Hounds is just a 5-cost 5/5, which is probably like a C- if I had to give that a grade. However, I do think the upside is high enough that it's probably overall between a C and a C+. I'm going to round it up to C+, because if you're able to play, because you'll have this card in your hands, you'll be able to make plays where you're considering keeping their board empty, right? You'll be able to make very controlling plays leading up to this. It will never like surprise you, I guess, unless you top deck it. But like you'll know, okay, I would really like to play this onto an empty board. How can I make that happen? And you'll do what you can to make that happen. But I really don't think it'll happen too often, maybe 25-30% of the time if you're lucky. And but when it does, it's like ridiculous, obviously, right? Anyway, I think it's probably a C, maybe it's a C+. I'm going to give it a C+ just because I think that upside can get really crazy really quick. And lastly, in red, nope, sorry, there's one more after this. We have Sinta-Kaz, The Struggle Comes First, which is a 6-cost aggression ground unit at uncommon. It's a 5/5 rebel that has, when played, you may attack with the unit and plot. Many people are heralding this as the best card in the set, and it's not close. And I kind of agree with that. It's definitely the best card in the set, and it probably isn't that close. This card is ridiculous. Now, I'm not talking about for limited, just to be clear. This card is good in limited, don't get me wrong. This is going to get a good grade, but it's not the best card in limited. Where this card shines, and I know this is a show about limited, so I'll keep this brief, but in pilot decks especially, right? Decks like Boba, decks like Luke, where you flip your leader onto a pilot, and now you have an 8/8 unit that you immediately attack with, because the weaknesses of those decks were getting like immediately Rivals Fall, right? And I actually main deck Rivals Fall for those decks, and so I'm very scared about Sinta-Kaz, because it means that, sure, yeah, I can still Rivals Fall them, but they get an attack in first, I take 8 first, and that's going to be a real problem, right? But getting back to limited, this is still insane. It is a little bit, I think people think it's a little bit better than it is in limited, and the reason why I'm saying that is because you oftentimes will have a 5-flip leader in limited, and this with a 5-flip leader is just kind of okay, right? And the reason I'm saying that is because if you want to get this with plot in a 5-leader flip, or in a 5-flip leader deck, you have to delay your flip a turn, and that's basically never what you want to do. Now, this does give you a pretty compelling reason to do that. I will say, of all of the reasons to flip your leader late, this is the best one. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's right to do always. Sometimes, now, if you're in a 6-flip leader, this will always be insane, right? You'll always want to play this out of your resources. You'll attack with your leader right away, kill a unit, get into base, whatever. And it's 6-cost 5/5. That is underrated stats for sure, but it's still good stats. Like, this is still fine stats. And the fact that you're getting it as like an action cheat as well, like kind of 2 action cheats. This is sort of pretty much guaranteeing that you get the initiative that turn, because for flipping a leader, you get a leader, you get a unit, and you get an attack with your leader. That's 3 actions for 1. You're probably going to have the initiative. Most plots are 2 actions for 1. This is 3. And that means that you're probably going to get the initiative, which is good going into the next turn, because it means you maybe get another attack with your leader. Maybe you attack something with this 5/5, which is definitely respectable stats. Yeah, Sinta is very, very strong. And then also Sinta has the benefit of, it's still fine if you don't plot it. In these 5-cost flip leaders, it's going to be less good than in the 6-flip leaders, but maybe you just don't resource it in those decks. In the 5-flip leaders. Maybe you just keep it in your hand, and then you just flip your leader on 5 on curve, and then you play Sinta next turn. and you attack with your leader or another unit, and it's still a 5/5. You still action cheat. Like, this is still fine to play out of hand. It's not as good, for sure. The best application of this is playing with plot, 100%. Don't get me wrong, but it's still fine, and it's pretty rare to have a plot card that's just fine if you don't plot it, right? Most of the plot cards are like pretty bad if you don't plot it, like kind of C- at the top, and then they're quite good if you plot it. This card is very good if you plot it, and then it's still okay if you don't. And that is more than I can say for most plot cards. So Synthochaz, you guys all already know it's crazy. You should be playing this card in basically every aggro deck, in every red deck. Even if your leader flips on 5 or even 4, just play it as a unit. Don't usually delay your leader flip. I guess sometimes you have to. If you're playing, I guess Cassian flips on 6, that doesn't matter as much. But yeah, don't delay your leader flip usually. But hey, you'll know best in that scenario, because there are probably some scenarios where you do delay your leader flip. But I think usually as a heuristic, you should not be doing that. Good. Overall, I'm giving this a B-. This might be an underrate. It might actually be closer to a B. But I think that the existence of it's hard evaluating cards like this that matter so much what leader you're playing, because in 6-flip leader decks, this is probably like a B, maybe even closer, verging on a B+, and in 5-flip leader decks, this is probably around a B-. So maybe I should split the difference and call this a B. I'm thinking about it. What do we think? Synthochaz a B? Yeah, okay, sure. We'll call it a B. I'll update my spreadsheet. But yeah, this is very, very close between the two, I think. And yeah, great card. Obviously, it's going to be nuts and constructed. So many decks are going to want 3 of these. It's an uncommon, so it's not going to be like expensive, but still. For your locals, if you open these at pre-release, hold on to them. Hold on to them for your locals who want to build decks. Next, we have Republic Warwalker, which is a 6-cost aggression ground unit at common. It's a 7/6 Republic vehicle walker, and it has Overwhelm. So this is the big stompy Overwhelm in green this set. In red this set. So 6 cost for 7 attack is quite spectacular. I mean, we saw that with Rex, and obviously Rex has a bunch of other stuff going for it, but it is still very good. The Overwhelm means that no damage is going to be wasted if you do have to kill a small unit, but honestly, usually what you would prefer to do with this is just start going face, because there's very few things that can erase this. Your opponents will need to attack into it, and then yeah, maybe on the last attack you throw it at like a unit that they would want to keep alive instead of a dinky unit that was going to kill this, and then you overwhelm for some amount. Sure, maybe you do that, but I think usually you just play this and start slamming face, hopefully. Obviously, you can only do that at like parity or when you're ahead. When you're behind, you might need to use this to control, but that's fine. I mean, you still probably get damage in if you're using this to control the board, damage into their base, right? Because 7 attack overwhelm is not insignificant at all. This is great stats for the cost. It's a very solid finisher, and it comes out like reasonably early for this amount of stats. So I like this card a lot. It's probably like a C+. It's just above rate, honestly. Maybe this is rate, but it's like around rate with like a good keyword. It's got high attack. It's got a reasonable defense that will make it like not die in one hit. So you're probably gonna get at least 2 for 1 out of this, unless they point removal at it. But them pointing their removal at your stupid big dumb 6-drop common, that's okay. And that is it for the red cards. We get into ISB Agent, which is a 1-cost Cunning Villainy ground unit at common. It's a 1/3 Imperial that says when played, you may reveal an event from your hand. If you do, deal 1 damage to a unit. This one is interesting. So first of all, he's not an official. I totally thought he was going to be an official, but this is a reprint, so I suspect if they printed this in this set, they probably would have made him an official. But because he was from, I think, set 1, don't quote me on that, but he is a reprint, and he was not an official in that set, so they can't just make him an official artificially now, which is fine. Anyway, 1 cost 1/3, we've talked about this. The stats are rough. This does have a small upside. It will feel like a 2/3 sometimes, kind of, because it kind of does trade sort of with 2/3s in a very awkward way, because it makes their 2/3 into a 2/2, and then it attacks into it once, and it lives as a 1/1, and then it attacks into it again, and they trade. It's a very awkward one, but there are actually kind of some interesting lines with this. For example, there's a couple of X ones that people might be playing on turn 1. You play ISB Agent, you reveal an event from your hand, and you just straight up kill their turn 1 play. That's pretty good. In terms of 1-drops, I think this is one of the better ones in the set. How free is this 1 plate ability? When you are drafting and doing pre-release or sealed or anything like that, you usually want to have the bulk of your deck being units, right? But that doesn't mean you don't have any events. You usually probably will have between like 6 and 8 non-creature or non-units. Most of those will be events. A couple of them will be upgrades. So you'll probably be able to do this on turn 1, especially if you're actually just like looking at your first 6. If you see ISB Agent in your hand and you identify that as your first turn play, you'll probably keep an event. How bad is revealing an event to your opponent? I think revealing an event is worse for you than revealing a unit, because events sometimes come with a little bit of surprise. I guess units can too, but I would say events are a little bit more so. And that definitely can be a downside, but maybe it's fine. I think that it's like not a huge downside, at least. I do think that this is okay, but still a little bit awkward. You want something better than a 1/3 on your first turn play, even if it can ping 1 damage onto something. That 1 is usually not going to matter unless they play like Chopper or that 3/1 or something like that. I think he's probably still one of the better 1-drops in the set. I'm going to give him a C, but I think he's awkward and you should probably try to find a different turn 1 play. But he's still a turn 1 play, and it's hard for me to give turn 1 plays too bad of grades, because obviously you still want them in your curve. It's very important to have a mid 2-drop or a mid 1-drop instead of your 6 bad 7-drop, right? Absolutely. All right, next we have Garindan, Information Broker, who's a 2-cost Cunning Villainy ground unit at uncommon. So 1/3 Underworld that says when played, name a card, look at an opponent's hand and discard a card with that name from it, and it has plot. So this is actually kind of a very interesting card. I have a lot of thoughts about this card. So it is a very not good turn 1 play. It has the problem where it dies too easily to things like 2/3s and, God forbid, right, a 3/3 or a 3/2. It just, the only like fine thing that your opponent can really play into this is a 2/2, because then they trade, but all of those other situations just are really bad for Garindan. So this is the rare case of a 2-drop that is actually good, but you don't want to play on turn 1. So luckily it has plot, which means that you can resource it on turn 1 and play it on your leader play. Whenever you're deck building, I would suggest, so the way that I deck build is that I lay out all of the cards that I'm intending to put in my deck, and I usually a little bit more than 30, and then I group all of the ground units of each cost together, all of the events of each cost together, or the non-units, I guess, and then all of the space units of each cost together. So I'll have a stack of ground 2s, a stack of ground 3s, so on. Whenever you're putting Garindan in your like curve piles, I would probably put him in like your whatever your leader flip is. With like the knowledge that whenever you do play him, he's only going to cost you 2 and not 5, right? Or 6. But I think ideally you do want to play him on your leader flip turn, and as a result, if you're playing a 6-cost leader, you probably want to have maybe an extra 4-drop or 2 in your deck. And if you're playing a 5-cost leader, maybe going a little bit harder on 3-drops would be nice, so you can get Garindan out and then play a 3-drop as well. I like the ability a lot. So I'll reiterate, when played, name a card, look at an opponent's hand and discard a card with that name from it. So the turn 1 like Hail Mary snipe strat, especially if you're on the play, is you play this and you name a 2-drop that you think your opponent might have, and then if they do, that's insane. You've just removed their 2-drop and you kept your 2-drop. Ridiculous. But obviously that's like never happening. What you usually would do is you would play this out with plot, and then, or you would play it from your hand later in the game, and your opponent very likely has disclosed some cards at that point. And because, you know, you're a clever person and you're remembering what cards your opponent has disclosed, you will be able to say, oh, okay, which of those cards that I've seen so far is A, unlikely that my opponent has resourced, B, my opponent has not yet played, and C, would be the most detrimental if my opponent played right now, and you'll name that card. And hopefully your opponent hasn't resourced it. And if they have, sucks, but you still get information. You get to look at their hand. So that is very nice. The downside of this is, definitely not great on turn one, but I like this card a lot. I think it's actually like pretty good. Obviously, it requires you to pay a bit more attention, right, to your opponent and what's in their hand and what they've disclosed and stuff like that. But if you have Grindan in your deck or any other cards like him, then yeah, you definitely you definitely know that you need to pay more attention and stuff like that. So you'll be ready for that. Definitely play him out of plot for sure. But honestly, if you play him out of hand, he's okay later too. He just kind of is like Spark of the Rebellion that leaves something behind. It's like a little worse than that, because, you know, if your opponent like happened to draw something new in their opener, like Spark of the Rebellion and similar cards let you see the hand first and then make your decision. But Grindan, honestly, at a lot of points in this game, you will just have pretty good knowledge of what's in your opponent's hand. You probably won't know everything, but you'll know probably at least half of the cards in your opponent's hand at a lot of points in this game, in this set, because of Disclose. So yeah, I think Grindan is very solid. I'm going to give him a C+. That's a C-. I don't care. I'm giving him a C+. Just because I think Disclose is going to be a pretty strong mechanic, and Grindan does punish Disclose. So yeah, definitely keep an eye out for him. But whenever you're drafting, make sure you draft 2-drops that are not him, because he is not a 2-drop. Do not be fooled by the 2 in his drop section. He's not a 2-drop. Good. Next up, we have General Grievous scuttling to safety, sorry. He's a 2-cost Cunning Villainy ground unit at rare. He's a 3/3 Separatist official. He has Hidden, and when this unit is attacked, return him to his owner's hand before damage is dealt. I'll be honest, I have no idea how to evaluate this card. It's a 2-cost 3/3, obviously good. It has Hidden, that's cool. And then every single one of your opponent's ground units can exhaust to waylay him. I don't think that's good. I don't know, though. Maybe it's fine. No, you know what? It is okay. It's awkward, though. So first of all, you can't put any upgrades on him ever, right? Because your opponent just waylays him and you lose the upgrade. That will never happen. When this unit is attacked, return to his owner's hand is not a may. You have to do it. And it's going to feel really bad if you've invested upgrades onto him. So don't do that. 2-cost 3/3 is obviously good stats, and then your opponent is prevented from just doing it as soon as he comes down because of the Hidden, right? Because if you could just play this and your opponent could just say no, exhaust the unit, and send it back to your hand, that would be real bad, right? But Hidden means that you're going to, if you're able to keep initiative, get one attack in with him. So on turn one, if you have the initiative, this is a very strong play, because you will play it, your opponent will play their 2-drop, which will almost certainly just get eaten by this. Turn 2, you'll attack General Grievous into it, it'll eat it. Turn 3, you'll probably attack General Grievous into their 3-drop. Or I guess they will likely have the initiative, and they will either attack General Grievous, but probably not, or just ignore him and let him either... No, they probably won't ignore him, because 3 to base every turn is kind of a lot. They probably will attack him, or put it in a situation where you're forced to attack another unit and die. So General Grievous is a very difficult to evaluate card, and if you have the initiative and you play him on turn 1, I think he's very strong. But if you don't have the initiative and you play him on turn 1, he's fine, I guess. He just kind of nullifies your opponent's 2 forever, but you have to pay 2 every time it happens. I don't know. He's probably not great in that situation. But he definitely has the potential to spike. Again, a 2-cost 3/3 is just always good. Hidden matters as well, too. So I think he's probably overall a C+, but this is a card that I could be very wrong about. Absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing how Grievous plays out here. Next, we have Darth Traya, Lord of Betrayal, a 3-cost Cunning Villainy ground unit at Legendary. It's a 2/5 Force Sith that has on attack. You may ready a non-unit leader. Read that carefully. Non-unit leader. You cannot ready a non-leader unit, which is how I read the card for the first time. And I was like, wait, can't she just infinitely ready herself and just win the game? No. Non-unit leader. So while your leader has not been deployed, she can ready it. Darth Traya, people are talking about her a lot in Constructed, and she's going to be very good in Constructed. There are a decent amount of leaders that like get extra synergy here. She gets a bit of extra value off of, or like some of the leaders get like a bit of extra value off of her. There's nothing like too overpowered, like the Grand Inquisitor combo that I'm sure you've seen by now that goes infinite. There's nothing quite that strong in this set, but I think she's still 5. How good is a 3-cost 2/5? Gunji stats for 3. We've seen that a lot before. It's fine. It's not great. So you do kind of need to get the value off of this on attack, but I think there is enough on attack or like good leader exhausts where you can get this. Jabba's a decent example. Yularen can be fine. Price, I think, Deidre would be really good. There's like some decent ones here, and I think that if you build your deck in a way, Darth Traya can be very annoying to your opponent. So definitely some cool synergy. Keep that in mind. But at the end of the day, she is just a 2/5 for 3, which is just okay. So I think that they should say C+. Yeah, I think that she's a C+. Definitely keep an eye out for Darth Traya. And I think she'll also be one of the more expensive legendaries because people are going to want to try that combo with Grand Inquisitor, which I don't think will be good, but every now and then it will spike something because people will forget that it exists, and it's not so bad that it will never happen. It will happen sometimes, and if you're not ready for it, it does instantly win the game, so keep that in mind. But obviously, don't keep that in mind in Draft or Sealed for this set because it doesn't exist. But and then also, I think it'll be like kind of expensive because it's the only good Cunning Villainy 3-drop that like the 4th deck has right now is Shin Hati, and this will be another card that can fit in there and make that curve stronger. So yeah, I think Darth Traya is a cool card, and sleeve her up if you get her at pre-release because I think that you're going to want to keep her in good condition. Near mint, Cool. Moving on. Yeah, so C+ for Darth Traya. I don't know why there's a C- on the screen right now. That's weird. My spreadsheet was right. Next, we have Trade Federation Delegates, which is a 5-cost Cunning Villainy ground unit at common. It's a 3/4 Republic official that has 1 played, create 2 spy tokens. So 5 costs for 3/4. How good is it? It's not good. 3 cost 3/4 is a very strong stat line. 4 cost 3/4, you really need to earn that. And then 5 cost 3/4, you really need to earn that. So 5 cost 3/4 is quite behind. Now, when played, create 2 spy tokens. So you get, I guess, an extra 4 toughness in stats. So a 5 costs 3/8. And then some of those stats are, and then like, obviously they're not just 0/2s. They attack as 2/2s, which is not nothing. But at this very moment in time, I just don't believe in spy tokens. I'm sure they'll provide incidental value now and then, and it'll be okay. But as like a theme, I just don't really know if there's enough for them yet in Limited. And maybe I'll be wrong about that. I'm sure there will be a couple of spy token decks that are good, and I'm sure people will go, oh, but Ben, look what I did with spy tokens, and it'll be cool, and it will have won them the game. But I think like as like a strategy that you can reliably rely on, I don't know if it gets there for me yet. Again, could be wrong about that. And if I am wrong about that, this does do okay in the spy decks. Making 3 bodies for 1 card is pretty good. And as a result, I think this card can't be that bad, but I think this stat line is just so tough. It dies to some 3-drops. It dies to Chopper, but we're not going to pretend that matters really. It dies to some 3-drops. It dies to a decent amount of 4-drops, and then dies to basically every 5-drop, right? And then a lot of leaders. Yeah, I'm just not particularly sold, but it could be okay. And I think there is a floor for how bad 5 cost for 3 bodies can be. That is decent. So I think it's like a C- probably. It also, you kind of just probably lose the initiative race if you do this because you are going to be using more units than your opponent, which is like fine. That's like a trade-off you're willing to make, but nevertheless, keep that in mind. Next, we have Grand Moff Tarkin taking Krennic's Achievement, which is a 6-cost Cunning Villainy ground unit at rare. It's a 2/6 Imperial official that says when played, take control of an enemy non-leader vehicle unit. When this unit leaves play, that unit's owner takes control of that unit. So 6 costs for a 2/6. How good is that? Do I really need to tell you? This is like, I would see this on a 3-drop and I would go, yeah, that's good stats for sure. I would see this on a 4-drop and I would go, I don't know. I'd see this on a 5-drop and I would go, no, absolutely not. I'm seeing it on a 6-drop. You know what kind of cards we get on 6? You get Rex on 6. Rex is a 7/7. What else do you get on 6? You get the Darth Vader from Legends of the Force on 6. You get like I think Eighth Brother was a 6-drop. Like, there's a lot of really good 6-drops, and I just don't think this is one of them. Like, 2 attack. Now, of course, I can't just evaluate this like a 6-cost vanilla 2/6. It's also an official, and that matters. But it can probably survive 1 hit, and that maybe matters. Because if you are able to steal a vehicle from your opponent, a non-leader vehicle, then it means you probably do get an attack in with it. And as we've seen from stealing cards in the past, they're usually better than you expect, because there's a bunch of things you can do. One of them is you can run their vehicle into another one of their units, and then they both die, so they don't even get it back, and you just killed 2 of their units. Another thing you can do, of course, is just run it into base, get a bunch of damage, and then there's a bunch of ways that you can like sacrifice it for value. There's a lot of different things you can do when you steal your opponent's units, and they're all very good. So the question is, how many vehicles are in the set? And the answer is there is 48. Most of them are common and uncommon. So you will like often have a target for this. And when you do, it's decent, it's fine. But the other thing is, if you take a unit from your opponent, if that ground unit was, or if that vehicle was a ground unit, that might have been their best shot of taking out Tarkin, and now they can't do that. But the problem is, none of the leaders are vehicles, and leaders can kind of deal with Tarkin pretty easily, either in 1 or 2 hits. Now that also, notably, does mean that's 1 or 2 hits that they can get from your vehicle. It'll probably be 1, because if they take a vehicle from you, that's 1 less action that you have to take and 1 more action that your opponent has to take in terms of attacking. So you will likely get initiative and then finish off Tarkin and get your vehicle back, assuming it's still on the field. I think there's some interesting lines with Tarkin that are actually decent, but the fact it's just a 6-cost 2/6 holds it back so much, I think. I don't know. I think that there's potential here, but it's probably like a C-. I think there's better things you can be doing on 6, and then sometimes it just whiffs entirely. Like, there are a decent amount of vehicles in the set. 48's not nothing, but I just don't know. I'm not convinced at this very moment in time that it will be consistent enough. But when it works, it'll work for sure. Next, we have Grand Admiral Thrawn, Grand Schemer, who's a 7-cost cunning villainy ground unit at Legendary. He's an 8/7 Imperial official that has, when played, an opponent may choose a non-leader unit they control. If they do, this unit captures that unit, and if they don't, ready this unit. When defeated, a friendly unit captures an enemy non-leader unit in the same arena. This is a 7-drop. This has it all. So, first of all, 7 costs 8/7 in stats. That's very good. Now there are some downsides and upsides, kind of, depending how you think of it. It gives your opponent a choice. Now, this choice just makes this by default better than a 7-cost 8/7, because either option is going to benefit you. You either get to capture a unit right away, or if they really don't or can't do that, then you just get a readied 8/7, which is obviously ridiculous. It's like you played this a turn earlier. You played this on the 6 resource turn, and now you get to start attacking right away. And it's not going to take more than like 2 hits with Thrawn to just end the game. No, this card is ridiculous in terms of like a top end. It's probably so. And then also notably, I didn't even get to the second part. I should finish the card before I give it an evaluation. When defeated, a friendly unit captures an enemy non-leader unit in the same arena. So the worst case scenario for these sort of like big clunky drops is that your opponent might just have removal for it. That's why a card like Bo-Katan, the 9-drop, is better than a card like, we saw another 9-drop that I don't remember, Krennic. Because if you just destroy Krennic right away with removal, he does nothing. Or if you destroy Bo-Katan with removal right away, she has already probably wiped most of your opponent's board and maybe given you a few experience tokens on some other units. Thrawn is closer to the latter, because even if your opponent, says, okay, you can capture a unit, or maybe they say, okay, you can ready Thrawn, and then they just kill it right away. When defeated, a friendly unit captures an enemy unit, so you still get a capture off of them. Obviously, that's worst case scenario. You don't want them to do that. You don't want them to remove Thrawn. You would like to keep your 8/7 who can just attack and win the game. But sometimes that will just happen. And that's still okay. Again, not great. But there are really no like super bad situations with Thrawn, and there are some exceptionally good situations with Thrawn. Imagine you top deck this in late game when no one has anything on board and you just play this. They cannot do the first thing, so you just ready it. You just win the game straight up. That will happen sometimes. He's a great top deck. And yeah, I think he's well statted. Like a 7-cost 8/7 is just good stats. And yeah, both of his abilities are great. And he's an official. There's synergy there. Wow, amazing. Anyway, I'm giving Thrawn a B. Ignore the B-. He is a B. Next up, we have 1-cost Cunning Heroism Ground Unit at Special Rarity, Furtive Handmaiden. She's a 2/2 Naboo that has on attack. You may discard a card from your hand. If you do, draw a card. Here's a 2-cost 2/2. So the effect is good. There was a draft set in Magic a few years ago called Phyrexia All Will Be One, and there was a card in it that I undervalued a lot at the time. It was called Axiom Engraver, and it was a 2-cost 1/3. It was in red, and you could tap it and discard a card to draw a card. And it ended up being like a ridiculously good card. And that set was very aggro. That feels like an effect that may be better in a control meta, but no, that effect was very good, and the format was very aggro, too aggro for most people's estimations, myself included. So this does that kind of. It's on attack rather than just like exhaust it, which is good because it means that you still get the 2 damage out. But the problem with this card is, and the Magic doesn't have this problem. Well, it's not necessarily a problem, but it's just like mechanically how the game works. Your opponent can just attack this. They can't just attack Axiom Engraver. They attack you, and you just don't block with Axiom Engraver, right? And the problem is, yeah, this does not pass that test I've been giving to these turn 1 plays, where if your opponent plays a 2/3, you just it's tough. You get nothing. Best case scenario, if you have initiative, you do get to discard a card and draw a card. Maybe that's cool, I guess. Could be. But like that's best case scenario. And then you've done 2 damage to base. They just kill it. They still have their turn 1 play. You no longer have yours. And maybe you cycle the card. That's only if you had initiative, right? If you go into turn 1 with no initiative, your opponent plays their 2-drop. You play this. Next turn they attack into it. You didn't even get to do the on attack. They still have their 2-drop. You don't. That's really tough. I think that just because this fails that test, this should be in like the C- range. It's just not an impressive card. The reason I'm bumping it up a little bit is because it's actually kind of an okay-ish later game card. You'll play it out and your opponent will probably have bigger fish to fry, and then you'll get to start deck fixing a little bit or hand fixing a bit, right? Because in the end, in the late game, if you're both in top deck mode, which you will be oftentimes, and you draw a 2/2 off the top, you don't want those, right? You want something better than that. So you attack with Handmaiden, you discard one of the 2-drops, and hopefully you draw something a little bit more late game. And you get to do that for free, right? Or just 1 action, I guess, in an attack, and you get 2 damage for it. Wow. So that does bump her up a little bit for me, just the fact that she's like a turn 1 play that's okay later, but she's really not great on turn 1. That being said, again, there's only so bad that a turn 1 play can be. You really want to have these turn 1 plays. I'm giving her a C. Next, we have Bail Organa responding to Catastrophe. He's a 2-cost Cunning Heroism Ground Unit at Uncommon. He's a 2/4 Republic official, and he has on attack, you may discard a card from your hand. If you do, create a spy token. So I'm just going to cut through the weeds on this one and say that I gave it a decent grade, but it's not for the ability. I gave it a decent grade because it's a 2-cost 2/4, and that passes a lot of stat checks. Obviously, that does well into the 2/3s. It does very well into 3/2s, which 2/3s kind of just go even with, and it does very well into 2/2s, right? This is just a very well statted card. It has the official tag, which is relevant. It also does have this on-attack ability. What this does is it turns any card in your hand into a 0-cost spy. You usually don't want to play Porgs in Limited, and this is basically that. It just gives you the opportunity to play a Porg. Now, obviously, having options is good, and it is not impossible for me to imagine a scenario where you do want these 0-cost Porgs, right? Or these 0-cost spy tokens, I should be more precise. And in that case, it'll feel okay. But usually you would rather have the full value of your card. I can see the like dream where you swing with this on turn 2 and you kill their turn 1 play, and then you do make the spy and you just try to overwhelm them. But I just think that dream will fall through whenever it's turn 4, you have 0 cards in hand and your opponent has played like a 5-drop, right? And just can clean up all of those very easily, including Bale, including whatever else you're trying to top deck into now. And there's a good chance that at that point in the game you've discarded some of your mid and late game cards because you needed to keep your early game cards to play out, right? I just don't really think the attack ability on Bail Organa is going to be good, but I do still think he's like a B- just because that stat line and the official tag are both very, very strong. Next, we have Junior Senator, a 2-cost Cunning Heroism Grand Unit at common. He's a 3/2 Republic official that has, when played, you may return an upgrade that costs 3 or less to its owner's hand. Not an upgrade set, but it's a solid stat at vanilla. 3/2 is good. It passes my test into 2 3s. It passes a test into 3 3s, which is nice. Not every card can do that. It doesn't pass the test into 2 4s, but that's okay. There's not a ton of 2 4s. Admittedly, there's not a ton of 3 3s either, but and then it has this fun when played ability. How relevant will this be? Well, not an upgrade set, but if you can hit an experience token on this, that's nice. There are a bunch of inefficient upgrades that you play with plot that now you're just returning to your opponent's hand, and yeah, they can play that out again. They can play 3 costs for +3/+0 if they want, but the only reason that card is in their deck was because they were going to plot it. We haven't seen that card yet. We will. And now they have to play it for the inefficient version. So you will do that sometimes. I think usually this will just hit either an experience token or it will hit nothing. And that is just fine. I mean, a 2-cost 3/2 is a C+, I think, and this probably isn't that much better than that. It does have the official tag, which is relevant. It's probably on the high end of C+ still. Next, we have Anakin Skywalker, Secret Husband, a 3-cost Cunning Heroism special rarity unit. He's a 3/4 Force Jedi Republic. He has Hidden, and while you control Padme Amidala as a leader or unit, this unit gets gains Raid 2. So a 3-cost 3/4 passes the sniff test. Happy with that. It's very solid, a very solid stat line that kind of immediately makes it a C+. I think the Hidden doesn't matter a ton unless your opponent plays exactly like Chopper on turn 1. I don't know, because you play this on turn 2 ideally, right? And then your opponent can't like kill it anyway. I guess the Hidden is for like if you play it later and you have the raid, then it's fine, or then it's like relevant. But yeah, Hidden early here, it doesn't like add that much to the card. While you control Padme Amidala as a leader or unit, it gets Raid 2. If you are playing this at pre-release, it will be better than at draft, because pre-release you are guaranteed to have the Padme leader. It comes in your pre-release kit, along with the Palpatine leader. And then you absolutely play Anakin in that deck. If this can be a 3-cost 3/4 Hidden Raid 2, which it will always be if you play it in a Padme deck, right? You don't need to have Padme flipped. She can just be in the leader zone. That's like a genuine, that's like a B+. That's like a ridiculous card. If you don't have Padme as a leader, there is still an opportunity to have her as a unit. There is a Padme unit in this set, I believe. Ooh, okay, I lied. So there is actually no Padme unit in this set. It's Queen Amidala. So there is... So if you have her as the leader, you're getting this always, and it's going to be incredible. If you don't, 3-cost 3/4, you still play that. Like, that's fine. It's just not going to be quite as incredible. If you are playing this in draft, you are not getting a Padme leader. You can't open them in regular packs unless you open a showcase. So in that case, if you happen to open the Padme showcase and also this special rarity Anakin card, then cool, you get to do this in draft. But it's already not going to happen that often in pre-release just because it's a special rarity card. I think that means it can only show up in like full hyperspace or something like that, or the foil slot, one of those two, or both, I'm not sure. In regular packs, you can't just like get this normally because it's in starter decks or spotlight decks, whatever they're calling them now. But if you do get this, then yeah, Padme is going to be a good bet for you, because this being a 3-cost 5/4 basically is ridiculous. So overall, I'm going to give Anakin a C+ if you don't have the Padme thing. Bordering on B-, like 3/4 Hidden is like a good stat line. But yeah, if you have the Padme thing, he's probably like a B+. He's just ridiculous. Next, we have Rebel Propagandist, who is a 3-cost Cunning Heroism ground unit at uncommon. It's a 2/4 Rebel Official. This is when played and when defeated. Give another friendly unit +1/+0 and Saboteur for this phase. This is nice because you can put this on your 2-drop if you play this on turn 2. And then that means your 2-drop can maybe trade into something that it could not previously have traded into. And notably, it does not just give it like raid 1 or anything. It just has that for the turn. So even as a blocker, it's better now. So if it was like a 2/3, then it's now a 3/3, and it attacks and blocks as a 3/3 for this phase. Saboteur is probably not going to come in handy on turn 2 when you probably usually play this, but it can absolutely come in handy later if your opponent has a big Sentinel and you play this down on your leader on like turn 7. That's going to feel pretty good. This is like a very solid card. It's good early, good late. The stats are a little bit unfortunate, but I am going to give it a bit of a pass because it does get to do the thing twice. It's probably between a C+ and a B-. I'm going to call it a C+ for now. It is an official as well, which might edge it up a little bit higher, but it's in that range. It's a solid card. Next we have Taladurith. I can get you inside, a 3-cost Cunning Heroism ground unit at rare. She's a 3/3 Imperial Rebel that says each other friendly unit gains hidden, and she has plot. So a 3-cost 3/3 is solid. That's probably like a C, but the plot here is kind of nuts. If you play this with plot, then your leader did come down that turn and has hidden. And there's, I think, two leaders that have hidden? At least one. Third Sister has hidden. Does Grand Inquisitor have hidden? The unit does. I don't think the leader does. I digress. So this is incredible if you can play it with the plot, because A, it's just a reasonably statted card, and B, usually your opponent wants to deal with your leader as fast as possible. And this is going to make it more difficult for them to do that. Your leader is going to for sure be able to get in, even if, probably a couple of times, because they're not going to be able to get any damage down on your leader that turn unless they have an event that can do it. But no, I think Taladurith is great in the plot case and still fine in the other case. She is some would argue she feels like a bit of a must kill sometimes, even if you don't play her with plot, because if you play her on turn 2, then your opponent knows that, okay, whatever their play is next turn, what if it's scary and I want to deal with it right away, and then I can't because they have Tala, I probably am supposed to get rid of her. So they might do that. So it's definitely a very strong card with plot, and then without plot, it's still pretty solid. It's a little bit understated. We get 2-drops with this stat line now, and the keyword doesn't make up that extra stat, I don't think. The hidden keyword, that is to say. But obviously, if you plot it, it's great. I'm giving Taladurith a C, and then between a B- and a B if you can plot her. I think it's very good. The only thing that's really holding her back are the stats. She also does not have the official tag. Next up, we have Obi-Wan Kenobi, Finding What Doesn't Exist. He is a 4-cost Cunning Heroism ground unit at Legendary. He's a 4/5 Force Jedi Republic that has, when this unit deals combat damage to a base, discard a card from the defending player's deck. For this phase, you may play that card from their discard pile, ignoring its aspect penalties. Obi-Wan Kenobi, I'm thinking peak. This is very cool. I like the art on it a lot, too. The 4-cost 4/5 stat line, again, we've seen that before. It's probably just a C on its own. So does this card do better than a C? Let's have a closer look at the ability. So every time you hit your opponent with this card, you kind of draw a card off of their deck. And drawing a card off of their deck is, in a vacuum, just a tiny bit worse than drawing a card off of your deck. And it's because when you're building your deck, you're usually thinking of synergies and ways that your cards can mesh together. And when you're playing off your opponent's deck, you don't necessarily know that's going to happen. But it is only a little bit worse because, if you see a 4/4 on top, a 4/4 is a 4/4, right? That's still good. You'll do that. And then that effectively kind of feels like drawing a card because you're not going down a card in your hand. You're drawing a card off of their deck, right? Ignoring its aspect penalties as well is nice. It means that you might get some funny cross-aspect synergies if you play a villainy card off the top of their deck that maybe the game designers did not intend to work with the heroism cards because they were this combo would be crazy, but one's hero, one's villain, so no one's ever going to do it. But maybe you can do it with Obi-Wan here. I'm not expecting that to come up too much, but that is too many card combinations for my little brain to process at this moment, so we'll see if it happens on day of. I will say this does have very nice synergy with Sabe. Sabe, whenever you attack or when you hit with a unit, you get to look at the top 2 cards of their deck and discard one of them and put the other back on top. With this card, you look at the top 2 cards of the deck, you go, okay, I kind of want to play this one. I kind of want to play card A. So you put card B in their graveyard, card A back on top, and then you trigger this ability, look at card A, reveal it, play it. So it's very, very good with Sabe. Like, it's ridiculously good with Sabe. And even on its own, it's fine. You also maybe don't play it. Like, if you hit them and you see the card and it's like a 7-drop or an 8-drop and you just don't have the resources, or it's like a 1-drop and you have a 5-drop that you were like thinking of playing anyway, you're gonna just go, okay, that's fine, and just discard it. And I don't know what percentage of the time you're going to play the unit or play the card versus discard the card. It does not need to be a unit. It can be anything. You also don't need to play it right away. What card you hit is revealed information. So your opponent can be aware of the fact that you can play it later in the turn. Your opponent will be aware of the fact that you can play it later in the turn. You don't like action sheet by playing this. You don't like hit with Obi-Wan and then immediately get to play the card. You do have to wait until the next action you take. No, it's a very strong ability. Stronger in Sabe. It's basically every time you attack, you're going to be drawing a card. And I guess this is like a very incidental upside, but like it does work towards the mill plan, right? Especially in Limited, where your opponent has 30 card decks, and while you're playing Sabe, where you're regularly discarding cards from your opponent's deck. That is definitely not the main reason you should be playing this, but it is a very incidental upside that it can have. So I'm giving this card a B. I think it is very strong. This might even be an underrate. Next, we have Emissaries from Ryloth, a 5-cost Cunning Heroism ground unit at common. It's a 4/6 Republic Twi'lek official that has, when played, you may give a unit -3/-0 for this phase. So, how good is a 5-cost 4/6? It's alright. It's okay. It does have the official tag, that's relevant. It can shrink a unit, that's relevant. It can shrink a leader, that's relevant for sure. There's a lot of leaders that rely on their flip attack to get some value, and Emissaries from Ryloth can say no to that. They can say that you don't get that attack value right away. So I think this card is like very respectable. Definitely the stats are not like amazing on it, but definitely it can be very annoying to play against. And keep in mind that anytime you're playing a 5 or a 6 drop in this set, depending on the leader you have, that is a card that you could have plotted. Obviously not this card specifically, but like you could have played a plot card instead of this card, and usually that'll be a little bit better. So be a little bit careful of any 5 or 6 drop in the set, depending again on your leader, because oftentimes on your 5 resource turn, you flip your leader, you have this in your hand, you're like, yeah, I guess this would be like a little better right now, but I'd much rather get the plot value and do that instead. So just keep that in mind. But honestly, stats are okay. The when played ability can be relevant sometimes. I'm going to give it a C. Next, we have Hunter, Extraordinary Tracker. It's 6-cost Cunning Heroism ground unit at uncommon. It's a 7/6 Fringe clone who has Saboteur, and on attack, if the defender is exhausted, it gets -4/-0 for this attack. So 6 cost for 7 attack, that's pretty nice. I think that you're oftentimes just going to be going face for that, but in a pinch, if you need to deal with units, this does that quite well. If the unit's exhausted, you're probably going to get a free hit in on it. You're probably just going to deal 7 to that and take back nothing, right? It is not always. Sometimes you have to attack readied units, but oftentimes you're attacking exhausted units, especially because your opponent will often be attacking with their best unit like kind of right away, because that unit is they're worried about it getting removed. Now they might not do that if you have Hunter, because they see that now, oh, it's exhausted, so Hunter will just take it out kind of for free. But then maybe what if you do have removal? Now you've made them waste their best unit anyway, right? I don't know. There's a lot of interesting lines you can do with Hunter. I think he's well statted. I think the on attack keyword matters a lot, and then Saboteur is also really good, because this kind of says, yeah, if you want to go the controlling route, you can with this on attack. And if you want to go the aggro route, you can. It has Saboteur. You can just go face all the time. And 7 attack for 6 resources is very, very good. So I think this card is a B-. I know it's going to say C+ on the screen right now, yeah, but I think it's a B-. I think this card is a very strong mid to late game card, and it will oftentimes just like snipe leaders too, which is cool. Next, we have, I'm going to update that. Next, we have the Mandalorian cleaning up Navarro, an 8-cost cunning heroism ground unit at rare. It's a 6/8 Mandalorian bounty hunter. It has ambush, and when this unit attacks and defeats a unit, you may choose an enemy non-leader unit. This unit captures it. This is very interesting. So it is an 8-cost unit, which is a lot. It needs to justify itself. And in my opinion, this does justify itself. So in the last set, we had Qui-Gon, which I think was a 7-cost 7/5 ambush. And when it was defeated, you would like put a card on the bottom of its owner's library or something like that, on its owner's deck, or of its owner's deck, sorry. So it would like feel like a 2-for-1 every time you ambushed it. This also feels like a 2-for-1, except sometimes more than a 2-for-1. In fact, usually. Now it costs more than Qui-Gon. It costs 8, so it should be better. The stats are better, and the ability is better. Oftentimes you'll play this out. You'll kill something, maybe even a leader, like pretty reliably. Sometimes you'll kill a leader if they still have a leader at this point in the game. And then if they had another unit, ground or space, this can just capture it. Now, this will be, there's no restriction on the power or HP or anything of the unit you're capturing. The only restriction is non-leader. Oftentimes, like I've been saying, if you want to ignore space, you need units like this that can still play into space while playing very well into ground. So if your opponent is kind of donking you in space, that can win them the game pretty easily on like turn 8, while you're both in top deck mode. But if you have Mandalorian, you play it out, you kill their ground unit, you take their space unit, done. Now, will they get their space unit back eventually? Probably, yeah. They'll probably eventually kill Mandalorian. I mean, it's kind of a must kill, right? Because if they don't, then this doesn't need to attack a unit to get this capture thing off, and it can do it multiple times. So, you play Mandalorian, you take out a ground unit, you take out their space unit. Next turn, you attack with Mandalorian, you capture whatever unit they played last turn. If this is allowed to snowball, it just wins the game on its own instantly, right? Because your opponent's playing one unit a turn, that's okay. It's just attacks. Done. Easy. Unit captured. And I did 6-tier base. Like, this unit can win games on its own. Now, that being said, it does cost 8. It's a little weak about removal in some sense because you get those units back, or your opponent gets those units back. But honestly, it's a good 8-drop, which is very rare. There's not a lot of good 8-drops, but this is one of them. I'm giving it a B. Next, we have Skyhopper Canyon Runner. It's a 1-cost cunning ground unit at common. It's a 1/4 fringe vehicle speeder, and that's it. It's a vanilla. So first of all, people are going to play this into the space arena. Not because it's a space unit, but because it kind of looks a little bit like a space unit. When I just right now was reading the card and said, it's a 1-cost cunning ground unit, I was like, ground unit? And then I looked back up and I saw that it does say ground, and I'm like, oh yeah, no, ground unit. So just keep that in mind. It's a ground unit. So this is really kind of pushing the limits of what stats can be on a 1-drop. And we've seen this before. I think it's, I want to say R2 in set 1. Don't quote me on that, though. Maybe that's a different set. But 1/4 for 1 is good stats. Absolutely. It's very pushed 1-drop stats. Does it pass any of my tests? It does not pass the 2/3 test. It dies through the 2/3, and the 2/3 does not die. It does pass the 3/2 test, and I'm inventing a new test now. It kind of passes the 2/2 test. So there's a lot of weird things you can do with this. It does hold experience reasonably well, but in general, I think that you should avoid playing this card if you can play better turn 1 plays. It's probably still like a C, though. It's like a fine turn 1 play that will be a little bit annoying for your opponent to deal with in some circumstances. But yeah, try your best to avoid this most of the time and in favor of playing better turn 1 plays. Next, we have Regulations Bureaucrat. It's a 2-cost cunning ground unit at common. It's a 0/5 Imperial official that has action, exhaust, and exhaust a resource. Now, this is very interesting. I don't think it's particularly good, but it can absolutely screw up your opponent's plays. If you have initiative and play this on 1, then they play their 2-drop. Next turn, you can exhaust one of their resources, and they were probably, oftentimes, in opening hands, when you're looking at the 6 to keep, you don't keep more than 1 2-drop. You keep a 2-drop, and you keep a 3-drop, and maybe a 4-drop if you're lucky. And you just exhaust one of your opponent's units, or one of your opponent's resources. Oh, okay, well, they just take initiative, and then you still get to play with all 3 of your resources. Even if they do have another 2-drop, okay, you play this, you exhaust, they play another 2-drop, you play a 3-drop. You have a 3-drop, they played a 2-drop. Now, they do have 2 2-drops that are capable of attacking. You only have one 3-drop because this can't attack, but it will continually get you value throughout the game, and your opponents will eventually decide, okay, it's time for me to kill Regulations Bureaucrat, and it will have soaked 5 or 6 damage from your base, depending on what increments they can do it in. It's annoying, absolutely, and is it good? I'm going to say maybe. It's fine, but I do think it's a little awkward, and usually you don't want to be playing this if you can help it. It's really bad late game, because if you top deck a regular 2-drop, which will happen a lot, most of your deck should be 2s and 3s. If you top deck a regular 2 or 3-drop, you play it, it's like applying pressure to your opponent's base. If you top deck this on like your 7 resource turn, it's not applying damage to your opponent's base, and then also they don't really care if you exhaust a resource because they're already on 7 of them, and they're probably just going to ignore this and play their 3-drop and win the game, right? Just off of chip damage. I think that this is just such a bad draw late, and it's an okay draw early for annoying your opponent. It's probably still just like a C- though. It's an official, there's synergy. I've said that so many times today. Next up, we have a 3-cost Cunning Ground unit at Uncommon. It's a 3/4 Underworld that has on attack, reveal the top card of your deck. An opponent may pay 1. If they don't, draw it. Now, this is a card. This card is insane. So, the last card, what it did is it would every now and then exhaust one of your opponent's resources. This also exhausts one of your opponent's resources, but this is a 3/4, which has good stats. Now, it's a little worse than exhausting one of your opponent's resources because it gives your opponent a choice. So if the best outcome from your opponent is exhausting a resource, they will do that. But every now and then, you'll get a card out of this whenever they really want to play something on curve. So this comes down, it's a 3/4. It kills their turn 1 play. It maybe even can trade, or not trade, it maybe can eat their turn 2 play. It won't be able to eat both, but if they play like a 3/3, then you get to do that. So slight downside, this does reveal the top card of your deck. So your opponent will look at it and go, okay, how important is it that my opponent doesn't draw this right now? So if they, for example, if you attack with this and then you flip up your like terrible 1-drop that you just had to include as your 30th card, they'll be like, okay, you can have it. But if you draw like your on curve like crazy bomb, they're going to be like, oh, okay, well, now I'm going to deny you that. I'm going to pay the resource. And then also I need to plan around that. It doesn't get discarded. It goes back to the top of your deck, so you will still eventually draw it. Your opponent does know that you're going to draw it. But them knowing, unless they have Garundan, doesn't really matter. It's still going to happen. This is one of the strongest 3-drops or 3-cost cards in the game in this set for Limited, I think. The fact it can just do that every turn is going to feel like Rhystic Study sometimes. Yeah, it's very, very strong. I think it's like a B at least. It might even be higher than that. Definitely very, very strong. Am I missing anything in my notes? Nope. Next, we have Hired Slicer. I should also mention late game. This is a little bit weaker because your opponent will pretty much just always just pay the 1. But I mean, still, it's a 3-cost 3/4, and those are not built usually for late game. Those are built for early-ish game, mid-game. Next, we have Hired Slicer, a 3-cost Cunning Ground unit at Uncommon. It's a 3/4 Fringe. On attack, reveal the top 2 cards of a deck. If you do, you may exhaust a unit that shares a trait with one of those cards. Put those cards on the bottom of that deck in a random order. So this one is also pretty interesting. It is well statted in the same way that Cicatro Vizago is. 3-cost 3/4, love to see it. On attack, you are faced with a choice. Do you choose your deck or your opponent's deck? And that depends entirely on deck building. If you know in your deck that you have a ton of officials and your opponent has an official that's really annoying right now, then you can choose your own deck, and you very likely, because you're looking at 2, you'll very likely hit an official and be able to exhaust it. Or if you're not so sure, if your opponent has like an annoying official, but they're playing Mon Mothma or something as their leader, and you know that they have like a million officials in their deck and you only have like a few, just name your opponents. That gives you a bit more information. Notably, it does give them information about what they are now not drawing, but most of the time that's like pretty incremental. Or incidental. What's the word that means like a little bit? I don't know. So usually you're going to be able to attack and just exhaust a unit, and the play patterns with that are very nice. Sometimes you'll attack and you won't get to exhaust a unit, or at least not the unit you wanted to. You'll usually be able to exhaust a unit. It's often going to be an official, and that'll often be the unit you want to exhaust. Now, notably, once again, notice a couple of words omitted from this card. It does not say non-leader. You can exhaust leaders with this, and a lot of leaders in this set are officials, and a lot of cards in this set are officials. So you will often be able to attack with Hired Slicer and exhaust a leader. And that will be very annoying because you play this on the 3 resource turn. You go 4 resources, you go 5 resources, your opponent's getting ready to flip their leader. You have Hired Slicer. They have to make a really serious choice. Do they flip their leader and potentially just get it exhausted, or do they wait and try to find some way to kill Hired Slicer first so they can actually flip their leader for the full leader flip value where you get to flip an attack, potentially with like plot, right? It's very interesting, and I think this card is very strong. I think it's not quite as strong as Chikatro Vizago, but I could be wrong. Like, they're both kind of insane. They're both very, very strong. I'm giving this one a B-, and honestly, that might be an underrate. Next, we have Unruly Astromech. It's a 3-cost Cunning Ground unit at common. It's a 3/2 droid with hidden, and when defeated, exhaust an enemy unit. This card's fine. 3-cost 3/2s are not amazing. They trade with a lot of 1-drops, or 1 or 2-cost cards that you play on turn 1. When defeated, exhaust an enemy unit matters a little bit sometimes, but I just don't think this is particularly great. That being said, it trades even with some 3-drops, which is fine, I guess. The fact that it has hidden means that your opponent won't be able to just you play this, then they just attack it with their 2-drop and kill it, and that'll suck if that is able to happen, but it's not because it is hidden. So it'll be able to survive at least a turn, and then you can make a decision about initiative based on whether you need Unruly Astromech to attack. Because if you are able to go into turn 3 with initiative and attack with this, kill a unit, exhaust another unit, that turn will feel pretty good for you. But I think this card, just the stats are not great. It does have that nice line, but it's probably no better than a C. Next we have Loan Shark, a 4-cost Cunning Ground unit at common. It is a 2/5 official with Ambush and Raid 1. We've seen cards like this before. It is an official, which is relevant, and it has Ambush, which is, as we know, the best keyword in the game. So it comes down and it attacks for 3. We've seen kind of a similar card to this in the last set, which was the Jedi Temple Guards. I think it had 2/4 Ambush, Restore 1 or Restore 2. I don't remember. And it was actually good. It was better than I was expecting it to be. I thought that 2 was not going to be enough. But 3 definitely is enough. 3 kills basically almost every 2-drop in the set, or turn 1 play in the set. It kills a lot of turn 2 plays in the set, and it will survive both of those almost all of the time. It doesn't always kill their 3-drop, or their turn 2 play, their 3-cost card, but it does a decent amount of the time, and even when it doesn't, in a pinch, it kills their turn 1 play for sure and leaves this around. I think this is well statted and well positioned in this meta, so I think it's at least a B-. It might be a tiny bit higher than that. It might be close to a B. The official tag is also very relevant, and the fact this can go in Heroism and Villainy is very nice as well. Just being able to throw down 3 damage and keep a unit around is very, very nice. Next, we have Duchess's Investigators. It's a 5-cost Cunning Ground unit at common. It's a 4/4 Mandalorian. It has, when played, you may disclose Cunning. If you do, each opponent discards a random card from their hand. Who else remembers Hymn to Turok? This is very going to be underrated, I think. So let me start by saying 5-cost 4/4 is rough. That's not good stats. We've seen in recent sets, Legends of the Forest, and I think this set, I don't remember. There's a 3-cost 4/4. So that's the good stat line is a 3-cost 4/4. Now, if you're a 4-cost 4/4 and you have some other ability, that could also be good. I mean, K2SO is a great card. And there's other 4-cost 4/4s that are good too. But a 5-cost 4/4, you really have to justify it. Does this justify it? Well, let's think about it. This disclose, is it free? In that, will you have the cunning aspect? Yeah, probably. You probably will have the cunning aspect. And that is, that will happen most of the time. How free is giving your opponent information here? It's medium. You usually don't, it usually isn't going to be a huge deal, right? But it could be, depending on what you have to disclose. So each opponent discards a card from their hand at random. Now that is good. So this card gets you kind of card advantage in a way. I mean, you still have to spend a card to get this, but like it kind of repays you that card by having your opponent discard. Now, having your opponent discard on its own is fine, but it's not as good as this. Having your opponent discard at random is incredible. There's like a 1 in 3 chance this just completely eats their turn, because there's a good chance that on the 5 resource turn, your opponent maybe has a 5 resource card and a 2 resource card and like an 8 resource card, let's say. If you just hit their 5 resource card, what, they play a 2-drop? Great, awesome, amazing, right? Now your 4/4 isn't looking so bad, right? And then also your leader that flips and probably just eats that if that's what you need to do at the time. Sometimes, yeah, sure, you like roll the random card and it's the one they would have discarded if they got to choose anyway. But like just having that potential for like just completely ruining your opponent's turn is very nice. It is a bit RNG for sure. But yeah, people who have played Vintage Cube and Magic understand how good random discard is. And it's very good. So if you are not able to do the disclose, this card sucks, obviously. 5 cost 4/4, don't play that card, right? But like if you think you're going to be able to get the disclose off, which this is like a pretty easy one to get off most of the time, you will be able to turn this card from terrible into pretty good. I'm giving it a C+. Next we have Velasartha, 1 path, 1 choice. She's a 5 cost cunning ground unit at uncommon. She's a 4/6 rebel with raid 2, and each exhausted enemy unit gets -2, -0 while defending. So a lot of conditions on her, but I think that she ends up being good. So she's a 5 cost 4/6 that attacks as a 6/6. It incentivizes your opponent to play out their hand first, which is very interesting because oftentimes what you're doing is you go into a new turn and you do what you can on the board first and reveal as little information as you can. You know, sometimes it's right for you to just start throwing stuff from your hand, but usually all else being equal, you want to conceal information as long as you can. And Velasartha disincentivizes that. It incentivizes your opponent to just start playing out their hand, because as soon as they start attacking with units, they're going to become very easy targets for Velasartha and your other units, because this effect is not while Velasartha's attacking them, it's just while she's on the field and any unit's attacking an exhausted unit. So it definitely leads your opponent to make what would typically be like an unoptimal play line, which is good. And then 5 cost 4/6, those are fine stats. And 5 cost attacking as a 6/6, those are incredible stats, right? That's Poe and Old Daka, and they're, you know, incredibly pushed stat lines. So the fact this has that, and also this like fancy other ability about getting really nice trades with your opponents because the -2, -0. I think she is very strong. I'm giving her a B-, and that might be an underrate. She might be a B. Next up, we have Sinara San, Harboring a Secret. She's a 7 cost cunning ground unit at legendary. She's a 7/7 underworld with hidden and on attack for each friendly unit. Ready a friendly resource. So this like resource readying stuff is not something that I'm super into in Limited. The benefit of like a resource readying effect that in a game like Magic, which is one we've seen lots before, you know, something like the Kiora Planeswalker that readies a land or untaps a land. I think she technically untaps any permanent, but usually a land. The benefit of that is you can tap the land, then use Kiora to ready the land, and then tap it, and now you've kind of just made 2 mana with 1 land. That doesn't work in Star Wars Unlimited, right? You can't like tap your mana, or tap your resources and then like float them and then like ready them with Sinara San and then tap them again and get twice as much mana, right? That doesn't work in this game. So the only like time when readying resources matters for you is whenever you're planning to like multi-spell and multi-spell efficiently. So like if you're on your 7 resource turn and you have 2 5-drops, now you can play both of them, great. But the thing is, by the time you're playing Sinara San, you're kind of in top deck mode anyway, and you're usually playing out either you're playing out your hand or you're getting close enough to playing out your hand where this doesn't matter a ton. And then you also probably don't have like a ton of units, and if you do, you're probably winning anyway. So playing a bunch of other cards out of your hand isn't actually going to make you win more, right? Because you're already going to win. And then if you're behind and you want those extra cards out of your hand, that maybe if you're even lucky enough to have those extra cards that you can play, that Sinara would help you with, like that probably means you're behind on board, which means that you probably are not going to have enough resources to ready with her. Ultimately, she's still a 7 cost 7/7, and that's like a fine stat line, but I just don't know how often that ability is going to come up with. Honestly, I like her hidden ability more, just the fact that she's like kind of guaranteed to get in for 7 could swing some games. I'm giving her a C-. Next up, we have Supreme Council Aid. We're getting into just straight villainy now. So this is a 1-cost villain ground unit at common. It's a 2/2 first order official, and that's it. No other text. So, I mean, we've seen turn 1 2/2s. They're like between C- and Cs. They fail the test of a 2/3. It's just kind of a tough spot to be in. This one is an official, which is good, but I'm giving it between like a C- and a C. I think I gave the other ones a C, so this one should probably also be a C, but I'm not going to upgrade the update the PowerPoint. That's fine. It's between a C- and a C. It's sort of like play it if you want, but not if you want. You never really want to. Play it if you have to, but like just know that if you don't have the initiative, it's probably just going to instantly die to your opponent's 2/3. And if you do have the initiative, you're going to get in for 2 before it instantly dies to your opponent's 2/3. I'm not particularly excited by these cards, but there's probably some constructed deck that wants them. Next, we have Sith Assassin, which is a 2-cost villain ground unit at common. It's a 3/2 for Sith, and it has hidden. Have we seen this card before? This card was in Legends of the Force, wasn't it? Maybe not. Probably not, actually. I don't know. I feel like I know this guy. Anyway, yeah, so a 3/2 with hidden for 2. That's fine. That passes the stat sniff test. It trades okay with a 2/3. Trades fine with a 3/2. Trades fine with a 3/3. It's fine. It will sometimes trade up. If your opponent played like a 1/3 on turn 1, you'll kill it, it'll live, and then it might even kill their turn 2 play. That'll feel pretty nice. But ultimately, I mean, this is just like a solid turn 2 play, a solid turn 1 play. I think it's great. I would put this in my deck every time. It's between like probably a C+ and maybe even close to a B-. Probably not though. It's probably a C+. This would have done numbers in the last set if it wasn't in that set though. Force tag with hidden? Whoa. Next, we have Viper Probe Droid. This is a reprint. It's a 2-cost villain ground unit at common. It's a 3/2 Imperial Droid. It says, when played, look at an opponent's hand. This is a very interesting one because information about your opponent's hand in this set in a lot of ways is more free than in other sets because of Disclose. Your opponent's going to just be showing you cards out of their hand because they want to, not because you want to. You don't need to like force them to do that. They're just doing that. Jokes aside, getting information about your opponent's hand is good in this set because of, well, for a lot of reasons. I mean, having information about what's in your opponent's hand is just generally good. But because it's so open and free in this set, in some sense, there are a lot of cards that exploit that. And Viper Probe Droid does a better job than your opponent just disclosing. Because when your opponent's disclosing, they're going to pick the cards that they don't really care if you know about, and going to keep the cards that they do care if you know about hidden from you. And Viper Probe Droid just shows you everything, and then that lines you up for a better Grindan later, right? Or some other effect on your opponent's hand. I think there's a couple. And then, yeah, you just pass the stats test as well. I mean, if your opponent plays a 2/3 or a 3/2 or a 3/3, then it's great. Obviously, the problem with this and the last card, 3/2s, is that they do die to 2/2s, which is the only real point in the favor of 2/2s, is that 3/2s will often be a common turn 1 play, and they do trade okay there. So just keep that in mind, that it is a slightly risky stat line, but also the risk can pay off if you trade up. And also this just gets you information right away as well, which is good. So I'm giving Viper Probe Droid a C+. I am happy to play this card in any villain deck that I put together for this pre-release or draft. And he's a reprint. We love to see it. I think this means he'll be legal in the next rotation too, because I think Spark was rotating out, so cool. Not this set. Rotation is not happening until next set. Ashes of the Empire? Or is that the one after that? I don't know. Whatever the set is after Secrets of Power. Cool. Next up, we have Political Bully, which is a 3-cost villainy ground unit at common. It is a 2/3 Republic official that says, when played, if you control another official unit, you may deal 2 damage to a ground unit. When played, if you control another official unit is often. There are a lot of officials in this set, and you will often have them. It will feel like ambush some of the time. Now, one thing that you should keep in mind here is that there are actually only 12 2-drop officials in this set, and only 7 of them that don't have the heroism tag. So there actually is a real chance that you will not have an official on turn 2 when you play this, which means that I am very wrong about the grade that I gave this. I thought there were more, so I'm going to edit that. So my reasoning for this card being good was that this kind of felt like ambush some of the time. You played it and you had an official that was a 2-drop, and then you were able to just kind of do 2 to something right away, which is this thing's power, which is why it kind of feels like ambush. But you don't take any damage back, so better than ambush. But the problem is you're actually, if you play this on turn 2, not going to have ambush or not going to have an official all that often, which probably brings this down a decent amount. Now, a 3-cost 2/3 is not good, but it's not a complete fail on the stats. It still trades with 2/3s and 3/2s and all that stuff. But you do really want to be getting this one plate ability off, which means that you're usually not playing this on turn 2, which means it's definitely quite a bit worse. So originally I gave this a B- because I was like, oh, there's like so many, and you might just be able to straight up snipe your opponent's 1-drop. That's crazy. But I actually think now this card is probably closer to like a C, just because I don't think it's going to be very consistent that you get officials on turn 1. Maybe it's a C+, but the stats are just really not good. So definitely ignore the thing on the screen right now. I actually just thought there were more officials at turn 1, but there are 7 that you could be playing with this. And how many of those are rare? 1 of them, 2 of them, 3, 4. So there's 3 at common and uncommon. They're Jar Jar Binks, Outer Rim Constable, and Regulations Bureaucrat. Those are the 3 officials that you can have out on turn 2 that are not rare. I think this card is a C. It's maybe even an overrate, actually. I didn't realize just how sparse those were that early. Good, so I'll take that L now as my cards I was most wrong about. Political Bully. No, we're calling this a C. We're calling this a C. It's not a B-. I don't care what's on the screen right now. Cool. All right, we go next. Next, we have Elia Kane, False Convert. She is a 4-cost villain ground unit at uncommon. She's a 3/6 Imperial New Republic. She has Raid 1, and when played, look at 3 enemy resources. You may defeat one of them. If you do, it's a controller puts the top card of their deck into play as a resource and readies it. So this is a decent way to disrupt plot. 4 costs for a 3/6 is actually pretty okay, especially because it has Raid 1 and it attacks as a 4/6. Like, these are reasonable stats, which is, I think, FFG's way of saying that they know this one plate ability is not going to be great a lot, because if it was, they probably would have had to nerf her stats a bit more. But every now and then, this just like goes, you were planning on doing like Syntha, or you were planning on doing some other massively impactful plot card. Well, no. The downside, of course, being that even if they are planning on doing that and they have it in their resources at this point in the game, you only get to look at 3. So you'll only hit their card, probably about half the time, maybe a bit more than half the time. You'll be able to hit their plot card. Now, it's possible that they have more than one plot card, in which case you get to make their options less, which is good. But still, this is just a 4-cost 3/6 with Raid 1 a lot of the time, and that is honestly good enough for me. And the fact that it can incidentally just completely disrupt your leader's flip or your opponent's flip turn, totally happy with that too. I think this card is great. I think it's like a B- probably. I'm a big fan of Elia Kane. I think this is a very strong card. Next, we have FN Trooper Corps, which is a 5-cost villain ground unit at common. It's a 4/5 first order trooper that says when played, give an experience token to another friendly unit, and it has plot. So this is, I think, going to be hugely underrated, namely just because it flips on 5, or not flips on 5, it is 5. So if your leader is 5, 6, or 7 flip cost, then you can do this. If your leader flips on 4, sorry, find a different line. But in almost every case, you'll be able to do this on your leader's flip turn. It's a 5-cost 4/5, which does kind of a little bit fail the stats test, but not by too much. A 4-cost 4/5 is very respectable stats. 5-cost 4/5, a little bit less so. But in a way, this is a 5-cost 5/6, because you're never going to be just playing this by itself onto an empty board. You're almost always, and this is the best case for the card, going to be playing this as a 5 cost out of your resources with plot and giving an experience token to your leader. Experience tokens on leaders are obviously nuts, and just that +1/+1 can have massive impact on the way the board math currently is. And since it's on a leader, it's very hard to deal with. I think FN Trooper Corps is actually quite going to be underrated. And just a 5-cost 4/5, obviously, if you play it naked and give an experience token to something, that's not great. But I think that will not be what you usually go for. I think you're usually going to be trying to plot this. But in a pinch, if you have to do that, it's not the worst thing in the world. If you have to play this as a 5-cost 4/5 and give +1/+1 fast stats to something, that's okay too. So generally, I think this is a B- if you plot it, and I'm not going to give it a grade if you don't plot it. It's probably like a C if you don't plot it, but I think B- if you plot it is fair. This might be a bit of an overrate, I will admit, but I don't think it's any lower than a C+. Next, we have Darth Nihilus, Lord of Hunger. He's a 7-cost villain ground unit at Legendary. He's a 6/6 Force Sith that says when played on attack, deal 3 damage to the unit with the least remaining HP among other units. If it's a non-vehicle unit, give an experience token to this unit. So this is really interesting. First of all, 7 cost for 6/6 in stats is really not great. 6/6 in stats is something you give to a 5-cost unit with like Poe and Old Daka, and that's really good. 6/6 on a 6-cost unit is fine. We've seen that with like the Space Colossal Dreadmaw and other similar things. But 7 for 6/6, that you're kind of losing me there, right? We've seen an 8 for 6/6 in Snoke be very good, but that's because that instantly affects the board in a very real way. This doesn't as much. Now, I should say, elephant in the room, when played on attack, it deals 3 to the unit with the least remaining HP among other units. So it can't hit itself, but it can and sometimes will, because this is not a May, hit your units. So if you attack with this or play this on a board where you have a unit with the lowest HP, it's probably going to kill that unit. Because if it has the lowest HP, there's a very high chance it's 3 or less. And it's going to just straight up kill that unit. But, I mean, you know that you're going to play Darth Nihilus, and your opponent does not know that. So if you're able to, before you play him, attack certain ways on a board such that your opponent is left with a unit that has the least amount of HP, then yeah, I mean, that's fine. He comes down and he kills something, and maybe he becomes a 7/7, and that's good. But you definitely have to do some weird attacks, and depending on how locked in your opponent is, it might be a bit of a telegraph too. They might go, oh, okay, this is like a very weird attack my opponent's making. The only purpose I can think would be they want me to have like this, and then but usually you shouldn't play around legendaries, but like, in a pinch, this could be kind of telegraphed. But I think as the player of Darth Nihilus, you are usually able to make it so that the ability matters for you. And then, yeah, sure, it comes down, it kills something, and it's a 7/7, and that's good. It's probably... But then every on attack, you also need to make sure that you have the unit with the least remaining HP. It's a little bit tough. And then there are a decent amount of vehicles in this set. Sometimes the least remaining HP will be a vehicle, and then the vehicle dies, but Nihilus doesn't get an experience counter. I don't know. I think it's going to be a little bit awkward. It's probably between a C and a C+. It says C on screen. I'm leaning towards C+ now. I think I've talked myself into it a bit. Like, it usually will be able to work in your favor, but I just think that playing a 7-cost 6/6 is just kind of rough sometimes. And that sometimes will be just what it is. But yeah, I think probably C+ is more correct. I'm going to update my spreadsheet, which you can find on patreon.com/unlimitedlimited. Very nice. Next, we have B2EMO. That's 2 Lies, a 1-cost heroism ground unit at, I think uncommon, right? Yeah, uncommon. It is a 0/4 fringe droid that has restore 1, and on attack you may disclose heroism. If you do, give a unit sentinel for this phase. So it's a 1-cost 0/4 that fails every test, and it has restore 1, so eventually your opponent's probably going to want to get rid of it. On attack you may disclose hero. That is always going to be it's always going to be 2 cards, not at least. It's going to be always exactly 2 cards. And that one is actually very not free. Sometimes you just won't have enough heroism cards for that. And even if you do have those 2 heroism cards, giving unit Sentinel is not like such a massive upside most of the time, especially on a unit that's so fragile and doesn't actually do much on its own. It's a little bit unfortunate because I like this character, and I was hoping that he would get a really cool card. And this card is fine, and there might be a home for it somewhere, but that home for it is not in your draft decks. I think it's a D. The only thing keeping it of D1 is the restore 1 and the 4 HP both make it a little bit annoying. Next, we have High Command Counselor, which is a 2-cost heroism ground unit at common. It's a 1/4 rebel official that has, while you control another official unit, this unit gains raid 2. So now that I know that there's fewer 2-drop official units, this maybe loses a couple of points, but the raid 2 only comes up really whenever this you go into turn 2 and can play a 3-drop, and there are more officials in that category. So I think you'll usually be able to have this. If you go into the game with initiative, then this will often just feel like a 2-cost 3/4, which is obviously incredible. And your opponent... Now, I say that, but your opponent will always have an opportunity to respond to that. You play this, even if you have initiative, you play this, they play theirs, you take initiative. Next turn, you play another official, and now they can attack into this if they want first, and while it's still a 1/4, and then, yeah, on your attack it becomes a 3/4, which is good, don't get me wrong, that's very good. But it's not quite as good as just being a 2-cost 3/4 or a 2-cost raid 2. Because it means you have to do an action first. And sometimes it will just be stuck as a 1/4, and that's not great for sure, but it still trades okay into some of your opponent's units, like a 3/2 or a 2/2. That's okay. Obviously, that's not amazing, but I think it's a 3/4 often enough that I'm giving it like a B-. I think this is a pretty solid 2-drop. This might be an overrate. It might be closer to a C+, but I want to see this work, so I'm going to give it a B-. This is my show. Next up, we have Rebel Pathfinder, which is a 2-cost Heroism Grand Unit of Common. It's a 2/3 Rebels Trooper with Saboteur. Pretty sure we've seen this card before, and this is that mythical 2/3 for 2 that I've been talking about. This is like kind of what I've been evaluating every other 2-drop against, cards like this. This is not the only 2-cost 2/3. This passes its own test. It passes tests against other stat lines. It fails the test against 3/3s, but it is what it is. But it passes tests quite nicely against 2/2s. So I think this is going to be a very solid turn 1 play. It's just pretty much going to be a 2-cost 2/3. There's nothing really to write home about this. It doesn't have the official tag. Saboteur is not going to come up all that often. I think this card is a C+. You want this in your deck. Next, we have Marva Andor. We've Been Sleeping, a 3-cost Heroism Ground Unit Uncommon. It's a 3/4 Rebel that says when defeated, give an experience token to each friendly Rebel unit. How many Rebels are in this set is what you should be asking yourself. There are 21 of them, 12 of which are at common and uncommon, and there are 3 Rebel leaders. So a 3-cost 3/4 we've established is a great stats for the cost. And if you are able to get even 1 experience counter off of this, which I think you will be, then it feels insanely good. I think Marva is a very strong card. And you won't always get the experience counter, but even if you don't, like the fail case of being a 3-cost 3/4, that's like probably still like a C+, right? And then the fact you can sometimes get 1 or more experience counters off of this, again, there are some Rebel leaders as well, in which case she becomes insane. I think this card goes up to a B-. I'm happy to run this card in any deck, really, that can run her. She trades well into so many of the 2-drops in the set, a decent amount of the 3-drops, and she leaves behind something really important. Just like in the show. Is that a spoiler? You should go watch Andor. It's really, really good. Next, we have Covert Operative, a 4-cost Heroism Ground Unit at common. It's a 2/4 Rebel that says when played, this unit captures an enemy non-leader unit that costs 2 or less. This one is interesting. I wrote in my notes, and that's how I feel about it. Like, 4-cost 2/4 is a failure in stats. We get two drops that have better stats than this now, right? I shouldn't be comparing everything to Gunji. That's not fair. Gunji is an exception. We get 2 drops that have these stats now, right? 2/4 is a good stat line on a 2-drop. Not so good on a 3-drop and quite bad on a 4-drop. How good is this? You play it and you capture an enemy non-leader unit that costs 2 or less. Usually by the time you're playing this, the 2-drops are dead. Or if they're not dead, if your opponent's 2-drop isn't dead, then that probably means that they're really snowballing that game because they've been able to maintain sort of control. And then, yeah, sure, you get to capture it. Great. And they probably have a way to deal with the 2/4 at that point in the game, though, or at least can almost deal with it and pretty easily deal with it the following turn. I don't think this card is bad by any means, and if you do get this ability off, it can be fine. And it's honestly even like a fine late game card, because if you play it, if you're both in top deck mode, there's like a solid chance that your opponent's best play for a turn is just playing a 2. And then you play Covert Operative, and it's like they didn't even do that, and you have a 2/4. Great. It's obviously you don't like want to top deck this late game, but like it's, you know, there could be worse. I think that this probably is like a C, but honestly could go a little bit lower than that. Maybe a little high, but probably not. I think if anything it goes lower. I'm just not a believer of this card. It just trades with so many 2-drops. Like a 2/3 just trades with this kind of, right? Yeah, I don't think so. Obviously, I guess it doesn't because he just captures it. But you know what I mean. If you have 2 of them or, yeah, something like that. Next, we have Remote Escort Tank, a 6-cost heroism ground unit at common. It's a 5/5 Republic vehicle tank that says when played, give a unit Sentinel for this phase, and it has plot. So this one is super interesting. It protects your leader, because if your leader flips on 6, which is like half of the leaders-ish, you play this out, and it can give itself Sentinel. So now you have a 5/5 that your opponent has to get through. They can't attack your leader, so they either don't attack at all, or they take 5 on probably 2 of their units and probably kill at least one of those. Like, it's pretty good in that specific instance. Are you otherwise okay playing a 6-cost 5/5? Not really, no, I don't think so. If I were to give this 2 grades, it would be like C+ for if you do the plot, and C- for if you don't. Which averages it in my mind to a C. It's just really unfortunate. Like these plot cards, if you don't plot them, like you're playing this and your opponent plays like Rex, which is a 6-drop. That's a 7/7. Or your opponent plays, I can't think of any of the other good 6-drops off the top of my head right now, but there's quite a few of them. And this does not compete with those at all. The only time it's ever good is when it can come out plotted and give itself Sentinel. Or, I mean, sometimes giving your leader Sentinel is also good, protecting some other small units, and it makes that very hard to kill, very hard to get through. That is something that you can do as well, and you will know best in that moment which one works best for you. Having that option is very important, of either giving your leader Sentinel or protecting your leader by giving something else Sentinel. Like this, for example. This is a good thing to have Sentinel on. It holds it well. Next, we have ASP Laborer. It is a 2-cost ground unit at common with no aspect. It is a 1/4 droid with Restore 1. This one's kind of interesting, actually. I don't love the card. Like, I don't think it's like an insane turn 1 play, but it's like kind of okay. It trades with a lot of 2/2s. It's a little bit annoying for your opponent if they play like a 2/3. They're probably just going to start getting into your base. Maybe they'll attack this. If they do, then you attack it back. And then you lose your unit and they don't, so you're never doing that. You attack base, they attack this again. Then, yeah, sure, they've eaten your 2-drop, but you've eaten 2 attacks of theirs and also got into base for 1. That's obviously not like the best possible scenario for you. You usually want to keep control on the board, but this is like kind of sometimes interesting. It's and if you play it and then they decide not to deal with it, Restore 1 throughout the game can get you some real value. I don't think this card is crazy, but the fact it can go in every deck means that you'll just sometimes have 1 or 2 of these guys, and it won't be the worst thing in the world. This card's probably like a C. Also, in a pinch, it does deal with the 3/2s, although that's a really bad line for you, especially if you don't have initiative. Your base is going to 5, because they go base, you go into that, they go base, you go into that. Oh, I guess you go to 4, right? Because you would restore the 2 off of this. My mistake. But still, like, that's really not what you want to be doing. Overall, though, I think this card's fine. The Restore 1 is going to be just annoying enough that your opponent might decide to waste some time and deal with this. But, yeah, that's not great. Next, we have Inspiring Senator, a 3-cost 3/3 Republic official ground unit at common. I said that in a weird order, but you get it. No aspect. It says, when defeated, the next official unit you play this phase costs 1 less. I actually kind of like this card. So a 3-cost 3/3 is okay stats. That on its own is maybe like a C-. It does trade, trades with some 2s, which is unfortunate, but it also eats some 2s, right? Like a 2/3, which is a pretty common 2 in the set. And it has a pretty strong when defeated, You play this, your opponent plays their 3, next turn you trade your 3s, you get to play a 5-drop. Cool. What did their 3 get them? Nothing, right? Obviously that's like a specific scenario, but they get to play a 4-drop and you get to play a 5-drop, right? Like, that's pretty nice. There's a lot of officials, so you'll usually be able to do this, and this is an official itself, so you can have some synergies there. No, I think this card is actually, it's going to be underrated. I will say it's not great later on, because if you draw this and play it on like 7 and then you're able to throw it into something and maybe you get lucky and they trade, great, now you have 7 resources and you can play your 5-cost official for 4. Yeah, I don't know. But early game on curve, this is okay. This might be a bit of an overrate. I'm calling it now, but I'm going to give this a C+. I think that sometimes it will trade down, and that's unfortunate, but oftentimes it will trade like equal. Sometimes it'll trade up. And when it's trading equal, it does kind of trade up because you get a discount on your official, which you can hopefully take advantage of. You won't always be able to. That's sort of the other awkward part about this card. You won't always be able to take advantage of it. Maybe in the deck building phase, you can put in more 5-drop officials because you have Inspiring Senator. I don't know. Could be, though. Let me know how that goes. Next, we have 4-cost ground unit at common, no aspect, and no commission. It's a 4/3 Separatist official, and it has Sentinel. This dies to 2 drops. It's like an annoying card, I guess, especially if your opponent doesn't have like a 3/2 or a 3/3, because you play it down, and yeah, 4 is reasonable. That'll probably go even, but like, don't put cards like this in your deck, really. This is like, the worst case scenario for this card is it dies to a 2-drop, and this card isn't official, so there's some synergy there, I guess. The best case scenario for this card is it trades with a 5-cost card, which will almost never happen. The true best case scenario with this card is it trades evenly with your opponent's 4-drop. I guess. Don't play this card. It's really just not that good. There are some interesting lines where you play it and your opponent doesn't have a 3/3 or a 3/2 that they played on 1, and they just have a 2/3, and now they have to think, okay, do I want to put 2 into that and lose my unit, or do I just want to take initiative and like waste an attack with a unit? And they probably will choose the latter and then just deal with it the next turn. And that kind of is handy in a pinch, which is why I kind of rounded this up to a C-. I think it's between D+ and C- though. Try your best to not play this card. The worst case scenario for it is just so abysmal, and the best case scenario is just fine. And then the last unit we have, oh boy, I get to have a water break after this. It's a little gift I give myself. It is a 5-cost ground unit, Assassin Probe at common. No aspect. It is a 4/4 Separatist droid that has, when defeated, deal 1 damage to each exhausted enemy ground unit. No. There's a similar card in Legends of the Forest that was like a 5-cost 4/4 that did something kind of like this, and that stat line is just so rough. It like the 4/4 stat line is something that you kind of, it's good on a 3-drop, it's okay on a 4-drop if the effect is good, and it's just kind of bad on anything above that. That's not to say that there can't be a good 5-cost 4/4. I'm sure there is somewhere. Isn't Agent Callus a 5-cost 4/4? I don't remember. Anyway, I digress. This is not Agent Callus, regardless. Yeah, so it comes in, it dies to something that costs less than it, and then it pings a couple of things if you're lucky. It'll probably ping at least one thing, depending on what your opponent killed it with. Because if they attack into this with like a 5/5 or something like that, or a 4/5, yeah, it'll kill that. Cool, awesome. But like, more than likely, they're going to attack into this with their 3-drop, and their 3-drop will die to this anyway, and they'll just trade, and then this will ping nothing. That is like the likely outcome for this. I don't really see a scenario where this goes crazy and like wipes your opponent's board. Maybe if it dealt 2 to each enemy ground unit, then it could hit like spies or something like that. But I just don't really see a scenario. Like there was a card earlier I was talking about that deals 1 to everything, or a bunch of stuff when you play it. And that can be underrated because it's really easy to not play around that and to be playing the game and leaving a lot of your units at 1. Because like I said, being at 1 is the same as being at 3 a lot of the time because your opponent can only deal damage in certain increments, in certain quanta, right? And the case for that one that can ping everything down is they leave it with 1 HP because it doesn't matter. And then you play that, and oh, it actually did matter all along, right? And you get to do, maybe kill 2 or 3 of their units, and it's great. The problem with Assassin Probe is as soon as you play it, your opponent realizes, oh, okay, well, now it matters. And I can play around that by A, not leaving my units at 1 HP, or B, just any units that I maybe already have at 1 HP from before, I just make sure they are not exhausted, so this doesn't hit them. And I deal with this in some other way. And there's just going to be so many ways for your opponent to deal with that. I really just don't think this card is good. I'm giving it a D+. I don't think you should play it. Is it a curve filler if you absolutely need one? Like, yeah. Is it unplayable? No. But is it good, like, at all? No. It's between a D and a D+. A D+ might be a little bit generous, I'll be honest. But that's where I'm putting it. All right. Let's get into the next section, which is upgrades. First, we have Condemn. It is a 3-cost Vigilance Villainy upgrade. at rare. It gives +0/+0, and it is a condition. And it says, while attached unit is attacking, it gains on attack. The defending player may disclose vigilance and villainy. If they do, this unit gets -6/-0 for this attack and loses all other abilities. This is like sorter removal. And the thing is, it'll feel like better removal early. And it'll feel like weaker removal later, because later you're probably not going to want to keep a vigilance and villainy card in your hand to keep disclosing with this, right? Because you put it on their unit, they keep attacking, and they make you disclose vigilance, villainy. And, you know, the first time they're going to want to do this, so they get information, assuming this action isn't going to cost them initiative, right? They're going to want to do this to get information. After that, they might just like stop attacking with this, and then yeah, sure, it feels like removal. And then maybe at some point though, they attack with this, and you don't have that. You lose the gamble there. They take a gamble, and you don't have it. And then this isn't removal at all anymore, right? This is now just you do nothing. You attack, and it's just a unit that attacks, right? And then also there is like the fringe case where you put this on one of their big units, and then their big unit can still attack through the -6/-0, probably not by much. But if you put this on like a nihilist that has a couple of counters, it'll still attack as a 2/8, which is fine, I guess. Obviously it's not great, but what I'm describing right now are kind of best case scenarios for Condemn. I think Condemn is usually just not going to be very good, because when you put it down on a unit, it'll work right away and it will get bad later. It'll feel kind of like Capture in that sense, where the unit's gone for a bit, but I think it'll come back. Overall, it is still removal, and the disclose cost, it's not free, but if you have Condemn in your hand, you're probably going to be resourcing accordingly. I think Condemn gets a C+. Next, we have Creditor's Claim, which is a 3-cost Vigilance Villainy upgrade at Uncommon. It gives +2/+2, and it is a supply. It has attached unit gains when defeated. You may defeat a unit with 3 or less remaining HP. Now, I like this a lot. This is so 3 costs for +2/+2 is not amazing, I'll admit. That's not great. It's not bad, though. It's like okay. And then you can just defeat a small unit. It has like mini takedown on it. Like that's pretty good. The fact that whenever you are when you do lose the unit that has this upgrade on it, and that will happen eventually, then you get to just kill one of their smaller things too. And I will say, this does not say non-leader. If their leader happens to have 3 or less remaining HP, this can kill a leader, and that will come up a lot, I think. Leaders, as we know, are like the most important part of most limited games, and if you put this, like, for example, on your leader, then +2/+2 is great, and if you put this on a non-leader, then +2/+2 is still great, and also you're probably getting at least 2 cards at value out of this. One thing that you can do that's kind of neat is if you play a 2-drop on turn 1, turn 2 you play this on it, it now trades with whatever they played on turn 1, and now it probably also trades with whatever they played on turn 2, and then also maybe you can, instead of doing that, conceivably you could attack into their thing they played on turn 3, maybe kill it because this is big, and then also kill their turn 2 play. There's a lot of like that line is like very like specifically would have to be that, but and you won't have something quite that good every time, but there are a lot of like really interesting lines. And another thing you can do is attack a small unit that has Creditor's Claim on it into a really big unit, and then the small unit dies, but then it leaves the big unit with 3 or less remaining HP, and you can now defeat it with this. So this basically just lets your small units defeat whatever they want, and then in some cases defeat 2 units. So I think this card's great. This also gets rid of the downside that a lot of upgrades have, which is to say that you put an upgrade on a unit, and then your opponent just kills it, and then you get 2 for 1. This at the very least lets you get 2 for 2, right? Because you put this on a unit, they point a removal spell at it, and then that unit dies, so you get to destroy a unit. So they're down a removal spell on a unit, you're down a unit and Creditor's Claim, it's 2 for 2, which is obviously that's not great. You want to get value out of your upgrades, but as like a worst case scenario, that's okay, So I'm giving Creditor's Claim, I think it's between a B- and a B. I've rounded down to B-, but that might be risky because removal is removal. Next, we have Diplomatic Immunity, which is a 2-cost Vigilance Heroism upgrade at Uncommon. It's a law, and it gives +2/+2 that says, it says, attached unit gains. When this unit is attacked, you may disclose Vigilance, Heroism, Heroism. If you do, the attacker gets -2/-0 for this attack. This is a crazy ask. So 2 costs for +2/+2, that's fine. That's all right. I would play that sometimes. And if my opponent doesn't have a way to remove it, that's good. This might run away with some games, right? We saw in Legends of the Force that putting a lightsaber on one of your early plays can sometimes just win you the game, right? And this will feel like that sometimes. Now, when this unit is attacked, you may disclose Vigilance, Heroism, Heroism. That is the least free disclose. That is so not free at all. This is usually going to be at least 3 cards. It usually won't be 4, but sometimes it will be. And in that case, you're just not doing it. And even in the case of revealing 3, you're also probably just not able to do it. If you do it, you're going to be pretty much showing your opponent your entire hand, which is maybe a flavor win. Is it a flavor win for this scene? I don't know. I'd have to think about it. And I'm busy thinking about draft right now, so no. But you would have to, reveal them your entire hand, and that is a pretty big downside just on its own, even if you are able to do this. And the benefit you get is -2/-0. I guess that could be good, especially because your opponent's going to... So here's the good line for this card, is if you play it onto your unit, your opponent should assume that you probably cannot do this disclose. That's what I'm assuming. Until I get burned enough times for this, I'm going to assume that my opponent can't do this disclose. So I'm going to be attacking into this as if it is +2/+2 and nothing else. And every now and then, my opponent will go, actually, I disclosed this. And then I just got blown out because I can't take back that attack. That attack's currently in progress, and my unit's about to die and not kill their unit because I was expecting their unit to not, or my unit to have 2 more attack than it actually does. So that is the insane part of this card, is the cost is so prohibitive that you probably assume that they can't do it, and then if they can do it, it's really good. So that's kind of cool, I guess. But even if they do it, and I just kind of went down a unit, unfortunately, I now know everything in their hand probably, right? Which definitely that's not worth it, I don't think. But it still is a pretty nice consolation prize for me. All of that, at the end of the day, this is 2 costs or +2/+2 most of the time. Every now and then you spike something kind of crazy. I am going to give this a C+. Next, we have Exiled from the Force, which is a 1-cost Vigilance upgrade at Rare. It's +0/+0, and it's a condition. And it says, attached unit loses the Force trait and all abilities except for Grit, and attached unit gains Grit. There's no point of this card. So you're never paying this for 1, you're paying this for 3, and what you do is you give a unit Grit. I don't think there's any Force trait synergies in this set, so this is that specific line is for Constructed, or I guess a Chaos Draft. The Grit is good. Grit is a good keyword, especially if you get it on your leader. So this is 3 costs to give your leader Grit. I guess that's kind of okay. You don't really want to put this in your deck though. Obviously a leader with Grit, that's nice. Leaders usually have pretty big butts, and that means that there's a lot of potential for them to do a lot of damage if they have Grit, but still, I think this card is a D at most. That may be a bit ambitious, but I do think the upside of giving a leader Grit can be there. But yeah, I'm not very high on this card. I think that you probably should not play it. I also, I haven't finished Knights of the Old Republic 2, so I don't really understand this scene. I know that spoilers for Knights of the Old Republic 2. Okay, skip ahead 30 seconds. I know that Nihilus and Scion sever Trey's connection with the Force, but I don't really understand how that works within the context of the universe. How can you just do that? And if you can just do that, why wouldn't you just do that all the time? I don't know. Maybe there's some crazy lore that I'm missing, but I don't get it. Lore nerds in the comments, if you're still watching at this point, okay? Get in there and explain to me why this isn't just kind of a confusing plot hole, I guess. Anyway, okay, going next. Next up, we have Nimble Prowess, which is a 1-cost Vigilance upgrade at Common. It gives +1/+1, and it is an innate. It says, attach to a friendly unit, and when played, you may exhaust a unit in attached unit's arena. I actually kind of think this is good. This is a very interesting effect. So what you ideally do is you just put this like, so here's the crazy line, okay? I know it's a 1 cost and we want to play 1 costs early, but what if you play this on the turn your leader flips and use it to exhaust your opponent's leader? Like, that's pretty good. 1 cost, give your leader +1/+1 and also make it so their leader doesn't get a turn. Like, that's kind of nice, and you'll always be able to do it, initiative or not. No, that's not true. If your opponent has initiative, well, hold on. Okay, so if your opponent has initiative, the way that you would maybe do this would be they deploy their leader, you play Nimble Prowess on something that isn't your leader, and then yeah, sure, your leader doesn't have +1/+1, but something does, and exhaust their leader, then you flip their leader, your leader. And that's good, because now you have a ready leader, and they don't, and your leader doesn't have +1/+1, but some other unit of yours does. That's pretty good. Now, if you have the initiative, you flip leader, they flip leader, you put Nimble Prowess on leader, and you exhaust their leader. Now your leader has +1/+1, and they don't get a leader attack on this turn. Yeah, I think that is very strong. And I think that's like one use case for this. That's probably the best use case for this, but there are others as well. You can put this on a space unit as well and exhaust one of their space units if there's any sort of fight going on in space. And if there is a fight going on in space, +1/+1 will probably make you win that fight. That is a real math changer in draft a lot of the time and sealed. So yeah, definitely don't sleep on Nimble Prowess. It's still like not a unit, so I can't give it like a crazy grade because it won't like add to the board on its own, but it definitely will help your units win combat and maybe make your opponent's units not have all the value that they could. It will give your opponents the initiative a lot of the time though, because again, anytime you're taking actions away from your opponent, that leads them closer to the initiative. So just be aware of that if you're playing, I don't know, Cassian. So yeah, I'm giving this a B-. Next, we have Armor of Fortune, which is a 2-cost vigilance upgrade at common. It's an item armor. It gives +0/+3, and it has plot. So how good is 2 costs for +0/+3? Not particularly good, right? That's actually really not good at all. This deserves 2 grades because this does have plot. So if you flip your leader and put Armor of Fortune on your leader, it's cheap enough that you probably can still play another card that turn. And then also your leader having +3 HP is very relevant, right? You are able to attack into so much more. You're able to get so much more value out of your leader than you would otherwise be able to. It also, like I've said about plot cards, it kind of feels like drawing a card, right? Because you're not playing a card out of your hand. Now, this is still not like insane if you plot it out onto your leader, but I think it's like actually like actively good, and I would have it in my deck. I think this is a D if you just had to play it straight up. It's not good, and even if you do play it straight up, playing it on a leader is probably the best outcome. And if you're going to do that anyway, you probably should plot it, unless you just like drew it the next turn, I guess. But honestly, I think this is maybe like one of my craziest ratings this set, but I think this card goes high as a B- on a leader. Just giving your leader +3 is insane. It's really good. But we'll see. I could be wrong about this. It maybe is closer to a C+. This might be an overrate. I don't think there's any chance it's a underrate. I don't think this is a B. Next up, we have Disciples Devotion, which is a 3-cost vigilance upgrade at uncommon. It's a +1/+3, and it's an innate. It says, while attached unit is exhausted, it gains Sentinel. This one is kind of interesting. 3 costs for +1/+3 is not particularly good, but giving something Sentinel sometimes can be. Because if you put this on like your biggest unit and your opponent can't remove it. Now, the problem with this piece of upgrade is that if your opponent just has removal, it sucks, right? Because you get 2 for 1. There's no cope here for that. You can put this on one of your bigger units, and then your opponent knows that if they need to deal with a unit that is not that unit, they have 1 action to do it, assuming they have the initiative. And if they do, that's great, and then you just attack with that unit, boom, now they're stuck behind it again. And +3 on a Sentinel, +3 HP on a Sentinel makes this annoying, and +1 on the Sentinel makes it so that your opponent probably won't be able to like favorably trade into it. So this is definitely a very annoying upgrade for sure. What I just described where your opponent gets one freebie is only if they have the initiative. If you have the initiative, you're just attacking first with this unit, and then you're keeping your other stuff behind it. This goes pretty well on your leader as well if you want to protect your non-leader units. It goes well on a non-leader unit if you want to protect your leader, although again, be careful about removal because this just truly does get 2 for 1, or get you 2 for 1 if they have removal. But I think all in all, it's probably between a C and a C+, and I kind of want to round it up because if they don't have removal, and I will just like spoil ahead of time, there's not a ton of removal in this set, and if they don't have it, then yeah, this is just going to be really, really annoying for them to get through. Like the +3 and the +1, like I said that in a weird order. The +1 attack and the +3 HP pair very nicely together on a unit with Sentinel. So I'm going to tentatively give it a C+. That might be an overrate. There's no chance that's an underrate, I don't think. Next up, we have Figure of Unity, which is a unique upgrade, and it is a 3-cost command heroism upgrade at Legendary. It is an innate. It gives +2/+2, and you attach it to a unique unit. An attached unit gains while this unit's readied. Each other friendly unit gains Overwhelm, Raid 1, and Restore. So the ideal line for this is that you put it on your leader, and then you attack with your leader. You attack with your leader last. It gives all of your other units more attack. So that they can trade in better ways. It gives them all more restore so that they can help stem the bleeding of your base. Overwhelm maybe matters a little bit, might get a couple of extra damage into base there, but really and then also +2/+2 on your leader is really nice. Now obviously this doesn't need to go on a leader, but I think like 80, maybe not 80, but like pretty close to 80% of the time, 75% of the time, you're going to be putting it on your leader. It'll go okay on another unit, but obviously this is one such case of an upgrade that does just get blown out by removal. You just get 2 for 1. You put this on a unit, the unit gets removed, bozo, right? But if you put this on a leader, there's no Rival's Fall in this set. You're going to get at least some value out of it. There is some damage removal that can hit leaders, and conceivably they could have something like that, but +2 helps you survive the first wave of that, so you're guaranteed to get some value out of Figure of Unity if you put it on a leader, less so if you put it on a unit. Anyway, I think this card is great. It's definitely in the B range if you put it on a leader. I think I'm going to give it a B-. 3 for +2/+2 is not like the best stat line ever, but all that other stuff really makes up for it, I think. Next, we have Unveiled Might, which is a 4-cost command upgrade at common. It gives +2/+3, and it is innate. And it has plot. So it's just 4-cost +2/+3. We have to give this 2 ratings. I think this is solid if you flip your leader and you put this on that, and I think it's trash everywhere else. This is one of those upgrades where if you put it somewhere and it gets removed, you get 2 for 1. Most upgrades are like that. I'm probably going to remind you every time that we see one like that, but still. It's just really tough in that situation. That's why, but giving a leader +2/+3 means your leader is going to win a lot of races. It's going to stick around a lot longer, and it's going to be able to deal with either a lot more of your opponent's units or deal a lot of damage to base, right? So I think this deserves 2 grades. I think it gets a D+, just on its own merits. That might even be an overrate, and it gets a C+ on a leader, just because I think that is on a leader if you plot it. Because I think just having a leader and then not giving your opponent a chance to respond and having it be +2/+3 forever, that's very nice. There's also the world where you play it on a leader but not with plot, where if you drew it after and then it's still not great, it's probably a C- in that case. You really do want to flip it and get the plot. Next we have Nemic's Manifesto, which is a 1-cost aggression hero as an upgrade. At Legendary, it is an item rebel, and it gives +1/+1, and it says attach to a non-vehicle unit. Attached unit gains the rebel trait, and when defeated, deal 1 damage to each enemy base and each other friendly rebel unit. So it's 1 cost for +1/+1, which is actually okay. It has a downside though. So it deals 1 to a base when this unit is defeated. That's fine, I guess. I don't know. Sure, why not? And then 1 to each other friendly rebel unit. There are some rebel units in this set, and this just pings all your own stuff. I don't know. I don't know why we're doing that. Was this card really too strong without that line? I don't know. It's still 1 for +1/+1, especially if you put it on a leader. That is kind of nice. It's probably a C. I think I gave it a C+, but I think that's too high. I'm not particularly convinced. 1 for +1/+1 is fine though. It's probably between a C and a C plus if you can put it on a leader. I'm a very big fan of buffing leaders, if you can't tell. I think that was a function of Legends of the Force, where putting like Inquisitor's lightsaber on Snoke or Talzin was like ridiculous, or craving power, or putting your Jedi's lightsaber on or Knight's saber, I guess it was called, on Kenobi or Kit Fisto or something. Anyway, next up we have Ambition's Reward, which is a 2-cost aggression upgrade at common. It's a law that gives +1/+1, and it says when played, create a spy token. 2 costs for +1/+1 is definitely worse than 1 cost for +1/+1, but this one doesn't have a downside like the other one. In fact, it has an upside. When played, create a spy token. How good is that? They're really confident in these spy tokens because 2 for +1/+1 is very much not a good rate. You need to get the spy, you need the spy token to be good in order for this card to be worth it, I think. And I personally, as I've mentioned, am not super convinced thus far, but it is absolutely possible that I'm wrong, and if so, this card will probably actually be pretty good. To hedge me being wrong, even though I really want to give this like a C-, I am going to just give it a C because I think the line is interesting. Where again, obviously, if you can upgrade your leader, that's great. But just like incidental buffing one of your units, making another unit in a single action is like kind of nice. But yeah, I think that, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe spy tokens are going to be crazy. I don't know. We'll see. Next, we have Sudden Ferocity, which is a 3-cost aggression upgrade at common. It's +3/+0. It's an innate, and it has plot. So I personally think this is worse than Armor of Fortune, and this might be wrong, but I think giving a leader +0/+3 is better than giving it +3/+0 a lot of the time, just because it's usually able to deal with a lot of what's on the board at that point in the game anyway. The only reason why +3/+0 is better is because it maybe lets it trade into the opponent's leader, which is definitely very strong, don't get me wrong, but I think that's kind of the only place where this card is good. It's if you deploy your leader, you plot it, put it on your leader, and then you're able to attack in your opponent's leader and kill it while yours stays alive. I think that's like the situation for this card, and I think that that's just a little bit too niche for me. So I won't spend too much time on this. I think it's probably like a D, just on its own. And then if you do that thing where you can plot it onto your leader, it's probably a C. Maybe a little bit higher, maybe close to a C+, but I just think outside of that like one exact scenario, it's really just not particularly exciting because your leader probably was already big enough to deal with most things anyway. That's like not necessarily true, but it's true often enough that I'm just not super convinced by this, but it's definitely possible I could be wrong, and if so, I will get rolled by it at pre-release because +3 is definitely a lot. Next, we have Stolen Starpath unit, which is a 1-cost Cunning Heroism upgrade at rare. It's +1/+1 for an item modification, and it says attached unit gains on attack, name a card. The defending player reveals their hand. For each card in their hand with that name, create a spy token. So this is interesting. It is kind of infinite spies after the first one. So the first one you need to, if you want the spy, probably are only getting that first spy if you got these cards disclosed to you ahead of time. But then after that, they reveal their whole hand on resolution of this ability. So even if you don't get the spy the first time, you see their whole hand, you take notes, and yeah, sure, they get to resource something probably before this attacks again, but or before the unit this is attached to attacks again. But you know, if you're familiar with how the core, like the flow of the game is going, you probably know which cards they don't want to resource, and you can just name those, and then you look at their hand again, you get additional updates, and then you make a spy. And then probably every turn after that, you're making a spy, and your opponent is probably going to want to assure you that this thing is dead. That you want them, or they're going to want to kill this thing, or the thing that this is attached to. And +1/+1 will make it a little bit awkward for them to do that. So I think this is a better version of Nemic's Manifesto by like a decent amount, because I think you actually do just sometimes get spies off of this. And if you're able to get even one spy off this, I know I'm not super high on spies, but 1 cost +1/+1 is like on the verge. And then if you're, getting any spy out of that makes this like, I think, quite good. I mean, we've seen +1/+1 that makes a spy, that costs 2. So this, you can probably do that once, and then maybe you can do that twice. If you put this on a leader also, very, very nice. But if you have like an opportunity to play it earlier and not mess with your curve, you probably should do that. But in a pinch, it's okay on a leader. Good. So I'm giving this like C+. I think it's a very good card that will continually give you information on your opponent's hand. Next, we have Sneaking Suspicion. It is a 2-cost +1/+1 upgrade. It is an innate. it's in cunning, it's at common, and it has plot. I said all those in a weird order. Yeah, so it's a 2-cost cunning upgrade, +1/+1, it's at common, it's an innate, and it has plot. So this is one of those other upgrades. I think 2 costs for +1/+1 and nothing else. We have established that that is not good enough because we pay two costs for +1/+1 and we just get a spy. So this plot needs to be worth the spy token. And it kind of is sometimes. I mean, this is, yeah, you just flip it and you put it on your leader. You flip your leader and your leader is +1/+1, and that's it. Outside of that, this card is not good. I think this card outside of that exact situation is probably like a D+, and in that situation, it's probably like a C or a C+. Just making your leader a little bit bigger. I like that. I think the extra toughness is going to be very relevant. C+ might be a little bit high. I don't know. Might be closer to a C. I'm just thinking about sudden ferocity and how I gave that a C. This feels like kind of similar to that. But I really do like the +1 HP. I think that matters a lot on leaders. So I think I'll stick with my guns for now and keep this here. But I don't think this card's like exceptional by any means. And I think outside of the exact situation of plotting it onto a leader, it's not good. And it's a terrible top deck, right? If you're like trying to race your opponent, you top deck this. What are you going to do? Play your 2-drop and then play this onto it as your 2 things you just drew? No, absolutely not. They're just playing 2 2-drops. That's better. Yeah, no. Anyway, so I think it's a C+ in that scenario and not so much anywhere else. Next, we have Special Modifications, a 2-cost Cunning upgrade at Rare. It's a modification that gives +1/+3, and it says attached to a vehicle unit. When played, if the attached unit is a transport, you may create a spy token. So I was actually surprised to learn that there are a decent amount of transports in this set. There's 21 of them. 12 are at common and uncommon. And you don't need to worry about heroism or villainy because this is a neutral card. It's just cunning. Attached to a vehicle unit is definitely a restriction, although as we've learned, there are a decent amount of vehicle units in the set. So you probably will have something to put this on, especially during your deck building process. If you only have like 2 vehicles in your deck, you're probably just not putting this in. But if you have a decent amount, if you're playing this card in your deck, I'm assuming you have vehicles in your deck. And if you don't, you shouldn't be playing this in your card, or in your deck. But I'm going to grade it as if you have some vehicles in your deck. There is a reasonable chance that some of those vehicles will be transports. So we'll evaluate this card in 2 ways. What if you don't get the spy? 2 costs are +1/+3. That's fine, right? I mean, it makes your unit trade up pretty nicely. It stops your opponents from dealing with your unit in like an efficient way a lot of the time. Obviously, in this case, if you do that, you don't get the spy and they have removal. You just got 2 for 1. Tough. And there are no vehicle leaders in this set. So you can't just put this on your leader, which is definitely a downside for upgrades in limited. You often want upgrades to go in your leaders in limited. So now what happens if it's a transport and you have a spy? Great. So now if it gets instantly removed, it is still pretty bad, but a little bit less bad because you do still have a spy from that. 2 costs for +1/+3 and then also getting a spy. That's like above rate. That's like good. That's definitely good. Even though I'm not super high on spy tokens, I can admit that's quite good. How often you'll be doing either of those in a well-built deck, it'll probably be 50-50. You might be putting it on transports a little more often than not, but I think it's going to be pretty close given the amount of transports in the format versus the amount of just vehicles in the format. I think the stats are good, and the fact that you sometimes get a spy out of it, I'm happy with. I think it's probably between a C and a C+. Downside being that you can't put it on leaders, which maybe knocks it a little bit closer down to a C, but we'll see. Next up, we have Moral Authority, which is a 3-cost heroism upgrade at Rare. It's an innate that gives +2/+0 and says attached to a friendly unique unit. When played, attached unit captures an enemy non-leader unit with less remaining HP than it. So this is also the kind of thing that you want to put on a leader. Having your leader capture something is nice. Outside, and it usually, most units at the time of your leader flip will have less HP than the leader. And then also giving your leader +2/+0 is nice. But the fact that this upgrade doesn't give any HP means it doesn't really contribute toward its when played ability, doesn't help at all. And it is a pretty decent restriction to only attach things to friendly unique unit, to only attach things to unique units. That is definitely a real restriction. 3 for +2/+0 is pretty abysmal. We get 3 for +3/+0, and it has plot as well. So you pretty much need to, and then this also has, of course, a more restrictive attaching cost that needs to be onto a unique unit. So you do need to get the when played off of this for it to feel good at all. And I think you will, like, reasonably often. I'm not a huge fan of capture as a mechanic. I think that, and when you do capture something, you need the unit that you captured, or you need the unit that did the capturing to survive, and this doesn't help with that at all. It doesn't affect the HP at all. So I think this is truly between like a C- and a C. It's probably closer to a C-. I think I gave it a C, yeah, but I'm just like not particularly high on this card. I think that like at best it can interrupt your opponent's tempo, and at worst it's just like not particularly exciting. Good. And that brings us to the last upgrade, which is Clandestine Connections. It's a 2-cost upgrade at common, no aspect, and it is a supply that gives +1/+1, and says attached unit gains on attack. You may pay 2. If you do deal damage to a base. So 2 costs for +1/+1. We've seen that, except it gives us a free spy token. Is this as valuable as a free spy token? Well, on attack, you can make this into a +3/+1 upgrade for only the low price of 2 resources. Well, that's not strictly true because the +2 has to go to the base. It can't go to a unit. So if you're attacking base, you can pay 2 and make it a +3/+1. Is that good? I'm leaning towards no, not really. So this is interesting in that it gives what we call in Magic, we call it a mana sink, where it's something that you just like, if you have extra mana, you like may as well do it. This is sort of the same thing where like, is it the best thing you can do for 2? Absolutely not. But if you like, if you're on your 6 resource turn and you play a 4-cost card and that's all you have, like you may as well, like this will feel like a nice way to not waste your resources. But 2-coster +2/+2 is not like particularly exciting. Obviously, I've said this a million times now. This goes better on your leader, and if it's not on your leader, there's the potential 2-for-1 being pretty bad. But I think it's like interesting enough that it can help your leader rush down the base pretty well. And I think that brings it up to a C, but that could be an overrate. I think there's a real chance that this is an overrate. If it might be closer to a C-, but it's definitely an interesting card, and because it has no aspect, you will probably see it around because it's not that bad. It'll go into some decks. I'm leaning towards C- now that I think about it a little bit more, though, I will be honest. So I'm going to update my spreadsheet, which you can get at patreon.com/unlimitedlimited. Okay. And that is it for upgrades. All right. Wow. You did it. You got to the end of the video. And I did it too. I got to the end of the video. Now I need to edit this, which is, holy moly. I'm finishing filming this right now as we speak. It's Friday, October 24th. And I am really hoping to get this out at the very latest by like early mid next week so people can, whatever psychopaths actually watch to this point, can actually watch it and prepare for their pre-release. I call you guys psychopaths for watching it, but I mean, I made it. I had to go through and make these slides and rate each card and then talk for, I don't know how long we're at now. I'm guessing over 10 hours. Look, it's light out now. I don't want to lead you guys to believe that I pulled an all-nighter doing this. This is, I did it in, I think, 3 takes. See if you can find where the takes happen. Don't. That'll be a problem. I think it's actually more than 3 too. Anyway, sorry, I'm rambling. I did this in more than 3 takes, so don't worry about me. I don't know if my voice would have been able to take doing this in one continuous take. I have no idea how long it's been. Probably a while. So I just, again, you guys have just watched this for 10 hours or more. I think it's more than 10 hours. So now you get to listen to me ramble for 2 minutes. Hopefully that is a fair trade-off. So thank you so much for watching this. Genuinely, that means a lot that you're able to put up with all of this. And even if you just like clicked through and skimmed through, or even if you just wanted to click at the end and see how delirious I look, okay? All of those things, very appreciate your engagement with this video. I really enjoy making these. I don't as much enjoy editing them, but that's part of it. I do this for the love of the game, but if you do want to incentivize this kind of insane behavior, Patreon is probably the best way to do that. I don't really know how this YouTube stuff works. I'm very naive on all this stuff. So I think Patreon, there should be a link in the description. By all means, do that. Now, what else should you do? What else should you do? Firstly, please, I'm begging, okay? I will beg. Put your pre-release experiences in the comments, okay? I want to read them. I'm serious about that. You think I made this video for, like, money? Or because, like, I don't know, just on a whim? No, I did this for the love of the game, okay? I love Draft and Sealed in this game. It's super fun, and it's an absolute shame that I don't get to play more of it. So let me live vicariously through yours, okay? So in the comments, please talk about your Draft and Sealed experiences. and talk about cards or leaders or anything like that, fun synergies that you found at pre-release that maybe I did notice in the set review, or maybe that I didn't notice in the set review. But please let me know what happened at your pre-release. What leaders was everybody playing? Was I right that, like, on my assessment of which leaders were going to be the best? Was I right on my assessment on which leaders were going to be the worst? Did someone play DJ and actually go 3-0? That's crazy. Let me know. Show me their deck list, please. That would be very cool of you. Please, genuinely, comments. And also like the video. I think you're supposed to do that. That would be cool. But yeah, leave comments, not just for engagement, although that's probably good too for algorithm things, I'm not sure. But because I genuinely want to read them. Okay? I like reading them. I like reading your comments. I'll reply to most of them. Also, if you ever see me at like an event and you got to this point in the video, okay, what I want you to do is I want you to come up to me and I want you to be like, I don't know, give me some indication that you watched this whole video. Be like, I have friends everywhere. That's what they say in Andor, right? Okay? I don't know, something. I just like, and I want you to sign one of my cards in my deck, because I think that the very few amount of people that will have actually watched this video, if I ever run into any of you guys in real life, I want to thank you for putting up with this, okay? And I don't know. I think it would be very cool of you to sign a card in my deck. I'll carry a pen or like a Sharpie around with me, okay? So that you can do it. That would be super awesome. I want to have a deck of with different cards that have people's names on them that are just insane enough to do this. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. I'm running out of things to say. Please leave comments. Oh my goodness. Please tell me about your pre-release in the comments of this, and also about any drafts you do and the comments of this. And I'm probably going to do another video soon about pre-release and draft and stuff like that. So you can leave comments there. Star Wars Unlimited Jeopardy. It's a show I really like doing. Don't currently have any plans for another one, but I have plans to make plans for another one. I would like to do that. I have some ideas for who I want to have on it, but I have not really set any of those gears in motion. I've been busy with my actual work, which I have been admittedly neglecting pretty hard this week for this video. So that's what we do here, though. We do it for the love of the game. So thank you so much once again for tuning in. And I feel like I'm forgetting stuff. I know this is like very unprofessional and rambly and whatever, but I just made a 10-hour video. Okay, calm down, leave me alone. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I guess I can turn the camera on again if I turn it off and remember, but that's fine. Thank you so much for watching this video. Genuinely, I want to hear so much about what you've done at your pre-releases and all of that stuff. And as always, may the Force be with you. Later, skaters. So what I told you was true from a certain point of view.
So what I told you was true from a certain point of view.
A certain point of view?